The once glorious Rose Castle, jewel of the Ragnar Clan, now lies in ruin. Its proud towers crumbling, noble halls reduced to smoking rubble. Screams echo through the night as loyal retainers and kin fall one after another, blood soaking the charred earth. At the heart of the devastation stands Theo, sword clenched tight, his back to the flames. He's the last defense against a hidden enemy. This isn't just a battle for his life. It's a war for the crown. The Ragnar clan has fractured from within, but Theo still doesn't know who pulled the strings or which house struck the first blow. Before we go any further, let's rewind. The Ragnar clan has stood guard over the Empire's northern frontier for 1,000 years. What made them legendary wasn't just strength, it was their bloodline. Rumored to be descended from dragons, they were born with unmatched magical power, unbreakable bodies, and a natural gift for the sword. But even in such a line, not all are born equal. Theo was the anomaly. Labeled the bastard heir, he was the weak link in a lineage of warriors. No magic, no strength, no talent. And now, the one facing him is none other than his former mentor. The man who trained him, who shaped him, now a traitor. Rendan. Rendan steps forward, smirking behind mask. When he tears it away, Theo stares in disbelief. It really is him. The man he trusted most. You look pathetic, Rendan spits, voice full of scorn. I watched you struggle day after day, pretending you had potential. But you were never anything, just a disgrace wearing the Ragnar name. Theo trembles, fist tight with fury. So everything you taught me, it was all a lie? You were just waiting for this moment? Rendan chuckles darkly, unbothered. Then, without hesitation, he swings. In a single savage slash, Theo's arm is cut clean off. He screams, falling hard, blood spilling across the dirt. Rendan grabs him by the hair, dragging him up, forcing him to look at the castle consumed by fire. See that? That's your legacy, Theo. Ashes. You let it all burn. Then, as if to twist the blade even deeper, one of Rendan's allies hauls over a body and tosses it like garbage at Theo's feet. His mother. She died because of you, Rendan hisses. Just like the rest. Grief and fury crash over Theo as he stares at his mother's lifeless form. Something inside him snaps. Gritting his teeth, he forces himself up, grabs his sword with his remaining hand, and charges straight at Rendan. Pain be damned. But before he can even reach him, a blade whistles through the air and pierces his body. The impact knocks him off his feet. He slams into the ground, blood seeping from the wound, pooling beneath him. His vision dims. The man who hurled the sword clicks his tongue in annoyance. Stop dragging it out. Just finish him. Rendan exhales, stepping closer. He looks down at Theo with a mix of amusement and pity. Always charging forward. You never learned when to quit. As darkness tightens its grip, Theo's thoughts spiral. Is this it? Is this how it ends? Powerless, talentless, never rising above the shadow he was born into? But then, just as everything fades, a cold, unfamiliar voice rings through his mind. A glowing system prompt flickers into view. You have died. Special trait activated. Regression to last save point in progress. A sharp breath escapes him. His eyes shoot open. Light floods his vision. His heart pounds in his chest. For a moment, he lies there, stunned. Then he sees it, Rendan, alive, unbetrayed, 10 years younger. There in the training courtyard. Rendan's voice cuts in sharply. What's the matter with you? Focus. Theo's world spins. What is this? A dream? A memory? Some cruel illusion? The last thing he remembers is death. And now, the man who butchered his family stands before him as if nothing ever happened. He barely has time to think when a translucent window pops up in front of him, hovering in midair like a ghost. Tutorial quest, punch Rendan in the face. He blinks, dumbfounded. Seriously? He looks at Rendan, still lecturing, still unaware, and clenches his fist. Well, if he can't see the window, without hesitation, Theo drops his training stick, steps forward, and with all the rage buried in his soul, drives his fist into Rendan's face. A clean, solid hit. The satisfying crack echoes loud and clear. For a fleeting second, Theo basks in the satisfaction of his punch landing cleanly. It felt real, too real. The crack, the impact, the rush, it was glorious. But that moment shatters almost instantly. Rendan blinks in surprise, then reacts with cold precision. His counter lands hard, sending Theo sprawling backward. Pain rips through Theo's body as he hits the dirt, groaning. Whatever this is, it hurts just as much as real life. Rendan stands over him with a tired sigh. I know you're frustrated, Theo. The awakening ceremony is coming up fast, and you're still far behind. But pulling stunts like this? I won't let it slide. Theo freezes. The awakening ceremony? That happened nearly a decade ago. His breath catches as the realization dawns. This isn't a memory. This isn't a dream. He's gone back. Rendan brushes past him, tossing a final warning over his shoulder. Around the courtyard, snickers rise. Theo can hear every sneer, every whisper. Guess he finally snapped. Always knew he couldn't handle it. Why waste time on someone like him? He grits his teeth, but doesn't respond. Not this time. He presses his hand against the dirt, grounding himself. It's real. All of it. A soft chime draws his gaze upward. Another system window floats before him. Tutorial complete. Punch Rendan. Reward unlocked. Ragnar's talent. Theo doesn't hesitate. He selects yes. Instantly, energy surges within him, radiating from his chest like fire and lightning intertwined. The system confirms it. His growth rate is now enhanced. Strength, magic, skill, everything he lacked before is now within reach. This time, he's not just surviving. He's rewriting fate. Elsewhere, inside the grand halls of Rose Castle, far from the training yard, Rendan sips tea with a composed smile. Across from him sits Lady Cecilia Ragnar, dignified and elegant, her presence commanding even in silence. He's hopeless, my lady, Rendan says smoothly, swirling his tea. The boy has no talent at all. Frankly, I've never seen someone with less promise. Cecilia says nothing, her expression unreadable. Rendan leans in, his voice taking on a more persuasive tone. But that's exactly why I'm here. With my guidance, I'll make sure he's ready for the awakening ceremony. 5 months is enough. If anyone can do it, it's me. Cecilia finally speaks, quiet but firm. Very well. I'm trusting you. She sets a pouch of gold on the table, the coins clinking softly. For your extra effort. Rendan tucked away the gold with a smug nod. Naturally, Lady Cecilia. You have my word. He'll receive my full attention. But as he turned to leave, her voice followed him. I'm not the least bit worried, she said, because I believe in Theo. He might not be like the others in our clan, but there's something rare inside him. One day, even you'll understand. Rendan's jaw tightened behind a polite smile. Of course, my lady, he replied smoothly, bowing slightly before walking away. Down the corridor, the facade dropped. His face twisted into a satisfied grin as the bag of coins clinked softly in his hand. Each step echoed with a thrill of deceit. Being paid handsomely to train the so-called heir while doing everything in his power to sabotage him, it was almost too good. Fools, he muttered with a chuckle. Both of them. So easy to manipulate. He was playing both sides, passing secrets to his true employer, stalling Theo's progress, and bleeding the Ragnar family dry in the process. It was a perfect con. Rarely did opportunities this sweet come along. Just then, a blur zipped past him. Theo, tearing down the hallway like a man possessed. Rendan scoffed. Still clinging to hope, huh? Hopeless as ever. But Theo wasn't listening. He didn't even look back. His feet flew across the stone floor, not out of desperation, but purpose. He had to see her. Now, he burst into her chambers. Mother! Lady Cecilia turned, startled by the urgency in his voice. But before she could speak, Theo lunged forward and wrapped his arms around her. His breath caught, his chest heaving as he clung to her like a lifeline. Tears streamed down his face, his entire body shaking. She was here, alive. Not the broken, lifeless form he remembered from that nightmare of an ending, but real, breathing, present. This wasn't a dream. He was truly back. He held her tight, letting the truth settle in. This was no illusion. He'd been granted a second chance. A clean slate. And this time, he wouldn't fail her. He'd rewrite everything. With the system's trait, Ragnar's talent, now fully awakened, Theo felt something ignite inside him. A fire that hadn't existed in his past life. Not just determination, but potential. Power. He clenched his fists, eyes sharp with resolve. He would grow stronger. Strong enough to stand against the storm. Strong enough to destroy the man who betrayed him. Rendan. A new system window blinked into view. Tutorial quest. Train your body to the limit. Theo didn't hesitate. Before the sun had even peeked over the horizon, he was already outside. His hands were blistered. His body screamed in protest. But he didn't stop. Every drop of sweat, every aching breath, every push beyond his limits, he welcomed it all. This time, nothing would break him. In his previous life, Theo had served in the shadows as part of Blackward, the Empire's covert intelligence branch. But his role had always been small. No missions, no frontline work, just observation and intel gathering. He was the one who watched from the sidelines while others made history. But those quiet years hadn't been for nothing. Buried among his memories was something rare, the Bloody Sword Emperor Elixir. A mysterious potion, long dismissed as a myth, later revealed through scattered, forbidden scrolls to be a key to physical transformation. Few knew of it. Even fewer understood its true potential. But now Theo did, armed with that knowledge and his newly awakened Ragnar talent. He threw himself into training with a single goal: surpass everything he once lacked. What began as effort quickly turned into obsession. Every movement, every sprint, every swing of his sword became sharper, quicker, more refined. His body responded with a strength he'd never known. The system tracked every ounce of progress, and the numbers rose with him. His peers noticed. Wait, when did he get so fast? He's like a different person. They watched in stunned silence as the boy they used to mock tore through drills without rest, his pace relentless. The whispers grew, but Theo didn't care. He heard none of it. Day turned to night, and back again. Still, he trained. His hands blistered, his body screamed for rest. But his resolve was unshakable. He was chasing something more than strength. He was chasing redemption. Late one night, under the quiet gaze of the moon, the courtyard stood mostly silent, except for the sound of Theo's training echoing through the chill air. Evelyn, the training grounds caretaker, watched from a nearby bench, a blanket wrapped around her shoulders as she stifled a yawn. He's still going? She mumbled, rubbing her eyes. Does he even sleep? She stared at him in disbelief. The frail boy from weeks ago was long gone. What stood in his place, now, was someone driven. Meanwhile, Theo could barely stay upright. His legs wobbled with every step. His breath came in short, ragged bursts. The fatigue clawed at him, threatening to pull him under. But he didn't stop. The system's progress bar hovered at 98%. So close. Too close to fail. He still remembered how it had dropped from 90% to 89% after a single break the night before. Never again. He forced his body to move, faster, harder. Every motion was agony, but he welcomed it. And then, finally it happened. The bar hit 100%. He staggered, blinking through the pain as the system flashed bright before him. Congratulations! Tutorial quest complete. You have successfully unlocked Dragonheart. Before Theo can even read the details of the system message, his body gives out. The exhaustion is too much. Muscles torn, mana drained, strength gone. He collapses right where he stands, hitting the cold ground with a dull thud. The system window lingers above him, one last prompt glowing faintly. Receive reward now. His hand twitches. With every shred of strength he has left, Theo reaches up. His fingertip brushes the glowing yes. A surge of brilliant blue light bursts from the system, wrapping around him like a cocoon. Ancient runes flicker across his skin, energy pulsing through every vein. From afar, Evelyn stares, frozen in disbelief. She watches as arcane power swirls around Theo's body, raw, untamed, and terrifying. This isn't ordinary mana. This is something deeper, older, beyond explanation. Sometime later, Theo's eyes flutter open. He finds himself in a quiet, unfamiliar room. The lighting is soft, the sheets beneath him clean and warm. As he sits up slowly, trying to get his bearings, the door creaks open. Evelyn stands in the doorway, arms crossed, her expression unreadable. You're awake. She steps inside. This is the break room in Training Ground 4. Theo winces as he shifts, the soreness in his muscles reminding him of just how far he pushed himself. But even through the pain, he remains alert. Then he sees her more clearly, remembers her. Evelyn Neville, he murmurs under his breath. She pauses, one brow lifting slightly. You know who I am? It's subtle, but her surprise shows. In his last life, he barely acknowledged her. She had been there in the background, quiet, capable, overlooked. Not this time. Theo nods. Thank you for helping me. She offers a glass of water, which he gratefully accepts. But the moment of calm ends quickly as her tone shifts. I need to remind you of something important, she says, her eyes narrowing. Theo straightens. What is it? Within the Ragnar Clan, it's forbidden to open your mana hall before the awakening ceremony, she says. Her voice is calm, but her stare is razor sharp. You're aware of that, right? Theo nods slowly. I know the rule. Then why did you break it? She snaps. Theo freezes. She knows. Evelyn leans in slightly, her gaze locked on his. Right before you collapsed, there was a massive surge of mana. That wasn't normal. It felt like a mana hall unlocking. He says nothing, caught between confusion and realization. Tell me, she presses, did you open your mana hall? Theo opens his mouth, but the words stall. He's not sure how to answer. Then it clicks. The dragon heart. That reward. That blinding surge of energy. The system's gift. 10 past lives. It wasn't just strength. It wasn't just speed. It was power beyond comprehension. He hadn't opened his mana hall. The system had done it for him. He stands frozen, stunned by the weight of what he now possesses. A dragon heart. This isn't just any power source. A dragon's heart channels mana effortlessly, turning any warrior into a force of nature. But for humans, it's forbidden territory. A human heart can't endure that kind of raw energy. That's why warriors build their mana halls in the lower abdomen. Safer, more stable. The dragon heart has always been the unattainable prize for the Ragnar Clan's warriors, a path to unmatched strength. But no one's ever managed to wield it completely. Not until now. Theo, however, knows he's walking a razor-thin line. He has the dragon heart. If Evelyn finds out, he's done for. She's not just overseeing training. She's a former commander of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. Ruthless, respected, known for cutting down excuses and challengers alike. Titles and bloodlines mean nothing to her if the rules are broken. But Theo doesn't flinch. A spark of cunning lights up his eyes. As long as he plays this right, keeps everything under wraps, he'll be fine. He meets her gaze and tosses back a cheeky jab. You're accusing me of opening my mana hall just because you have a feeling? His tone is teasing, but sharp. You sure you want to deal with what happens if you're wrong? Evelyn's expression hardens, but there's a flicker of surprise. This isn't the hesitant boy she once knew. Still, she holds her ground. You blacked out right after the mana wave. She fires back, unshaken. This isn't just guesswork. Theo's grin doesn't budge. And I'm a Ragnar heir. Want to risk making a baseless accusation? Think carefully. That could be seen as an insult to the entire clan. That makes her pause. The implications hang heavy in the air. Clan law is clear. Falsely accusing an heir could carry brutal consequences. He steps closer, voice low and chilling. You know what happens to those who disgrace a Ragnar. His words slice through the tension. They're executed. Evelyn freezes. She knows he isn't bluffing. He watches her squirm, knowing he's hit his mark. Still, she refuses to back off completely. Something happened during that mana surge. She's certain of it. I'm not an idiot, Theo, she says at last, her voice tight. I know what I sensed, and I will find out the truth, whether you like it or not. Her stare sharpens. Whether he's clan or not, the law doesn't bend. She steps in closer, eyes sharp and searching. Something doesn't add up, and her instincts won't let it go. She's sure he opened his mana hall, but the more she looks, the more baffling it becomes. There's nothing. No trace. No mana hall. The shock hits her hard. Her expression wavers, and she finally speaks, voice low and uncertain. I don't sense anything. The firmness in her tone fades, replaced by confusion. Theo's grin widens. He leans back, arms crossed, completely at ease. Feel better now? Without hesitation, Evelyn drops to her knees before him. She lowers her head with solemn resolve. By clan law, she's acknowledging her failure. Take my life. I'll pay for my mistake, she says, voice steady and unwavering. Her head bows lower, her posture one of absolute surrender. Theo watches her quietly. He knows exactly what this moment means, how serious her gesture is. But there's something she doesn't know, something no one else knows. The dragon heart doesn't operate like a typical mana hall. It grants the power to completely mask one's mana signature. It's a truth buried deep in mystery, a truth the world won't uncover for generations. And that secret gives him an unshakable advantage. He walks over and rests a hand on her back. The gesture is calm, almost gentle. That won't be necessary, he says, voice quieter than she expects. You did your duty. Not many would have the guts to call out a Ragnar heir. He lets his words sink in before continuing. I admire your conviction, but in reality, his thoughts are calculated. Evelyn is still one of the clan's most formidable warriors, even if she's stepped back from the battlefield. She's a resource he may need, an ally he can't afford to lose. Theo rises, turning his back on her as he walks away with steady steps. Anyway, he calls over his shoulder, The rule against opening a mana hall before the awakening is about mana overflow. I appreciate your concern, especially for a bastard like me. His words linger in the silence, echoing as he leaves the room. Evelyn remains kneeling, lost in thought. Outside, Theo breathes in the open air. The dragon heart pulses within him, overflowing with a mana of 10 lifetimes. The realization surges through him. Right now, he feels invincible. A few days pass, and we're back at the training grounds. Rendan's voice slices through the air, sharp and grating. "Shift more to the right," he shouts, frustration flaring in every word. Theo forces himself to play along, faking clumsy footwork and poorly timed swings. He keeps his smirk hidden. The act is exhausting, but necessary. Still, the insults were thin. Rendan's constant belittling is becoming unbearable, and Theo's patience is fraying. Then he notices it, subtle flaws in Rendan's technique. Movements that don't belong to someone of his supposed caliber. Mistakes that feel deliberate. Theo isn't just being misled, he's being sabotaged. And this betrayal stinks of something bigger. Rendan isn't clever enough to plan this alone. Someone's guiding him, someone hiding in the shadows. Theo's mind flashes back to his former life, to the moment everything ended. The fatal strike, the betrayal, the mastermind. He can feel it. This is all connected. A slow, dangerous grin spreads across his face. If Rendan's the pawn, Theo will cut the strings and follow them to the puppet master. But first, he has to push Rendan over the edge. The insults keep coming, and finally, Theo's had enough. With a sharp twist, he snaps his training stick in two. The crack echoes loud and sharp, silencing the training ground. He glares at Rendan, his voice laced with venom. "I'm done listening to your garbage. Your teachings? Worthless." Rendan's face tightens with fury, but Theo steps closer, his voice rising. "Seriously, how did someone like you get ranked at all? With that technique, even a weak demonic beast would tear you apart." Rendan's fists clench, trembling with rage. Theo's hit his mark. The anger is boiling over. Exactly as planned. Whether Rendan quits or runs to his handler, Theo's path is set. He turns his back and walks off, completely unfazed, leaving the humiliated swordsman behind. The scene shifts. Camellia Palace, a rowdy, dim-lit pub tucked deep in the city's underbelly. The door slams open. A man bursts in, face flushed with excitement. "The Ragnar bastard's dueling his master next week," he yells. The place goes dead silent. At a shadowy table, Axian Ragnar slowly lifts his gaze from his drink. His presence is cold, oppressive. Without blinking, he smashes his glass into the loudmouth's face. Blood sprays as the man collapses, groaning on the floor. Axian doesn't flinch, doesn't care. He leans back, unbothered like nothing happened. Beside him, Remington, one of the 4 hounds of the North, chuckles dryly, completely unfazed. This is just another normal night with Axian. The man on the floor groans, blood leaking between his fingers as he clutches his shattered face. But Axian's voice slices through the silence. Cold, flat, unforgiving. "Let him lose an arm for all I care," he mutters. "He's just another Ragnar, and a useless one at that." Ed Trevion, seated nearby, shifts uncomfortably. As the 9-dragon Sky Dragon, he's not easily rattled, but today he's clearly uneasy. "You really think we shouldn't take precautions?" he says quietly, concern tightening his voice. "If we misjudge him, it could backfire." Axian doesn't so much as glance his way. Theo's no threat. He's noise. Let him shout all he wants. It'll amount to nothing. But Ed doesn't look convinced. Even the smallest spark in the Ragnar clan can ignite something dangerous. He warns, more to himself than anyone else. Axian chuckles, unconcerned. If Rendan's under pressure, good. That worm should be able to crush Theo with ease. Fast forward 1 week. Training ground 4 is overflowing. The crowd is massive. Clan members, elite guests, and curious onlookers pack the stands, murmuring in anticipation. The duel has drawn far more attention than Theo ever wanted. He stands in the center of the arena, alone under the weight of hundreds of eyes. His hands tighten into fists, and he curses under his breath. This wasn't part of the plan. All he wanted was to humiliate Rendan, get him tossed out. Now, it's turned into a full-blown public duel. But despite the nerves, Theo isn't shaken. If anything, this fight gives him the opening he's been waiting for. He steadies himself as a familiar prompt flashes before his eyes. Tutorial Quest 3. Fight and defeat Rendan. His mind flashes back to how it all began. Theo had gone straight to Rendan with no more patience for games. He hadn't held back. Your training is trash. You're fired. Now beat it. Rendan had sputtered, scrambling for excuses, claiming his contract hadn't expired yet. But Theo had shut him down cold. The employer decides when it's over. This conversation is done. He wanted to hit him right then and there, but something held him back. Theo wasn't certain of how far he'd come. Not yet. But Rendan? He had everything riding on this roll. His mission wasn't complete. As Rendan tried to salvage the moment, inching closer, trying to talk his way out of it, everything changed. A new system alert lit up before Theo's eyes. Fight and defeat Rendan. He paused, stunned. It came out of nowhere. And then Evelyn stepped onto the scene. Handle it the Ragnar way, she told him, her voice calm but firm. The rule of the strong. No debates. No contracts. No tribunal. Just one match. Winner takes all. Rendan had pounced on the idea like a vulture spotting fresh prey. Brilliant suggestion, he announced, grinning like he already saw victory in the palm of his hand. Theo had hesitated. He didn't feel ready. Not yet. But once the challenge was accepted, there was no turning back. And now, here he stands, alone in the arena, eyes all around him. The crowd murmurs, their whispers sharp as knives. Look at him, shaking like a twig. Doesn't even know how to hold that sword. Theo hears every word, but he doesn't flinch. He lifts his chin, steady and unbothered. They've already decided how this ends. They think he'll be broken, bleeding, lucky to survive. Rendan, riding high on his delusions, flashes a smug smile. Last chance, he calls out. Apologize now, and I'll pretend this whole thing never happened. No need to throw your life away. Theo doesn't blink. Apologize, he says, voice steady and sharp. You should be on your knees begging. Walk away now, or you're leaving this arena one arm lighter. Rendan chuckles, already savoring the outcome. In his mind, Theo won't just lose, he'll die. And Rendan? He'll call it a training accident, and no one will question it. The bell rings. Rendan waves Theo forward with a mocking flourish. Come on, he taunts. Let's see what the little heir's got. Theo doesn't wait. He charges, sword raised high. The crowd gasps. He's charging in without stance, without form. Wild. Reckless. Rendan laughs and counters easily, flicking Theo's strikes aside with practiced ease. He dodges, blocks, and returns blow after blow. Theo manages to parry a few, but Rendan's pressure is overwhelming. The arena rings with the clash of wood and steel. Step by step, Theo's pushback. Rendan sees it clearly. This fight is already over. Sure, Theo's gotten a bit sharper, but in Rendan's eyes, he's still no match. Not a swordsman, not even close. Just a mouthy brat with a death wish. If he were one of the four hounds, Rendan thinks bitterly, maybe I'd take him seriously. But this bastard child of the Ragnar clan, he's nothing. Rendan is certain. Theo can't win. He's just too weak. But then the scene cuts, days earlier. Theo stands before Evelyn, brows furrowed, frustration bleeding into his voice. What are you thinking, he demands. Why push for a match like that? Evelyn stands her ground, arms crossed, her tone cool and composed. I was doing you a favor. If you want Rendan gone, you have to play it smart. Just firing him won't work, he's got backing. Theo's brow lifts slightly. And how would you know that? She scoffs. It's obvious. The sword style he's been teaching, it's completely off. I had someone dig into him. Theo's caught off guard. In his previous life, she never paid enough attention to see through Rendan. But now, just because of that Manor Hall incident, she's suddenly investigating? Something feels off about her newfound interest. She doesn't stop there. Everything traces back to Camellia Palace. Theo exhales sharply. Of course it does. The throne war, endless scheming, the same web of betrayal he once got caught in. His hands tighten, but he pushes the rising anger aside. You really did your homework, he mutters, impressed despite himself. He knows politics is at the heart of it. But still, she did more than he expected. But there's still one problem. I don't know if I can actually beat him, he says, voice low. So what's your plan? Evelyn smirks, a glint of certainty in her eyes. You can beat him, Theo. Stop doubting yourself. You're stronger than you realize. And now, back to the arena. The match is still raging, but everything's changed. Rendan's once dominant offense is losing its rhythm. Theo deflects each blow with precision, turning aside what once would have overwhelmed him. Strike after strike, he keeps pace. And now, it's Rendan who's struggling. Panic starts to creep into Rendan's eyes. This isn't the weakling he thought he knew. Theo's movements are sharp, deliberate, almost like he's holding back on purpose. The crowd that had mocked him is silent now, tension crackling in the air as they realize what's coming. Among the onlookers, a hooded figure stands perfectly still. Remington watches closely, his gaze never leaving the fight. Across the field, Evelyn is practically glowing. She trained him for this. In just 1 week, she shattered limits he didn't know he had. Technically, she wasn't supposed to. Training in air in secret before the proper ceremony was against protocol. But compared to the disaster that was Rendan, she didn't care. And Theo knows it. The grin tugging at his lips says it all. Evelyn may have bent the rules, but it paid off. And now she owes him more than just support. She's indebted. That alone is worth its weight in gold. But the question still lingers. Why? Why go this far? He had asked her once, wanting the truth. Was it really just because of the manhua? She admitted that played a part, but then dropped a curious line. There's someone I know, she said quietly. Someone who collects talent. He'd take an interest in you. The duel rages on, and Rendan's poise crumbles fast. His swings turn sloppy, fueled by panic rather than precision. He's unraveling, and Theo sees it. Every step, every block, every counter is measured. Theo's eyes stay locked on him, reading the desperation in every movement. Then, mid-clash, Theo strikes with words sharper than any blade. Who's backing you? He asks, voice low and calm beneath the clang of steel. Rendan flinches. What are you talking about? He barks, but his voice wavers, cracking just enough to betray him. Theo presses harder. You've been sabotaging me since day one. Trash techniques, deliberate mistakes. He narrows his gaze. You're working with Camellia Palace, aren't you? Rendan doesn't respond, but his face does. One moment of hesitation. One flicker of fear. That's all Theo needs. Without another word, Theo strikes. His sword slices clean through, severing Rendan's hand in a flash of steel and blood. The limb spins through the air, landing with a sickening thud as Rendan collapses, howling in agony, clutching the bleeding stump. The crowd gasps, frozen in place. No one expected this. Theo steps forward, his expression unreadable. But inside, power surges through him. For the first time in this life, he feels control, absolute, unshakable. He stares down at Rendan, memories from his past life crashing into him. This man, this traitor, had played a direct role in his downfall. You said I was worthless, Theo mutters, his voice a low growl. That I had no talent. That I'd never rise above mediocrity. You made sure of that. Theo raises his sword one final time, and without hesitation, he brings it down. Rendan's head separates from his body in one clean stroke, tumbling across the ground. Blood splashes outward, staining the floor as silence blankets the arena. No one dares to move. A glowing system window appears before Theo's eyes. Tutorial Quest 3. Completed. Objective: defeat Rendan. Success. Bonus objective: sever the enemy's path to recovery. Achieved. Reward: +2 attribute points, 1 skill chest, 500 gold. The system prompts him. Would you like to receive your rewards now? Theo doesn't hesitate. Yes. The crowd? Yeah. They've completely lost it. Everyone's watching in disbelief as our guy, a rookie swordsman, no less, just wipes the floor with a mid-tier fighter like it's a warm-up match. And there he is, standing calm as ever, barely phased. He's thinking, this guy? This is who I used to fear in my past life. Embarrassed, doesn't even cover it. It's like he's realizing how little threat this dude actually poses now. But hey, different life, different rules. Then, out of nowhere, the system hits him with a game changer. The observation ability is unlocked as a reward. Not just that, he's handed a full year's worth of magic power. Things were already wild, but then, chaos hits max level. Boom! Someone crashes from the sky like a meteor, slamming into the ground with insane force, tearing up the place. Before Theo can even react, the guy's already shouting his name. And who is it? None other than Julius Ragnar. Yeah, that Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon, commander of the white armored dragon cavalry. Theo, frozen solid. The man stunned, barely able to process it. Like, how long has this monster been keeping tabs on him? Meanwhile, the crowd is freaking out. They're scrambling to understand why someone of Julius's level is here. Whispers fly. Isn't this the guy Evelyn was talking about? The one who hunts down rare talent. Speaking of Evelyn, she looks like the floor just vanished under her. The commander's landing literally wrecked the stage, and she's standing there trying to figure out where her life went wrong. And Julius? He's got this beastly vibe, just standing there with a wild grin. His presence alone has Theo sweating bullets. But guess what, Theo's panic? Totally unnecessary. Julius just laughs, throws a heavy-handed slap on Theo's back like a proud big bro, and says he's blown away by his talent. Then drops the bomb. Yeah, killing Rendan was bold, maybe rude, but honestly, the guy had it coming. And then it happens. Julius straight up invites Theo to join the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. You heard that right. The elite unit. Evelyn's not even surprised. She saw this twist coming. But the crowd? They're practically foaming at the mouth. Theo hasn't even awakened yet, and here he is getting handpicked by one of the deadliest men alive. Oh, and lurking in the back, Remington. He's grilling some poor dude like. You ever hear of an apprentice swordsman getting recruited like this? The guy Remington's questioning? Totally clueless. Just stammers out, no, this has literally never happened. And of course, Remington already knew that. He just wanted someone else to say it out loud. Meanwhile, inside Theo's head, the gears are turning. You can't truly gauge someone's potential until their mana hall opens. Sure, Julius can see his sword skills, but his magical abilities? Even someone like Julius can't see that far. Still, Theo doesn't flinch. No hesitation, no drama. He just straight up turns down the offer. Like, nah, I'm good. Silence. The kind that make your ears ring. Julius Ragnar, the legend himself, just got rejected. The entire hall is frozen. No one knows how to react. And word? It spreads like wildfire. Suddenly, everyone's talking about Theo. Some say he's just being modest. Others are calling him a cocky brat. Either way, the buzz is everywhere. The scene shifts to Camellia Palace. Amel Ragnar, furious. Things are slipping out of control, and Rendan's death has only made it worse. One of her guys tries to calm her down, pointing out that Rendan was basically a reject. Only got his spot because there was nowhere else to put him. Amel shrugs it off. Honestly, she couldn't care less. Rendan was never important. Then we jump over to a meeting between Amel and her brother, the Sky Dragon himself, Ed Troyven. You might remember him from the pub earlier. Amel lays it out. Julius personally approached Theo. That's bad enough. But now rumors are swirling that Evelyn orchestrated the whole thing, which means they can't pull any strings to assign Theo a new master anymore. If Theo starts building momentum, their whole plan to seize control of Rose Palace could fall apart. Right then, Axian walks in like he's on vacation. Cool, relaxed, not a care in the world. He casually asks why everyone's stressing out. According to him, the clan head won't bother getting involved, so everything's still on track. But Amel shuts that down quick. She spells it out. Theo needs to stay weak. If he gains power, their takeover gets messy. Axian just nods like he's already thought it all through. He's convinced Theo's still the same powerless kid. Probably just caught Julius and Evelyn's attention because they're suckers for lost causes. But Ed Troyven, he's not buying the casual act. He tells Axian to wake up and take this seriously. Axian just grins and pulls out a letter all smug. Says if they're that worried, he'll just mess with Theo a bit. Give him a reminder of where he belongs. What could possibly go wrong, right? We jump to the training grounds, where Evelyn watches Theo wrap up another intense session. She's clearly impressed. He's come a long way. Theo thanks her, saying it's been a whole different experience training under someone who actually knows what they're doing. Then Evelyn hits him with the question everyone's been dying to ask. Why didn't he join the White Armored Dragon Cavalry? Theo pauses, thinking it over. He admits, just a little, he does feel a bit of regret. That was his dream in his past life, after all. But now, things have changed. He realizes joining too early would only cap his growth. He's aiming higher, way higher. And to get there, the awakening ceremony is key. So he smiles and tells Evelyn straight. He doesn't want shortcuts or special treatment. Right now, he's content training with her and focusing on what's ahead. Evelyn seems to accept that, though she warns him, Julius probably isn't thrilled about being turned down. Theo just shrugs. He's got bigger things on his mind. Then something cool happens. Theo tries out his new observation skill for the first time on Evelyn. What he sees, no surprise, she's a top-tier swordmaster. But that's not all. The skill also reveals her admiration for Theo's humility and strong character. Training him has given her a renewed sense of purpose, something she hadn't felt in years. And here's the shocker. She actually misses her days in the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Theo's caught off guard by that. He makes a mental note, but doesn't have time to dwell on it, because that's when someone new walks in. He introduces himself as Cibil Dre from the Southern Inspection Post. Says he's got something important to discuss with Theo. Instantly, Theo's on edge. Cibil's presence is intense. He radiates the kind of pressure that makes your skin crawl. So, of course, Theo fires up observation again. What he learns? Cibil's itching for a spar. Not a chat. Not a friendly intro. A fight. Theo's stress level skyrockets. And, right on cue, the system delivers his next tutorial quest. Shed the title, Imbecile of Ragnar. He's made progress, but he's still got a long road ahead. Cibil doesn't bother sugarcoating anything. He says it plain, he wants to follow Theo. Then, in the most brutally honest way possible, he admits he used to ignore Theo completely. Thought the Imbecile of Ragnar title suited him perfectly. Theo, he appreciates the honesty, kind of, but it still stings. I mean, Cibil's basically trashing him to his face, without even realizing it. But Cibil's shift in attitude? It didn't come out of nowhere. It all started when he saw something that completely floored him. Theo's insane dedication. Every morning, without fail, Theo was out there pushing himself harder than anyone else. And the results? They spoke for themselves. What really sealed it for Cibil, though, was watching Theo absolutely dismantle that fraud Rendan in their epic duel. He still can't get the image out of his head, Rendan's head soaring through the air. And then came the moment that shocked everyone. Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon himself, publicly inviting Theo to join the white armored dragon cavalry. From that moment on, Cibil wasn't just impressed, he became a full-on fan. He opens up to Theo, admitting that he'd basically given up on himself. Labeled the idiot of the Southern Inspection Office, he never thought he'd amount to anything. But watching Theo rise changed everything. Now, all he wants is one thing, to test his blade against the man who gave him hope. Theo's taken aback by Cibil's honesty. Normally, he'd question someone like this. But thanks to the observation skill, he knows this guy's the real deal. Cibil's respect is genuine. He doesn't want clout. He doesn't want favors. He just wants a fair fight. That's when something clicks for Theo. After crushing Rendan and attracting the attention of Julius Ragnar, he figured people would come after him out of jealousy or insecurity, trying to prove themselves. But what's actually happening? They're starting to respect him, follow him. And that means one thing. There's still real Ragnar pride out there, something he can tap into. If he's serious about becoming the next head of the Ragnar clan, he'll need loyal people by his side. People like Cibil. Plus, it's the perfect opportunity to push forward on his final tutorial quest, shedding the disgraceful title of Ragnar's Imbecile, once and for all, a stain that haunted him in his previous life. Determined not to waste a moment, Theo turns to Evelyn and asks for permission to spar. She doesn't hesitate, gives him the green light, encouraging him to show what he's learned. Theo steps forward and formally introduces himself. Theo Ragnar, apprentice swordsman of the Rose Palace, awaiting the awakening ceremony. Student of Master Evelyn, the one-armed sword master. Evelyn smiles in approval. Cibil, clumsy but full of heart, salutes back. He introduces himself as an apprentice swordsman from the Southern Inspection Post, trained in the Karai clan's swift and precise sword style. And with that, the duel begins. Cibil rockets forward, wasting no time. He's going all in from the first move. Theo's ready. He meets the blow head-on, swords colliding in a spray of sparks. And right away, it's clear Cibil might have been called the idiot of the Southern Inspection Office, but his speed is the real deal. He's confident in his technique, but after just one exchange, he knows Theo isn't someone you take lightly. Meanwhile, Theo's in the middle of the action, trying to wrap his head around one thing. Why does this guy even have a nickname, idiot? Because honestly, if this was his previous life, Theo knows for sure he wouldn't have been able to keep up with someone moving this fast. But this isn't the old Theo. He's different now. Stronger. Sharper. With one clean, powerful move, he switches gears and launches his own attack, driving his blade forward with brutal force. Cibil? Sent flying like a ragdoll. He crashes into the stands, his sword slipping from his grip midair. The hit landed square in the solar plexus, and Cibil's barely staying upright. Looks like he's one breath away from throwing up. But to his credit, he pulls himself together. Shaken, yeah, but he stands. Despite the crushing loss, Cibil bows his head and praises Theo's swordsmanship. No bitterness, just genuine respect. Theo returns the gesture. Calm, composed, graceful in victory. He salutes Cibil and calls it a good match. And as he raises his sword, something catches his eye. His reflection in the blade. It gives him an idea. What if he used observation on himself? He tries it, and it works. Suddenly, his stats are right there in front of him. laid out crystal clear. He's officially a level 1 swordsman with balanced attributes and a staggering 190 points in magic power. Way more than he expected. Turns out, this is a total game changer. With his talents now visible, he realizes he can unlock even more through completing quests. 4 locked slots left to fill, meaning there's still a lot of potential waiting to be tapped. And now, with this ability to check his growth whenever he wants, Theo's fired up. The reason? His past life's magic and that dragon heart beating in his chest are paying off in a big way. But not everything looks great. One stat has him grinding his teeth, luck. A brutal minus 49 points. He stares at it, irritated. Is this why everything went sideways in his last life? All those setbacks, betrayals, disasters? Could it all be because of this cursed stat? Whatever the reason, Theo knows one thing. He needs to fix it, and fast. But while he's busy processing all of that, the sparring match and the stat reveal, he doesn't even notice what's forming around him. A quiet crowd of young swordsmen has gathered, circling the arena, watching him like hawks. Their expressions unreadable. Theo figures it makes sense. After all, after decapitating Rendan and earning the personal respect of Julius Ragnar, this kind of attention was inevitable. In a clan like Ragnar, where strength rules all, people either envy you or they follow you. Evelyn, watching from the sidelines, sees the bigger picture instantly. These young swordsmen, they're not here to pick a fight. They're here to witness greatness. You can see it in their eyes. The rumors about Theo, they're seeing them come to life right in front of them. He's the real deal. No doubt about it. Some of them are even imagining themselves in Cibil's place, wondering if they could last even a second against Theo. Just the thought has them itching to test their skills. One of them stands out, Yodi Nalen, a young swordsman in the crowd. Theo spots him, and that alone catches Yodi off guard. Without missing a beat, Theo calls him forward for a spar. Yodi, a bit surprised but composed, steps up and salutes. He introduces himself as the third son of Viscount Nalen, trained in double ascension swordsmanship. Theo returns the salute, ready to go, and then they clash. Every swing, every block, it's sharpening Theo's swordsmanship in real time. But Yodi's no slouch. He's quick, calculated, and manages to land a near-impossible strike, one that looks totally uncounterable. Right then, everything slows down for Theo. He shifts his grip just slightly and with pinpoint precision blocks the strike. Yodi's sword goes flying. A clean, decisive win. Yodi accepts the loss without hesitation. But more than that, he offers Theo something more valuable, his eternal respect. And here's where things get really interesting. The moment Theo gains Yodi's recognition, something unexpected happens. His luck stat increases. He's stunned. Could this be the answer? Could his luck be directly linked to his reputation? If so, then all he has to do to fix his disastrous minus 49 luck is keep stacking wins and gaining respect. Time to test the theory. Next up, Banat Ramiro. Easy win. Theo's luck ticks up again. Then comes Eric Moran, a decent challenge, but still not enough to slow Theo down. After that, it's Manfred Nombert, followed by Manuel Noir. Neither stand a chance. Even the rough-looking Vero Perenk gets obliterated in under a minute. Theo's on a roll now, locked into the rhythm of spar after spar. He's tearing through the lineup like a storm, each victory building momentum. Daniel Riemann? Just another name on the growing list of defeated challengers. Theo can feel the fatigue setting in, but the fire's still burning. He wants more. He calls out for the next opponent, but silence. No one steps forward. He's cleared the field, dominated the arena. But when he checks his quest log, the one for erasing the title Ragnar's Imbecile, he sees it's only moved by 1%. 1%. Frustration hits hard. These people, they already respect him. That's not enough to make a dent. If he wants real progress, he'll need to challenge stronger opponents, or prove himself in front of those who still think he's a joke. Time to find the doubters and shut them up for good. Just as Theo's figuring out what to do next, a man steps out from the crowd. He tells Theo he looks worn out and should probably take a break. But Theo shrugs it off. He says he'll rest when he really needs to. For now, he's still got energy to burn. Then, out of nowhere, Remington Narcio, the Silver Lion himself, steps forward. One of the North's 4 hounds, and easily among the strongest swordsmen in the entire Ragnar clan. Right up there with names like Axian Ragnar and Hulkus Lank. Everyone freezes, including Theo. Remington politely requests a sparring match. He says he showed up early just to see Theo's swordsmanship before the awakening ceremony. With a respectful salute and a calm smile, he thanks Theo for accepting his challenge. Remington's reputation precedes him, a prodigy with sharp instincts and an unmatched dedication to the sword. But today, he's not here to lecture. He's just genuinely excited to face someone who might be a real contender. Theo responds with pride. He salutes back and introduces himself as Theo Ragnar, 31st son of Kyle Ragnar, Guardian of the North. In his past life, Theo never imagined he'd get the chance to spar with someone as legendary as Remington. This is a moment he won't take lightly. The crowd stirs with anticipation as both warriors square off. Theo's adrenaline is pumping. He's ready to prove himself. Their eyes lock. Then, boom, the duel erupts. Remington unleashes his aura, a wave of pressure so intense it rattles the arena. Theo flinches for just a second, wondering if he's really ready for this. But there's no backing out now. They charge in. Blades clash, sparks fly, and the ground trembles with every strike. Theo stays locked in, laser-focused as steel fragments scatter with each blow. Remington's smile grows. He's loving every second of it. But then, crack, a blade snaps. Silence. The shattered pieces of a sword hit the floor with a cold, echoing clang. Everyone looks. It's Theo's sword, split clean in two. Remington's blade stopped just short of Theo's neck. The outcome is clear. Theo lost. The crowd is speechless. Theo had been in top form all day, but this was something else. Facing one of the four hounds is a whole different league. Cibil, watching from the sidelines, is stunned. He doesn't want to believe it. To him, Theo was unbeatable. But even he can't deny what just happened. Remington's on a completely different level. And just when everyone is ready to chalk up the match as Theo's loss, something unexpected happens. Remington raises his hand and declares the duel a loss on his part. The crowd goes dead silent. With perfect posture, Remington salutes Theo and thanks him sincerely for the match. He explains that Theo's blade was already worn from the earlier bouts, and on top of that, he was clearly exhausted. Under different circumstances, if both were at their peak, he believes the outcome could have gone the other way. But Theo doesn't bite. He calmly states that real battles don't come with ideal conditions. Once his sword broke, he lost. Simple as that. Remington nods, a respectful smile on his face. And just like that, something shifts, something deeper than a duel. A bond of respect is formed between them. The Silver Lion and the so-called disgrace of the Ragnar family shake hands as the arena watches in stunned silence. One of the North's four hounds had just openly acknowledged Theo. This wasn't just a duel, it was a statement. The effects are immediate. Theo's quest progress leaps to 35%. His luck stat spikes by 10 points. And most importantly, his reputation skyrockets. All the young swordsmen who once looked down on him, they're seeing him in a new light. From the sidelines, Evelyn exhales in relief. Everything had gone better than expected. Theo, meanwhile, gained something far more valuable than stats. For the first time, he truly understands the weight behind the title of Four Hounds. Even with all the progress he's made, crossing blades with Remington revealed just how far he still has to go. Yes, it's a shame the duel was cut short because of his worn-out weapon and fatigue. But even in that brief clash, Theo saw what true mastery looked like. And now he's more determined than ever to climb higher. His journey to shake off the label of Ragnar's Fool is far from over. If he wants to reach the top, he'll need to chase down greater challenges and face even tougher opponents. Then, as things start to settle, Remington makes another move. He admits he didn't come just to spar. He hands Theo a letter, an invitation to the Scale Dragon Society. The crowd gasps. This isn't just some club. The Scale Dragon Society is infamous, exclusive, ruthless in its selection. For Theo to get an invite, that's monumental. Theo, always humble, questions whether he's really qualified. But Remington brushes it off, saying Theo more than deserves the spot. He plays it cool, claiming the society is just a place for young elites to socialize while waiting for the awakening ceremony. But Theo isn't buying it. He knows exactly who runs the Scale Dragon Society, his half-brother, Axian. That place is crawling with snakes, and every one of them sees Theo as nothing more than a joke. But Theo sees it clearly. This is the perfect opening. Not only will it help push his quest forward, but it's also the ideal chance to gather intel on Axian inside Camellia Palace. With more to gain than lose, Theo accepts the invitation. He thanks Remington and promises to attend, fully aware he's about to walk into the enemy's lair. Remington, pleased to have pulled another rising talent into the fold, gives Theo a firm handshake, and offers his support. He mentions that the gathering will take place in 2 weeks, just enough time for Theo to prepare and come up with a strategy. As Remington heads off, Evelyn watches from the sidelines, taking a slow drag from her cigarette. She doesn't say anything, but the look in her eyes says it all. She's worried. Theo's about to enter a dangerous game, and they both know it. It doesn't take long for the news to travel. Word of Theo's invitation to the elite gathering reaches Rose Palace in no time. Before he can even process it, his mother, Cecilia, bursts into his room, beaming. She was on her way to tell him the news herself. But of course, Theo already knows. Still, she's overjoyed. This is the first time her son has ever been included in something of this magnitude, and she's not going to let him show up unprepared. Without wasting a second, Cecilia summons the palace's grooming team. She's well aware that everything from Theo's looks to his posture will be judged. The Scale Dragon Society is filled with cunning minds like Axian and Remington. Every detail counts. Tape measure in hand, Cecilia starts taking his measurements, all while giving him a flurry of advice about clothing choices and proper behavior. She's confident Theo can hold his own in terms of manners, but when it comes to the finer nuances of high society, this is where she shines. After all, she was once a celebrated actress. If anyone understands how to master appearances in a world where image is everything, it's her. And Theo knows. He knows how hard it must have been for her all these years, raising a child with no real status, looked down on because of his concubine lineage. In a clan like the Ragnars, where power defines worth, Cecilia endured more than he can imagine. In his previous life, she bore the weight of his shameful reputation. But this time, things are different. Cecilia might be all smiles now, bustling around with excitement, but Theo sees the truth. She's a mother worried sick for her son. She pulls him into a hug, firm and warm, and tells him she believes in him, no matter what, that he can reach as high as he dares. And for the first time, Theo doesn't push the feeling away. He lets it in. The warmth, the care, the trust. He hugged her back, and silently, he makes a vow. This time, he'll work hard enough to finally ease her worries. While Cecilia is focused on Theo making a solid impression at the Scale Dragon Society, Theo's thoughts are far from diplomacy. All he's thinking about is tearing the whole place apart. He knows exactly what kind of vipers lurk in that society. If he's going to survive, thrive, he'll need to crush every single one of them. 2 weeks fly by, and the night of the banquet finally arrives. True to form, Remington shows up at Rose Palace in a luxurious carriage, ready to escort Theo in style. But the moment Theo steps out, Remington freezes for a second. He does a double take. This isn't the same kid who lived in training clothes. Thanks to Cecilia and the palace staff, Theo's dressed in full aristocratic fashion. The fit is impeccable. He doesn't just look sharp, he looks like he belongs among the elite. Remington's genuinely impressed. Theo tries to play it off, joking about the makeover, but Remington isn't laughing. He means it. The transformation is real. In just 2 weeks, Theo's not only bulked up from nonstop training, he's grown more refined, more composed. The change is undeniable, and it's not just an appearance. Remington had trained alongside Theo every day over the past fortnight, and during that time, their bond tightened. Theo also managed to gather a loyal group of young swordsmen who now look up to him with admiration. Cibil and the others practically worship the ground he walks on. Evelyn, she's been stuck wrangling what's become an entire platoon of Theo fanboys. It's been chaotic to say the least, but Theo handled it. Now it's time for something new. His first formal banquet. Though still recovering from all the attention, Theo feels ready. Remington reassures him there's no need to be anxious, but he slips in a warning. Axian Ragnar, his friend, and the one who sent the invitation, isn't exactly known for playing fair. Turns out, the whole banquet was arranged just for Theo. That's right, the gathering wasn't some regular event. It was staged from the start with one purpose: to size him up, or more likely, to humiliate him. But Theo doesn't flinch. If anything, he's more fired up. He's fully expecting to be mocked, insulted, maybe even baited. But that's fine. This is the kind of scenario he knows how to flip to his advantage. Meanwhile, at Camellia Palace, Axian Ragnar, the infamous Dark Tiger, is already lounging with a drink in hand, smirking. He's been waiting for this night, eager to toy with the so-called imbecile of Ragnar. To him, the banquet is nothing more than a setup, one big game. But that's exactly what Theo's counting on. The carriage arrives at the grand estate. Glistening marble, Golden arches, guards in polished armor. Theo steps out, eyes scanning everything. This is Camellia Palace, the heart of the clan that ruined his life once before. But this time, he's walking in on his own terms. Axian and his circle, they're the ones who wrecked everything. Theo, his mother, Rose Palace, all of it. The memory alone makes his blood simmer. Thoughts of revenge flash through his mind, but Remington's voice cuts in, snapping him back. He reminds Theo that Axian himself will be welcoming them at the entrance. Of course he will. Theo knows exactly why the Dark Tiger extended the invitation. It wasn't about courtesy, it was control. Axian thinks it's his duty to put a stop to Theo's rising momentum. But Theo's not walking into this pit of snake blind. He's got his own plans, and tonight he intends to make a statement. As they near the palace gates, something catches Theo's eye. Up on the higher floors, a strange flicker, blue light. The unmistakable shimmer of a system quest. He locks eyes with it for a second, wondering what it means, distracted just long enough for disaster to strike. Without warning, something crashes down from above, fast and aimed right at him. Remington reacts instantly, lunging to intercept, but it's too late. Boom! A thick cloud of white powder erupts around them. Remington shouts Theo's name in a panic, but when the smoke clears, Theo walks out, coughing but unharmed. Just a sack of flour. A prank. A childish, humiliating prank. Remington is livid. He looks ready to start a fight right then and there. Theo? He's irritated, mostly because he knows he couldn't have dodged it, and more than anything because the outfit his mom worked so hard on nearly got ruined. As the powder settles, Theo takes a breath and reflects. In his previous life, he might have suspected Remington was part of the setup, but now he can tell the White Lion is just as furious and just as blindsided. Remington's fists are clenched. He's seconds away from dragging someone off the balcony. Theo, meanwhile, figures this dumb flower trick is probably the peak of creativity for the bored nobles watching from behind their windows. Then a voice cuts through the noise. That smug, familiar drawl. It's Axian Ragnar, finally making his entrance. He waves it off with a smirk, calling it a friendly greeting between brothers. Just a little courtesy, he says, like it's no big deal. Remington isn't buying it for a second. He glares at Axian, disgusted. But Axian? He's enjoying every bit of it. This is his game, and he thinks he's already in control. Theo doesn't flinch. Instead, he activates his observation skill, and what he sees only confirms what he already knew. Madness. Psychopathy. Sword talent through the roof. Axian sees Theo as nothing more than a new toy. Something to break when he's bored. But Theo doesn't let it show. He just smiles and thanks him. Yep, thanks him for the warm welcome. That throws Axian off. Just for a second, the smug mask flickers. Theo keeps smiling, cool as ever. He says he's feeling honored, really. If this is how Axian treats guests, then the party must be something special. And with that, he steps forward, ready to crash the banquet meant to break him. Axian's confusion doesn't last long. It quickly morphs into something else, delight. To him, Theo finally seems interesting, and he's loving every second of it. The two step into the grand banquet hall, where the Scale Dragon Society is already gathered. This isn't your average party. Only the most elite young nobles make the cut. They're here to drink, scheme, and flaunt their status. But tonight, all eyes are on one unexpected guest, Theo Ragnar. And let's just say, the welcome is ice cold. Whispers ripple through the room, barely concealed. Most of the nobles can't believe Axian invited Theo, the so-called imbecile of Ragnar. Sure, he's got the bloodline, but his reputation? It follows him like a curse. A disgrace, a failure, a joke. Even dressed to kill, thanks to his mother's meticulous preparation, they still look at him like dirt in designer shoes. They don't bother hiding it. The snide comments are loud enough for anyone to hear. Axian must be bored out of his mind. Playing with his new pet, is he? Smirks, snickers, sideways glances, it's nonstop. Remington, standing nearby, clenches his jaw. He leans toward Theo and apologizes, clearly uncomfortable. He swears it's not usually this bad, not this openly nasty. But Theo? He doesn't blink. He hears every insult, every jab, and he lets it slide. Because in the end, the louder they laugh now, the more satisfying it'll be to shut them up later. In the midst of the tension, Theo spots it again, that same blue light from earlier. The quest signal. It's close, somewhere in the hall. He can feel it's important, but now isn't the time to investigate. Too many eyes. Then, descending the grand staircase like some twisted prince, Axian Ragnar makes his dramatic entrance. With that ever-present smirk, he saunters over and asks if his dear brother is enjoying the festivities. Theo keeps his expression calm. He sticks to the plan. He smiles. Thanks Axian again for the kind invitation. Axian, grinning like a serpent in silk, gives a mocking chuckle. He brings up the flower prank, claiming maybe, just maybe, he went a bit overboard. And then, in a blink, he's standing right in front of Theo. No warning. He grabs Theo by the shoulders, holding him tight, making sure the entire hall sees it. With a voice full of fake sincerity, he demands that Theo accept his apology. Right here, right now. Remington stiffens, ready to step in. But Theo raises a hand. He's got this. Cool and controlled. He responds without missing a beat. There's nothing to apologize for, he says. Just as Axian put it earlier, it was merely a friendly greeting between brothers. Axian's face twitches. For the first time, his carefully crafted smirk slips, just a little. Theo's too calm, too composed. The old Theo would have snapped, flinched, or sulked. This one, he's unshakable. There's a beat of silence. And then Axian laughs. A loud, hollow chuckle. He slaps Theo on the back like a proud big brother. He says Theo's changed, grown up. And finally, he's starting to be fun. The nobles watching the exchange between Theo and Axian can't get enough of it. They're whispering, laughing, making a show of their contempt. To them, Theo is nothing more than Axian's lapdog, an illegitimate nobody playing dress-up. They don't hold back. They gossip loudly about Theo's mother, Cecilia, sneering at her status as a concubine from commoner blood. And while Theo shares the Ragnar name, they see him as a pale imitation next to Axian, the prized heir of the Troivan clan, one of the East's elite swordsmanship families. Theo hears every insult, every muttered jab, and rather than lose his cool, he lets it burn inside him. Fuel for the fire. But there's one thing that throws them off. One detail they can't wrap their heads around. Why is Remington, the White Lion himself, so close to Theo? The same smug nobles who were ridiculing Theo now turn their venom on Remington. They go so far as to question his background, snidely hinting at his own mixed blood and status in the Narcio family. Theo sees it. Remington is a breath away from exploding. And that's exactly what Theo won't allow. Not yet. Before Axian can steer him upstairs, Theo calmly takes the lead. He says, since he's just arrived, it's only polite to greet his new friends first. Then, without hesitation, he walks toward the table where the mocking nobles are gathered. The entire banquet hall falls silent. All eyes are on him, the so-called imbecile of Ragnar. Theo picks up a bottle of wine from the table, quiet, composed. He strolls over to the noble who'd been dragging Remington's name through the mud. The guy leans back, still wearing that arrogant smirk. Theo lifts the bottle like he's about to pour a drink. The noble raises his glass, playing along. Did I say something wrong? He asks, taunting. Then crash. Theo slams the bottle down on the man's skull without hesitation. Glass shatters. Blood flies. The banquet hall goes still. No one moves. No one speaks. Even Remington freezes. Even Axian, Mr. Nothing Phases Me, is speechless. The noble clutches his bleeding head, shrieking in pain as red stains his golden hair. Theo doesn't flinch. He stands over him, calm as ever, still holding the jagged remains of the bottle. The noble tries to curse him out through the pain, spitting out rage and blood, until Theo's foot slams into his face with a brutal kick. Crack. Jaw broken. The rant ends instantly. Theo's eyes go cold, nearly unhinged, as he stares down at the collapsed noble. I just can't give a friendly greeting, he says flatly. But this was the thanks I got. The nobles are frozen, staring, silent, terrified. No one knows what to say. No one dares move. Somewhere in the background, unnoticed by all, Theo's quest progress ticks up quietly. 43%. Remington watches the scene unfold, jaw tight, mind racing. He can't help but wonder, is Theo doing this for me? After spending 2 weeks training side by side, Remington knows Theo isn't some reckless brute. This level of brutality isn't the Theo he thought he knew. Yet here they are, with Blondie bleeding out on the palace floor, and Theo standing over him like it's just another Tuesday. Theo plants his foot on the noble's arm, pinning it down. The tension in the hall coils tighter with every second. He leans in, voice as calm as death. Since I've said my hellos, I guess it's time for goodbyes. Blondie panics, begging, pleading, but it's too late. Crack! Theo stomps down hard. The sickening sound of bones shattering echoes through the banquet hall. Gasps ripple through the room. The nobles who were so smug just minutes ago now stare in stunned silence, mouths shut, eyes wide. Blondie collapses, jaw broken, arm crushed. Blood and drool pool beneath his cheek as he slips into unconsciousness. Theo kicks his limp body aside like discarded garbage. Then he turns to the rest of the crowd. So, he says casually, "Anyone else want to say hello?" The silence is absolute. And just like that, Theo's quest progress jumps again, now sitting at a solid 66%. Suddenly, armored knights emerge from the shadows, weapons drawn. They surround Theo in an instant, for blades pointed straight at him. These aren't random guards. They're personal bodyguards, furious over the insult to their young master. Theo doesn't flinch. The knights bark their demand. For such a vile act, the punishment is death. Theo simply smiles. This is exactly what he wanted. He tilts his head slightly and asks, almost playfully, "And who exactly is your young master?" The response comes fast, loud, and proud. "Ian Hanavi, third young master of the Hanavi clan." Theo lets out a quiet chuckle. Hanavi, of course, one of the 6 snow clans that serve under the Ragnar banner. Everything's falling into place. Theo knew the second he struck one of these pampered nobles, the dogs guarding them would pounce. These are the same types who used to mock him, call him worthless. And now they're the ones caught in his trap. Eyes flashing with cold fire, Theo raises his voice, just enough for the entire hall to hear. "So let me ask you something." He steps forward, gaze sharp as a blade. "What's the problem if I roughed up your young master?" The knights, brimming with righteous fury, shout again, Theo must die for what he's done. But Theo doesn't back down. His voice drops to a low, lethal tone. "Do the dogs of one of Ragnar's bannermen." He pauses, dare to threaten the life of a direct bloodline of Ragnar. The words hit like a hammer. And then, the killing blow. He reminds them of one simple truth. Kyle Ragnar is his father. And Kyle Ragnar doesn't tolerate threats to his family. That sinks in immediately. The knights freeze, swords trembling in their grip. The color drains from their faces. It's one thing to defend their young master, but threatening the legitimate son of Kyle Ragnar, that's not just dangerous. That's suicidal. The knights who'd been so sure of themselves just moments ago suddenly felt their courage drain. Theo's words hit harder than they expected. Their fingers loosened around their swords. Whatever anger they had for the disgrace their young master suffered quickly gave way to something far more chilling. Fear. Not just any fear. This was the fear only the Ragnar clan could invoke. Theo wasn't the joke they used to laugh at. The overwhelming force he now radiated was suffocating, a brutal reminder that he was a direct descendant of Ragnar, and that made him untouchable. These knights weren't facing some nobody. They had just threatened someone born of the dragon's blood. A mistake of that magnitude could wipe out their entire snow clan. Ragnar wasn't some backwater noble. He ruled the entire northern region, the supreme leader of the 6 snow clans. To lay a finger on his heir was to dig your own grave. And while people had long dismissed Theo as worthless, they forgot the shield his lineage provided. Not anymore. The knights grasped the weight of their mistake. They had to make things right, apologize, grovel, do whatever it took. But the chance had already slipped away. Theo had given a silent command, an invisible signal to someone waiting in the shadows. Then it happened. A flicker of steel split the air. In a flash, for heads rolled across the palace floor, blood spraying across the hall as their lifeless bodies collapsed. The entire room went still. And Theo? He stood in the center of the chaos, still and calm, untouched by the storm he had just unleashed. The one who carried out the execution landed soundlessly on the bloodstained carpet. It was Evelyn, his master. The nobles who'd been laughing and whispering earlier now sat frozen, the air heavy with dread. No one had expected things to spiral this far. Theo's quest progress surged to 70%, and even Axian, the one who staged this entire banquet, could only watch in disbelief as his plot unraveled before him. This wasn't entertainment anymore. This was Theo's declaration of power. Evelyn turned toward Theo with a nonchalant question. When had he realized she was following him? Theo, not quite sure himself, simply said it felt obvious. He didn't know why she came all the way to Camellia Palace, but one thing was certain. Her arrival had shifted everything. Now, the power was entirely in Theo's hands. The nobles sat in terrified silence, afraid to speak, afraid to move. Just moments ago, they'd mocked him without restraint. Now, they were holding their breath. But let's rewind for a moment. This wasn't some spur-of-the-moment bloodbath. The night before the banquet, Commander Julius had quietly visited Evelyn. He'd come to complain, pressuring her to stop spending all her time training Theo and to take on other disciples for a change. Truth be told, Julius had been slipping into Evelyn's quarters for ages, mostly to raid her wine stash and get on her nerves. She usually ignored his antics, but this visit was different. This time, Julius had questions. He wanted to know what Evelyn saw in Theo. Why was she putting in so much effort to train this kid? What made him so special? After all, even Axian had once trained under Evelyn, so claiming Theo surpassed expectations was no small statement. Evelyn didn't sugarcoat it. She told Julius flat out that Theo was something else. His mindset, his dedication, his raw ability, they were unlike anything she'd seen before. In fact, she believed Theo had more potential than both Axian and Julius combined. That hit hard. Julius respected Evelyn's eye for talent. After all, she had two good eyes, while he only had one. Even he had to admit, there was something strange about Theo. How does someone go from being a nobody to this overnight? The only explanation that made sense was that Theo had been hiding his power the whole time. But why? Why suppress it for so long, only to unleash it now? Evelyn had her own thoughts. She believed those who rush ahead too quickly are the first to stumble. But Theo wasn't running ahead. He was being chased. It was like something unseen was driving him forward. That's what worried her about the banquet at the Scaled Dragon Society. Julius, polishing off yet another bottle, agreed Axian was definitely a threat. But that wasn't the reason he'd urged Evelyn to shadow Theo tonight. He had a gut feeling something big was going to go down. Being a Ragnar himself, Julius knew exactly what happened when blood-hungry wolf cubs gathered in one place. It was always about dominance, establishing a pecking order, no matter the cost. Of course, Julius didn't just come to talk about Theo. He also tried, yet again, to get Evelyn to return to the white armored dragon cavalry. He couldn't accept that she'd walked away from the battlefield just because she could no longer ride a dragon. Before he left, he laid a spotless cavalry uniform on her table. A silent offer. Maybe it was just a gesture, but maybe, just maybe it sparked something in her. That night, Evelyn may have lost another bottle of wine, but she regained a sense of purpose. Back in the present, in the blood-soaked banquet hall, Evelyn began connecting the dots. This wasn't just some fluke. Theo must have known she was following him from the beginning. Everything that happened tonight, it was part of his plan. He may have joined the Scaled Dragon Society with this exact outcome in mind. Her worries? Maybe they'd been misplaced. She started wondering, at what point had he realized she was there? Turns out, Theo sensed her from the moment he stepped into the carriage. His dragon heart gave him a sixth sense, an energy awareness that tipped him off right away. But all of that's irrelevant now. What matters is this. Theo's plan for vengeance is already in motion. Theo turned to Evelyn, then addressed the entire hall with a voice that cut through the silence like a blade. What's the punishment for nobles who openly disrespect a Ragnar successor candidate? The air thickened. Those who had crossed the line felt their hearts drop. They knew the answer. It wasn't going to be pretty. Evelyn, ever the one to stick to the rules, responded without hesitation. According to clan law, the penalty can be as severe as immediate execution. Theo smiled. This was exactly what he wanted. But instead of calling for their deaths, he offered them a sliver of mercy. They're just kids, after all, he said casually. Let's call it even with one arm from each of them. Panic broke out instantly. The guilty nobles tried to protest, but it was already too late. Evelyn moved, fast, precise, lethal. She became a blur of motion, slicing through the room like a storm made of steel. The second son of the Byron clan tried to dodge. His right arm hit the ground a second later. The first son of the Red and White Mercenary Corps let out a howl, blood gushing from his stump. The fourth daughter of the Ceres Merchant Guild was next, her arm gone before she even processed what happened. The third son of the Clark clan tried to run. Big mistake. He was caught and cut down in moments. Even the first daughter of the Howard clan couldn't escape. She, too, collapsed, bleeding and broken, her arm left behind on the polished floor. Theo's quest progress surged, now at 79%. One terrified noble crawled across the floor toward Axian, eyes pleading, body trembling. But Axian didn't lift a finger. He echoed Theo's earlier words with a cold calm. This is just a greeting between brothers. And before the crawling noble could beg again, a flash of steel appeared in the corner of his eye. His arm was gone, the blood spraying dangerously close to Axian's robes. The first son of the Perenk family screamed in agony. Axian stood over him, unflinching. Across the hall, Evelyn met Axian's gaze. No words were needed. He gave her a silent nod, acknowledging her presence and her role. He hadn't expected to see his old master here, but now was clear. This wasn't his moment anymore. This banquet? It belonged to Theo. Evelyn had struck only those who dared mock the Ragnar bloodline. As a fellow successor, even Axian had no right to interfere. Theo's plan was playing out with surgical precision. In mere minutes, Evelyn had disabled 14 nobles. Their sword arms gone, their futures as warriors destroyed. Sure, a priest could reattach the limbs, but the shame? The damage to their names? Permanent. And with that, Theo's quest progress ticked forward again. Still at 79%, but everything was falling into place exactly as he intended. Meanwhile, Axian's mind was racing, but not with rage. Curiosity bubbled beneath the surface. How did Theo, the disgrace of a Rose Palace, manage to win over both Remington and Evelyn? That Theo now stood with such powerful allies wasn't just unexpected, it was unsettling. Still, beneath the intrigue and psycho smirk, Axian felt something else entirely. Excitement. He wanted nothing more than to crush this new Theo under his heel, to break whatever this monster in the making had become. Theo, having done exactly what he came to do, called for Evelyn and Remington to follow him. Together, the trio walked through the blood-soaked hall, the stares of the stunned nobles trailing behind them. But before stepping out, Theo stopped. His eyes met Axian's, brother to brother, rival to rival. The room may have gone quiet, but between them, the tension crackled like lightning. Theo stepped closer. Without a word, he grabbed Axian's arm and squeezed, just enough to crumple the fine fabric of Axian's suit. Then, after a beat, he let go. With a sly smile, Theo gave a little wave. "Thanks for the fun," he said, and turned his back. As they disappeared into the corridor, a notification popped up before Theo's eyes. Tutorial quest complete. Escape the title of Imbecile of Ragnar. Back in the banquet hall, Axian exploded. His perfect plan, his carefully crafted power play, shattered right in front of him. He stormed out of the palace, screaming Theo's name at the top of his lungs. He wanted to act, to strike, but he knew now wasn't the time. Theo, on the other hand, was soaring. With all tutorial quests now completed, his transformation was undeniable. The label of imbecile was dead, and his reward? An experience elixir, a potent tonic that boosted a user's level by 5 if they were under level 30. This wasn't the end. It was just the start. Theo's true revenge was only beginning, and word of the banquet massacre spread like wildfire. All across the palaces, jaws dropped at the news. The mighty scale dragon society, humiliated and torn apart by the one they once mocked. Later that night, Theo's crew took him out to celebrate. The mood was rowdy. The drinks flowed. The once scorned noble had made a spectacular entrance into high society, painted in blood and sealed in silence. Even Evelyn showed up to join the festivities. Theo, drink in hand, couldn't help but wonder how the Scale Dragon Society was feeling now. After all, they used to call him an imbecile. Now, they were licking their wounds. Back at Camellia Palace, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Emil Ragnar, Axian's mother, was furious. She'd heard what went down at the banquet, and she was struggling to believe it. Theo hadn't just found an excuse to act. He'd gone full tilt, slicing off Noble's arms right in front of Axian. Emil didn't hold back. She lit into her son, her voice sharp with frustration. She had warned him, told him not to underestimate Theo. But now, they'd basically handed Theo a blank check to do whatever he wanted. Axian tried to defend himself. He argued that the more attention Theo attracted, the harder it would be for him to maintain control of the Rose Palace. He told her not to worry, but Emil wasn't buying it. She pointed out every flaw in his thinking, every mistake that had led to this disaster. Their carefully laid plans had unraveled, all because of Axian's arrogance. Realizing he wasn't winning this argument, Axian fell silent and left the room. As her son's footsteps faded, Emil muttered to herself in frustration. How could he be so insufferable? Her brother, Ed Troyven, tried to lighten the mood with a smirk. He's just like you used to be. Emil shot him a look. Not in the mood. Ed quickly raised his hands in surrender and offered a real apology. Then, more seriously, He attempted to put her at ease. Yes, the situation was chaotic, he admitted, but it wasn't beyond saving. He explained that the Rose Palace, despite being neglected for years and labeled a haven for misfits, still technically fell under the protection of the clan leader's authority. That made it a tough target to seize outright. But now, thanks to Theo's rampage at the banquet, they finally had the leverage they needed. Theo's own actions gave them the legal ground to suppress him. Emil slowly began to calm down as she processed what Ed was saying. Her fear of Theo rising in strength had always come from the possibility that he'd gain influence and power over time. But if they could weaponize his public display of violence, they could put walls around him before he got too far. Now, with Ed's plan in motion, they could legally restrain Theo and push the Rose Palace into submission. Emil saw the angle, and she liked it. Ed assured her that things were already underway. By tomorrow morning, she'd receive news worth smiling over. He even suggested she take the night to unwind, mentioning that he'd had a special aromatic candle prepared for her bath, imported from the volcanic regions of the south. At last, Emil allowed herself to relax. She nodded in appreciation and thanked her brother before retiring to her quarters, Hope quietly returning to her sharp gaze. Meanwhile, over at the tavern, the mood was loud and cheerful, except for one oddly serious moment at Theo's table. Remington, who apparently couldn't handle his drinks despite only sipping on orange juice, was acting drunk and emotional. He turned to Theo with a look of awe and blurted out how shocked he was by everything that went down at the banquet. He hadn't realized, not until that moment, just how much Theo cared about him. Theo, blinking in confusion, asked what he meant, half amused, watching his friend get so sentimental over juice. But Remington wasn't joking. He remembered clearly how Theo had stepped in without hesitation, throwing himself into the fire the moment those nobles insulted him. Despite all the abuse Theo himself had taken over the years, he stood up for Remington without blinking. That hit deep. Remington admitted he felt ashamed. He should have done more to stand up for himself. Instead, Theo had carried the weight for both of them. Now, looking at him, Remington saw Theo in a whole new light. This was no longer the so-called failure from the Rose Palace. This was someone who had clawed his way through ridicule, humiliation, and rejection, and still found the strength to fight. In Remington's eyes, Theo wasn't just going up against Camellia Palace. He was pushing back against every force that had ever tried to bury him. Getting misty-eyed, Remington confessed that Theo's boldness, drawing his sword, facing the nobles, was all for him. Theo was about to protest, but before he could even open his mouth, Remington stood up. Inspired, he declared that he was done following his clan's orders. From now on, he'd follow Theo. The whole tavern roared in support. People cheered, raising their drinks, clapping as if they'd just witnessed the rise of a legendary duo. Theo, now fully red in the face, tried to explain that this was all a big misunderstanding, but then he heard Evelyn's voice in his head. Calm and amused, she spoke to him telepathically. "Just let it be," she said. "This isn't such a bad misunderstanding." From across the room, she watched the scene unfold, eyes calm, as if everything was going according to plan. Theo sighed, giving in to the moment. A small smile tugged at his lips, but deep down he still couldn't shake the feeling. He wasn't anything special. All of this, the strength, the power, the momentum, it came from the system. The status window. He opened it again and stared. Every bit of progress he'd made, every leap forward, it all traced back to this mysterious interface. He'd once wondered if it was just a reflection of his own regrets, something born from the scars of his past life. But the longer he looked at it, the more convinced he became. This thing wasn't just about him. It was bigger, beyond him. There was something familiar about it, something that gave him a strange sense of déjà vu. He didn't have the answers yet, but whatever it was helping him grow. And for now, that was enough. After the Scale Dragon Society incident, Theo noticed something new. His level had gone up. With each level, the system granted him stat points to allocate however he saw fit. For the first time, Theo realized he had total control over his growth. The future, wide open before him, felt like both a gift and a looming storm. As he sat deep in thought, his mind spinning with possibilities, Evelyn happened to glance his way. The subtle, almost sinister smile playing on his lips didn't escape her. It was faint, but enough to spark concern. Still, Theo had more pressing matters than her unease. He knew full well that Camellia Palace wouldn't stay silent. After what happened at the banquet, retaliation was inevitable. And so, it was time to prepare. He turned to Remington, his tone casual. Hey, Remy, I need your help with something. Remington blinked at the nickname, surprised, but nodded without hesitation. Of course. Whatever it is I'm in. Theo pulled out a folded piece of paper and handed it to him. This is serious. The war between me and Axian. It starts now. I'm going to need everything you've got. Remington took the paper in silence, and for a moment, his thoughts drifted back to his past life. Back when he eventually rose to become head of House Narcio, a time when his forces were strong enough to stand toe-to-toe with the Ragnar Clan. Theo understood the weight of the man standing beside him. Having Remington on his side wasn't just helpful, it was a game-changer. And Theo was ready to solidify that bond. Remington's eyes sharpened with resolve. I'm with you, no matter what. Theo gave a rare, genuine smile in return. Thanks, Remy. With you here, this fight might just be winnable. But before they could plan another move, the tavern doors slammed open. A squad of knights burst in, voices booming as they called out Theo's name. The room went silent. The lead knight stepped forward. By order of Camellia Palace, Theo Ragnar is under arrest for assault, threats, and intimidation. Gasps erupted from the patrons. Evelyn immediately stood, her hand twitching toward her weapon, but Theo raised a calm hand to stop her. It's fine, he said coolly. Let them play their move. He stepped forward, reading the arrest warrant. The ink was still wet. They were desperate. Theo didn't resist. He knew this was just another trap, another gambit in the political war. Better to play along than give them more ammunition. As they shackled his wrists, he turned back toward his allies with a confident smirk. I'm counting on you. Evelyn and Remington stood frozen in disbelief. Remington especially couldn't believe what was happening. But then his gaze dropped to the piece of paper Theo had just handed him, now the only clue left behind. At Rose Palace, the news of Theo's arrest lands like a thunderclap. Cecilia, his mother, is left speechless. When she hears he's being dragged to the tribunal, her legs give out and she drops to the floor. A servant rushes to catch her, clearly alarmed, but she brushes him off, claiming she's all right, though her face says otherwise. Trying to make sense of it all, Cecilia demands to know why Theo was taken. The servant hesitates before revealing it. It's tied to the Scaled Dragon Society incident. Theo's being accused of stirring up rebellion. Cecilia, still reeling, can hardly believe it. She thought Theo's invite to such a prestigious affair would elevate his status, not land him in the crosshairs of the tribunal. The servant adds that with the destruction Theo caused at the banquet, there's talk of an actual trial. Escaping punishment won't be easy. Even so, Cecilia refuses to doubt her son. Shocked as she is, she knows Theo's not one to crumble under pressure. All she can do now is hold on to faith and hope he comes back unharmed. Elsewhere, inside a carriage rattling toward the tribunal, Theo sits in silence. As the vehicle slows, he recognizes the towering structure ahead. It's been ages since he last stood before it. He knows full well this won't be some routine hearing. After annihilating the Scaled Dragon Society, he's expecting more than just a lecture. And as a Ragnar successor, his claim to the throne is about to be ripped apart and scrutinized. When the knights bark for him to step out, Theo doesn't hesitate. His walk is calm, even bold. Let his enemies think they've cornered him. He's smiling. Because this is exactly what he wanted. The knights announce his arrival, and the doors open to a room thick with power. The tribunal chamber is packed with Ragnar's elite. Theo's eyes scan the room. He can feel the weight of every gaze. There's Julius Ragnar, known as the Demon Dragon, leader of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Then 4 of the 9 dragons make their presence known. Sky Dragon Ed Troyven, the Sword Dragon from Plum Blossom Palace, OSA Ragnar, and Wolfgang Ragnar, the Elder Dragon and Head Counselor. In another life, Theo would have felt crushed just standing among them. But not now. Even so, one presence still carries a sting, Wolfgang. The Elder Dragon's dislike for Theo is no secret. To him, Theo's existence is an embarrassment, a blemish on the Ragnar name. Wolfgang locks eyes with him, voice sharp. Do you even know why you're here? He asks coldly. Then, not waiting for Theo to answer, he throws down the charges. One after another, Byron Clan, the Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenaries, the Hanabi Clan. They've all pulled away from the main house. And according to Wolfgang, it's all because of Theo's recklessness. Wolfgang's fury boils over as he slams Theo with a vicious insult, calling him a bastard and demanding to know if he can truly shoulder the disgrace he's brought upon the Ragnar name. He makes it crystal clear. Theo will answer for dragging the clan's honor through the mud. But Theo doesn't flinch. In fact, he agrees. Calmly, without missing a beat, he admits he was too lenient. Instead of just taking their arms, he says flatly, I should have taken their heads. The room freezes. No one utters a word. Still unfazed, Theo presses on. He reminds them all, the clans that dare defy Ragnar aren't outsiders. They're subjects. The Lord gave them land, gave them honor, he says. Their only duty is loyalty, even unto death. That's the chivalry code. Theo's voice grows sharper. He says that if he had known of their betrayal earlier, he wouldn't have stopped at crippling them. He would have executed them outright. And now, he believes they deserve to be punished. Only then can Ragnar's name be restored. The chamber is silent, stunned by his boldness. Even Julius lets out a short laugh, impressed. He figures Theo might just walk out with a slap on the wrist after making a speech like that. But Wolfgang isn't amused. He sees right through it, or so he thinks. To him, this is just calculated arrogance dressed up as conviction. He's about to tear into Theo again when Osa Ragnar, the sword dragon lady, unexpectedly speaks. She admits Theo's not wrong. Ragnar might be powerful, but true greatness? That's something else entirely. To survive, the clan can't just rule with brute strength. They must earn the trust of their knights and vassals. Domination alone leads to collapse. Only with loyalty and mutual respect can Ragnar truly endure. Wolfgang is caught off guard. He didn't expect Osa to step in, much less take Theo's side. But her words are hard to argue with. Power alone won't hold an empire together. Theo, for his part, is just as surprised. Osa Ragnar, the clan head's first wife and one of the greatest swordsmen in the north, wasn't someone he thought would defend him. But she does. Still, she reminds him the punishment is valid and he should understand its seriousness. Remaining composed, Theo nods. Then what is my punishment, he asks. Wolfgang steps in again, this time with finality. 3 months probation, he declares. But before the moment can settle, Theo speaks up. He wants something in return, permission to participate in next year's awakening ceremony. Wolfgang bristles, taking it as defiance. But once again, Osa interjects, calm, measured but firm. She hears Theo out and allows it. Ed Troyven, quietly watching from the sidelines, feels the shift immediately. He's been pulling strings in the background, and now things seem to be falling into place. The noble's children Theo injured were all contenders for next year's awakening ceremony. And now, thanks to Julius Ragnar's influence, Theo walks away with just a light sentence. But Ed isn't angry. Far from it. He sees it as a perfect setup. With Theo disgraced, Camellia Palace can slowly edge out Rose Palace. Ed smirks, already imagining his next move. To him, Theo's already caught in the web. But then, Theo drops a bomb no one saw coming. He demands an appeal. The chamber erupts in disbelief. Even Ed is momentarily taken aback. Still, he masks his surprise with a grin. This kind of arrogance? It only makes Theo easier to bring down. Ed is certain Theo just opened the door to his own ruin. Julius Ragnar steps forward, sharp-eyed and cautious. He asks Theo if he truly understands what an appeal means. Theo answers without hesitation. He's not here to quietly serve out a punishment. He wants justice, real justice. In Ragnar tradition, to appeal is to challenge the system itself. It's not a negotiation, it's a declaration of war. Theo states it plainly. Only the strong get to speak the truth. And he believes he deserves more than punishment. He deserves recognition. The tribunal chamber falls into stunned silence. Meanwhile, far away in the hidden northern branch of the series' merchant guild, chaos erupts. Flames consume the compound as Evelyn slices through the last of the guards. Remington looks around, realizing this is the exact location Theo had tipped them off about. Amid the destruction, they uncover something, a key piece of evidence that could turn the tide in Theo's favor. Back in the tribunal, Ed Troyven can barely contain his glee. Everything is unfolding exactly how he hoped. Theo, standing before some of the highest authorities in Ragnar, is now escalating what could have ended quietly into a public clash. To Ed, it's a dream scenario. Wolfgang, on the other hand, is furious. He accuses Theo of insolence, demanding if he really believes he can take on the forces of 15 clans by himself. But Theo doesn't blink. He explains clearly, this situation can't be swept under the rug. It needs to be addressed head-on. In their world, appeals are fought through proxy battles. One champion from each side, one duel, Winner takes all. That's how honor is reclaimed. Everyone knows what this means. If the appeal is accepted, the opposing side will almost certainly send Axian to fight. Julius narrows his eyes, already playing out the possibilities. He warns Theo. If he's expecting someone to volunteer to fight for him, he might be waiting a long time. This isn't a simple favor. Still, Theo stays firm. No hesitation. He formally requests the proxy battle be held in 1 week, just as the rules demand. Ed Troyven watches with smug satisfaction, thinking he's uncovered every angle of Theo's strategy. In his mind, Theo's betting on someone like Julius or Evelyn to stand in for him in the duel. But Ed's confident. No one will volunteer. That means Theo will have to fight alone, and once Ed names Axian as his proxy, the outcome will be inevitable. Theo doesn't stand a chance. But before Ed can savor the moment, everything stops. Footsteps echo through the chamber, each one silencing the room further. Then a calm voice cuts through the tension, praising Theo for his cleverness and growth. The air shifts, eyes widen, and into the tribunal walks Kyle Ragnar, the clan head himself. The moment Kyle enters, the room bows in unison. Even Theo drops to one knee. But just then, a familiar flicker appears before his eyes. A system window flashes open. A new quest has begun. Take over Camellia Palace and uncover its hidden secrets. Theo instantly recalls the mysterious blue light from earlier. He hadn't had time to piece it together until now, but there's no room to dwell on it. His father, the strongest man in Ragnar, is standing right in front of him, and every move matters. Theo raises his head and asks why Kyle has come. The clan head, voice steady and commanding, tells him to stand. He says he's already heard the details and knows Theo intends to invoke an appeal through proxy battle. When Theo confirms it, Kyle nods thoughtfully, acknowledging how risky it will be if Theo steps into the arena himself. Then Kyle poses the question everyone's been waiting for. Who will be your representative? Theo immediately senses this is more than just a question. It's a test. He has every chance to name someone else, someone powerful. But instead, he steps up. Without flinching, he tells his father there's no one who can fight in his place. He'll stand as his own champion. Kyle studies him for a moment, the weight of the room pressing in. He doesn't hide his skepticism. To him, Theo is walking straight toward defeat. But Theo pushes back, voice calm and resolute. He says judgment should come after the battle, not before. He's ready to earn his place with his own hands. Kyle's reaction is unexpected. He throws his head back and laughs, genuinely amused. He turns to the rest of the tribunal, his voice booming. Did you all hear that? He says proud. For the first time, it's clear he sees something in Theo. This is the Ragnar spirit. Unbreakable, unyielding. The refusal to bow, no matter who stands in front of you. And in that moment, Theo gains something far greater than approval. He earns his father's respect. Theo can't help but grin. Everything's falling into place, just as he'd planned. The proxy battle? It was never the goal. It was the bait. While the clans are busy focusing on the duel, Remington and Evelyn are out there digging up the dirt on Camellia Palace. And if they succeed, Theo won't even need to lift a sword. His victory will be total, clean, and undeniable. But then, Kyle Ragnar throws the entire room off balance. With a sharp, serious gaze, the clan head declares that he wants to test Theo himself. No proxy battle, no drawn-out trial. Just one condition. If Theo can take a single strike from him, just one, all charges will be dropped. No punishment, no consequences. Silence crashes down on the tribunal. Theo freezes. One blow from the strongest man in Ragnar. It's not just a challenge, it's a death sentence. Before Theo can respond, Ed Troyven jumps to his feet, voice raised in protest. He sees it immediately. If Theo endures this test, he won't just be cleared. He'll be endorsed by the king himself. And that would shatter everything Ed's worked for. Camellia Palace's rise, his plans to usurp Rose Palace. It would all crumble. Ed argues frantically, try to pull out every rule and technicality he can. But Kyle shuts him down with a single statement, icy and final. If a vassal dares challenge the will of the Ragnar bloodline, they no longer deserve to serve it. Ed is forced to back down, his face tight with fury, glancing toward Theo with a growing sense of dread. Kyle then looks to Julius. Anything to add? He asks. Julius chuckles, completely unfazed. Just surprised you're stepping in personally, he says. You haven't done that since things got serious. Kyle turns back to Theo, eyes locked. So, what's your answer? He asks. Theo hesitates only for a breath before gathering himself. He knows what's at stake. Accepting could break him, literally, but backing down now, that would end him politically. Still, he doesn't just say yes. Instead, he calls out. This isn't exactly a fair comparison, Theo says. One blow from a clan head versus a duel between bannermen? Hardly equal terms. Kyle raises an eyebrow, mildly entertained. Are you refusing? Theo smirks. Not refusing. I'm just asking for something fair in return. Kyle, now fully intrigued, leans in. Then tell me, what do you want? Theo turns to Ed Troyven, eyes glinting with ambition. He doesn't even try to hide the challenge in his expression. With a grin, he says the words that freeze the chamber once again. I want something like Camellia Palace. Ed Troyven is stunned into silence. The scheme he'd so carefully orchestrated to humiliate Theo has completely backfired. Now, instead of being crushed, Theo is stepping into the spotlight. Watching it all unfold, Ed can hardly believe the nerve Theo had to present such a bold proposal directly to the clan leader. Wolfgang jumps in, calling Theo's demand outrageous. Forming a pact with the clan head? That kind of deal demands equal footing, and as far as Wolfgang's concerned, Theo doesn't come close. But then comes the real shocker. Kyle Ragnar, the clan leader himself, accepts Theo's challenge. The room freezes. No one saw that coming. Kyle sees something rare in Theo's gutsy move. He respects the audacity, the fire, qualities worthy of a future heir to the Ragnar name. Kyle turns to Ed Troyven, asking if he has any complaints. Cornered, Ed forces a smile and says it all belongs to his lord anyway. How could he possibly object? With that, Kyle gives the order. Prepare the stage immediately. He's going to test Theo with his own hands. As Theo prepares to face his father, the rest of the vassals and bannermen begin to gather, eager to witness what's about to unfold. Ed, simmering beneath the surface, tries to keep composed. In his mind, it's a done deal. Theo doesn't stand a chance. Even skilled swordsmen can't survive a single blow from Kyle Ragnar. No way this upstart gets out of this in one piece. But it doesn't know what Theo has hidden up his sleeve. After completing the tutorial, Theo earned an experience elixir, and with it, his strength has tripled. He's confident he can take what's coming. Kyle notices something's changed. His son feels different, stronger. He suspects Theo may have consumed an elixir, but even that wouldn't explain the dramatic shift. Still, he decides not to dwell on it. This test will reveal the truth. Kyle turns to Theo, asking if he's ready. Theo nods, keeping his composure despite the weight of the moment. Kyle notes that normally, he'd be wielding his great sword, but since Theo hasn't learned to use mana, he'll hold back and use an old rusted steel blade. He offers Theo one last chance to back out. Theo doesn't flinch, he's ready. With that, the duel begins. The moment Kyle releases his aura, the pressure in the room skyrockets. The force is suffocating. Theo feels like the air is crushing him, but he doesn't back down. Kyle watches, slightly impressed. His son is still standing. Maybe there's more to Theo than he thought. Inside the ring, Theo stays laser-focused. After downing the experience elixir and leveling up 5 times, he invested every single point into raw strength. For the first time, he feels like he's broken free from the weak and stepped into the world of the powerful. All he needs is to survive one strike. That's enough. Then it happens. Kyle Ragnar moves. His strike blazes through the air like a crimson flash, obliterating the stage and sending a thunderous shockwave through the hall. The sheer force of it leaves everyone frozen. As the smoke and debris settle, all eyes search for Theo. Ed Troyven is convinced. It's over. There's no way Theo made it through that alive. But when the dust clears, Theo is still standing, battered, barely holding himself up but alive. The hall falls silent. Kyle Ragnar's serious expression gives way to a grin. His son survived. For him, that's all the proof he needs. Theo's resolve, his spirit, his strength, it's real. He's proven himself. The test ends. And with it, a system alert flashes before Theo's eyes. He's completed the emergency quest, single strike from Kyle Ragnar. The reward, a mysterious blue key and a new inventory slot. But there's no time to dwell on that now. Later, Theo slowly regains consciousness, dazed and unsure of where he is. By his side is his mother, Cecilia. Her voice trembles as she speaks, clutching his hand. She tells him how terrified she was when she heard he'd gone up against the clan leader himself. She checks to see if he's injured, ready to call a doctor at any sign of pain. Theo eases her fears, telling her he's okay, though the unfamiliar room still leaves him confused. That's when Julius, known as the Demon Dragon, enters with news that stuns him. By Kyle Ragnar's orders, Camellia Palace has been vacated. Emil, Axian, and everyone loyal to them are gone. Theo's eyes widen as it hits him. This place, this room, it's Camellia Palace. And now it's his. As if on cue, the system pings again. The next objective appears. Uncover the palace's hidden secret. His journey isn't over yet, but this is a massive victory. Meanwhile, outside in the palace garden, Emil Ragnar is fuming. Stripped of her power, she lashes out at the servants, who scramble to avoid her wrath. Her fury is unchecked. This isn't just a loss, it's humiliation. From the sidelines, Ed Troyven watches in silence, rage simmering beneath his calm exterior. He leans in and gives a chilling command to Axian. End him. Kill Theo. Axian had been quietly making preparations for the upcoming awakening ceremony, carefully laying the groundwork for whatever scheme he had in mind. But Ed Troyven's sudden order throws him off. Kill Theo now. No more waiting, no more delays. The fury burning in Ed's eyes leaves no room for hesitation. Axian understands this isn't just about strategy anymore. This is personal. Meanwhile, back inside Camellia Palace, Theo is finally able to catch his breath. Despite all the setbacks and close calls, his plan worked. Camellia Palace is his, and he didn't even need to play his trump card. Now, with this unexpected victory, his influence has grown even stronger. He opens his inventory and pulls out an apple, taking a bite as he reflects on how far he's come. The system continues to surprise him with its perks, simple things like snacks at your fingertips or strategic tools when they matter most. Then his gaze lands on the blue key he earned from the trial. Something about it keeps tugging at his thoughts. He eyes a door in the corner of the room, and suddenly, a soft glow lights up around the keyhole. This is it. Theo inserts the key, and the lock clicks open. The door creaks aside, revealing a steep tunnel spiraling downward into darkness. A system alert confirms what he suspected. He's just uncovered his very first dungeon. Better yet, experience gained inside will be doubled. A dungeon hidden beneath Camellia Palace? There's no way that's a coincidence. This has to be tied to his larger quest. Before stepping in, Theo loads up his inventory with every weapon and item he might need. Once ready, he descends into the shadows. Not long after entering, Theo encounters a massive wolf, far too large to be a regular beast. Its glowing eyes and overwhelming presence scream one thing: demonic monster. It lunges at him with frightening speed. Theo reacts quickly, bracing with his shield, but the beast's momentum knocks him backward. He tries to retaliate, but his blade barely scratches the creature's hide. It's not enough. Theo quickly realizes brute force won't cut it here. The wolf is too fast, too tough. He thinks back to his father's devastating strike, the one that nearly ended him. That kind of focused, overwhelming power is what he needs. He tries to mimic it. Tight grip, full force, single motion, but nothing happens. It's not that simple. That kind of strength doesn't come from copying alone. Understanding hits him like lightning. Power like that needs total focus and commitment. It's not about swinging harder. It's about putting everything into one decisive blow. With that clarity, Theo changes tactics. He tosses the shield aside. Speed is his new weapon. Drawing from the sword arts Evelyn taught him, he tightens his stance and sharpens his movements. The wolf charges again. This time, Theo darts in, slipping past the beast's jaws and driving his blade straight into its eye. The monster howls in agony, stumbling backward. Theo doesn't wait. He presses forward, blade ready, eyes locked. This time, he's finishing the fight on his terms. 2 months have flown by, and back at the training grounds, Theo's absence is all anyone can talk about. Yodi and Cibil stand off to the side, watching the crowd grow each day. More and more people are asking about training with Theo. Ever since the rumor spread about the clan leader personally striking him, interest has exploded. Everyone wants to see the guy who survived a blow from Kyle Ragnar. As Cibil talks about the growing buzz, someone approaches, swaggering, smug, and clearly looking for trouble. It's Henry Morris from Plum Blossom Palace. With a sneer, he tosses a glance at Cibil and calls him a lackey, demanding to know when the almighty young master plans to show his face. 2 months, and still no sign of Theo? Henry laughs it off. To him, the guy's just hiding from the spotlight. He keeps going, needling Cibil with every word. He mocks the rumor about the strike, claiming no one actually saw it. Then he flat out says it. Theo's just a fraud who made up a story to boost his name. The whole thing? Fake. But Cibil's had enough. The tension that's been building for weeks finally erupts. With one swift punch, Cibil smashes Henry's face in, sending him crashing to the ground with his pride shattered and his nose definitely broken. Another guy from Plum Blossom Palace rushes in, furious. He hurls insults at Cibil, calling him a dropout and mocking his loyalty to Theo. But this time, the energy around the training field shifts. Everyone aligned with Theo turns their eyes on the Plum Palace loudmouth. The air is thick with threat. Cibil doesn't flinch. He glares back and throws out a blunt insult, calling the guy a shit-face, warning him not to ever talk trash about young Master Theo again. Even Iodi is caught off guard. He never expected Cibil, of all people, to talk about looks, especially since Cibil isn't winning any beauty contests himself. But Cibil doesn't care. He's done playing nice. He's tired of watching these punks walk around, disrespecting Theo. With a sharp motion, Cibil and his crew draw their swords. The message is clear. This isn't just talk anymore. They're ready to throw down. The Plum Palace guys meet the challenge, blades flashing as they draw their own weapons. Just as the clash is about to erupt, everything freezes. With a single, chilling move, all weapons lock in place, frozen in midair. Everyone turns. Cibil's eyes go wide. He knows that presence. Ragnar, one of the four hounds of the north, has arrived. Before anyone can react, loud, amused laughter echoes through the grounds. Another figure joins in. Lanka, also one of the four hounds. He steps onto the scene, clearly entertained by the chaos. Cibil stares, dumbfounded. Two of the four hounds of the north, Ragnar and Lanka, have just appeared out of nowhere. Hulkus, loud as ever, scans the crowd with impatience and suddenly starts shouting for the Luster Tiger, completely throwing the Plum Blossom guys off. The confusion only grows. Hulkus doesn't care. He wants answers. He demands to know where Theo Ragnar is, calling him out as the master of the training ground. The air turns electric as Hulkus grins wide and announces his real purpose. He's here to challenge Theo himself. Meanwhile, deep beneath Camellia Palace, Theo is nearing his breaking point. His sword lies shattered, his body bruised, and the dungeon has taken its toll. But just as the fatigue starts to weigh him down, the system chimes in. He's leveled up again. Stat windows pop open across his vision. His strength, speed, and stamina all jump. He's defeated 170 demonic beasts. Surrounded by the remains of his enemies, Theo sits atop the pile, breathing hard, soaked in sweat and blood, but victorious. And yet, it's not over. The system delivers its next message. The boss is waiting. Theo downs a healing potion, letting the warm surge of energy repair his wounds. He thinks back on the past 2 months spent in this dungeon. There were countless close calls. More than once, he nearly died, but each time the potions pulled him through. What once felt impossible became routine as his level climbed. The real shock? How fast it all passed. 2 whole months, gone in a blur of blood and battle. Now, only one enemy remains. He spots the stairs leading to the final floor. He rises slowly, but his gaze drops to the remains of his sword. Useless now. He reaches into his inventory and pulls out another blade, the last one he has. A ceremonial sword, a gift from his mother on his birthday. His fingers tighten around the hilt, and memories crash into him. In his past life, he hadn't appreciated this sword, hadn't appreciated her. He'd been obsessed with awakening his bloodline, blind to everything else. He'd cast the sword aside, convinced that it, and his mother's efforts, meant nothing. And now, the regret is sharp. This time, things are different. He won't make the same mistakes. Sword in hand, Theo steps forward, entering the final room of the dungeon. The system's voice warns him, extreme danger ahead. The door creaks open, and there it is. A dragon. For a second, Theo freezes. But as the creature stirs, he sees it more clearly. It's a lesser drake, not a full dragon, but still a fearsome opponent. Even so, its appearance makes him pause. Could it be related to the Ragnars? They're said to be descended from dragons, after all. Coincidence or fate? No time to think. This is it. If Theo wants to complete the dungeon and return to the surface, he has to slay this beast. Inside the dungeon, the system blinks to life and presents Theo with his objective. One final monster remains. The last hurdle is the Lesser Drake, a dragon-type beast and far from an easy target. Theo readies himself, but even with his current power, he wonders if it'll be enough. Dragons, even lesser ones, are in a different league. He He locks into focus, relying on the move he's drilled into muscle memory, the single flash. It's the same technique he used to cut down countless wolves in this place. Nowhere near the level of his father's legendary dragon flash, but if he pushes his dragon heart to its limit, he might be able to make a real impact. Charging forward with everything he's got, Theo aims directly for the eye. His blade lands true, plunging into the drake's eye socket. The beast lets out a thunderous cry, writhing in pain. For a second, Theo feels like he might have done it, but the moment shatters as the drake's tail whips at him violently. He barely dodges, and it hits him. His strike didn't go deep enough. It hurt the creature, but didn't finish the job. The drake bellows and thrashes wildly. Theo can feel the pressure in the air shift, the danger rising fast. Death is on its way, but he doesn't flinch. Instead, he dives back in, landing swift, clean hits. They're not fatal, but he's not aiming to kill. He's searching. Every dragon has a weakness, the reverse scale. Then the drake unleashes another chilling roar, and something changes. The weight of its presence crashes down on Theo like a wave. His body locks up, seized by fear. He watches the next attack come, unable to move in time. Just before it hits, he raises his sword instinctively. The force of the blow launches him across the battlefield, slamming him into a rock wall. Pain explodes through him. He knows he can't take many more hits like that. Gritting his teeth, Theo gets back up. The drake is already coming for him again. There's no more time to hesitate. If he's going to win, he has to land a clean shot on the reverse scales fast. As the beast lunges, Theo springs into action, scaling its huge body while dodging its snapping jaws and claw swipes. Then he finds a spot and drives his blade in hard. Blood erupts, and the drake screams. Theo doesn't stop. He attacks the same point over and over, feeling the tide of the battle shift in his favor. But just as he braces for victory, the drake doesn't fall. It's still standing, still fighting. And now, Theo's face says it all. This monster's not done yet. Back at the training grounds, things are heating up fast. The tension between the four hounds is about to explode. Hulkaslanka, as hot-headed as ever, is fuming, his anger aimed squarely at Ragnar. He demands a match with Theo, but Ray just scoffs. She doesn't hold back, mocking him for the defeat he suffered 3 years ago. Still the same loser, she sneers. Hulkus fires back, claiming he's grown stronger, spent every single day closing the gap between them. But Ray's not buying it. She throws the insult right back at him, harder this time, and that's the last straw. Hulkus challenges her then and there. Winner gets to face Theo. Weapons are drawn, and in a flash, Hulkus swings his massive blade. Ray meets it head-on, easily blocking the strike without flinching. On the sidelines, Cibil and Henry look on in disbelief. Watching two elites of the Four Hounds clash is nothing short of terrifying. Just as the intensity starts to climb, a familiar figure steps in, Remington. He moves between them, calm but commanding. This is young Master Theo's territory, and he won't allow any chaos here. Hulkus lights up at the sight of Remington, even tossing out the idea of sparring with him instead. But Remington shuts it down. His tone leaves no room for argument. This ground is sacred. Then, without warning, a suffocating aura crashes down on the training field. Everyone freezes. A wave of killing intent floods the area, thick and overwhelming. All eyes turn toward the source. Theo has arrived. He walks in slowly, but the energy around him is unmistakable. Even Remington, usually unshakable, is caught off guard. Something's changed. Something big. What happened while Theo was away? Ray and Hulkus are on edge now, but not with fear. It's excitement. The one they've been itching to challenge is finally here, and the atmosphere shifts completely. The pressure Theo carries now, it mirrors what he faced deep in the dungeon. Because back in that dungeon, Theo had finally struck the fatal blow. After hammering the drake's weak point over and over, the beast couldn't hold out. It collapsed. The system lit up, confirming his victory. At one point, when he touched the reverse scales, the drake went berserk, and Theo thought it was over. But the rampage drained the monster's last strength, leaving Theo standing tall. After wrapping up his mission inside Camellia Palace, the system flashes a string of rewards across Theo's screen. He's earned the tooth and claw of the lesser drake. The tooth, perfect for enhancing weapons. The claw, ideal for boosting sharpness. Right away, Theo thinks of his mother's sword. That blade is more than a weapon. It's a memory, and he's determined to keep it intact. But that's not all. The system grants him a new ability, Lesser Drake's Fear. It lets him instill fear in anyone with weaker magic power. Theo is floored. He always thought that kind of skill was reserved for elites. Excited to try it out, he can't help but wonder how useful it'll be in a place like Ragnar, where powerful warriors are everywhere. Alongside that, completing the Camellia Palace quest also earns him a mysterious item, the Nest Compass. He's not exactly sure what it does, but something tells him it'll be important later. Without wasting time, he tucks it into his inventory and heads back to his quarters, drained from the intense dungeon run. But rest will have to wait. A maid comes running, clearly in a panic. She sees his injuries and shows concern, but Theo waves her off. There's trouble in Training Ground 4. A fight has broken out, and they need him to deal with it. Dragging his tired body across the grounds, Theo arrives, and he's in no mood to play referee. Without a word, he activates Lesser Drake's Fear. Instantly, the air thickens with deadly pressure. The aura hits like a wave, and several onlookers drop unconscious. Theo's voice cuts through the chaos. He tells them all to clear out. He needs sleep, not drama. But Hulkus Lanka isn't the type to run from a fight. In fact, Theo's aura only fires him up. The intensity, the power, it's exactly what he's been waiting for. Without hesitation, he charges. Hulkus swings his massive blade with full force. But Theo, fresh off his dungeon trial, doesn't flinch. With one clean move, he counters the attack and knocks Hulkus back. The crowd watches in stunned silence. One strike, that's all it took. Even Theo is caught off guard. The strength he's gained, it's real. Still, Hulkus won't quit. Known as the weakest of the four hounds, it's not for lack of power. He's strong, brute strong, like a black bear, but he's reckless, unrefined. And now, with his pride on the line, he charges again, daring Theo to stop him this time. Despite Hulkus's brute strength, Theo moves with precision and confidence, meeting the charge head-on. With one swift, perfectly timed slash, he brings Hulkus down. The impact sends a shock through the training ground. Hulkus coughs up blood before collapsing unconscious. Theo pauses, realizing he might have gone too far. But Hulkus is tough. He'll pull through. The young master lets out a breath, watching the fallen warrior with a mix of regret and relief. The crowd is frozen. Cibil and the others are speechless. No one imagined Hulkus Lanka, the so-called black bear of the four hounds, could be dropped in a single move. Then, as the realization hits, the silence breaks. Cheers erupt across the training ground. Theo tries to reassure them. Hulkus is alive, just knocked out cold. But before he can even take in the victory, his sword, the cherished blade once given to him by his mother, cracks under its own weight, then shatters completely. Theo stares at the broken pieces. It stings. That sword meant something to him. To everyone else, though, the moment only adds to the legend. The crowd roars even louder, treating the shattered blade as proof of Theo's overwhelming power. Theo doesn't really get the hype. To him, the broken sword is a loss. But to them, it's a symbol, a young master strong enough to break his own weapon just by swinging it. Off to the side, Ragnar watches quietly. But her mind isn't in the present. It drifts to a long-ago winter. She remembers being cold, wearing thin clothes, wandering without direction. Then, out of nowhere, Theo found her. Concerned, he'd asked what she was doing out there. Without hesitation, he wrapped his scarf around her and led her home, promising to wait until the snow stopped. The memory brings a rare smile to Ray's face, soft and quiet. Watching him now, standing at the center of the cheering crowd, she feels something different. Admiration. She turns to leave, her thoughts lingering on the boy who once showed her kindness. Remington catches sight of her smile and is visibly surprised. Ray isn't the type to show emotions. Meanwhile, back at Camellia Palace, Theo can't help but feel a little awkward as the maids rush to congratulate him. He's just been given a new title, Luster Tiger. The name echoes through the halls, and the maids are ecstatic. One of them, beaming with pride, encourages him to keep pushing forward until the awakening ceremony. Her excitement is contagious, and for the first time in a while, Theo feels it too, a rising sense of confidence. Maybe he really can do this. Out of nowhere, Cecilia bursts into the room, a steaming abalone dish in hand and determination in her eyes. Without warning, she starts shoving spoonfuls into Theo's mouth, not giving him a chance to resist. He tries to push back, but she's relentless, determined to fatten him up right then and there. As she keeps feeding him nonstop, Theo chokes down the bites, overwhelmed but oddly comforted. The scene, chaotic as it is, pulls at something deep inside him, a memory from another life. In this second chance he's been given, moments like these feel priceless. Between mouthfuls, he manages to mumble that the food is amazing, and Cecilia beams with pride. But her joy vanishes the moment her eyes land on something behind him, his broken sword. The room's energy shifts. Theo starts sweating as he fumbles for an explanation. "It snapped during training," he says quickly. "I'm really sorry. It was your birthday gift." Cecilia doesn't get angry at him, but her expression hardens. She's furious, just not at Theo. Her anger is aimed at the person who forged the blade, the one who promised it wouldn't break. "That sword," she says, "was crafted from white snow steel and ebony steel wood. Materials so rare, they might as well be myths." Theo blinks in disbelief. "Wait, ebony steel wood? From the southern jungles?" She nods. "Exactly. And it wasn't easy to get either. That sword was supposed to be indestructible." Theo's jaw nearly drops. He had no idea the sword was made of such legendary materials. And now he's feeling more than guilt. He's in awe. How did she even manage to get her hands on something so rare? Cecilia's not finished. Her voice rises as she declares she's going to confront the blacksmith personally. And not just for an apology. She plans to demand a replacement. One even better than the last. Theo tries to talk her down, insisting it's fine and that he can just use another weapon. But she shuts that idea down immediately. He's not just anyone anymore. People are starting to recognize his strength. And with the awakening ceremony coming up, appearances matter. There's no way she's letting him walk in with a subpar blade. He deserves the best. Theo's left speechless. Beneath her fury is something else, deep care. And that, more than anything, fills him with gratitude. Just as he's starting to relax, thinking the conversation's over, Cecilia drops a surprise. "Get up. We're going." Theo looks up, puzzled. "Going where?" She crosses her arms and smirks. "To the Basque Workshop, the best smithy in all of Winterra." The Basque Workshop isn't your average forge. It's massive, industrial, and ranks among the top 3 manufacturing workshops in all of Winterra. Known for its scale and unmatched craftsmanship, it's the kind of place where legendary weapons are born. But what truly sets it apart is the master behind it all. Curson, the elf of capitalism. One of the rare few to earn the title of master craftsman. Curson's name alone commands respect. Theo is floored. He never imagined he'd get the chance to meet someone of her status. Even more surprising, his mother apparently has a connection to her. But nothing could have prepared him for what comes next. As they walk into the workshop, the first thing Theo hears is Cecilia's sharp voice cutting through the air, addressing Curson as mother. Theo stops in his tracks. Mother? That means Curson is his grandmother. For a moment, he can't speak. It all hits him at once. His mother's mysterious past, the secrets she never shared. She'd always claimed to be an orphan, but now the truth is staring him in the face. Curson, one of the most elite blacksmiths in the land, is family. That makes Theo part elf, and suddenly, his striking looks make perfect sense. Curson, clearly not thrilled by the title, fires back. "Don't call me that," she snaps. When not on those terms. The tension between them is sharp and obvious. Cecilia doesn't care. She pulls the broken sword from her bag and tosses it down at Curson's feet. "This," she says coldly, "is defective." Curson narrows her eyes, skeptical, until she examines the blade. Her jaw tightens when she sees the clean break. The silence speaks for itself. She didn't think it was possible. "Who used this?" she finally asks. Cecilia points over her shoulder. "My son." Curson blinks. "That kid," she says, astonished. Cecilia's response is instant. "Watch your mouth. He's not just any kid, he's a genius. One day, he'll rule over Ragnar." Theo, staying composed, steps forward to introduce himself. He bows his head slightly and thanks Curson for the opportunity to meet her. He even calls her by her title, acknowledging her as the master of the Basque Workshop. Curson raises a brow, clearly surprised by the boy's poise. "You raised him well," she mutters to Cecilia. "But they're not done with the sword." Curson turns back to Theo. "You're the only one who used it." He nods. "Yes." Now Curson's expression shifts from annoyed to curious. The break in the sword might not be a flaw in the craftsmanship after all. This could be something much deeper. She exhales, realizing this won't be a quick fix. "Come inside," she says, motioning them in. "We've got a lot to talk about." As they step into the workshop, Theo's thoughts drift to Curson. What was her connection to his mother? Unable to hold back his curiosity, He asks if the demon craftsman is really part of their family. Cecilia gives a small nod, confirming his suspicion. While following Curson further inside, Theo's curiosity only grows. He turns to Cecilia again, asking if Curson is actually her birth mother. Cecilia clears the air. Curson wasn't her real mother, but she did raise her for a short time. She shares that Curson has always had a passion for anything beautiful, whether it was music, gemstones, plays, or even people. That's what drew her to Cecilia back then. But Curson, true to her gruff nature, snaps that dredging up the past is a waste of time. Cecilia scoffs at the remark, clearly unfazed. Theo notices something warm hidden behind Curson's harsh tone. Still curious, he asks how his mother ever ended up leaving a place like this. Curson sighs, her annoyance creeping in as she reveals the truth. Cecilia left to marry the head of the Ragnar Clan. It wasn't something she ever imagined Cecilia would choose. The Ragnar Clan was dangerous, their world cruel, and Curson couldn't believe Cecilia willingly stepped into it. Yet somehow, she made it through. Last year, she even came back, asking Curson to forge a sword for Theo. Curson didn't hide her disapproval, calling Cecilia shameless, but that only fired up Cecilia more, sparking a fresh round of bickering. As they trade jabs, Theo can't help but smile. He's never seen his mother like this before, sharp, playful, alive. In his previous life, he'd been so consumed with chasing rank and reputation that he never really saw her. He never noticed the people who truly cared. Watching them now, he begins to understand. Curson might be rough, but her care runs deep. And he wonders, if she was around back then, why didn't she ever step in? Or maybe this time things really are different. They finally arrive at Curson's private chambers. As soon as they enter, she suddenly grabs Theo by the arm and slams the door shut, locking Cecilia outside. Her muffled protests echo through the door, but Curson doesn't flinch. Her eyes are locked on Theo. Without wasting a breath, she hits him with a strange question. Does he have the relic of the primordial dragon? Theo blinks, caught off guard. He asks if she means the ancient ancestor of the guardian dragon, the one said to protect the Ragnar clan. He's heard the legends, whispers of powerful treasures hidden across Winterra for the Ragnar bloodline. But to him, they always sounded like fairy tales. Curson cuts him off sharply, her voice tight with frustration. The relics aren't myths, they're real. Her hands tremble as she inspects the broken sword, the same blade she'd forged with everything she had. It shouldn't have shattered, not unless it had clashed with something unbelievably powerful. Something like a relic. The idea that her work failed so easily clearly stings more than she lets on. Theo lowers his head, guilt creeping in. He explains that the sword broke during a fight with a lesser drake. He hadn't meant for this to happen. And as for relics, he doesn't know the first thing about them. But Curson doesn't wait for him to finish. Instead, she moves to a nearby chest, tightly bound with chains, and places it between them. She asks if he notices anything strange. The moment his eyes land on the casket, Theo's system flares to life. Blue light pulses across his vision, the same glow he saw at the dungeon gate back in Camellia Palace. It's unmistakable. This is no ordinary item. He asks if this is part of a quest. Curson can't see what he's seeing, but his reaction tells her everything. He's sensing it. She confirms it. Inside that casket lies a relic of the primordial dragon. No matter how many times she's tried to open it, the seal hasn't budged. As she sets the box down, she begins to tell the legend. The primordial dragon, a creature of immense power, once tore out its own fang and had it forged into a blade. That blade became known as the White Moonlight Blade, a weapon of unparalleled might. Then she lays it all on the line. If Theo can break the seal, the White Moonlight Blade is his. But if he fails, he might not survive. The process could kill him. She gives him one last chance to walk away. But Theo's answer comes instantly. A spark lights in his eyes, his heart racing with anticipation. The risk, the legend, the chance to claim something this powerful. He doesn't hesitate. With a bold grin, he declares the sword already his. Just then, the system responds. Scenario quest activated. Be chosen by the primordial dragon's relic, the White Moonlight Blade. Standing before the chain casket in the heart of Curson's workshop, everything starts to click into place. This isn't just any relic, it's that sword. The one wielded by the Black Dragon, a figure shrouded in mystery, feared across all of Winterra. The same blade carried by the Black Snow Leader, one of the 9 dragons. Whispers of the white moonlight blade have always ended in silence, because anyone who knew the truth never lived to tell it. A wave of memories crashes into Theo. He vividly recalls his encounter with the Black Dragon 4 years ago, an event he still can't make sense of. The Black Dragon could have ended him then and there, but didn't. And in that brief moment, Theo caught a glimpse of the real form of the sword. Now, standing before that very relic, he can hardly believe it. How had Curson been holding onto the primordial dragon's relic all this time without him knowing? Curson's voice snaps him back. She asks if he's ready. Theo doesn't hesitate. Determination burns in his eyes. He will make this sword his. He steps closer, inspecting the casket. The pattern, the markings, it all feels familiar. That's when he realizes it's just like the door to the Camellia Palace dungeon. Trusting his instincts, he reaches into his inventory and pulls out the same blue key he used before. Curson watches, confused as he fits the key into the seal. With a soft click, the chains begin to unravel on their own. A strange light pours from the casket, ominous and pulsing, and Curson's expression shifts instantly from curiosity to alarm. But before Theo can react, black mist erupts from within, curling around him like living shadow. It clings to his body, dragging him downward. He struggles, clawing at the fog, but it's useless. It swallows him whole. Darkness. Then flames. Theo opens his eyes to find himself standing in the middle of a burning palace. Rose Palace. The fire rages all around him, just like it did in the past. His knees weaken as the memories come flooding back. He remembers this moment all too well. The destruction, the helplessness, the searing pain of failure. This place had haunted him for years. His fists clench as a surge of rage fills him. He remembers Rendan. He remembers his enemies. He remembers the Camellia Palace. He wasn't strong enough then, but now he's going to change that. He'll burn it all down if that's what it takes. But something feels off. From the inferno, a massive griffin rises. Its gaze locks on Theo, intelligent and sharp. It doesn't charge at first. Instead, it seems to twist around his mind, playing tricks, feeding off the hunger for power swelling inside him. Then, without warning, the griffin lunges. Theo throws up his arms and grabs its beak just in time. The creature tries to push into his thoughts, to break his will by showing him everything he craves, everything he fears. But Theo sees through it now. This griffin isn't just some hallucination. It's no ordinary beast. It's the spirit of the Moonlight Blade, the wolf forged into the weapon itself. A guardian, a test. Its voice rings in his ears, calling him arrogant for daring to claim the sword's power. But Theo doesn't flinch. He looks the creature in the eye and fires back. He's already endured worse than this. He's faced despair, failure, and death. He's not here, chasing empty dreams. No illusion can shake him now. As Theo wrestles with the beast, something catches his eye. The griffin is smaller than it should be. In his memory, the creature loomed over him like a mountain, at least 10 meters tall. But now, they're evenly matched in size. A smirk spreads across Theo's face. So that's it. The griffin's strength must have faded after being sealed for so long. Emboldened, he tightens his grip and tells the creature flat out. The Moonlight Sword is his now. The griffin thrashes violently, trying to break free, but it's too late. Theo's will doesn't waver for a second. With a wild grin, he cocks his fist back, ready to end this. The test is already over. He's won. Back in Curson's workshop, the atmosphere is completely different. Tension fills the air as Cecilia hovers over Theo's unconscious body. Panic grips her heart. She calls out to him, shaking him, pleading for a response, but he doesn't stir. Tears stream down her face as she turns to Curson, demanding answers. What's happening to her son? Why isn't he waking up? Curson, usually composed, is at a loss. She admits this is unlike anything she's ever seen. Something is interfering with the process, something powerful. She senses a monstrous energy coursing through Theo's veins, mingling with his own. It's not just the relic, it's something else. Another relic, maybe, one she didn't account for. Cecilia's voice cracks as she warns her mother. If Theo doesn't make it through this, she'll never forgive her. The room goes quiet, save for Cecilia's sobs as she clings to her son. Then suddenly, light begins to radiate from Theo's chest. Both women freeze. The air shifts as the moonlight sword hums to life, glowing with a blinding aura. Theo's hand moves on its own, reaching toward the sword. The light intensifies, wrapping around his body like a cocoon. Cecilia rushes to him again, calling his name, and this time, his eyes open. He looks up, calm and steady, as if he hadn't just been on the edge of death. Cecilia pulls him into a hug, tears pouring freely now. She doesn't care about appearances. Her son is alive. Theo gently reassures her, his voice quiet but firm. He's okay. More than okay. The system chimes in, confirming what just happened. Quest complete. You have defeated the Moonlight Griffin and claimed the White Moonlight Sword. Theo takes a deep breath, letting it all sink in. He was lucky. The Griffin had just awakened and hadn't recovered its full power. Its mind tricks didn't work on him because he'd already faced worse. But then comes another notification. The energy of the Moonlight Sword has fused with the monster energy inside him, boosting his magic level far beyond expectations. His stats spike. His magic power now exceeds 200. He's officially crossed the threshold into the realm of high-ranking swordsmen. His body begins to radiate power, glowing faintly with this new energy. But there's a catch. The full extent of this power remains sealed. Until the awakening ceremony, he won't be able to use it completely. Kirsten steps forward, clearly impressed by the display she just witnessed. She offers her congratulations. Theo had done it. He'd claimed the Moonlight Sword. But Theo, ever grounded, cuts straight to the point. Was she going to honor her promise? Kirsten raises a brow, but with a faint grin, assures him elves don't go back on their word. Still, Theo can't shake the uneasy feeling creeping in. The sword doesn't feel completely his. Its energy, wild and untamed, refuses to settle. It's like it's testing him. Kirsten picks up on his discomfort immediately. She tells him not to worry. That reaction is normal. After being sealed for 400 years, the Moonlight Sword isn't going to behave like a loyal pet. It's a beast finally released from its cage. It wants to roar. Theo frowns. He asks if the weapon will ever calm down. Kirsten suggests a simple fix. Let the sword blow off some steam. Hit the wall. Let out. Theo blinks, unsure if she's serious. But she doubles down, tossing in a jab for good measure. With a smirk, she tells him not to worry. Someone with his level of experience wouldn't even scratch the Basque workshop. Legendary sword or not, she doubts he can make a dent. The challenge is clear. A little annoyed but intrigued, Theo decides to go for it. It's the perfect opportunity to test the Dragonheart ability in a controlled setting. He steps forward, gripping the Moonlight Sword as its volatile energy courses through his arms. The weapon is practically begging to be used. He gives a quick heads up, raising the blade. Kirsten watches with a casual glance, until the moment he swings. Single flash. The strike tears through the air like lightning. The wall, thick and fortified, shatters. A deep, clean cut slices straight through it, and the entire structure trembles. Rubble rains down. Smoke rises. Half the workshop crumbles before their eyes. Cecilia freezes, speechless. Kirsten's mouth parts in stunned silence, her eyes widening with a mixture of disbelief and dread. She didn't expect a dent. She thought maybe a scratch. But this? Theo had just sliced her workshop in half like it was paper. And he hadn't even meant to. She watches the destruction with tears forming in the corners of her eyes. First, he broke the sword she'd poured her soul into. Now, he's reduced part of her life's work to rubble. Again, she's on the verge of despair. Even Theo stares at the aftermath in shock. He hadn't anticipated that kind of force. One strike had drained nearly all his magic. The sword's power was real and terrifying. Before he can even catch his breath, Kirsten blurs forward. She's at his side in an instant, laying her hand on his shoulder. A surge of mana flows into him. Theo hadn't even seen her move. Kirsten narrows her eyes, feeling the magic rushing back into his system. He's strong, far stronger than she imagined. But he has zero control, no restraint, no stability. And yet, watching what he did to that wall, she can't deny it anymore. This boy is no ordinary talent. He's a prodigy, a real one. A sly smirk creeps across Kirsten's face as she plants a hand on Theo's shoulder. With a proud voice, she announces that she'll be backing him from now on, his official patron. She urges him to soar high and show the world what he's capable of. But let's not kid ourselves. This isn't just an act of generosity. Kirsten's eyes practically sparkle with the promise of profit. In her mind, Theo's about to become a walking endorsement for her beloved Basque workshop. If he dominates with one of their swords, business will boom. Theo, sharp as ever, doesn't miss a beat. He points out the obvious. He can literally see the dollar signs in her eyes. The blunt remark catches Curson off guard, but instead of getting flustered, she bursts into laughter. She doesn't deny it. Sure, she's greedy, but she's also genuinely proud. Backing Theo isn't just a business move, it's her way of pushing him higher. As the day comes to a close, and with half the workshop now reduced to rubble, Theo and Cecilia get ready to head out. Before leaving, they share a few final words with Curson, who's clearly still reeling from Theo's raw power. Oh, and Theo didn't leave without handling the damage. He handed over some Drake fangs as a sort of wall repair donation for the chaos he caused. Curson, being the savvy elf she is thrilled. Those fangs are rare and valuable. She's not only impressed that he managed to take down a lesser Drake, but also feeling a swell of pride in her daughter, Cecilia, for raising such a remarkable son. Just as she's basking in all that maternal pride, a voice slices through the air, calling out to her by her notorious title, Demon Craftsman. Curson stiffens. She knows that voice. She turns slowly, only to come face to face with none other than the Crow of Ragnar. Red eyes glowing, aura intense. He doesn't say much, but the tension is thick. Curson's voice trembles slightly as she demands to know why he's here, leaving us hanging on the edge of a cliff. Skip ahead 5 days, and the long-awaited awakening ceremony is finally here. Theo is back in action, locked in another sparring match with Evelyn, his one-armed sword master. Blow after blow, it's obvious Theo's leveled up. Faster, stronger, sharper. Evelyn can feel the difference. Spectators watch in stunned silence, beads of sweat forming as they realize the gap between them and Theo has only widened. After a fierce round of sparring, Evelyn pauses, catching her breath. She finally admits it. Theo's actually pushing her back. It's a rare compliment, and Theo knows it. He tries to play it cool, but that smug grin gives him away. Getting praise from Evelyn? He never imagined it, and inside, he's absolutely reveling in it. Evelyn, keeping her usual composure, tells him he's come a long way and might even have a shot at becoming valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. Theo flashes her a cocky grin, tossing out a playful thanks before adding that if he does end up on top, he'll make sure to mention her name in his victory speech, right in front of the entire clan. Evelyn shoots him a tired look, equal parts amused and mildly horrified, silently questioning if he really needs to go that far. But Theo's not alone in the moment. His friends rush in, fired up, each demanding a shout-out in the speech too. The teasing is loud, chaotic, and full of laughs. Theo, soaking it all in, thinks to himself that maybe this whole being popular thing isn't half bad. Meanwhile, Evelyn watches the scene unfold with a blank stare, wondering if all this attention is starting to mess with his head. Cut to the main event, the awakening ceremony. At the heart of the central headquarters, Theo steps in with confidence. Theo Ragnar of the Camellia Palace, he declares as he makes his entrance. All around him, the hall buzzes with energy. The awakening ceremony isn't just any gathering. It's the Ragnar Clan's grand stage, where young talents get their shot at real recognition. The place is packed. Veterans, rising stars, and elites alike, everyone's here. Among them are the 9 dragons and, even more surprising, the former clan head from 2 generations ago, Hilda Ragnar. Theo spots her immediately and feels a sense of relief. She's over 150, yet still here, still watching. Her presence adds a heavy dose of gravity to the occasion. Then, boom, a deep drumbeat echoes through the hall, silencing the crowd. Vanna, Ragnar steps forward. A swordsman from the Dragon Gate and the event's lead judge, his voice carries authority as he lays out the rules for the preliminary round. It's brutally simple. Grab a sword and leave your mark, literally, on the steel wall in front of you. This wall isn't your average slab of steel. It's crafted from white snow steel, a rare alloy so tough that regular blades don't stand a chance. But there's a trick to it. If a participant can unlock their mana hall and infuse their sword with magic, then, and only then, can they hope to leave a mark. To level the playing field, Vanna distributes a Soma pill to each contender. This special elixir holds the equivalent of 10 years' worth of magical energy, designed to awaken their latent power. The test is simple. The deeper the cut, the higher the score. Then comes the first name, Theo Ragnar. He steps forward, eyes steady as he takes the Soma pill. In the back of his mind, he remembers how things went in his past life. Back then, it was his half-brother, Axian, who claimed the title of valedictorian. But not this time. This time, the spotlight is his. With fire in his chest, Theo grips a sword and moves toward the gleaming steel wall, every pair of eyes locked onto him. This is more than a test. It's a chance to erase the shadow of who he used to be and prove just how far he's come. As he approaches, a system prompt flickers into view. Quest. Become the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. Theo can't help but grin. This is it. No more holding back. No more hiding his strength. He's going all in. Up in the stands, Hilda Ragnar watches intently. Her gaze shifts to Kyle Ragnar, the current clan leader, and she raises a brow. Is this the boy you spoke of? She asks. Kyle gives a subtle nod. Hilda leans forward, curiosity piqued. She's heard the rumors. Now she wants to see if there's real weight behind them. Back at the center of the arena, Theo rolls his shoulders, doing his best to shake off the pressure. Vanna steps forward, reminding him to take the Soma pill. Theo nods, pops it in, and swallows. But this time it's different. In his past life, the pill nearly shattered his dantian. He couldn't control it. But now he's ready. As the Soma dissolves, power floods his body like a tidal wave. Mana bursts from him in waves, spreading across the field. Vanna's eyes widen. That much mana, erupting so suddenly. It's dangerous, even for someone with a dragon heart like Theo. But just as fast as it flares, Theo reins it in. Smooth, controlled, unshaken. Power courses through Theo's veins, and for the first time in both his lives, everything just clicks. With his mana hull wide open and the might of his dragon heart fueling him, he's standing at the peak of his potential, and it feels effortless. With a calm breath and a confident grin, Theo takes to the air, sword in hand. He channels his magic, every drop of mana pouring into the blade. Then, boom, a brilliant surge explodes from his weapon, taking the form of a colossal dragon made of pure mana. It crashes into the steel wall with a deafening roar, shattering the silence and sending a massive crack snaking across the surface. The arena goes dead silent. Vanna stares, slack-jawed. He's seen powerful strikes before, but nothing like this. With no hesitation, he declares it loud and clear. Theo Ragnar has passed. The audience? Stunned beyond belief. Theo's attack didn't just pass the test, it demolished it. A system window flickers open in front of him, delivering news he's longed to hear. The curse of misfortune has finally lifted. His name is beginning to echo beyond the clan. His fame is starting to spread. Theo's lips curl into a wide, satisfied smile. He's finally on equal footing. No more being the outcast. No more playing catch-up. Then more system messages roll in. He's caught the attention of some of the biggest figures in the Ragnar clan. OSA Ragnar, the sword dragon, wants to make him a disciple. Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon, isn't pleased. He clearly doesn't enjoy watching the spotlight shift. Robur Ragnar watches it silently, analyzing. But the one that matters most? Hilda Ragnar, the former matriarch, the one with the legendary Garuda heart. Even she's taken interest. That alone sends a jolt of ambition through Theo. Earning her recognition is one thing. Claiming the Garuda heart one day, that's the dream. Still, the test continues. Other participants step up, hoping to prove themselves. One poor soul swings with everything he's got and barely manages a faint scratch on the wall, so thin it could pass for a crack in glass. Defeated, he stumbles back, the weight of Theo's overwhelming power sinking in. The gap between them is undeniable. Next up are Ray Ragnar, Hulkaslanka, and Remington. Each one steps forward with confidence, delivering powerful strikes that leave deep, visible scars across the white snow steel wall. The audience nods in approval. These guys are top tier, no question. But even with their solid performances, none of them come close to matching Theo's devastating slash. The crowd starts murmuring again. If the strongest names can't top Theo, then who can? That's when Axian Ragnar steps forward. Theo's half-brother, the same one who claimed the valedictorian title in Theo's past life. The atmosphere shifts instantly. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Everyone's wondering if the real showdown this year is between the two Ragnar brothers, Theo, the rising star now dubbed the Luster Tiger, and Axian, the long-established Dark Tiger. Axian hears it all, and it grates on him. The comparison to Theo, the one he used to look down on, is infuriating. Face tight with anger, he downs the Soma pill in one swift motion. Mana floods through him, wild and red-hot. Then, with a fierce roar, a massive red dragon explodes from his blade, tearing through the air and smashing into the wall. The result? A massive crack, nearly identical to Theo's. Gasps ripple through the crowd, and for a moment, there's only stunned silence. Even Vanna, who spent the day calling out one jaw-dropping result after another, takes a moment to compose himself before finally declaring that Axian Ragnar has passed. Cheers erupt. Axian's power is undeniable. Now, the question on everyone's lips: whose cut was better? The difference is razor-thin. Both slashes left massive damage, and now the final verdict will rest on one deciding factor: precision. As the sun dips below the horizon, Vanna steps forward once again. With a booming voice, he announces the conclusion of the first stage of the awakening ceremony. This year's batch has exceeded all expectations, with many pushing past their limits. But the crowd? They're focused on one thing and one thing only: who's going to be named valedictorian? The scene opens with a thunderous announcement. Stage 1 of the awakening ceremony is officially complete, and the results are in. All eyes shift to the crowd of candidates as the camera locks on Theo Ragnar and his cousin, Axian Ragnar, standing shoulder to shoulder, waiting for the verdict. Then, the unexpected happens. Theo Ragnar. The announcer's voice echoes across the arena. Gasps ripple through the crowd. Even Theo is stunned, absolutely blindsided. No one predicted this. Against all odds, he's been named the top performer of the first stage. But the shock doesn't stop there. The announcer continues, revealing Theo earned a perfect score, 10 out of 10. Every category: skill, form, magical control, speed. He nailed them all. Whispers start to build. They're calling him Flash Tiger now. Disbelief spreads. He beat Axian? People murmur. Axian, the prodigy everyone thought was unbeatable. What really throws them is Theo's sword imprint. It's nearly a match for the legendary Thorkel Ragnar. The crowd is stunned into silence. Meanwhile, far off in the snow-covered mountains, we catch a glimpse of a solitary figure trekking through the frost. It's Thorkel Ragnar himself, one of the frontrunners in the clan succession. His quiet presence hints at bigger things ahead. Back at the ceremony, the announcer calls the next name Axian Ragnar. He's second place. Even though he also scored a perfect 10, his sword mark fell just short of Theo's. Axian raises his head slowly, eyes sharp with fury. The crowd senses it. The air tightens with tension. While the announcer continues to list the remaining qualifiers, all attention lingers on Axian, his rage bubbling beneath the surface. Eventually, the speaker wraps things up with a final message. The second stage of the awakening will take place in 3 days, deep in the Winter Mountains. Only 87 examinees made the cut. The real challenge lies ahead. The scene shifts to a snow-covered wooden cabin. Warm light spills from inside. Theo's there, celebrating with Remington and a few friends. Cheers fill the room, but Theo quickly grounds them. He thanks everyone, but reminds them the job's not done. The next trial is coming, and they need to tackle it together. He puts a reassuring hand on Remington's shoulder. Remington forces a smile, clearly troubled by his own performance. But Theo shrugs off the praise, chalking his win up to luck. "We're friends," he says. Stuff like that doesn't change anything. It's a quiet moment that hits deep. Remington straightens up, finding his resolve again. They raise their drinks together, ready to face what's next. Back in the snow-covered mountains, we find Theo standing alone, the cold wind swirling around him. He stares out into the distance, lost in thought. First place. In his past life, he wouldn't have even dreamed of it. But he knows better than to get comfortable. Beating Axian now didn't prove anything. That wasn't a real fight. It was chance, nothing more. His hand tightens into a fist. In his mind, 2 names stand out: Axian and Skydragon. They're the ones he truly needs to face. This is just the beginning. He pulls out a strange device from his cloak, a compass unlike any other. A glowing system window appears, Nest compass activated. The needle spins, then locks onto a direction, toward the heart of the Winter Mountains. Theo narrows his eyes. There's more to the second stage than they've been told. Maybe, just maybe, the nest is hidden out there. Suddenly, a presence behind him. Without hesitation, Theo vanishes and reappears, sword drawn, blade hovering right at a man's throat. The stranger raises his hands. "Easy," he says. Gets by Jotun, Gale's sword unit. He explains they've been watching him. His captain was impressed and wants to offer Theo a chance to take their elite unit's entrance exam. Theo doesn't lower his blade just yet. "If you're interested in me, why make me test?" he asks. Gets by smiles, saying even an invitation is a rare honor. But before the conversation can go any further, another voice interrupts, sharp and mocking. Sword platoon fools, it sneers. A new figure steps in. Ian So Sorry, the fierce vice commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. Nicknamed the Fire Goblin, she doesn't waste words. She offers Theo a spot in her unit and scoffs at the Gale Sword unit's proposal, claiming her offer is clearly superior. Then things spiral. One by one, more elite unit reps show up, each throwing their own offers at Theo, all desperate to recruit him. The whole scene turns chaotic, with voices clashing and egos flaring. Ian looks like she's about to explode. Theo just watches the circus unfold, wondering if it might be better to sneak off before this turns into an actual fight. But then, another voice. Soft. Commanding. The moment it's heard, everything stops. Flower petals begin to drift through the air as a woman steps forward, graceful and composed. It's Prunus Ragnar, Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace. Everyone stares, stunned. Her presence alone quiets the storm. She smiles gently and says, I'm here for the same reason as the rest, to meet Theo Ragnar. Cut to a different scene, much darker. Axian Ragnar, wild with fury, is tearing through a group of sparring partners. His attacks are savage, relentless, driven by nothing but rage. He's lashing out at everyone, blinded by Theo's unexpected rise. Then, without warning, a hand stops his blade mid-swing. Just 3 fingers. His uncle. Cool, composed, unshaken. Throwing tantrums won't change anything, he says calmly. Axian seats. Uncle. The man leans in, voice low and deliberate. Calm yourself and follow me. I'll show you how to turn the second stage into Theo Ragnar's grave. Just as the chaos around Theo starts to calm, Prunus Ragnar steps forward, graceful, confident, and radiating undeniable authority. She's not here for games. Her sole purpose? To see for herself the young man who's suddenly turning heads, Theo Ragnar. She walks through the crowd like she owns the place, her presence causing a stir. Internally, she questions the whole situation. Why should she, the Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, even bother proving herself here? But still, she came for him, and that decision alone is making waves. The spectators can't believe what they're seeing. Some try to intervene, maybe out of pride, maybe fear, but they don't get far. A pulse of energy bursts from Prunus, quiet but overwhelming. It shakes the onlookers to their core. Whispers start flying. Is she creating a private space for him? Is she really going to teach him? And then, like something out of a dream, the world around Theo and Prunus shifts. The two of them now stand isolated, wrapped in a gentle yet powerful aura. Flower petals drift around them, as if reality itself is bending to her will. Theo's stunned. He can hardly believe he's standing beside Prunus Ragnar, a name spoken with reverence. She mentions that the Ragnar Lord might not approve of her being here, but she clearly doesn't care. She's made her choice. She looks at Theo and says she wants to give him a gift. Theo blinks, unsure what she means, until she draws her sword. What follows is mesmerizing. Her blade flows like water, every movement precise and beautiful. It's nothing like the brute force of Lord Kyle Ragnar. This is elegance made lethal. Her signature style, Celestial's flower rain. Petals swirl with every motion, forming a spectacle that leaves Theo completely speechless. When she finishes, the air settles. Theo, still processing what he just saw, tries to burn every detail into his memory. Prunus smiles gently and tells him not to stress about mastering it. Not yet. What matters is that he's learned something today. Then, with a final surge of radiant energy, she marks him, not just with power, but with promise. Before leaving, she tells him to find her after the ceremony if he wishes to continue learning. And just like that, she's gone, leaving Theo with a mix of awe and responsibility. That moment, it meant something, more than just a technique. It was a turning point. 3 days pass. Now, we're in the northern mountains, near the legendary Great Wall. Snow blankets the vast landscape, but the scale of the region is staggering. These aren't just mountains, this is the front line. For over 1,000 years, the Ragnar Clan has stood guard here, holding back the darkness beyond. And it's here, in this frozen fortress of history and danger, that the second stage of the awakening ceremony is about to begin. Jackie Ragnar steps forward, voice steady and commanding, as he faces the gathered participants. He lays it all out. The Ragnar clan has stood between humanity and the horrors of the demon sea for generations, a cursed land crawling with monstrous beasts. One day, These very apprentices will inherit that burden. But for now, the trial is simple. They must remain inside the Great Wall. Going beyond it is a death sentence. Their mission? Hunt down the beasts roaming the winter mountains, collect the bells tied around their necks, and survive out here for 15 full days. Each bell's color tells a different story. More difficult beasts, higher rewards. Then Jackie drops the real bomb. There's one beast out here that's on a whole different level. No one can take it down solo. It's worth big points, sure, but only for those who can work as a team. This test isn't just about strength. It's about strategy, survival, and adaptability. And here's the kicker. Everything's fair game. You can snatch bells from others. Steal, ambush, overpower. It's survival of the fittest. The Ragnar way. To help them stay alive, Jackie introduces a special totem. Safe zones. If things get too rough, these are the places where participants can rest, heal, and restock. Then, without another word, he gives the signal. In an instant, the group scatters, charging into the snowy wilderness. Theo's allies rush ahead, diving into the trees with a plan. Gather what they can and support Theo however possible. Not far off, a pair of flame-haired siblings, Hulkus Lank and his sister, are practically bouncing with excitement. They're here to fight, and they're loving every second of it. Meanwhile, Axian Ragnar is already slicing through the landscape at full speed. Every step, every breath is driven by one goal: take down Theo. His uncle's words ring in his ears. This could be Theo's final moment. Axian isn't just competing. He's hunting. Trailing just behind, another figure watches in silence. Ragnar, one of the clan's infamous four hounds. His eyes never leave Axian. Back with Theo, he's preparing to head into the forest when a voice calls out. It's Remington. He walks up, serious and calm, and tells Theo what's been on his mind. Their friendship? Still strong. But now, there's more to it. He sees Theo as a rival, and he's determined to rise above him. Theo doesn't flinch. Instead, he smiles. Same here, he says. They're not just friends, they're competitors. And that mutual respect, it only fires them up more. Remington nods, grateful, then disappears into the trees with new purpose. Alone now, Theo feels the energy surge inside him. The competition, the pressure, the stakes, it's exactly what he's been waiting for. He takes a moment to steady himself, then pulls out the compass. It glows softly in his hand. The needle points straight ahead, guiding him toward the dragon's nest hidden somewhere in this vast, frozen wilderness. Theo's grip tightens. His eyes lock forward. It's time. Deep within the frozen peaks, the camera pans to a sheer, snow-draped cliff glowing faintly with a strange blue light. It lingers there, like a secret waiting to be discovered, silent, still, and full of promise. Cut to Theo, trudging through thick snow at the mountain's edge, muttering under his breath. He's been following the compass for hours, and it's led him to this miserable, frozen mess. Should have brought a shovel instead of Griffin, he jokes, glancing at the sleek, silent blade strapped to his back. The moon-white sword, loyal as ever. Just then, as he grabs the hilt, Griffin stirs with a faint tremble, reacting to his touch like it's more than just steel. Theo doesn't have time to think about it. With a deep breath, he raises the sword and slashes forward, letting loose a burst of blue energy. Snow explodes outward, revealing a hidden path buried beneath the icy layers. But before he can take a step forward, something shifts in the air. Theo's eyes narrow. He can feel it. Someone's watching. Without turning, he calls out, daring the stalker to come out. Sure enough, a man steps from behind the trees, laughing. "When did you spot us?" he asks casually. "We've been trailing you a while." Theo turns, now facing three figures, each armed and smirking. One of them, a heavy-set guy, jabs a thumb toward his friend, blaming him for making too much noise. The bald one grumbles, already regretting this decision. "He's stronger than we thought." The leader steps forward, oozing arrogance. "Hey there, first place," he says with a mocking grin. Theo recognizes them instantly. Hyde, Chow, and Loon, the infamous roughnecks of Book Mountain. He knows their reputation. In his past life, he'd uncovered their atrocities while working with Hyuk-Seol. Missions had been their excuse, but what they left behind was a nightmare. Over 700 lives lost, civilians torn apart, skulls crushed, names lost forever in pools of blood. Theo had been the one to clean up the aftermath, and the memory never left him. Seeing them now, he knows this confrontation was inevitable. Just didn't expect it would happen so soon. You working for Axian? He asks, voice sharp. The fat one stares blankly. The leader scoffs. Please, like we take orders from some kid. Theo's eyes narrow. Then who sent you? They don't answer. Instead, they close in, circling, grinning like it's a game. One of them laughs. You wouldn't believe it if we told you. Then it hits Theo like a thunderclap. The Senate. Of course. Theo's words land like a hammer, and the roughnecks freeze. For a second, just one, they hesitate. The leader's grin returns, slow and slick. Not bad, he says impressed. Didn't expect you to figure that out. The fat one shifts uneasily. Maybe we're in over our heads. But the leader waves him off, sneering. Relax. Once we take him out, who's gonna know? He steps forward, drawing his weapon. Too bad, though. Shame to mess up that pretty face of yours. Theo doesn't flinch. He calmly reaches for Griffin. The moment his fingers wrap around the hilt, the blade hums, and in a single, blinding flash, a dragon-shaped surge of blue energy erupts from the sword. It roars like thunder, charging straight at them. They barely have time to react. The leader's smirk vanishes as the energy tears into him. Before the others can move, Theo follows up. 3 swift slashes, each clean and deadly, like the claws of a dragon ripping through flesh and steel. Blood paints the snow in crimson arcs. In an instant, the 3 roughnecks are reduced to a pile of torn bodies and stunned silence. Their severed heads land near Theo's feet. He stares down, eyes glowing red. I won't become monsters like you, he says coldly. He leaves their heads untouched, not out of mercy, but as a message. As the mountain wind howls around him, Theo remembers the horror of their massacre in his past life. They'd been stronger then, more vicious. Maybe this time around, they weren't as terrifying, or maybe he'd just grown stronger. Without hesitation, he kicks their heads off the cliff. No need for trophies. His thoughts drift to Lady Prunus's technique, Celestial Flower Rain. He's mimicked it 3 times so far, but it's still just a shadow of her true form. She could unleash over 100 strikes in a single breath. He's not there yet. He exhales sharply, pushing the thought aside. One thing at a time. Just as he turns to leave, something catches his eye, a faint outline at the cliff's edge. Curious, he walks over and peers down. A staircase, carved into the rock, hidden beneath layers of snow and shadow. Just as he spots it, a system notification appears. Hidden quest activated. Find the invisible staircase and explore the blue cave. Without a second of hesitation, Theo leaps down, following the spiraling stone path deep into the mountainside. Meanwhile, far from the icy cliffs, inside a grand monitoring hall, tension is mounting. A man unfurls a scroll, reading off the current rankings. Axian Ragnar is in first place. Ragnar's close behind. Julius, seated at a massive round table, leans forward. What about Theo Ragnar? The announcer hesitates. He's yet to score any kills or team up with anyone. Julius raises an eyebrow, intrigued. The room goes quiet. Maybe, the announcer ventures, he's waiting in ambush. Or hiding something big. At the round table meeting, as the chatter shifts toward Theo, Prunus opens her mouth to speak, only to be cut off by a smug, mocking laugh. Wolfgang. He leans forward, voice dripping with contempt. Just because he shined in the first trial doesn't mean he'll survive this one, he scoffs. He paints Theo as a fraud. No real combat experience, just a lucky fluke. Then he goes even lower, hurling insults about Theo's lineage, calling him an illegitimate brat. Wolfgang's grin widens as he boasts about sending the roughnecks after him, clearly convinced Theo's already been wiped out. Across the table, Ed Troyven narrows his eyes. Did you send those 3 after him? He asks Wolfgang silently through telepathy. Wolfgang chuckles darkly. Oops, forgot to loop you in. Ed's jaw tightens, hands curling into fists under the table. He's insane, Ed mutters inwardly. Ever since Theo took over the Camellia Palace, Ed and his allies have been forced to relocate to the Rose Palace. That shift gave Ed access to some of the palace's hidden archives. And yet, despite all his searching, the ancient dragon artifact remained out of reach. Now, he's starting to suspect something dangerous. Theo might be the key, and Ed's not planning to let that slip through his fingers. Without a word, he turns toward one of his subordinates and issues a telepathic command. Find Axian. Tell him to finish it. Now, back at the table, Prunus turns to Julius, her voice calm but firm. The Senate's moving pieces behind the scenes. We should prepare a contingency. But Julius waves her off, unbothered. Theo isn't the type to sit quietly for no reason. If he's laying low, he has a plan. Then he glances at her, smile tinged with suspicion. And I haven't forgotten. You met with him behind my back. Prunus just laughs. What matters isn't what you think, it's what he thinks. She leans back, fully confident in the path she's chosen. Cut back to the mountains. Theo steps into the mouth of the blue cave, his figure swallowed by shadows. Inside, the scene is grim. Piles of skeletal remains litter the ground. Skulls stare blankly from the dark, bones cracking beneath his boots. A low, eerie growl echoes through the cavern, and the air feels heavy, thick with dread. Then the skeletons begin to stir. Roars echo off the walls, warped and unnatural. A psychic pressure builds, trying to claw its way into Theo's mind. But he doesn't flinch. His mental fortitude is too high, his will too sharp. These tricks, they're nothing. With a quiet sigh, he places one hand on the icy stone wall. Sensory perception, he whispers. A wave of energy pulses through the cave, lighting up the darkness in his mind's eye. Every crevice, every twist, every hidden path reveals itself. And there, deeper within the cave, a glowing trail blazes into view. Theo's smirk returns. This is it, the hatchling's nest. A memory flickers. Back in his previous life, Cibil had stumbled upon something here, long after this trial had ended. A legendary artifact. By then, it was already too late to stop him. But this time, Theo's going to claim it first. Following the trail, but just as he steps closer, the door stirs. A strange sensation washes over him, and then he sees it, an enormous eye, unblinking, staring straight at him through the darkness. Theo stands frozen, stunned as he slowly pushes the door open and steps into the unknown. What greets him looks like something out of fantasy epic. Endless gold, exotic weapons, and rare treasures scattered everywhere. But instead of awe, a sense of dread creeps in. This isn't the hatchling's nest he expected. No, this is something far more dangerous. This is the lair of an ancient dragon. He inhales sharply, a single bead of sweat trailing down his cheek. The truth hits hard. Facing a dragon like this, he wouldn't even make it out alive. The treasure, no matter how legendary, feels completely out of reach. As he scans the cavern, trying to piece together how things went so wrong, a question gnaws at him. Was Cibil's information off? Or did he simply get here way too early? Maybe even years ahead of schedule? With no better option, Theo decides to fall back and rethink everything. But just as he turns, he feels it, a chilling presence. Something is watching him. Slowly, he pivots back around and locks eyes with a massive golden iris, staring him down with terrifying intensity. The dragon is awake. Theo can't move, his heart thundering in his chest. Then, the dragon speaks, its voice echoing across the cavern like ancient thunder. You are the first selector in ages. Resting atop its hoard, the dragon's gaze never wavers. Theo struggles to steady his breath as the creature introduces itself. Roadbroke, the guardian dragon of the Ragnar Clan, sovereign of Winter Mountain. The weight of realization crashes down on him, and overwhelmed by the magnitude of the moment, Theo drops to his knees, bowing low to greet Roadbroke as his ancestor. Would you like the next part continued in the same style? Roadbroke tilts its head, mildly amused. Ancestor, it echoes with a raised brow. Theo quickly speaks up, recalling the stories passed down in his clan. Wasn't the guardian dragon the eternal partner of their forefather, Sigurd? And wasn't it also the mother of the legendary dragon, Friedrich? The dragon lets out something between a snort and a chuckle. So that fool Sigurd really went around telling tall tales, it says. Roadbroke sets the record straight. Yes, they were comrades, and yes, their bond was deep, but it was built on mutual respect, not blood. There was no romance, no offspring, just a contract, powerful and ancient. After all, dragons and humans? Not exactly biologically compatible. Theo flushes at the implication, but pushes on. Then, the whole thing about Ragnar descendants having dragon blood, is that all just a myth? Roadbroke gives a slow nod. Not completely false, but not what you think. The contract left a mark on him, a symbolic trace of my power. Enough to inspire awe, not enough to call him kin. Theo relaxes just a little. For the first time, this doesn't feel like a battlefield. It feels like a chance, a rare opening to ask real questions, ones that could help him climb to the top of the Ragnar clan. Roadbroke picks up on his thoughts and sighs. As Guardian Dragon, I'm bound by oath. If a selector is deemed worthy, they may ask 3 questions. No more. Theo can barely contain himself. This is bigger than any treasure. Meanwhile, far from the dragon's lair, the scene cuts to Axian Ragnar. He's in the middle of a fierce battle, taking down a monstrous beast with a technique that roars through the air. 1,000 dragons roar. One devastating strike, and a tiger-like creature collapses instantly. Axian kneels, picking a small green bell off the beast's neck. With a smirk, he counts it, his 57th. He tosses it to one of his men and casually asks if there's any news on Theo. Orion, one of his most loyal subordinates, shakes his head. Still no sign. We don't know where he's gone. He glances at Axian with admiration, marveling at the strength that lets him crush monsters most wouldn't dare face. He lets slip a quiet comment about Theo's cleverness, but that's a mistake. Axian's smile vanishes. In a flash, he grabs Orion by the throat, lifting him clean off the ground. His glare is ice cold. True strength doesn't fear anything, he growls. Orion claws at his arm, gasping for air, and manages to choke out an apology, just as another messenger rushes in. The messenger delivers the update. Orders from the Central Intelligence Bureau. Accelerate the mission. Axian lets go of Orion, who drops to the ground, wheezing, while Axian turns his attention to the newcomer. His voice is sharp, laced with menace. Tell them this, he says coldly. No one wants Theo dead more than I do. His entire frame radiates killing intent. The message couldn't be clearer. Back in the dragon's lair, Theo sits silently, weighing his options. Each question matters. After a pause, he steadies his breath and finally speaks. Why are you here? Roadbroke's massive eye narrows slightly, a spark of approval flickering within. A worthy start, it rumbles, amused. Then it begins to explain. Far beyond the limits of the world, past lands no one has ever seen, lies a terrifying force, an entity known only as the Nameless Monarch. For millennia, Roadbroke's role has been to guard against this very being. Winter Mountain, for all its majesty, is just one post in a much greater war. Hearing this, Theo feels the chill of realization. If even a dragon like Roadbroke speaks of the Nameless Monarch with caution, then the threat must be beyond imagination. Still, he presses forward, refusing to be paralyzed by fear. What is the ancient dragon's relic, he asks. Roadbroke lets out a low hum, clearly impressed. Now that, it says, is a question most wouldn't even think to ask. The dragon reveals the truth. There are 3 relics, each forged with fragments of its soul. But then it adds something unexpected. Theo already holds 2 of them. His eyes widen. 2. Instantly, he recalls them. One is the dungeon hidden within Camellia Palace. The other? His white moonlight blade. But that leaves one more. Roadbroke continues. The 3rd relic is known as Papnir. Long ago, the dragon's soul was divided into 31 fragments, entrusted to humanity as weapons against the Nameless Monarch. Each relic is unique, sometimes a blade, sometimes a relic, sometimes something stranger. Theo's thoughts spin. A soul split 31 ways? Could one of those pieces be behind his return to the past? 20 years of memories, wiped clean, and then suddenly finding himself back at 17? Was Papnir the cause? The idea rocks him. If true, it means his rebirth wasn't a miracle, but a piece of a forgotten plan. After a long pause, Theo steels himself and asks his final question. Why was I chosen? Deep down, he's grappling with doubt. He was once powerless, dismissed by everyone. Why him? Why not someone stronger, someone more gifted? Roadbroke holds his gaze, then counters with a question of its own. Who said you're the only one? Theo's breath catches. His thoughts spiral as the realization hits. He's not alone. Others were chosen too. The relics, they didn't choose just one person. Names rushed to his mind. Ed Troyven, Curson, even the Black Dragon. Could they have known about the relics? Could they have gone through the same regression? He thought he was walking a unique path. But now, he might be just one of many pieces in a much larger puzzle. The Nameless Monarch, Roadbroke's eternal mission, and now the possibility of other regressors. It all feels overwhelming. Then, the dragon speaks again. You've asked your 3 questions. The hidden quest is complete. Theo snaps out of his thoughts as a system window materializes before him, announcing the quest completion and offering a reward. His heart races. He'd originally come here seeking Amon's relic, but now, The possibilities seem endless. Roadbroke gestures to the treasure-filled chamber. Choose whatever you like, it says. Elixirs, gems, ancient relics, techniques, weapons, whatever you choose will be unlike anything in the outside world. Theo scans the mountain of treasure, eyes flicking from glowing tomes to radiant blades. But then a bold thought takes root. A grin spreads across his face. I want you, Roadbroke. The lair falls silent. The ancient dragon stares at him, utterly stunned. And with that, the scene fades to black. Roadbroke froze mid-step, clearly caught off guard by Theo's unexpected words. For a moment, confusion flickered across her features. Then came a thunderous laugh, echoing through the cavern like crashing boulders. She called his demand a ridiculous joke, mocking the idea that someone would dare say such a thing to her. If nothing else, it proved how legendary she still was. But the laughter didn't last. Her amusement vanished, voice turning sharp and cold. She cut straight to the point. What was he really after? Theo didn't answer right away. He met her gaze, unwavering, before speaking with quiet certainty. He told her the treasure he wanted was right beneath her feet. The moment the words left his mouth, her expression changed. The laughter stopped. Her eyes, like molten gold, narrowed. Her voice dropped low, edged with suspicion. You weren't joking, were you? Theo's answer came calm and confident, without the slightest hesitation. Suddenly, Roadbroke's wings burst open with a violent sweep, sending a fierce wind ripping through the cavern. Theo staggered but held his ground. The air thickened, heavy with dragon fear, an overwhelming pressure that threatened to crush him where he stood. Her voice thundered, absolute and commanding. You seek my treasure? My knowledge? Everything I possess. The sheer force of her presence was unbearable, pressing down on Theo like a collapsing mountain. Blood streaked from his eyes and lips, yet he stood firm. Drawing on his will, he released the lair drake's fear, ghostly blue smoke spilling from his body. Roadbroke scoffed at the sight. Pathetic, she snarled. You think such a feeble trick can scare me? Theo didn't back down. His voice, strained but unwavering, fired back. He reminded her of her own words, that he could claim any treasure from her hoard, no restrictions. Then, with deliberate boldness, he declared she was the true treasure, the very core of the nest. Silence fell, thick with tension. Roadbroke stared him down, her burning gaze locked on his. Theo, battered and barely holding on, stepped forward. He knew the gamble. He knew who she was, the guardian dragon, bound by ancient oath to Sigurd of the Ragnar Clan. But that's exactly why he had to take this stand. With all the strength he had left, he claimed her as his prize, and vowed never to leave her side. For a long, tense moment, neither of them spoke. Then something shifted in Roadbroke's gaze. A trace of familiarity, a glimmer of a memory long buried. Someone else, once just as defiant. Her fiery aura slowly faded, wings folded in, and with a deep breath, she gave her answer, tinged with a strange warmth. Very well, she said. I'll accept. Theo stood rooted in place, stunned. Before the weight of her words could even settle, a dense fog spilled around her massive form. Glimmers of gold sparked inside the mist, pulsing with an ancient brilliance. As the fog thinned, her figure began to change. From the haze, a silhouette emerged, a woman stepping forward from the pile of treasure. When the mist fully cleared, it revealed her new form, stunning and regal. Horns curled elegantly atop her head, her golden eyes gleamed, and an air of timeless majesty radiated from her every step. She caught Theo's stunned look and laughed lightly. Caught your eye, have I? She teased, voice teasing and light. But the mood shifted as her expression turned serious. She spoke of her age, more than 2 millennia, and of a loss she'd endured 50 years ago. Her heart taken, her time running out. Bound to her nest, she had only 3 years left. She reached toward him, her voice calm but resolute. Even knowing that, do you still choose me? Theo didn't hesitate. Though bruised and bloodied, he smiled. My answer hasn't changed, he said. I choose you, Roadbroke. A system prompt appeared before him. Reward confirmed. Ragnar's guardian dragon, Roadbroke. She let out a quiet sigh, shaking her head with a half-smile. Foolish boy, she muttered, though there was something like pride in her tone. But maybe that kind of foolishness fits someone chosen by fate. Another system message followed. New titles gained. Guardian Dragon's significant other. Descendant of the progenitor Sigurd. Theo stood tall, blood staining his face, but eyes blazing with purpose. He swore to become stronger, to track down relics of the ancient dragons, and to find something that could take the place of her missing heart. His voice rang clear, filled with unwavering resolve. "I'll find a way to save you," he vowed. Then came one last system message. Soul link established, Guardian Dragon, road broke. His levels surged as a flood of experience surged into him, a mark of triumph earned through grit and heart. "To carry this title," Theo said firmly, "I must prove myself worthy of it." Roadbroke let out a faint chuckle, a mix of pride and playfulness behind her words. "Then I'll be counting on you in your new position, partner of my choosing." Still, she reminded him, her condition was worsening, and soon she'd be forced into hibernation, confined to her nest until a cure could be found. Before slipping into her rest, she reached into her treasure hoard and drew out a glowing blue book. With a blink, she was in front of Theo, pressing the book firmly against his chest. "This will unlock your mind gate," she said. "That's the only way our soul bond can truly activate. Don't waste this chance." She motioned toward the nearby cavern, pointing out the plentiful food by her nest, and urged him to study hard. Suddenly, a system alert flashed across Theo's vision. It declared he had obtained the Grimoire of Amon. For a few moments, he just stared, stunned, at the radiant tome in his hands. The system continued, explaining the Grimoire's origins, an artifact forged from the primordial sound of creation itself, a divine echo holding the secrets of the universe. The sheer weight of that truth left him breathless. This wasn't just any treasure. It was a direct thread to the very foundations of existence. Still dazed, Theo looked back at Roadbroke, his voice a mix of wonder and concern as he asked how long the mind gate awakening would take. She lounged atop a treasure chest, golden eyes flickering with mischief. "About a month," she answered casually. Theo's heart sank. The timing was terrible. He was already deep into the second phase of the awakening ceremony, and only 15 days remained to complete the trial. Panic edged into his voice as he asked if he could return to the nest after finishing the exam. But Roadbroke, with a sly grin and a tone that brooked no argument, replied, "You're not leaving until that mind gate is open." Theo stood still. She meant every word. The full weight of it hit him. He had only 13 days to master what others needed an entire month for. Meanwhile, his rivals were out there gaining ground, collecting bells, clashing, advancing. There was no room for failure. No option to retreat. 3 days earlier, far away at the Central Intelligence Bureau, the ground lay buried in thick snow. But the bitter cold in the air had little to do with the weather. Axian's uncle was nearby, his wicked grin exuding a chill that bit deeper than the frost. Axian stood silent, watching as the man dug through a container and pulled out what looked like an ordinary marble. But in this world, nothing was ever as simple as it appeared. With the flair of a villain straight out of a twisted fairy tale, Axian's uncle began explaining the marble's true purpose. Far from ornamental, it amplified the power of imprisoned fiends, creating a repulsive anti-field to drive away other fiends. Then, without hesitation, he crushed the marble in his palm. A thick cloud of black and violet mist surged out, churning until it took the form of a nightmarish beast, its cavernous mouth wide enough to swallow Axian whole. Before Axian could even move, shadows burst forth from beneath his uncle. They spiraled upward, solidifying into the shape of a colossal dragon. In a single, merciless blow, the shadow dragon obliterated the fiend entirely. Axian stood frozen, caught between stunned admiration and silent dread. The display was a brutal reminder of the power running through his bloodline. But his uncle paid no mind to Axian's reaction, already shifting gears to the next part of their plan. The rules for the second trial were simple: kill fiends, earn points. But Axian's role came with a cruel twist. He was to draw Theo out using the marbles. Axian, blunt as ever, suggested capturing and torturing Theo to extract the secrets of the Rose Palace relic. But his uncle shut the idea down immediately. Theo wasn't someone to approach so recklessly. "Subtlety has never been your strength," he muttered, earning a sharp, icy glare from Axian. Instead, their strategy would be to hit where it hurt, targeting Theo's allies from the training camp to provoke a reaction. Now, back in the present, that plan was starting to fall apart. Theo had yet to take the bait. While the other contenders hunted fiends and climbed the ranks, Theo had vanished. No activity, no presence, just silence. With only 12 hours left before the stage closed, Axian simmered in frustration. His score, 860 points, was little comfort. The sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence. Felix Ragnar, the swordsman from Plum Blossom Palace and current fifth-place holder with 446 points, strode in with his usual air of detective flair. He offered a theory. Theo might have been captured by the Seal Scoundrels, a rogue faction known for operating outside the rules. Axian's gaze turned icy. His glare cut straight through Felix before he spoke. "Your theories are as worthless as your rank," he said with a mocking smile. And to dig the blade deeper, he threw in a jab at Felix's loyalty to Lady Plum Blossom. Felix's fists clenched, his face tight with restraint, but he didn't respond. He knew better than to rise to the bait. Axian waved him off like a nuisance. His focus snapped back to his mission. "Enough waiting. It's time to drag Theo out, by force if we have to." Axian gathered members of the Scale Dragon Society and Plum Blossom Palace, laying out a ruthless new strategy. Hunt down Theo's allies one by one. The Scale Dragon members exchanged wicked grins, eager to sink their teeth into the task. But as the plan unfolded, they weren't alone. Hidden behind a tree, Ragnar listened in silence. Ranked third with 561 points, his sharp eyes narrowed with interest, carefully absorbing every detail. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, a dying forest lizard let out a final shriek before collapsing. A group of hunters stood over its corpse, blood mingling with the scent of moss and damp earth. This wasn't just any fiend, it was mid-tier, but their smug expressions suggested they believed it was some grand victory, unaware of the real threats moving just out of sight. Among the group was Cibil, ranked 68th with just 31 points, barely enough to stay in the game. He clutched a yellow demon bell, a hollow trophy from a battle against a weak fiend that hardly counted as a fight. His companions, Gordon and Romero, ranked 53rd with 52 points and 62nd with 36, respectively, shared in the shallow satisfaction. Their scores weren't impressive, but they were enough to keep them breathing. Cibil held up his bell, frowning. 12 hours left. Where the hell is Theo? His voice carried more frustration over wasted supplies than any real concern. Gordon, always the wannabe tactician, shrugged. He's probably plotting something bigger. He's not like us, scrambling just to survive. Romero, ever the hopeful one, lit up. Maybe he's gunning for first place again. His excitement earned tired stares. The others had long since lost their patience for blind optimism. But before anyone could reply, the sharp crunch of a blade ripping through flesh silenced the forest. Out of nowhere, Orion Gardner, ranked 14th with 1,173 points, drove his sword straight through Cibil's back. Cibil's proud smirk twisted into a grotesque mask as blood poured down his chest. Orion pulled his weapon free with a practiced flick, his voice cold and merciless. "You're just cannon fodder." Gordon and Romero stood frozen, stunned as Orion turned his gaze on them. His sword rose again, daring them to resist. In the next heartbeat, the clearing erupted into chaos. Steel flashed, blood splattered, and the forest echoed with violence. Far beneath the surface, in the depths of Roadbroke's nest, Theo stood motionless under the piercing gaze of the ancient dragon. Her amber eyes glowed like embers, scanning him with a mix of curiosity and silent judgment. Her voice, deep and thunderous, echoed across the cavern as she evaluated his progress. Against all odds, Theo had managed what few dare dream of. He'd partially awakened his mind gate in less than a month. A feat so rare, it would crush the pride of even the most gifted sorcerers. A system prompt flickered into view before him, announcing his partial mastery over the grimoire of Amon. Reading the message, Theo let out a dry laugh. "Story of my life," he muttered. "Always stuck a B+ in a world that only applauds A++. The grimoire wasn't some ordinary spellbook. It was steeped in mystery, tied to the original sound that birthed the universe. Mastering it required not just vast mana reserves, but a bond with the dragon's heart. Luckily, Theo had both. It was what allowed him to move at a pace others could only envy. Still, the system wasn't handing out easy wins. Instead of some grand, game-changing power, it granted him a skill called hatching, an ability to control lingering thoughts through psychokinesis. Powerful in concept, but hardly the trump card he'd hoped for. Roadbroke wasn't impressed. She closed her eyes, her voice flat and unimpressed. "At best, You've barely earned the right to call yourself my consort. Theo blinked. Consort? What kind of messed up title system do you dragons use? Unfazed, she continued. If you want to master higher level techniques, you'll need far more discipline. And remember, I only have 2 years left. Fail to restore me, and we both vanish. Her bluntness struck him harder than any threat could. But instead of backing down, Theo squared his shoulders and grinned. Then I'll get it done. Looks like you're stuck with me. Pleased by his resolve, Roadbroke began the primordial covenant. Smoke curled around Theo's body, and her golden eyes blazed as her voice took on the weight of an ancient rite. You are now my consort, the first in 1,000 years. Then, in a flash, she disappeared. Theo blinked again, this time against the harsh glare of sunlight reflecting off snow. He now stood on a mountain cliff, the bitter wind howling through the icy landscape. White stretched in every direction, and the cold sank deep into his bones. He exhaled sharply, breath turning to frost. 12 hours left, and this is where I'm at. The clock was ticking down fast. First place wasn't just slipping away. It was a distant blur on the horizon. He stomped at the snow, frustration simmering beneath his calm exterior. Chasing demon bells across the wilderness? It felt less like a trial and more like a meaningless scavenger hunt. If he was going to take the lead, he needed something bigger, something real. Then it hit him, a flicker of a plan, desperate and wild. Axian had claimed the top rank during this very stage in another life. If Theo wanted to surpass him now, playing by the same rules wasn't an option. Hunting fiends? That was a losing game. The real points weren't in monsters, they were in people. Other participants. Their bells were worth more, and there were fewer of them. As the idea began to take shape, a heavier thought crept in from the edges of his mind. One name, one rival, a confrontation so risky it bordered on madness. The kind of fight no sane person would seek out. But before his mind could spiral deeper into that possibility, a soft rustle broke through the silence. Theo's head snapped in the direction of the sound, his heartbeat kicking up. A figure stumbled into view, leaving behind a trail of red smeared across the pristine snow. He tensed immediately, instinctively scanning the area, not just at the figure, but at the shadows beyond. Then came a voice. Quiet, cold. It sliced through the air like sharpened glass. Theo's breath caught. The real threat wasn't the one in front of him. It was whatever, or whoever, was still hidden, watching from the edges of the treeline. The snow muffled everything, wrapping the forest in a suffocating stillness. Theo stood alert, eyes sweeping the frozen terrain. Then he saw it, a flicker of movement. Someone dragging their feet, barely upright. Ray? His voice cracked with a mix of surprise and concern. Ray Ragnar appeared through the trees, though barely recognizable. The strength she was known for had vanished. Her frame sagged, her pace faltered, and the fire usually burning in her eyes was gone. Beads of sweat clung to her skin despite the freezing air, and her hand clenched her sword's hilt like it was the only thing keeping her upright. Ray, what happened? Theo rushed to her, his gaze scanning her form. There, along her side, a deep gash oozing blood onto the snow. His stomach dropped. That's not a beast wound, he muttered. Ray, were you ambushed? She didn't answer. Her breathing came in ragged gasps, and her legs gave out beneath her. Theo caught her before she hit the ground, gently easing her down. You're hurt bad, he said, trying to keep his voice calm. Save your strength. Talk later. Ray shook her head, barely able to lift it. Her voice came out in a strained whisper, raw and urgent. Go west now. Theo gently lowered her against the trunk of a nearby tree, carefully supporting her weight. Her sword slipped from her hand, landing in the snow with a muted thud. Without hesitation, Theo picked it up. The moment his fingers wrapped around the hilt, a surge of blinding light burst from the blade, engulfing him in a sudden flash. System notification. Hatchling synchronization initiated. Accessing memories within the sword. Reading the thoughts of its owner, Ray Ragnar. The world tilted. The snowy forest dissolved into streaks of color, spinning and distorting until the scene reformed. Theo now stood in a hidden part of the woods, dim light casting long shadows across the ground. He wasn't alone. Just ahead, crouched behind a thick tree trunk, was Ray Ragnar. Her gaze was locked on a clearing where a cruel spectacle was unfolding. At the center stood Axian, his presence heavy and cold. Surrounding him were Theo's allies, bruised, restrained, and on their knees. Their faces were swollen, evidence of the brutal beatings they had endured. Axian's men circled them like jackals, weapons gleaming in the pale light. "No sign of Theo," one of the guards muttered. "But we've left enough bait to draw him in." Another snorted with a grin. "Even let monsters loose in the area. If he's breathing, he'll show." Axian remained silent, his eyes on the prisoners. His expression gave nothing away, but the cold violence in his aura was unmistakable. Then, almost bored, he let out a low chuckle. "Should I start killing them?" he mused aloud, as if pondering a minor inconvenience. Honestly, bringing this many was overkill. 2 or 3 would have done the job. One of his subordinates lifted a blade. Might as well make it count. The weapon rose, ready to fall, until a voice rang out, clear and commanding. "Stop this." Ray emerged from cover, sword drawn, her stance unwavering despite the danger. Axian turned slowly, brow raised in surprise before his lips curled into a mocking grin. "Ragnar," he said with an air of amusement. "Didn't expect you. This has nothing to do with you." Ray's reply was firm. "They're Theo's companions. Let them go." Axian's smirk deepened. "So you're backing him." Predictable. Ray didn't waste words. She surged forward, blades slicing through the air. Axian moved to meet her, his own sword flashing to intercept. Steel clashed with a shower of sparks as the two collided. Ray struck with purpose, each blow powered by resolve. But Axian parried effortlessly, countering with the speed and precision of a seasoned killer. Her tenacity was fierce, but so was the storm she'd thrown herself into. With one devastating strike, Axian's blade knocked Ray to the ground. She hit the earth hard, struggling to rise as her limbs trembled beneath her. Her strength was nearly gone. Axian stepped forward, towering over her, his sword raised high for the finishing blow. And then, everything shattered. The memory cracked and dissolved, snapping Theo back to reality. The cold forest returned, the silence of snow and wind settling around him once more. Ray slumped against him, her breaths shallow and ragged. Her word from earlier rang louder now than ever. "Go west now." Theo's pulse pounded in his ears. This wasn't random. This wasn't just a game. Axian wasn't after points. He was after blood. Anyone tied to Theo was now a target. Gritting his teeth, Theo gripped Ray's sword tighter, a fire lighting in his eyes. The stillness of the forest seemed to brace itself as Theo turned toward her, his voice low and tense. "Why, Ray? What is Axian doing?" Ray faltered, guilt flashing across her worn features. Her voice came out soft and cracked. "He's using them, your allies, to draw you out. You were too quiet, too smart. He got desperate." Theo's fist curled so tightly his knuckles turned white. Rage and clarity surged through him all at once. "Where?" he demanded, the word sharp as steel. Ray's lips trembled. "You can't go alone. The Central Intelligence Bureau, they're behind him. He's not acting alone, Theo. You'll be walking into a death trap." But he wasn't listening anymore. His jaw clenched. Every second wasted meant more suffering, more pain. This had stopped being a competition the moment his friends were taken. "This isn't a trial anymore," Theo snapped. "This is war." Ray's voice cracked, desperation breaking through. "It's a trap. They're waiting for you to walk in blind. Rally help. Regroup. Don't throw yourself away." But Theo's fury blazed hotter than her fear. "No one else is coming," he growled. "If I don't move now, they'll die. I've already lost too much." Ray's voice shook as she pleaded with him. "I can't watch it happen again. I can't lose anyone else." Theo turned, eyes blazing. "Neither can I." His voice was thunder in the cold. Final, unshakable. Far away, in a snow-covered grove, stained red with blood, Axian stood before Theo's captured companions. The snow beneath their knees had soaked in the proof of their suffering. One of Axian's men approached, eyes wary. "Sighted him," the man said. "Northern Cliffs, with Ragnar." A wicked grin crept across Axian's face. "Good," he said, his tone dripping with venom. "Let him come." A chilling voice slithered into Axian's ear, low, sharp, and meant only for him. It reminded him there was no need to fight Theo head-on. Their real goal was to uncover the secrets of the relics. Theo could be handled later by someone more suited to the task. Axian's gaze darkened as he silently accepted the command. Still, he wasn't about to let Theo go unscathed. The voice advised using the summoning orb, a perfect distraction to keep the supervisors busy and out of the way. Meanwhile, back on the Northern Cliffs, Ray made one last attempt to change Theo's mind. Her words, filled with desperation, couldn't sway him. He thanked her for the warning, but made it clear he wasn't going to abandon his teammates. As he spoke, the atmosphere shifted. A heavy energy radiated from him, and a faint outline of a dragon shimmered behind him. It pressed down on Ray like a tidal wave, overwhelming and absolute. She could feel how serious he was. This wasn't something she could stop. Deeper in the forest, 3 competitors stumbled across a troubling sight. Snow-covered supplies were scattered across the ground, and thin trails of blood stretched into the distance. Remington, the competition's second highest-ranked fighter, knelt beside a bloodstained box. His face grew tense. He recognized the gear. It was Theo's team's. Without hesitation, he called to Hulkus and Erica, urging them to move quickly. Whatever had happened, they didn't have much time. The urgency among them was unmistakable as they prepared to follow the trail. Suddenly, the forest quaked. A towering white beast barreled toward Theo, weapon raised high above its head. Theo's gaze sharpened, his entire body ready. The earth split beneath the monster's feet as its weapon crashed downward. At the last instant, Theo slipped to the side, dodging the crushing blow. Dirt and stone exploded around him as the ground shattered. He exhaled sharply, tightening his grip on his blade. There was no room for hesitation. In a flash, he struck. His sword cut through the air, precise and ruthless, aimed at the beast's weak points. The monster screamed as it fell, its body hitting the ground with a thunderous crash. Theo didn't stop to look back. His thoughts were only on moving forward. Every second mattered. His comrades needed him. But as he sprinted through the forest, a sudden rustle stopped him cold. 5 creatures stepped from the shadows, each one identical, eyes glowing red, teeth bared. They growled low, a sound designed to shake his focus. Theo clenched his jaw. He understood right away these weren't just enemies. They were obstacles meant to slow him down and push him to his limits. Without pause, Theo drew on the might of his dragon's third claw. Power surged through him like lightning, and his sword shimmered with a pale blue glow. With one fluid motion, he swung, sending a blazing arc of energy slicing through the beasts. They dropped instantly, falling like paper cutouts, clearing his path once more. His focus sharpened with every step. Theo's will was solid, his mind locked on what lay ahead. Axian was dangerous, unstable, but he wasn't a real threat. The true puppeteers were in the shadows, the Central Intelligence Bureau. Their influence was clear, twisting the battlefield from behind the scenes. If Theo didn't act soon, everything could unravel. As he pressed forward, the last of the creatures emerged, taller, broader, far deadlier than the others. Theo crouched low, legs tensed, then launched skyward with explosive force. His blade gleamed as he came down, aimed straight for the beast's skull. The creature roared and lunged, but Theo was faster. His sword pierced clean through its head, dropping the monster in a violent, final spasm. He landed softly, eyes locked ahead, his breath steady. Then came a single, quiet vow. Axian's next. Elsewhere in the forest, Ragnar stood frozen, eyes locked on the path Theo had vanished down. Her thoughts drifted to their past. Moments from childhood when Theo had led her through darkness with the same fearless conviction. Her hands curled into fists, her resolve crystallizing. He had always carried the burden alone, but not this time. She wouldn't let him face it by himself. Turning on her heel, she took off, determined to fight by his side. Back at the enemy's stronghold, Theo's captured teammates sat bound, bruised, and angry. Their faces were set in grim defiance. One of them snarled and fought against his restraints, spitting curses at their captors. Axian responded with cold contempt, driving his boot into the man's face and slamming him into the dirt without a second thought. Annoyed by the outburst, Axian drew his sword and held the edge to the prisoner's neck, a wicked grin playing on his lips. But before he could go any further, a cool voice drifted from the shadows, a reminder from the Bureau. Acting without permission would jeopardize the entire operation. Snarling, Axian backed off, though his fury simmered just below the surface. He sat arrogantly on the captive's back, using him like a stool. Then, through the trees, faint lights flickered in the distance. Axian's red eyes narrowed. The presence of high-ranking prosecutors meant only one thing. His own family had sent watchdogs. They didn't trust him to finish the job. Theo stepped into the clearing, and instantly, The atmosphere shifted. Every eye turned to him, even those of his bruised and bloodied comrades. Their shock was visible, disbelief flickering across their battered faces. Seated smugly at the center, Axian lifted his gaze, meeting Theo's eyes with a slow, deliberate smirk. The silence stretched for a breath before Axian broke it with mocking words, teasing Theo for showing up late. Theo walked forward, unshaken. His gaze swept the scene. Captives to his left, tense guards to the right, and Axian lounging arrogantly atop a human throne. Axian's jabs meant nothing. Theo's focus locked on the beaten man beneath Axian's feet, his grip on his sword tightening. Axian rose, fingers brushing the hilt of his blade, but a cold voice from the shadows warned him again. Don't let Theo bait you. Axian paused, then composed himself, shifting his tone. He spoke as if appealing to reason, suggesting their clash was inevitable. Theo cut in, his voice like ice. He asked plainly, was Axian afraid? He didn't wait for an answer. He pointed out the obvious. The hostages, the guards, the orchestrated trap. It wasn't strategy, it was fear. The words hit their mark. Axian's smirk faltered, and his fury surged. You're delusional, Axian snapped. Theo stepped forward, raising his blade, calling for a one-on-one fight. He invoked the name of Ragnar, questioning whether Axian had thrown away his pride. That was the final blow. Rage took over, and Axian roared his acceptance, swearing to finish Theo once and for all. Above the scene, hidden among the branches, covert watchers observed the tension explode. One whispered about the rising heat of battle, while another reminded the group to stay on course. They'd intervene only if Axian lost control. On the ground, Axian barked sharp commands, warning his troops to stand down. This wasn't their fight. He declared it a battle of honor, promising the hostages would remain untouched until it was over. Theo struck first. His speed was blinding. Axian barely blocked the opening slash, stumbling back, momentarily thrown. Theo's faint grin only fueled his anger. With a roar, Axian unleashed his trump card, the Thousand Dragons Roar. A colossal red dragon erupted forth, jaws snapping as it lunged toward Theo with terrifying speed. For a split second, Theo stood still, caught in the sheer force of it. But the awe vanished as quickly as it came. Theo raised his sword, now glowing with a fierce blue light, Dragon's third claw. In one swift, powerful motion, he sliced through the massive red dragon's energy. The roar was cut short, the beast torn apart in an instant. The battlefield fell silent. Axian froze, stunned. His strongest move obliterated like it was nothing. Theo didn't flinch. He stood firm, sword pulsing with energy, the faint blue light reflecting off his calm expression. A faint smirk formed on his face as he stared down Axian. Then, with a voice sharp as steel, he asked if the great elder Ragnar had taught him anything worth remembering. Orion Gardner, ranked 14th in the Scaled Dragon Society, explodes with fury. His fists tremble, his voice booming through the air. Damn it, nothing's going according to plan. Across a vast, icy gorge, Theo is locked in combat. Orion watches from afar, tension creeping into every corner of his mind. He'd underestimated Theo, badly. Just how powerful is he? The question lingers like a storm cloud. A cold sweat trickles down his face, and his teeth grind together. This fight has turned into a mess. What rattles him more is Axian, always arrogant, always sure of himself, struggling. A dangerous notion starts to slither into Orion's mind. Maybe it's time to cut ties. Side with Theo instead? Axian's pride has always been unbearable. The thought takes root. Orion's gaze hardens. He falls silent, his mind racing. But then, reality strikes. There's no turning back. The Bureau's proctors have arrived. They'll take care of Theo. His focus needs to shift. We need a distraction, Orion mutters, eyes narrowing. Then he shouts, his voice slicing through the wintry stillness. Scaled Dragon Society, scatter, now. The command rings out, crisp and sharp. His subordinates vanish like ghosts in the snow, slipping into the trees without a trace. This is out of our league, someone whispers urgently. Axian's on his own now. Their voices fade into the howling wind. The scene cuts sharply. A young Axian stands inside an extravagant chamber, gripping an ornate dagger tightly. The contrast between his youth and the deadly blade is striking. A stern voice calls out, Axian. Emil, robed in black, stands beside Ed Troyven. They watch the boy, burdened by sorrow and resolve. Ragnar's future rests in your hands, Ed declares, his voice laced with gravity. He steps forward, his face a blend of wisdom and merciless resolve. The name Ragnar, he says coldly, is a mask, a grand deception. Axian stares back, his crimson eyes locked onto Ed's. You are a Troon. Never forget where you truly come from. That is your legacy. The memory dissolves. Now, in the present, Axian stands battle-ready, calm, precise, deadly. From a distance, Orion watches him, reluctant admiration in his eyes. He's grown strong, Orion admits, unease flickering in his voice. Suddenly, Theo charges forward, bridging the chasm in a blink. The ground shakes as he lands, his blade already mid-swing. Theo, Ragnar, Axian bellows, meeting him with a devastating counter. Their swords collide, the sound ripping through the frostbitten air. Axian launches into a brutal barrage, his blade wrapped in a fierce crimson glow. Each strike crackles with intensity and rage, lighting up the battlefield with raw, unrestrained force. Theo meets every strike head-on, their blades crashing together in a fury of sparks. The shockwaves from their blows rumble through the earth, sending snow flying in all directions. Their duel becomes a storm within the storm. Raw steel and sheer will colliding at the heart of the blizzard. Their eyes lock mid-battle, both unflinching, both unyielding. Every movement is deliberate. Each strike and counter a step in a deadly ballet. Neither gives an inch. Concealed high in the trees, Theo watches Axian through narrowed eyes, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Everything is unfolding just as he intended. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber deep underground, shadowy figures gather around a vast circular table. Silence reigns until a voice cuts through it. Theo Ragnar has engaged Axian Ragnar. The informant announces, voice steady. A ripple of tension sweeps through the room. Julius breaks the silence with a booming laugh. Finally, he's making his move. Across the table, Wolfgang scowls, brows furrowed. I thought our men already took care of him. At the head of the table, Ed Troon exhales a subtle but telling breath. So he lives, he murmurs, satisfied. Good. That means we can proceed. His expression darkens, lips curling into a slow, chilling smile. Once Axian completes his task and retrieves what we need, his voice trails off, laced with malice. My swordsmen will finish the job. Neatly, efficiently. 2 armored guards step forward, gold plating glinting dimly under the chamber's light. One bows. Lord Troyven, we've just received a fresh update. Ed glances up, eyes cold. Speak. The guard hesitates, then answers. Axian and Theo, they're fighting. Right now. Ed curses under his breath, barely audible. Back in the snowstorm, Theo's movements become a blur, fluid, unpredictable. His jester's footwork explodes into motion, turning his sword into a whirlwind of calculated violence. Each slash is honed to perfection, every thrust aimed to overwhelm. Axian is pushed to the edge. He blocks, just in time, barely deflecting the barrage. Theo's blade whistles through the air, cutting closer with every swing. The relentless assault pounds Axian's defenses, draining his stamina, fraying his focus. Panting, muscles screaming, Axian grits his teeth. Still, he watches, listens, learns. He's tough, Axian concedes, barely above a whisper. Way tougher than I expected. But then he sees it, something subtle. A pattern, a rhythm beneath the chaos. A sliver of opportunity flickers in the storm. He's powerful, Axian thinks, eyes sharpening. But he's not untouchable. Axian's focus sharpens, his eyes locked on Theo's sword hand. He studies each movement, every twitch, every feint, reading the flow like a musician reading notes. Slowly, the rhythm becomes clear. Each strike, each shift in weight, predictable. Confidence surges. With perfect timing, Axian deflects a deadly blow, his blade swatting it aside like it were nothing. A smirk tugs at his lips. Figured you out, he says coolly. Every last move. But then, thunk. A projectile zips past his head, burying itself deep in the snow behind him. The unexpected attack halts him mid-step. His eyes snap to the embedded weapon. What the hell? He mutters, rattled. The cocky edge in his voice fades. Throwing technique? He blurts out, confused. Where did that come from? Not far away. 4-scale Dragon Society trainees recoil. Their eyes widen in disbelief. The sudden, unseen strike shakes them to the core, fear gnawing at their discipline. Theo stiffens as a memory surfaces, another time, another thrown blade. It hits like a haunting echo, a shadow from a life left behind. Axian lands softly, snow swirling around him like a veil. His every movement is calculated, deliberate. His stare, sharp and cold, cuts straight through Theo. "There's a problem with your whole approach," Axian says, his voice low and scornful. Theo doesn't answer. He just glares. "You choreograph your fights like a dance routine." Axian continues, tone icy. "All flash, no depth. Once I catch the rhythm, it's just repetition." He steps forward. A single drop of blood slips from his sword and lands in the snow with a soft plip, a bright red blot on a sea of white. Nearby, crimson spreads quickly beneath a fallen man. The silence is thick, broken only by the wind as it cuts through the battlefield. Theo's gaze drifts to the body. He freezes. His eyes narrow, confusion turning to something darker. The uniform, the symbol, realization crashes over him. "It was you," he whispers, the words heavy with shock. Images race through his mind. The cloaked figure. The final moment before his regression. It all clicks into place. Across from him, Axian stares at the same lifeless figure, unease settling in his chest. The man's expression, twisted in a frozen scream, sears itself into memory. And above them, cloaked in silence and snowfall, the figure in the shadows lowers his hood further. He stands still, a specter watching from the edge of the storm. Axian's restraint shatters. His eyes ignite with a fierce, almost unnatural light as he growls, "End this." The words cut through the air like shards of ice, cold, flat, final. Theo's rage boils over. His features contort, torn between sorrow and fury. The past crashes down on him. Flames devouring the palace, screams echoing through the night, the weight of everything he lost. The face of the one responsible. "I'll make you pay," he snarls, his voice laced with hate. Then, everything blurs. Memories flood back. The once splendid Rose Palace burns, its towers crumbling into ash. Fire devours everything. "The day I died." Theo's voice echoes faintly through the memory, heavy with pain. He sees himself sprinting through the smoke-choked halls, lungs burning, heart racing. He remembers the helplessness, the fear, the cruel finality. "I was meant to die there," he thinks bitterly, "and I never even knew who pulled the strings." A single tear slips down his cheek, trailing through soot and heat. All because I was weak, powerless. The memory fades, but the ache stays. His thoughts spin. Rendan's mistake. A moment of carelessness. The unmasking. A fatal error. Evelyn's investigation didn't stop, Theo says under his breath. His tone sharpens, and it led to the truth. Rendan, Camellia Palace, bound together by secrecy and bloodshed. A hidden alliance beneath layers of lies. And the Rose Palace, reduced to ruins. The cost of that secret. It all makes sense now. Camellia was behind it. Back in the present, the cloaked figure remains unmoving, a phantom against the snow. The stillness is suffocating, the silence heavier than the wind. Theo grips his sword tighter, his knuckles pale. He stares through the storm, heart thundering, mind razor sharp. This is no longer a fight for survival. This is justice. His thoughts snap into focus. A distinct technique, one he's only seen once before. Among the Troan, only one man fights like that. He mutters the words like a curse. Only one of them throws a sword. The truth hits, cold and merciless. Axian Ragnar. He breathes, the name burning on his tongue. His eyes study every move, every stance. That reckless style, so confident, so arrogant. Throwing a sword mid-battle is madness. Only someone too sure of their own strength would dare it. Someone like Axian. All hesitation vanishes from Theo's gaze. His eyes narrow with cold, absolute clarity. I wasn't certain at first, he says quietly, voice steady as stone. But now, there's no doubt left. Blood streaks down his fingers as they close tightly around the jagged remains of his blade. The fractured metal digs into his skin, but he doesn't even flinch. A sharp crack splits the silence. The final death rattle of his sword as it breaks in two, crumbling like the last of his illusions. Theo's voice drops, rough and low. What is it with you people? Why are you all so obsessed with trying to kill me? Across from him, Axian freezes. His eyes widen in disbelief, stunned by what he's just seen. He broke that sword with his bare hand. He mutters, the shock clear in his voice. Theo lets the shattered pieces fall into the snow. His face doesn't shift. He glances briefly at his bloodied hand, then back at Axian, cold, focused, unshaken. This time's different, he states firmly. I won't make the same mistakes again. Without missing a beat, he reaches for another weapon, a sword half buried in the snow beside a fallen ally. His grip tightens around the hilt, the icy steel biting into his palm. A flash of resolve hardens in his eyes. I'm going to live, he says, not as a promise, but a vow. And I'll protect the ones who still stand with me. Suddenly, he hurls one of the broken sword halves at Axian with force. Axian scoffs, dismissive. That's it, he sneers. A clumsy mimicry of my technique? Pathetic. You're just pretending to be something you're not. But even as the insult leaves his lips, something shifts. His smirk fades. His brow creases. Theo vanishes. His form blurs, faster than before. Much faster. Axian's eyes dart, trying to keep up, but the tempo has changed. The rhythm is gone. All he sees is motion. Pressure. Chaos. What is that speed? He thinks, chest tightening. I can't follow it. A cold dread creeps up his spine. His skin prickles. His instincts scream. Then he feels it, the aura. Something raw. Something wrong. Not just aggression. Not just a killer's will. This isn't just bloodlust, Axian whispers, his voice cracking. It's something far darker. Theo's mana erupts in a crushing wave. The very air distorts around him, warping under the intensity. Axian stumbles back, struggling for breath. The pressure is suffocating. His muscles freeze. His mind reels. And in that moment, staring into the storm of Theo's rising power, he realizes he's facing something far beyond what he ever expected. How? Axian's mind reels. How is his mana this overwhelming? Then it hits him like a punch to the gut, ice flooding his veins. Has Theo been holding back all along? Was this whole thing a setup? Why would he hide that kind of strength? Axian breathes out, barely audible. But there's no time to think. Theo strikes, his blade aglow with a blinding light, surging with raw energy. A deafening blast follows, shredding through the forest. Trees explode into splinters. The earth shakes, and cracks rip through the ground. The entire world feels like it's coming undone. With a shout, Theo lifts his sword and brings it crashing down, straight for Axian's skull. Axian reacts on instinct, lifting his sword just in time. The weapons collide with a thunderous clang, shockwaves jolting through Axian's body. Fueled by desperation and rage, Axian lashes out, strike after strike, reckless and fast. He pours everything into each blow, fighting to turn the tide. Then, contact. His sword slices across Theo's arm, blood splashing onto the snow below like spilled ink on white paper. Theo stumbles, but doesn't slow him. Instead, a twisted grin appears as he leans into the chaos. So this is it. Theo mocks, his tone razor sharp. This is the great Axian? What a letdown. Axian's fury explodes. You'll regret that, he growls, voice low and savage. He lunges, grabbing Theo's wrist in a flash. It throws Theo off. He stumbles, clearly not expecting the move. Axian doesn't hesitate. His blade whips forward, aiming for Theo's head. Theo jerks back with a sharp gasp, narrowly dodging the lethal strike. But Axian isn't done. He springs up and blocks Theo's counterattack, a brutal kick that sends shock through his arms. The clash spirals into a ruthless storm of blades and fists. Every hit carries the weight of old scars and tangled fates. Snow whirls around them, wild and unrelenting, wrapping their battle in a storm of white silence. Theo steps forward again, eyes cold, sword ready. The snow thickens, serene yet menacing. Axian halts mid-step, head tilting. His senses flare. Something's different. What is this? He mutters, feeling the shift in Theo's presence. Theo says nothing. His eyes lock onto Axian, razor-sharp with deadly intent. Then he charges. Their blades clash with explosive force, unleashing a shockwave that ripples through the air. Snow whirls violently, debris lifted and scattered like confetti in a storm. The space around them warps under the pressure, the battlefield twisting in chaos. Theo doesn't blink. His expression is cold steel, his focus unbreakable. And then he speaks, just one word, laced with venom. Axian. With a roar, he surges forward again, snow exploding underfoot. He throws everything into this strike. Rage, power, vengeance. Let me return the favor, he growls, voice low and lethal. He halts for a breath, letting his words hang heavy. Do you have any idea? Theo's voice drops, deadly calm. His eyes burn with fury as his blade glows brighter in the storm. What it's like to feel a sword pierce your gut. The question slices deeper than any weapon. Axian's eyes snap wide, caught off guard. Too late. Theo's sword flashes toward him, a blazing arc of light that splits the air, aimed straight for his head. Meanwhile, elsewhere, this wasn't caused by a monster. A voice notes, scanning the aftermath. Someone was clearly taken. Remington narrows his gaze. Only one person could pull this off, Axian. Hulkus, Erica, and Remington exchange tense looks. Axian, Hulkus repeats, stunned. But he's ranked first. Is he trying to rack up more bells? Remington's expression darkens. He must have taken Theo's people hostage to lure him out. His voice tightens. He's planning to eliminate Theo during the second blooming. What? Hulkus snaps, anger flaring. Why not fight him head on? What is he thinking? Erica stays composed. Looks like Axian's not as brave as people thought. So what? Hulkus shouts, fists clenched. Erica doesn't flinch. This is Ragnar's blooming. Stuff like this comes with the territory. Remington falls silent, eyes narrowing as thoughts churn behind his calm facade. After a long pause, he speaks, voice heavy with conviction. This is exactly why I despise Ragnar. Even if this is about strength, there are still lines that shouldn't be crossed. Erica's gaze sharpens. You better be careful with that talk, she warns. You mean that? Remington? He stands tall, unwavering. I'm going to save Theo's people. If the roles were reversed, he wouldn't hesitate. Hulkus turns to Erica, urgency rising in his voice. If you come with me, you'd be a huge help, he pleads. We have to go now. Nuna, you're in too, right? Erica shuts him down instantly. No, I'm not interested. She doesn't sugarcoat it. The only reason I followed you was to see Theo Ragnar. But he's not here. Her voice sharpens, icy and dismissive. And I can't stand weak men. I'm not saving anyone like that. Hulkus reels, stunned. Nuna, are you seriously garbage? Erica snaps. What did you just say? You little punk. Remington steps forward before the argument escalates. Erica, he says calm but firm. I know why you want to find Theo. That catches her off guard. Her eyes flicker in surprise. If you help us this time, Remington continues, voice steady and convincing, I promise it'll bring you closer to your goal. Suddenly, the still air shatters as the three of them bolt across the snow-covered field, racing toward danger. Remington glances back, determination carved into his face. Just hang on a little longer, everyone. But a sword slams into their path, seemingly from nowhere. A hand grips the hilt, unmoving. Stop, the figure commands, stepping into view to block their advance. From the shadows behind him, a group emerges, silent, armed, and ready. They line up, forming a wall of blades. Remington's eyes narrow in recognition. The Scaled Dragon Society. A familiar voice rings out, sarcastic and smug. Long time no see, Remington. Orion steps forward, smirk in place. Never thought I'd see you ditch us to run with a bunch of morons. He eyes Hulkus with mock amusement. And now you're tagging along with the dumb bear ranks? Hulkus bursts, fist clenched tight. What the hell? You calling us brainless muscleheads? Orion shrugs, pretending innocence. Hey, I never said that. Remington cuts through the tension with a sharp voice. Get out of the way, Orion. I'm not here to fight you. But Orion's smirk disappears. Too bad. I'm not moving. Remington's grip tightens. His tone drops. Then you leave me no choice. He swings his sword without hesitation, swift, final. I'll cut you down myself. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, blood sprays onto the snow, red against white, violent and sudden. Cibil gasps, eyes wide in pain and shock. He scrambles toward Axian's broken sword, the one Theo had thrown earlier and missed. This is it, Cibil realizes, fire lighting behind his eyes. Theo gave me this moment. I have to break free. I have to end this. As Cibil continues working on bindings, his eyes drift to the clash erupting nearby. Between Theo and Axian, a third figure suddenly intervenes, sword striking Theo's with a burst of sparks. The sharp clang of steel breaks the stillness of the forest. Theo, dressed in white, blocks the blow from his dark-haired opponent. His gaze lingers on the chaos around them, a single tear tracing down his cheek. He's finally making his move. He murmurs, voice carrying both pain and determination. Liam Troyven, he says quietly, realization settling in. Liam meets his eyes with a solemn look. Forgive me, young Master Axian, he says, voice heavy. I'll take whatever punishment comes. After the blooming ceremony, their duel escalates. Blades meet with precision. The rhythm of their fight swift and deadly. Protect the young master, Liam commands. Behind them, Axian remains still, his face unreadable as Liam's men move in. They form a circle around him, swords raised and ready. You've done your part, young Master Axian, Liam tells him firmly. We'll take it from here. A soldier steps forward, offering Axian his sword. Recover this for you, sir. Axian grips the handle tightly, gaze fixed ahead. His expression barely shifts, but there's a flicker of seriousness in his eyes. Liam launches another attack, fierce and unrelenting. His blade slices through the air toward Theo. Steel crashes against steel once again, the sound echoing like thunder through the trees. Theo grits his teeth, blocking the strike. With a quick motion, he forces Liam off balance and moves in for a counter. But Liam doesn't stop. His sword keeps coming, angling straight for Theo's vulnerable side. Theo steadies himself, eyes lit with fierce resolve. Liam's face stays cold, calculating, thoughts racing as he commits to the strike. I have no choice, he thinks, jaw clenched. He refuses to be outmatched, not by Axian or the senior prosecutors here today. He knows this is the only moment to end it before anyone can intervene. Regret flickers for just a second. Someone this skilled, it's a shame. But Troyvin comes first. With unwavering focus, Liam swings the blade down. Goodbye, Theo Ragnar, he says. Without warning, Theo's eyes ignite, glowing red with an eerie, unnatural light. The sudden shift stops Liam in his tracks, frozen by the sheer force of Theo's gaze. A close-up reveals the sharp glint of Theo's blood-red eyes, piercing through the silence like blades. Then chaos. A sickening sound rips through the battlefield. Blood sprays as a sword drives straight through Liam's chest. He gasps, stumbling back, hand flying to the wound as pain tears through him. His scream rings out across the snow-covered forest. Young master, Liam chokes out, stunned and broken, disbelief etched in every word. Nearby, Axian watches in stunned silence, his eyes wide, horror creeping across his face. What is this? He whispers, transfixed by the grim sight before him. Suddenly, Axian's voice cuts through the air, low, furious, and distorted with rage. I warned you, stay out of it. His eyes glow with a sinister light as he drives his sword clean through Liam's back. Crimson bursts across the snow, painting the white ground in blood. Liam stiffens, breath caught in his throat. His sword falls from limp fingers, clattering uselessly to the ground. He turns, eyes wide with confusion and agony as blood trails from his lips. Axian yanks his sword free without hesitation. The gruesome sound of metal leaving flesh echoes in the stillness, a chilling display of merciless intent. Liam crumples to his knees, hands pressed to his chest. Around them, Axian soldiers stand motionless, shocked, disturbed, speechless. One can barely form words. Another yells out, voice cracking with grief. Axian, what the hell are you doing? Axian's glowing eyes flare brighter, flickering with something almost inhuman. His jaw clenches as he spits out his fury. You jumped in because you thought I'd lose. You doubted me. You insulted the future heir. Theo watches, disbelief washing over him. Axian, you maniac, he mutters. That was your own kin. Axian turns slowly, lips curling into a twisted grin. You're strong, Theo Ragnar, he says coldly. But not strong enough. The scene fades, pulling us into a memory. A young Axian stands before Ed Troyvin, whose face is cloaked in shadow. His voice slices through the moment, calm, but full of venom. The weak have no value, Ed says flatly. But you were born gifted. His features slowly come into view, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You must crush everyone beneath you. Only then can you take the throne of Ragnar. The memory lingers on young Axian's face, his eyes lit with dangerous ambition, small frame already brimming with ruthless determination. Back in the present, Axian's smirk is sharp with pride, his eyes fixed on Theo with utter contempt. You must be weaker than me. That's the only truth that makes sense. He lifts his sword, every inch of his stance radiating raw ambition. I will become the strongest. The throne will be mine, and I refuse to lose to someone like you. Not here, not now. His grip tightens, knuckles pale against the hilt. The silence stretches, then shatters with his voice. Anyone in my path. With a thunderous cry, Axian charges, his blade slicing through the air like a crimson streak. Will die. Theo doesn't flinch. Steady, resolute, he meets the blow head-on. Their swords collide with a thunderous crash, the impact pulsing through the forest like a shockwave. Axian's eyes dart around in confusion. Where is he? Too late. Theo has already slipped through, a counterattack in motion. Steel slices through flesh. Blood arcs across the snow as Axian stumbles back, pain flashing across his face. Liam's men rush forward, catching their wounded master. Senior Liam, are you all right? One shouts, panic breaking through his voice. Liam coughs violently, blood spilling from his lips as he clutches the wound. NGH. One of the soldiers shoots a furious glare toward Axian, torn between loyalty and fury. Damn it, Axian. You've always been reckless. But this is insane. Even through the agony, Liam forces out a desperate command. Forget me. Help Master Axian. Kill Theo Ragnar. His voice is ragged, yet laced with unwavering conviction. One soldier falters, his eyes filled with doubt. Why? He asks, voice shaking. Why are you still loyal after what he did? Liam's face twists in pain, but his answer is clear. Just go. If Master Axian falls, we're finished. Axian spits blood into the snow, fury blazing in his blood-red eyes. Despite the wound, he refuses to back down. Theo presses in, his sword glowing with brilliant blue light. Each swing cuts through the cold air like lightning, the aura around him fierce and unrelenting. The glowing blade tears across the snowy field, a streak of defiance burning bright against the pale world. Axian stares in disbelief, breath hitching at the display of power. No, this can't be happening, he whispers. Another memory flickers into view. Ed Troyven, ever composed, casts a smug look at a young Axian. With Ragnar, he says with a knowing smirk, you never know what's coming. The scene shifts, dim light flickering in a quiet room, a lantern flame dancing in the gloom. Even a weak flame in the wind, Ed's voice echoes softly, can suddenly turn into a wildfire. Theo stands firm, sweat sliding down his cheek, but his gaze never wavers, laser-focused and unshakable. No, this can't be. Axian breathes, disbelief creeping into his voice. Then, like a ghost from the past, Ed Troyven's voice drifts back, cold and condescending. Why are you so concerned about that trash? He's a nobody, no talent, a waste. Axian had once laughed it off, cocky as ever, flipping a card between his fingers. I'll play around with him, he'd said smugly. Let him know where he really stands. But Ed's reply had cut like steel. You really think you're that far ahead? Ed warned, his face half shrouded in shadow. You're not. The difference between you and him, it's not as big as you want to believe. Now, in the present, Theo's blade whips through the air, glowing blue, slicing toward Axian with force and clarity. Axian's face twists with rage. Trash like you, he spits, can be torn apart without effort. Crimson energy bursts from his body as he roars, power erupting around him. I will rule the North. I'll take the Ragnar throne. Me, Axian Ragnar. Behind him, a colossal spectral beast takes form, its gaping jaws open in silent fury, raw energy pulsing from its core. But Theo doesn't back down. He plants his feet, power coiling around him. Throne, throne. That's all you care about, Theo growls, voice trembling with fury. Because of your hunger for power, my comrades are gone. His fist clenches, blue energy sparking violently around him. He steps forward. If you won't let go of that ambition, then I'll crush it myself. A brilliant explosion of blue erupts from Theo, his aura blazing like wildfire. Behind him, a majestic dragon rises, its glowing eyes burning with justice. With the strength I've been given, Theo roars, I'll finish this. The dragon dives, surging ahead with unstoppable force. 3 claws of the dragon. Theo's eyes shine bright blue, every ounce of focus pouring into the final strike. Axian's monstrous entity opens its jaws as Theo's dragon barrels toward it. Locked in on his opponent, Theo doesn't blink. I'll become strong enough to destroy anyone who stands in my way. From the sidelines, Liam, bloodied and broken, watches, eyes wide, stunned into silence by Theo's overwhelming force. Axian's men stand motionless, awe and terror etched across their faces. Farther out, Remington, Hulkus, and Erica look on, unable to tear their eyes from the titanic clash unfolding before them. An unstoppable storm of power and conviction. Axian fights to stay upright, his body trembling as he clashes with Theo's relentless power. The impact of their battle unleashes a blinding storm of energy, tearing through the forest with a deafening blast. An explosion erupts, shaking the earth and sending a violent wave of energy across the landscape. The forest falls silent in its wake, thick smoke and broken trees marking the aftermath. The air crackles with fading energy as snow and dust slowly drift back to the ground. Axian's boots skid through the snow, dragging deep trails behind him. Blood dots the white surface as he collapses, landing hard. His body lies still, a dark smear across the snow-covered field. Crimson spreads beneath him, staining the ice like spilled ink, a brutal reminder of his defeat. Theo looms over him, sword lowered but still pulsing with power. Against the gray sky, his figure stands firm, exhaustion pulling at his features as he stares at the fallen warrior. Liam's voice trembles as he steps forward, face pale with shock. Master Axian. Theo's blade hangs in the cold air, dripping red onto the white below. Axian's empty eyes stare at the clouds, unmoving. A tense hush settles over the field. Only the sound of ragged breathing cuts through the quiet. Liam's men stumble forward, horror in their eyes. Young Master Axian. Despite his injuries, Liam forces himself up, pain etched into every movement. His eyes burn into Theo's. Kill him, he wheezes. Kill that bastard. Theo stands still, the battlefield around him littered with debris and blood. His white coat is soaked red, the tip of his sword still dripping. The agents behind Liam shift uneasily, their hoods shadowing expressions of dread. Theo's gaze sweeps across them. His muscles are aching, lungs burning, energy fading fast. This is bad. He grits his teeth. Even at my best, taking on 4 senior proctors is risky. Like this? No chance. My man is almost gone. I've got nothing left. He braces himself, fingers tightening around the hilt. Just a little longer. You should be here soon. 2 figures step toward him, blades drawn. The air thickens as they close the distance. Theo steadies his stance. Almost there. Suddenly, movement rips through the tension like lightning. Dark shapes dash forward, hooded and fast. Steel glints, a short gasp is heard, and then thud. A body crashes to the ground, breaking the silence in an instant. Before anyone could make sense of the chaos, more figures burst into the fight, fast, sharp, and unstoppable. Remington, Hulkus, and Erica stepped out from the fray, cutting through enemies with fluid precision. Their swords moved in perfect sync, clashing steel drowning out the panic. That's not who I was expecting, Theo shouted, caught between relief and disbelief. What, you guys? He gasped, eyes wide. Remington, silver hair catching the light, smirked as he blocked another strike. Isn't it normal to help a friend in trouble? Young Master Theo, he said coolly, as if the battlefield was a casual stroll. Theo stood frozen, momentarily stunned by their sudden arrival. Erica flashed a grin as she ducked under a blade. Theo, you're even hotter in person. First time meeting someone with your strength. Consider me a fan. Hulkus laughed, loud and fearless, his blade carving a path through the chaos. Then Cibil appeared, bloodied but unbroken, stepping beside them. We're here to help you, young Master Theo, he said firmly. After everything we've caused, we can't just walk away. Despite the rules, despite the risk, these supervisors chose to fight. You realize this is a massive violation, right? Remington yelled, sarcasm dripping from every word. We're technically not even allowed to step in. But none of them faltered. The choice was made. The momentum shifted. Members of the Central Intelligence Bureau reeled from the pressure, their ranks cracking as the fight turned against them. Liam's face twisted, rage and dread fighting for control as his perfect plan collapsed. Sir Liam, what now? A voice called out, shaking with fear. It's spiraling out of control. Do we take them all out? Another subordinate shouted in panic. Please, give the order. Liam stared, mind unraveling. We're finished, he muttered. Failure hit hard. They'd uncovered nothing about the Rose Palace's secrets. They couldn't kill Theo. And now, even Axian was gone. Everything had fallen apart. On top of it all, They'd exposed themselves, violated protocol, crossed the line. Terror gripped him, but slowly, something darker crept in. "There's no way," he started, his voice low, then stopped. A cold grin spread across his face. "Make it up," he said softly. "Sir Liam." "There's no time," someone cried. But he didn't care. His grin widened. "Then there's only one way out." He raised his hand. "Kill everyone." Liam's icy tone sent an uneasy chill down the spines of his men. His eyes scanned the battlefield, littered with devastation. "Imagine an internal outbreak," he said quietly. "What if every examinee was wiped out on the spot? Disguise it as an accident, and Trin walks away clean." From his coat, he drew out several shadowy spheres. A sinister energy pulsed from them, distorting the cold air around them. "These fifth-grade beasts will do the trick. No one will question an accident." "Got it." His glare pierced straight through them, daring anyone to argue. One man flinched, but managed a shaky, "Yes, sir." Just as Liam prepared to release the monsters, a voice rang out. "What's happening here?" He stiffened. Then, pain struck like lightning through his body. His breath caught. The grin he wore slipped as a choked sound left his throat. 3 figures had arrived, their mere presence halting everything in its tracks. Representatives from the White Dragon Clan, Plum Blossom Palace, and Daffodil Palace. Selfward Gardner, Sally Gardner, Natasha Koppel, and Aaron Bacchus stood tall, assessing the aftermath with stern expressions. Selfward stepped forward, voice sharp and unyielding. "What is going on here?" Natasha spotted Liam and rushed toward him. "Sir Liam," she called, urgency in her tone. The others moved quickly, surrounding the rest of the Central Intelligence Bureau's men. "You 3 don't move," one barked. "Come with us and live. Stay, and you'll end up just like Liam." The air grew thick with tension, a fragile moment between violence and retreat. Off to the side, Theo remained still, quietly watching it all unfold. He had made it barely, but the price had been steep. "Supervisors," he said, his voice low but steady. "I'm glad you made it." Remington gave a slow nod, the strain on his face betraying his relief. "You showed up just in time." Ray walked up to Theo, pale but composed. A slight smile played on her lips. "That was insane, Theo. What were you thinking?" He didn't answer, but the look in his eyes said more than words could. Around them, under the ghostly moonlight, the snow-covered battlefield echoed with the cost of survival. Theo stood surrounded by those who had endured alongside him. Remington, Hulkus, and Erica stood nearby, silent and spent. The remaining members of Training Ground Number 4 gathered close, tearful and emotional. "Young Master Theo, you fought for us. Even if we die now, we have no regrets." Theo looked at them all, the weight of their words sinking in. Ray, watching quietly, whispered to herself, "This is what true strength looks like." "Theo." Then, she stepped forward and held out her hand with a soft smile. "Come on, give me the bell. I'm taking first place." Theo let out a faint smirk, worn down, but still standing strong. Under the pale moonlight, the battlefield stood silent, a frozen monument to everything lost and everything fought for. Far from the chaos, at the headquarters of the Central Intelligence Bureau, Ed Troyven sat frozen. The report played on, but his mind clung to one name. "Axian," he whispered, as if saying aloud would change the truth. The room was gripped by silence. Around him, Wolfgang, OSA, and Julius sat in stunned disbelief. "He's dead," someone finally said. All the plans, all the secrets, years of manipulation, gone in a flash. Everything they built had collapsed in a single moment. Back on the battlefield, a voice rang through the snow-filled silence. "The second round of the blooming ceremony is officially over." The announcement fell like a heavy curtain. Those who remained glanced at one another, the weight of survival and uncertainty pressing down like the cold. Then came the sound of boots crunching in the snow, slow, deliberate. An examiner stepped forward. Each step carved a path into the quiet, drawing every eye. A low, commanding voice broke the tension. "You've all done well." At the center of the clearing stood Pharaoh Ragnar, the ascendant dragon himself. His long white beard, his piercing crimson eyes, and the sheer gravity of his presence silenced all murmurs. Pharaoh addressed the crowd, his voice unwavering. Out of 87 candidates, 45 passed. Shock rippled through the gathering. "Wait," the ascendant dragon came in person. "He never shows up. Why now?" Ignoring the whispers, Pharaoh pressed on. "That survival rate isn't bad. Looks like this year's group really does live up to the hype. The mood shifted again. His words didn't just inform. They resonated, carrying power. And the top score this round, he paused, letting the moment stretch, is quite unexpected. His eyes glinted as they scanned the crowd. From this point on, all who pass the second round are no longer apprentices, he said clearly. You've officially reached entry-level status. A hush settled as the weight of his words sank in. You have every right to feel proud, Faro added, a rare flicker of warmth in his tone. Because now, you carry the title of Ragnar's inspectors. In the crowd, Remington stood quietly beside Cibil, their faces unreadable. Looks like everyone here earned it, Remington said, his voice low and thoughtful. Faro's voice rang out again, snapping everyone to attention. Now, I will announce the scores from the second round of the blooming ceremony. His glowing red eyes swept across the crowd, radiating an unspoken authority. The results. First place, Theo Ragnar. 1,121 points. The crowd erupted. No way. It's Theo Ragnar again. Over 1,000 points. How's that even possible? He had nothing until the end. What the hell happened? Didn't you hear? Axian. One voice started, but trailed off, leaving the name to hang ominously. Unfazed by the chaos, Faro continued steadily. Second place, Remington Narcio. 926 points. Third, Erica Lank. 843 points. Fourth, Ray Ragnar. 789 points. Fifth, Hulkus. 742 points. A brief pause. 45th place, Isla Lehman. 28 points. With that, Faro concluded, that is all. Well done. But then, his voice cut through the settling murmurs like a blade. However, the blooming ceremony is not yet complete. One final round remains, the third. The candidates stiffened, tension rising as confusion spread like frost. He continued firmly. If you're qualified to enter the third round, raise your hand. Eyes darted across the field. Uncertainty churned in the silence. Did you qualify? One whispered, nervous. I didn't collect enough bells, another muttered, visibly frustrated. Even now, it makes no sense. What's the requirement? Someone else said. Then a sound, a soft thud, as Remington slowly raised his hand. His motion was steady, confident. Erica followed, unwavering. House faltered, unsure, hand hovering halfway. Ray took a second, then lifted her hand as well. And then, from the middle of the crowd, Theo raised his gloved hand high, its black leather catching the moonlight. Faro's eyes scanned them, gaze heavy with judgment but also interest. The hidden piece of the second round, he began, his voice echoing across the snowy clearing. The elemental attribute breathing method, an ancient technique. To use it, you needed more than just bells. You had to decipher the inscription within them. That's what made it a hidden piece, its complexity. He paused, letting the gravity sink in. Only those who truly understood and absorbed it during the exam are worthy of facing the third round. The crowd stirred, whispers weaving through the onlookers like wind through trees. All eyes shifted to the few raised hands, some filled with awe, others with quiet envy. Theo's flashback. His thoughts slipped away from the present. In my last life, he reflected, jaw tightening. I never truly grasped what those words meant. A memory flashed. One singular bell, its surface covered in strange, arcane markings. His eye, glowing in ethereal blue, flared to life, and a system message appeared before him. Hatchling synchronization activated. You can read the thoughts of things. Suddenly, the scene shifted. A fierce battle raged, light searing the skies, energy colliding in blinding bursts. Theo's voice echoed in his mind. The meanings didn't come as words. They came as images, vivid, alive. And this time, I understood it all instantly. He chuckled under his breath. It's rare for even one person to master this. But four? That's unexpected. In my last life, Ray and Remington couldn't even comprehend the quality breathing method. Is this the butterfly effect? I set off. Back in the present, Faro's gaze hardened as he turned toward the four. Demonstrate what you've achieved, he ordered. Show me the result of your comprehension. He called out, voice crisp, first Theo Ragnar. Theo stepped forward, every movement control precise. So much will change now that Axian's gone, he thought. But I'm ready for it. This time I won't hesitate. As he moved, the snow beneath his step crackled. A faint, electric blue glow danced around his foot, pulsing with power. What I've gained, Theo spoke aloud, voice steady. Around him, the air began to shift. A glowing interface materialized in front of him. Infusion, manifestation, control, expansion, aura release. He continued, voice lowering to a near whisper. First, grant the mana, a thunder attribute. A low rumble answered him. The ground quaked subtly. Then, with a sudden roar, blue lightning burst out from around him. Arcs of thunder energy exploded, coiling like living serpents of light. He stood at the heart of it all, a storm in human form. No way. Someone gasped, watching in disbelief. He's already projecting it outward? That's insane. The raw power swirling around Theo was undeniable. Blue bolts danced across his form, his aura erupting in waves that shook the clearing. From the sidelines, Cibil's voice rang out with awe. Young Master Theo? I knew it, but Theo wasn't done. While most would have stopped there, drained and overwhelmed, Theo's lips curled into a confident smirk. He pushed further. Remington's eyes narrowed, a mix of curiosity and surprise. What is he trying to do? A sudden pulse lit up Theo's chest, radiating raw power. The thunderous energy around him surged skyward, twisting into a towering storm of lightning and fury. Then, with a single motion, Theo unleashed it all. Lightning tore through the sky, lighting up the snowy clearing in dazzling flashes. The ground shook beneath the weight of his spell. Ray stood frozen, eyes wide. Unbelievable. Beside him, Erica whispered under her breath, I like him. Meanwhile, Hulkus pumped a fist into the air. He's so cool. From above, Faro watched with a faint smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Ha! Now that's a surprise, he said, clearly amused. Didn't think you'd master control this quickly, Theo. Theo didn't respond. His gaze stayed locked ahead, red eyes glowing as the energy around him swelled even more. With a final surge, he brought his arms down, and the ground exploded with blinding light. Thunder Dragon, he called out. Gasps echoed through the crowd. The lightning swirled into a massive draconic form, eyes glowing like twin suns, its presence overwhelming. He's attacking the supervisor? Someone shouted, caught between panic and disbelief. But Faro simply laughed. Foo-foo. Interesting. He's already reached the expand level. He calmly raised his hand, summoning water that circled his fingers before forming a gleaming barrier. You've earned the right to test me, Faro said, his voice carrying across the field. Theo remained motionless, eyes locked onto the ascendant dragon. The tension in the clearing was electric. Not a single breath was wasted. Good, Theo Ragnar, Faro said at last. I'm awarding you an extra 1,000 points. The crowd gasped as the updated score blazed across the system display. First place, Theo Ragnar, 2,121 points. 2,000. Hulkus blurred out. That's crazy. He's already reaching Lord Thorkel's level. Faro chuckled again, clearly impressed. Not bad at all. The focus shifted as the other top scorers began stepping forward. System notification. Remington Narcio, plus 500 points. Ray Ragnar, plus 300 points. Erica Lank, plus 300 points. Faro unrolled a scroll in his hand, nodding with approval. This group is exceptional. Normally, breaking 1,000 points would guarantee the top spot. The rankings flashed once more. First, Theo Ragnar, 2,121 points. Second, Remington Narcio, 1,426 points. Third, Erica Lank, 1,143 points. Fourth, Ray Ragnar, 1,089 points. As the final tally faded, the scene panned out, revealing snow-covered mountains stretching under a cold, pale gray sky. Faro's voice rolled through the clearing, heavy with finality. Everyone has worked hard. Soft flakes drifted from the sky as murmurs rose and the crowd began to scatter. All candidates not advancing to the third round may leave now, he announced. The nomination ceremony will take place in 1 week. Be ready. Only 4 remained. Theo, Ray, Erica, and Remington, standing firm beneath the falling snow, eyes locked on Faro, who stood high above on a stone platform. Suddenly, Faro's expression shifted. A dark pressure began to build. Crimson energy surged from the mountain's peak, spreading like a tide. The atmosphere thickened, and the air itself seemed to vibrate. Without warning, a violent pulse of energy exploded outward, shaking the entire clearing. The 4 candidates staggered as the force slammed into them. Ugh! Ray grunted. What's going on? Erica cried out. Theo clenched his fists, trying to stay upright as the energy storm washed over him. Then, Faro spoke again, but this time, his voice carried a strange and menacing force. It echoed, warped with something ancient and powerful. Shall we begin the third round? Theo's body stiffened. A strange sensation surged through him. His breath caught as visions invaded his mind. Power, unfathomable and wild, rushed in like a tidal wave. What is this? He whispered, overwhelmed. The vision sharpened. A colossal dragon formed in his thoughts, its body engulfed in energy, every scale radiating heat and fury. The image seared itself into his consciousness. His blue eyes flared, now glowing with dangerous intensity. Anger twisted his expression as recognition took hold. Roadbroke's energy, he growled, voice shaking. It's him. Faro Ragnar stepped into the spotlight, voice sharp and firm as he declared the beginning of the third trial. This one wasn't like the others. It was a face-to-face with the clan head. A colossal screen lit up, displaying the image of a towering figure. His eyes burned a sinister crimson, radiating raw authority. Faro's tone turned heavy, almost grim. Anything can happen from here on. The clan head controls the outcome. The setting shifted. A surreal manor stood in the distance, glowing faintly under an unnatural light. This wasn't just a meeting, it was a final test. Only those truly worthy made it through these doors. Every past contender who reached this point had gone on to serve in the clan head's realm. From the red mist, blurred shapes began to emerge, weapons in hand, barely visible in the stifling fog. Faro's voice cut through the tension. To be chosen to serve the clan head is more than honor, it's confirmation. You're seen as a future leader. Theo's eyes narrowed, tension creeping in. So, he's the one waiting for us? He muttered, eyes darting across the area. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. His breathing turned shallow. No, that energy, he whispered, alarm creeping into his voice. It's Lodbrok's. The realization hit hard, slamming into him with terrifying clarity. His heart pounded. No way, it can't be. Then a figure stepped out from the shadows, drenched in a menacing red light. Behind him pulsed a massive, glowing blue heart, unnatural and alive. He's the one who took Lodbrok's heart. Faro's voice returned, firm and final. Push through the fear of the dragon. Step forward and meet the clan head. The moment they advanced, the clan head's presence crashed down like a tidal wave. The pressure was unbearable, every movement a battle. Erica cried out, voice strained. Damn it, she groaned, barely keeping herself upright. How are we even supposed to move like this? Theo fought to keep steady, then exhaled hard. Power alone won't get us through. Remington turned to him, puzzled. Then what's the plan? Without missing a beat, Theo answered, we match the mana's frequency. It's the only way. Erica, still struggling to breathe under the crushing pressure, scowled. Wavelength? What are you even talking about? Remington caught on immediately. Ah, you mean using an anti-phase wave? Disrupting the mana to neutralize the pressure. Theo cracked a faint grin. Exactly. You never miss, Remy. But his face quickly turned grim. Still, pulling it off won't be easy. This isn't just a test, it's a filter. If you can't manage your own mana, you're not worthy to stand before the clan head. Remington's expression turned steely. Makes sense. Erica groaned in frustration. Anti-phase? Interference? Are you two even speaking human right now? With a tired sigh, Remington wiped the sweat off his brow. Okay, let me break it down, he said, keeping his voice calm. Mana flows in waves, kind of like sound or light. The pressure we're feeling? Same thing, just waves. So, to cut through it, we need to produce waves that cancel it out. Erica blinked, completely lost. To her, it was all just blah, blah, blah. Magic gibberish, she mumbled, rubbing her temples. Her confusion quickly turned to irritation. She clenched her fists, glaring at him. So what you're trying to say is, I just need to push out magic that cancels this crap. Remington gave a half shrug. More or less. Suddenly, the scene jumped to a windswept mountain peak, sharp rocks jutting into the sky. Erica's patience snapped. You absolute nerd, she barked, throwing up her hands. Why didn't you just say that from the start? Remington raised a brow. Nerd. Watching from the sidelines, Ray nodded thoughtfully. So that's the trick. I just need to focus on light. Back in a moment, Erica turned toward Remington again, still fuming. And seriously, are you actually 17? Because you sound like some old professor. Before he could shoot back, the atmosphere shifted, sudden, electric. A surge of energy burst around Theo, a vortex of blue lightning whipping through the air. The ground itself seemed to hum in response. Both Erica and Remington stopped cold, eyes wide. Theo, at the eye of the storm, stood Theo, glowing in a radiant blue aura. His expression was calm, focused, unshakable. A voice echoed through the tension. Of course, this is the power of the next clan head. Far off, Faro watched in silence, a spark of interest flickering in his gaze. Already staking his claim? Bold move. Theo's energy crackled louder now, his body blazing like a flame in the gloom, and the air grew heavier with each second. Remington broke the silence, voice uneasy. Young Master Theo, what are you? Erica's worry echoed his. Hey, Theo. But before either could move, Faro's voice sliced through their hesitation. You two, don't just stand there. His tone left no room for debate. Your rank depends on when you arrive. Every moment matters. Reality hit hard. The tension broke. The group exchanged quick glances, then snapped into motion. Up above, perched on a rocky ledge, Faro chuckled quietly to himself as the wind tugged at his coat. Well now, this is turning out to be quite something. He paused, amused. Who would have thought I'd be thinking about taking in a disciple at my age? Scene shift, Camellia Palace. Laughter rang through the opulent halls. Wah! Where's my precious youngest daughter? Barreling through the corridor was the wildly flamboyant demon craftsman, his joy practically radiating off him. Maids scurried in his wake, whispering to one another. He's back again. Ever since young Master Theo started rising, this place has felt so alive. In a quiet chamber nearby, Cecilia Ragnar was deep in conversation with Taylor. Then the door burst open. There you are, Cecilia, boomed Curson, spotting her instantly. Cecilia barely managed to keep her composure. Mother, really? Could you please act appropriately in the palace for once? Curson waved her off, still grinning. Appropriately? What's the fun in that? They leaned in closer, practically vibrating with excitement. I'm about to get obscenely rich. Cecilia lifted an eyebrow, unimpressed. Weren't you already wealthy? Curson's grin widened. Sure, but now we're talking obscene levels. Just then, a title card appeared. Curson, the elf of capitalism incarnate. With a dramatic sigh, Curson basked in their own glory. Since Theo's name started spreading, the workshop's been flooded with orders. Ha, we've officially gone mainstream. Their expression briefly turned serious, ambition flashing in their eyes. And this is just the start. Cecilia gave a small, polite smile, but her thoughts were far from calm. I always knew Theo had potential, but now that it's happening, I can't shake this unease. What if he pushes too hard? What if something happens? Her hands clenched tightly in her lap. I hate just sitting here powerless. I want to protect him, but all I can do is wait. Her eyes drifted to the corner of the room where a beautifully designed outfit stood on a mannequin. She sighed deeply. This is all I can offer him right now. But it feels so little. I wish I could do more. Curson, completely oblivious to Cecilia's distant gaze, spread their arms wide with theatrical flair. The age of just forging weapons is over, they declared, spinning around like a performer on stage. I'm branching out, accessories, fashion, everything. My empire's about to explode. Cecilia barely reacted, still caught in her thoughts. But Curson wasn't done, not by a long shot. Their eyes lit up with a mischievous gleam as they turned to her. Mother, that snapped her out of it. Curson leaned in, voice lowering into a conspiratorial whisper. Tell me, ever tried crafting a prosthetic arm? Cut to a close-up, gleaming metal, intricate gears, and the elegant precision of a beautifully engineered prosthetic. Scene shift, Graveyard of Swords. Laughter rolled across the desolate, war-torn expanse. Ha. It was Kyle Ragnar, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Raw, unfiltered amusement shook his shoulders. So, he's claiming the title of next clan head? He said between laughs. I like the guts, Theo. A black raven perched silently on his shoulder, its sharp gaze locked onto the distant horizon. Kyle's smirk faded, replaced by something quieter, something deeper. I know what's eating at you, he murmured. But we don't get to block our children's paths, no matter how much we want to. His tone shifted, firm and grounded. Youth burns with a fire that can't be snuffed out. We were no different. All around him, blades stood buried in the earth. An endless sea of swords, each one a relic of the past. A title flashed across the screen. Graveyard of Swords. The Raven cawed sharply. Kyle chuckled in return. I told you, didn't I? No need to worry. But then his gaze sharpened. His voice dropped, low and cold. My only concern is Ragnar's future. The wind howled through the graveyard, making the forest of swords tremble in unison. And anything that dares threaten that. His eyes narrowed, deadly intent flickering behind them. Will be eliminated. His stare never wavered, locked onto the chaos below. Nothing's decided yet. There's still time. I'll keep watching. The Raven didn't blink. Then Kyle's expression twisted, voice darkening to a near whisper. Even if that threat is my own son. His eyes tracked Theo, who now rocketed forward, cutting through the battlefield like lightning. He finished the sentence, quiet and grim. A regressor. The world around them bled into red. Crimson mist spiraled through the air. You made it last, my son. The words came slow and heavy, less of a greeting, more of a verdict. The clan head stood tall, a monolith of power. Beside him, a massive great sword sank into the ground like it belonged there. The atmosphere thickened. This was no longer a test. It was the beginning of something far greater. A reckoning. Theo's breath came in sharp, uneven bursts. Each step had pushed him to his limit. Each inhale weighed down by the crushing force pressing against him. His legs shook beneath him. He glanced at the ground. His vision swam. A lone tear slipped down his cheek. Around him, a raging storm of crimson aura twisted violently, a suffocating whirlwind of raw power. He had expected to reach this place in an hour. Instead, for hours, his fists tightened, the strain whitening his knuckles. I thought I could do it in one, but it took 4. This pressure, the words barely escaped his lips, just a whisper carried by the wind. The land thrummed with dark, pulsing energy. Scattered across the ground were swords, countless abandoned, silent relics of warriors long gone. They pierced the earth like gravestones, cloaked in a red mist that clung to the soil like blood. Then, Kyle's voice broke through the oppressive quiet. Do you know what this place is? Theo had heard the legends. But now, standing amidst the wreckage, reality struck harder than any tale. This is the graveyard of broken swords. He spoke the name aloud, the truth bitter on his tongue. It sank into him like a cold wave. I've heard. These are the weapons of those you've defeated, my lord. He tried to keep his voice steady, but the chill creeping through his bones betrayed him. Kyle stepped forward, his eyes like ice, his voice cutting and merciless. Correct. The word hit like a blade. This is what it means to lead. He advanced slowly, the edge of his greatsword glowing with a dark, ominous light. To hold this title is to stand alone, surrounded by enemies, challenged at every turn. You place your trust in no one. His voice dropped, firm, final. Only the strong survive. Each word rang out like steel on steel. You must rise above all others. With your own strength. He stared Theo down, something unreadable flickering in his gaze. Do you truly believe you're worthy of this position? The question lingered, heavy and inescapable. Theo locked eyes with his father. His chest pounded. He forced himself to speak, the words small but resolute. Yes. Kyle's face darkened. His eyes narrowed, sharp with warning. Don't speak so easily. His voice chilled the air, layered with threat, or perhaps a test. I've slaughtered thousands to reach this place. The space between them grew heavier, suffocating. Countless lives, their blood paved my way. His words echoed, steeped in history and wrath. Can you still say the same, now that you felt the weight of their hatred? Before Theo could speak, the air snapped with raw, electric tension. A savage surge of unnatural energy ripped through the battlefield. And then, they came. Screams. Twisted, tortured howls of rage and agony. Kyle! Kyle! I curse you for all eternity. The wails of the fallen echoed like thunder, their fury shaking the heavens. Shadows began to rise, faint at first, then clearer. Specters of the slain, their figures warped by hate, their faces twisted with rage, eyes blazing with vengeance. How dare you? The chorus of wrath intensified, circling Theo like a storm. Monster, you will suffer for this. The cursed dead surged forward, their presence suffocating, their hatred like a noose tightening around him. I'll rip you to pieces. The ground trembled beneath them, the air thick with menace. And in that storm of fury, Theo understood. This wasn't just a trial. This was a battlefield, But he didn't flinch. Even with the cries of the damned crashing over him like waves, he stood firm. His resolve held steady, forged in fire. My will hasn't changed. Kyle's eyes stayed locked on him, steady and cold. Why? Theo didn't hesitate. For the life I lost. For everything I couldn't protect. His voice was steady. Each word struck with conviction. I'll claim the clan's seat. I'll end this blood-stained struggle for good. He gripped his sword tighter. No matter what comes, I'll break through it. But then, for just a second, uncertainty flickered in his gaze. I know that's not what he wants to hear. He took a breath, pushing doubt aside. The weight in his sword didn't come from fear anymore. It came from clarity. He raised it, his voice cutting clean through the chaos. My answer lies in my blade. A slow, dangerous grin crept across Kyle's face. It wasn't kind. It was cold, sharp, like the moment before a killing blow. Good. His tone buzzed with dark excitement. From this point on, I won't see you as my son, but as my opponent. He stepped forward. The pressure of his presence crashed like a wave. Then, softer, almost unreadable. Show me what you've learned from her. Theo froze. The name caught him off guard. His grip faltered. Her. The word echoed in his mind like a thunderclap. Did he just say her? His hands tightened again around his weapon. So it's true. He's the one who took Ladbrok's. His thoughts were cut off. In an instant, Kyle moved. A shockwave tore through the field. Everything exploded into motion. Theo gasped, too late. Then, blackness. Back in the void, the darkness thickened, seeping deeper, swallowing what remained of Theo. I'm dead. The thought settled into him like stone. Of course, Father was the one who killed me. His awareness drifted, the edge of consciousness slipping further away. But instead of panic, a quiet numbness settled in. No regrets. It felt distant now, like he was just watching the end unfold from afar. I gave it everything. Fleeting images danced across his fading mind, moments from this life. I took Camellia Palace. I ended Rendan. I ended Axian. And now, the lights were dimming, or so he believed. Memories clung to him like smoke. His crimes, his triumphs, the burdens he carried. All of it just luck. The truth stung, but it was clear. Even as his life replayed, there was no terror. Only peace. This life was better than the last. A small, weary smile tugged at his lips. It's time. His thoughts slipped deeper, vanishing into the dark. Rest easy. The words rang faint, empty. His consciousness unraveled, lost to the shadows. Until a voice, rough, fierce, not kind, almost mocking. Hey, it didn't soothe. It didn't pity. It wasn't even directed at him. From the abyss, a colossal force surged forth. A beast, immense and shifting, its form flickering between light and shadow. That's enough sulking. Get up. The voice thundered, unrelenting. If you're just gonna mope, you should have let me devour you. A spark flared in the void, small but alive. It flickered once. Then it ignited. Flames roared outward, devouring the darkness. Heat surged. Light followed. Theo's heart thundered in his chest. You're right. Thanks. The cold grip of death loosened as strength rushed back into him. The fire of purpose rekindled in his veins. I'm not done yet. His awareness snapped into place. His limbs moved. The crunch of stone underfoot grounded him, real and solid. I made a promise. He raised his head, eyes burning with resolve. No more doubt. No more hesitation. His sword pulsed in his grasp, crackling with energy. I might fall. Pain racked his body. Every muscle screamed. But still, I will never break. With a cry that split the void, he charged forward. His movements flowed, pure instinct, pure will. His blade became a flash of brilliance, a streak of blazing power that tore through the darkness. One decisive strike, a slash that split reality itself. The void shattered. Theo stood still, breath ragged, watching as the broken pieces of the world around him fell away. The haze cleared. The trial was done. He had survived. Above him, Kyle looked on, silent. Then came the words. You pass. There was no smugness in his tone, no scorn, only a quiet weight. And just beneath it, a flicker of pride. Theo stayed upright, barely. His chest rose and fell, lungs burning. Every fiber of him ached, but he had endured. 1 week later, clan headquarters. The air inside the great hall buzzed with energy. The nomination ceremony was finally underway. Tension crackled like static, voices mingling in waves of hushed excitement and murmured speculation. Hulkus stood beside Erica, towering and tense. His massive frame was rigid, eyes scanning the crowd like a cornered beast. Ugh, he muttered under his breath. Way too many people. I hate this. His hands fidgeted awkwardly, shoulders locked in place. Erica gave him a side glance, the corner of her mouth twitching upward. Hard to believe someone your size gets this nervous, she said dryly, clearly enjoying his discomfort. Her voice had a teasing edge, but there was something softer beneath it. Hulkus huffed, flustered. I'm not nervous. You're just ridiculously bold. He threw his arms up, frustration spilling out in a rush. Look around. All the unit commanders, the 9 dragons, both the former and current clan heads, literal legends everywhere. Erica shrugged, unimpressed. And you're still acting like a scared little puppy, she said with a smirk. Relax. No one's gonna notice the guy who couldn't even manage elemental breathing. Hulkus blinked, stunned. Wait, what did you just say? He stammered. His hands balled into fists, frustration and embarrassment tightening his frame. Something stirred deep inside him, his body starting to shake. Ah, he let out a short breath, glancing around. Just spill it already, he snapped. What did the clan head give you in the 3rd stage? His voice edged with urgency. Erica folded her arms, voice calm. That's classified. Hulkus looked like he'd explode. You're so stingy, sis, he shouted. Theo would have told me everything by now. Erica shot him a look, clearly not buying it. My Theo? She repeated. What are you even saying? He turned away, jaw tight. You know what I mean, he said flatly. Alang's duty is to serve their Ragnar. That's what we're born for. Images flashed through his mind. Dragons made of fire and bone, surrounded by hordes of armored bears. If I'm putting my life on the line, he continued, I want it to be for someone who's strong, someone with vision, with guts. His gaze sharpened. That's Theo. He's the one I'll follow. Erica raised an eyebrow. Did Theo even agree to that? Hulkus paused, clearly unsure. Does he need to? He muttered. I was just going to join his unit anyway. His eyes flicked away, the doubt creeping in. But his fists clenched tighter. For some reason, the clan head's not letting him into the manor. His voice was firm, but his resolve burned. So that means I've still got a chance to stick with him. Suddenly, a loud thump rang through the hall, the sound of a staff striking stone, echoing like thunder. Attention! The booming voice of Vanna Ragnar filled the space. He raised the staff high, his stance commanding every eye in the crowd. The nomination ceremony begins now. A tense beat of silence. Then the crowd erupted in cheers. Valedictorian, Theo Ragnar, Vanna called out, his words laced with a stiff formality. Step forward. The hall shook with the roar of the crowd, their chants rolling like a wave through the building. Theo emerged from the crowd, stepping into the open with the entire hall stretching behind him. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Every gaze locked onto him. Young Master Theo. A voice rang out, cutting through the noise. Where will you go? The words hung in the air, part question, part plea. Off to the side, Evelyn watched intently, her eyes never leaving Theo. I wish he'd join our white armored dragon cavalry, she thought. But that's just wishful thinking. Alone in the center of the courtyard, Theo stood still, surrounded by a sea of eyes, all waiting for his next move. Vanna Ragnar's voice rang out across the gathering. Congratulations, Theo Ragnar, on earning the title of overall valedictorian, he declared, every word heavy with significance. Your performance across every field was nothing short of extraordinary. He took a brief pause. Now, then, clack. A sharp noise cut through the hall. Movement, sudden and deliberate. The entire crowd turned toward the sound. Vanna froze, his face contorting in disbelief. A lone figure emerged. Ed Troyven, director of the Central Intelligence Bureau. His eyes hidden beneath shadow. His mere presence sent a wave of unease rippling through the highest ranks in attendance. The Sky Dragon. That's Ed Troyven from Central Intelligence. Whispers spread instantly. Is he here to get revenge for Axian? Someone murmured. No way, another answered. Not with the 9 dragons and the Ragnar leader present. Vanna's tone tightened. Director Troyven, he said carefully, whatever your purpose, I ask you to return to your seat. His voice was composed, but the strain was clear. Ed didn't budge. He kept walking, his attention locked on Theo. Theo Ragnar, he called, his voice cutting through the murmurs like a blade. Theo's mind spun. The Central Intelligence Bureau. The Sky Dragon himself. He wouldn't disrupt a ceremony like this over Axian, would he? No, that would be suicidal, even for him. Ed stepped forward once more. Then, to everyone's shock, held out a hand. A faint smile crossed his face, casual, almost friendly. "I'm offering you the role of deputy director," he said, his tone even and deliberate. Gasps followed. The air turned electric. Theo's expression remained calm, but his thoughts churned. Something was off. Deep down, he could feel it. He didn't buy this. Not for a second. Theo's title wasn't just another accolade. It marked a breakthrough never seen before. A Ragnar, once ranked at the bottom. Nothing more than a footnote. A flicker of memory. A dark, cracked egg nestled in a fragile bed of twigs. Weak. Forgotten. And yet, here he stood, risen above them all. That vision faded, replaced by a dragon. Immense and unshackled. Soaring high through the open skies. The murmurs swelled through the crowd. I figured he'd gotten strong, but to think he actually took down Axian? Word as he nearly took out a Proctor too. Would have done it if no one stopped him, another added in a hushed tone. Theo's ascent, from rock bottom to absolute dominance, struck something raw in the hearts of the apprentice swordsmen. The jeers, the ridicule, the old contempt, all of it had disappeared. The fool of the Ragnar clan? That label was gone. Then, a flash in front of Theo's eyes. You have become the overall valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. Another followed in rapid succession. Congratulations. You have completed scenario quest number 3. Victor of the awakening ceremony. Reward. Ether core has been added to your inventory. Theo blinked. Oh yeah, that quest. His eyes drifted to the notification. Ether core? After everything he went through, it had to be valuable. His gaze returned to Ed Troyven, still standing calmly among the powerful, watching. The Central Intelligence Bureau. Theo's expression sharpened. He didn't trust this sudden offer. Ed stepped closer, extending his hand again, still wearing that warm, unreadable smile. "I'd like to offer you the position of deputy director," he said once more, loud enough for all to hear. Not a word stirred. Theo didn't flinch. He stood still, expression unreadable, eyes focused like a blade drawn. Silently, he activated his skill, observing Ed Troyven. Details began scrolling across his vision. Ed Troyven, age 46. Title, Sky Dragon. Talent, wolf in sheep's clothing. Status, intends to recruit Theo Ragnar and manipulate him to uncover the secrets behind the relics of the primordial dragon. Theo's jaw tightened. So that's it. He knows about the relic. He's trying to use me. His hand slowly clenched at his side. Keep dreaming, Ed. Your entire clan's fate was sealed the day you crossed me. I'll bury the Troyvens myself. Just then, a voice rang out, slicing through the tension like a blade. What is the meaning of this, Central Director? Julius Ragnar's voice echoed across the courtyard. Sharp, cold, unwavering. It didn't so much as blink. Simply making an offer, he said smoothly, as is customary during nomination procedures. Or is there an issue? Julius's face contorted in anger. Don't play us for fools, he snapped. Everyone here knows exactly what this is. Just a weak attempt to settle your nephew's score. The crowd stirred once more, whispers rising like waves. Every gaze swung to Theo. Would he accept the offer? Or would he defy them all? Again? Ed let out a quiet chuckle, shaking his head. I understand the suspicion, he said lightly, that sly grin creeping onto his face. But you're wrong. His voice was calm, almost soothing. Whatever personal emotions I may hold, I leave them behind in my role. As Central Director, my only concern is securing elite talent. This guy, Theo's eyes narrowed. Even now, after everything, all he cared about was his agenda. Axian's death didn't shake him in the slightest. Enough. Vanna Ragnar stepped forward, raising a hand. I get it. You want to secure the best. But this ceremony hasn't even officially started. He shot Ed a cold glare. Try to show some restraint. He turned to Theo, his voice steadier. Now then, Theo Ragnar, have you reached a decision? Or do you require more time? Theo looked him in the eye. To be honest, not yet. Vanna gave a small nod. That's why, Theo added, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. I'd like to hear all the offers before I decide. He turned his gaze across the hall. Then he spotted it. A graceful hand raised, a ring glinting in the light. OSA Ragnar Plunus stepped forward. OSA Ragnar Plunus, extend more than simple guidance, she declared. I offer to take Theo Ragnar as my personal disciple and grant him the title of Junior Lord of Plum Blossom Palace. A wave of shock rippled through the hall. Junior Lord? Lady Plum Blossom doesn't have any heirs. She's basically offering to adopt him. Theo studied her closely. The famed successor of the sword dragon. A voice whispered across the room. That makes 2 of the 9 dragons now. Remington grinned wide. You've got the whole hall in a frenzy, young Master Theo. Incredible. Hulkus beamed, practically bouncing in place. Erica, arms folded, let out a quiet hum. With offers like that, most other leaders don't stand a chance. And then the air shifted. A figure appeared high above, on the balcony. A lone bird circled overhead. I'll be making an offer too. The words echoed like thunder. Then crash. A massive pressure slammed down as a dark figure plummeted from above. Shadows surged around him like living flame, warping the air in his wake. As the dust finally cleared, a lone figure stepped forward, long white hair cascading down, a dark mask veiling half his face. The crowd stirred. It's the Black Dragon. Robert Ragnar, the leader of Black Snow. The hall buzzed with shock. Even he's getting involved? Robert's eyes fixed on Theo, and the noise melted into silence. Another powerhouse had stepped into the spotlight. Theo Ragnar. His voice rang out, calm and unreadable. I've been watching you since the awakening ceremony began. Theo stared back, thoughts racing. He's been watching this whole time? Join Black Snow, Robert said plainly. I'll make you a Null Snow. Gasps followed his words. Did he say Null Snow? Everyone knew Black Snow, an intelligence force that moved in silence, names never uttered aloud. But the title of Null Snow, that was different. It was the highest authority in Black Snow, the only rank that allowed public recognition, fame, and status, while still commanding power in the shadows. Theo's mind reeled back to his past life. Back then, there were only 8 Null Snow agents. He'd fought desperately to reach that level, sacrificed, endured, and still fell short. And now it was being offered to him, just like that. A cough broke through his thoughts. If it's prestige or after, came a warm voice. Don't forget you have other options. Pharaoh Ragnar stepped out, calm and smiling. Your performance in the 3rd stage was unforgettable. He gave a knowing look. Surely you haven't forgotten Zenith Academy. The room erupted. Zenith Dragon, the master of Zenith Academy. Even the proctor who had once stepped in to protect Theo could barely contain himself. Pharaoh Ragnar, here in person? Someone whispered in awe. That's 4 of the 9 dragons already. Then Evelyn spoke, a playful edge in her voice. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. One more remains. All eyes turned to the silent man who had yet to speak. Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon, leader of the white armor dragon cavalry. He stepped forward, gaze unwavering. The white armor dragon cavalry will not make exceptions for Theo Ragnar. Aaron let out a sigh. Now he decides to play it by the book. Evelyn nodded, voice laced with respect. As expected of our commander. Julius's voice was steady and firm. Honor isn't something handed out. You earn it. I want Theo on our side, yes, but I won't offer him shortcuts. What I can promise is this. He'll receive our full support and carry the pride of a Druid. Robert's eyes stayed fixed on Theo. That is my offer. Silence dropped like a curtain. Every gaze in the hall zeroed in on Theo. Standing at the heart of it all, he drew in a deep breath, closing his eyes for just a second. When they opened, they were calm, focused. A faint smirk curved his lips. I choose. But before he could finish, a sharp voice sliced through the air. You're a regressor, aren't you? Theo froze. His breath caught, and his head whipped around, scanning the hall. Then he saw her. Seated elegantly atop a throne was a woman whose gaze cut straight through him. Hilda Ragnar, the former clan head. His throat dried instantly. Gulp. I don't know what you're talking about, Theo said, keeping his tone careful and even. But Hilda only smiled. I don't know what kind of life you led in your last cycle, she said, her voice calm, but your performance now? Flawless. Her smile widened. Truly admirable. Cycle? Theo's thoughts scrambled. She knows. But what did she mean by cycle? Could regression happen more than once? Before he could chase the thought further, Vanna Ragnar spoke. You seem off. Something wrong. Theo forced out a breath. Could I have a moment to collect myself? Vanna gave a small nod. Of course. But don't take too long. This is a choice that shapes everything. Meanwhile, Hilda leaned back, smirking. There's really no need to keep up the act, she said lightly. I'm a regressor too. Theo's breath caught again. What? Her tone didn't change. Though my cycles are over now. His thought spun. She said cycles, plural. That meant she'd gone through this more than once. But how is that possible? His eyes narrowed. Were there others like them? How many? No use speculating. If she knew more, he had to ask. And she had once led the clan. She wouldn't waste time with games. When you say cycles, does that mean one can regress more than once? Hilda raised an eyebrow, then let out a soft laugh. You don't know. She gave an exasperated sigh. Kyle really didn't tell you anything, huh? Theo's jaw tensed. Kyle, I'm not surprised, Hilda went on. He can't stand regressors. Theo's eyes darkened. So that's why Kyle made the trials so unforgiving. You look like you're still piecing it together, Hilda said, clearly amused. But we don't have time to answer all your questions now. Her smirk deepened again. If you're serious about uncovering the truth about this world and about our clan, then come find me. We'll talk more then. Theo stood silent, mind spinning. Back in the third stage of the awakening ceremony, his father had given him nothing. No answers. Only the heart sword. He dropped his gaze, memories of that moment flashing through him. So, father despises regressors. But what about Lodbrok's power? He had sensed it during the ceremony, coming from Kyle. Then it hit him. The stolen heart of Lodbrok. Was it really his father who took it? His pulse surged. Lodbrok, the ancient dragon known for aiding regressors. Could a human have truly defeated him? That seemed unthinkable. But his father was called a demigod for a reason. Theo lifted his head, eyes settling on Kyle Ragnar, still seated silently on his throne, gaze unreadable. He turned away. The answer was clear now. If he wanted the truth about regression, about the clan, about Lodbrok, he had to act. Vanna Ragnar's voice brought him back. Well then, Theo Ragnar, she called. Have you decided your path? He took in a breath. Steady. Sure. Then raised his voice. Yes, he said, loud enough for all to hear. I've made my choice. The Grand Plaza fell quiet. Theo stood tall, his figure framed by the towering palace, dwarfed by its majesty, but solid as stone. I will. He paused, then finished firmly, I will follow my path. As Theo stepped back, Remington took his turn. I choose Zenith Academy, he announced clearly. Just like that, Remington became a disciple of the Zenith Dragon, Faro Ragnar. Theo expected nothing less. He thought it makes sense. They both used the water current breathing technique. In his past life, Remington had made a different choice, returning to the Narcio clan to hone his power. Theo remembered that future all too well. A battlefield soaked in blood, bodies strewn across the dirt. Amidst the wreckage, Remington stood tall, armor soaked in crimson, a leader of rebellion against the Ragnar clan. But this time was different. A new image surfaced. Remington, cloaked in strength, a spectral lion roaring behind him. Now, he stayed loyal, stayed within the clan. All of this, Theo realized, has changed because of me. Remington walked up to him, hand extended. This is just a goodbye for now. Theo gripped it tightly. Their bond needed no words. We'll each grow stronger on our own paths, Remington said, calm and certain. We'll meet again. Theo gave a nod. Of course, young Master Remington. I'll be waiting for that day. A small smile touched Remington's lips and Theo's. In that moment, their convictions were aligned. Meanwhile, Ray made her move, returning to the Daffodil Palace, the home of her mother, the Ice Dragon. A vision of the palace shimmered into view, an imposing fortress of ice and snow, carved with grace and power. Ray stood before it, her figure outlined against the frozen grandeur. There's no better place for her, Theo murmured quietly. Meanwhile, the group from Training Ground Number 4, Cibil and the rest, stood nearby, holding their admission papers with mixed expressions. Disappointment flickered across their faces, but so did quiet determination. Their scores didn't make the cut, Theo thought. Parting ways with comrades was never easy, but this was the path. There was no room for hesitation. A voice rang out across the plaza, bringing everything to a close. The nomination ceremony has officially ended. Well done. You're all dismissed. As Theo turned to leave, someone called out behind him. Oh, hey Theo. He paused and turned. Hulkus. His brow lifted. Didn't expect to see you here. Hulkus let out a loud laugh, waving with enthusiasm. Crazy, right? What are the odds we land in the same unit? Not far behind, Erica stood with her arms crossed, her usual intensity softening. A slight smile tugged at her lips. Theo glanced at them both, then at the others gathering around. New allies, it seemed. With a grin, he held out a hand. Hulkus, Erica, good to see familiar faces. Erica nodded, stepping forward. Appreciate what you did back in Stage 2. A faint blush crept on her cheeks, though her voice stayed steady. Then she smirked. But don't think you're off the hook. You still owe me. Hulkus clapped a heavy hand on Theo's back, laughing loud enough to draw attention. Damn it, Theo, I like you. Strong guys like you are the best. Theo chuckled. What is this? Why is everyone suddenly pledging loyalty? Before he could dwell on it, a sharp voice rang out. Attention, the commander is on his way. Silence fell as a figure approached, every step measured, every movement commanding. Theo's smile faded, his expression growing serious. No matter what happens, my goal stays the same. His eyes locked onto the man in white and blue armor, the unmistakable mark of Ragnar's elite. This is where it begins. The first step toward becoming clan head. He inhaled deeply. The white armored dragon cavalry, he whispered. The commander stopped before them, armor gleaming under the light, his presence enough to still the air. Congratulations, he announced, his tone firm. From this day forward, you are part of the white armored dragon cavalry. Theo clenched his fist. I'll catch up with Hilda soon, but for now. The commander stepped forward, scanning the fresh recruits. A slight smirk touched his lips. Now, then, let's hear your declarations. Hulkus didn't miss a beat. I want to become a dragon knight, like no other, he shouted. Another stepped up, voice blazing with ambition. I'll make my name echo across the continent. Erica stepped forward without hesitation. I'll become the strongest of my generation, she declared. Another voice quickly followed. I want to earn your recognition, Commander. One by one, the recruits shouted their goals, the air alive with ambition and pride. The commander listened, face unreadable. But as Theo stepped forward, something shifted. Their eyes locked. A vision surged through Theo's mind. A war-torn battlefield, lightning raking the sky, warriors clashing below, and high above it all, a colossal, shadowy dragon looming in silence. His voice cut through the noise. To prepare for the great war that will begin 5 years from now, he declared. Silence. Then, a sharp intake of breath rippled through the crowd. Aaron leaned in, muttering, this guy's got guts. Then he smirked, saying that to the commander. Ballsy move. The commander didn't scold him, didn't dismiss it. Instead, he threw his head back and let out a booming laugh. Huh, now that's ambition. He turned on his heel, cloak swirling as he moved. Dreams should be big, he said. Then his eyes returned to Theo, voice lower but resolute. And you've come to the right place to chase them. He passed through the rows of recruits, his words sharp and clear. Whatever your reason for joining this cavalry, he said, you'll have to prove you deserve it. He turned, facing the group as a whole. His voice rose. There's one thing you all must remember. He raised a fist. Every drop of blood and sweat you spill will be etched into Ragnar's history. His stare burned with intensity. Today's pain becomes tomorrow's pride. Our shield never breaks. Our sword never bends. The recruits responded in unison, voices strong, their spirits ignited. He continued, unwavering. Your comrades will stand behind you, and you will do the same for them. He let the moment breathe, his eyes scanning each of their faces. Then, with a faint smile tugging at the edge of his lips, he spoke again. And at the end of this road, forged through hardship and battle, he glanced toward the sky. His glory. He stood tall, unshakable. Congratulations. From this day forward, you are soldiers of the white armored dragon cavalry. Suddenly, the air shimmered, then cracked with a roar. A massive spectral dragon burst into existence behind the commander, its form pulsing with ancient power. Its eyes blazed, and its roar rattled the very ground beneath their feet. A flying dragon, one of the recruits cried out, stunned. That's the commander's partner. Another whispered in awe. The commander stood proudly as the beast loomed behind him. This is Gullah, he announced. My partner, a flying dragon, our ultimate symbol of the dragons. As if summoned by his words, more dragons swept into view, their immense bodies gliding through the air with effortless grace. One after another, they descended from the skies, crashing into the earth with a force that shook the ground beneath them. The commander turned, his eyes sweeping over the recruits with sharp scrutiny. Mount up, ride with your seniors, he ordered, a knowing smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Without hesitation, he made his way to his own dragon, climbing aboard like it was second nature. The entrance trial starts now, he announced. It's time to claim your partner. His voice rang out again, firm and commanding. Head to the nest. With a single motion, his dragon took to the sky, wings slicing through the air with powerful strokes. Theo could only watch, speechless. So that's a dragon knight. His thoughts drifted. Would he really be able to earn a flying dragon of his own? Just then, a voice cut through his thoughts. Time to go, young Master Theo. Startled, he spun around, eyes widening as a dragon rider approached, cutting through the sky like she belonged to it. You finally made it into the white armored dragon cavalry. Huh, she said with a playful edge to her voice. Theo blinked, stunned. Evelyn, you're here? Are you back on active duty? She gave a small, knowing smile. Something like that. But Theo's gaze shifted to her arm, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Your arm. She raised it slightly, the sunlight dancing off the metal surface. It was flawlessly made, sleek, detailed, almost too perfect to be real. Evelyn said nothing, just smiled quietly. Then, another voice chimed in, warm and sincere. I came to express my gratitude, said Cecilia Ragnar, lady of the Camellia Palace, her hand gently placed over her chest. Curson stood beside her, eyes quietly studying the exchange. Evelyn, her blade resting at her hip, seemed briefly taken aback. Soldiers marched behind her in sync, their presence making the moment feel heavier. She turned fully to face them. Lady of the Camellia Palace, and Curson. If this is about Theo, it's unnecessary, Evelyn replied, voice calm with a faint, knowing tilt to her smile. I'm sure he would have found his strength on his own. Cecilia and Curson shared a glance. Maybe so, Cecilia said gently. But just knowing someone truly sees him, believes in him, and that it's someone strong, that alone can give him the strength to move forward. Evelyn's eyes widened just a touch, a hint of color rising to her cheeks. But Cecilia wasn't finished. Her smile deepened. I've heard. You're the one who stand by Theo. Evelyn's usual composure cracked. I'm no one special, just a retired inspector with one arm, she muttered, clearly flustered. Curson cut in, his voice firm. Don't sell yourself short. Cecilia's gaze turned resolute. Sometimes, the one who shines the brightest doesn't even realize it. She stepped forward, voice gentle but steady. That light is you, Evelyn. Evelyn looked down, overwhelmed, and a single tear slipped free. Cecilia spoke with calm certainty. I'll help make sure your light reaches far and wide. Evelyn exhaled slowly, the weight of the moment settling in. A quiet, heartfelt smile emerged. Thank you, she said softly. A voice came from behind. You took great care of it. She turned around. Theo stood there, watching her with calm sincerity. Her smile deepened. It's thanks to you I made it back to the White Dragon Squad. Theo let out a breath, eyes clouded with guilt. I should have done something sooner. He looked down. Looks like Mother passed the praise to me again. Cecilia gave a knowing laugh. That sounds just like her. Theo murmured under his breath. Thanks, Mother, his voice low, but filled with gratitude. Then Evelyn stepped forward. With a firm lift of her chin, her pink hair catching the sunlight, she declared, from this day forward, I, Evelyn, vow to stand by your side, young Master Theo. I am your sword. Theo held her gaze, a quiet smile forming at the corners of his lips. The scene shifted. Towering mountains filled the view, their craggy peaks piercing the clouds above. I'll be counting on you, Theo said, his tone calm but clear. His eyes locked onto the enormous cliffs ahead, the White Dragon's nest. The view expanded, revealing a colossal structure carved directly into the mountainside. Its detailed architecture merged naturally with the rugged stone. Overhead, dragons soared effortlessly, commanding the skies with every beat of their wings. This is White Dragon's nest, the narrator said, home to the wyverns. At the base of the mountain, Theo and Evelyn stood together, dwarfed by the sheer scale of their surroundings. The White Dragon's squad bonds with wyverns, Evelyn explained. That's why the initiation happens here. Theo's expression turned serious. And if I don't form a bond, I can't join, right? Evelyn nodded. It doesn't happen often, but yes. Theo's mind wandered. Hulkus, Erica, will the Rankers make it through? He asked quietly. Evelyn gave a casual shrug. They'll manage. Theo didn't look so sure. This kind of challenge doesn't really match their strengths. Evelyn waved it off. Forget that for now. Just take a look around. She gestured to the vast sprawl of the nest. Usually, you'll just feel it, the bond with the wyvern that's meant for you. Suddenly, the ground shook beneath them. With a thunderous stomp, a towering dragon lumbered into view, thick brown scales covering its massive frame. That one's an Opterex, Evelyn said calmly. Demon type. The narrator chimed in, a savage predator. Grows up to 15 meters. Its hide is like armor. Above them, a dragon with a long, slender body and deep purple scales twisted through the sky, trailing a sinister mist. That's an aviari. Poison type, Evelyn noted. It secretes toxic gas and has a venomous needle on its tail. One strike is fatal. The ground split open, and a burly, gray-scaled dragon burst forth, its tail ending in gleaming blades. That's Sigia, blade type, usually peaceful, but it strikes from underground when threatened. High above, several smaller dragons zipped across the sky in tight, fiery arcs, their formation sharp and precise. Those are velociraptors. Speed type, small, fast, and dangerously clever. They hunt as a unit. Evelyn turned back to Theo. The White Dragon Squad works with 4 major types of wyverns. These are the ones. She studied his face for a moment. So, anything stand out to you? Theo scanned the area slowly, his expression focused. There's something, he said, eyes narrowing. I can feel it, just not sure where it's coming from yet. His voice lingered, pulling the weight of memory into the moment. 6 years after the Great War, a mutated wyvern broke into the White Dragon's nest. A flashback surged forward. An enormous dragon shrouded in darkness rampaged through the nest, its sheer presence radiating chaos. It wiped out hundreds of wyverns, ones that took years to raise. The images shifted, villages consumed by flames, inspectors fallen in the wreckage. 8 villages were destroyed. Dozens of inspectors lost their lives. The damage was catastrophic. Ragnar had no choice but to act. They ranked the demonic shadow dragon as a second-class disaster and ordered its extermination. The screen filled with flickering shadows, battle lines drawn, blades, and roars clashing. In the end, they subdued it, but it took both the demon dragon and the sword dragon to bring it down. A ghostly image of the demonic shadow dragon hovered in Theo's vision, its shape flickering like a nightmare, unwilling to fade. They named it the demonic shadow dragon for a reason, Theo murmured. It could melt into the darkness, completely vanish. He couldn't help but wonder, what if he had a partner like that? A memory stirred, one dragon from his past. He focused, eyes narrowing as he scanned the cliffs. The traits, they line up. Then suddenly, a sleek dragon with jet-black scales and piercing blue eyes dove from the cliffs. There, Theo shouted, excitement cracking through his voice. I've found it. As the wyverns began to stir, the scene cut away to a high vantage point where the commander sat atop his dragon, quietly watching Theo's discovery with a knowing smirk. Nearby, OSA noticed Julius's reaction. You seem pleased, she said. The commander gave a light chuckle. Wouldn't you be? He replied, pride threading through his tone. Didn't expect that dragon to choose someone today. That's a good sign. OSA gave a slight nod. Funny, was just about to bring that up. Julius stayed quiet, gaze still fixed on Theo. OSA turned to face him. So, captain of the White Dragon Squad, you're grooming him to lead one day, aren't you? Still, the commander said nothing. She smirked, just like I thought. Always the careful one. Words just cause trouble. He finally answered, his tone even. OSA studied him for a moment. But you're thinking ahead. I can tell. Julius didn't deny it. I never said a word. OSA stepped forward, her expression unreadable, the tension between them heavy with quiet intent. Relax, she said. I'm here to make a proposal about that kid. He raised a brow, intrigued. What kind of proposal? He asked cautiously. He thought to himself. Theo had already joined the White Dragon Squad. The Plum Blossom Palace was out of the question. So what was she after? Leaning in slightly, OSA whispered, let's share him. Julius blinked, surprised. OSA's smile was sharp. What do you think? Overhead, a group of wyverns soared through the sky, their cries piercing the air as their silhouettes danced across the horizon. Evelyn's expression tightened. They're at it again, she muttered. Theo looked over. You recognize that one? Evelyn's gaze followed a lone figure moving among the others. That one's been isolated for years, she said quietly. I've tried everything to reach it, but nothing works. Theo frowned. Why not? Evelyn's answer came with a sigh. Because it isn't a wyvern. Theo's eyes widened. Huh, what are you talking about? Evelyn explained. It was born from a female wyvern and a male viper. Theo's jaw dropped. Wait, are you saying it's a biffer? A first-class monster, one of the sea's deadliest, dwelling in its darkest depths. How's that even possible? He asked, stunned. Evelyn shook her head. That's the part no one understands. The narrator's voice cut in with a heavy tone. First-grade monsters are comparable to natural disasters, like typhoons or floods. Even one slipping past the barrier could wreak havoc on a massive scale. The scene shifted. An enormous, menacing dragon loomed before them, its aura alone enough to chill the soul. Viper, that's a ghost species, Theo muttered, trying to piece it together. It lives in the forest shadows, so the demonic shadow dragon's abilities must come from its father, a Biffer. Another memory flickered, a storm within the White Dragon Squad. It caused a huge stir when it was born, Theo said quietly. Evelyn nodded. We decided to keep it under watch at first, but things didn't go as planned. Theo's expression darkened. The others rejected it, didn't they? They did, Evelyn admitted. No matter what we tried, it stayed alone. But isolation isn't the answer. Theo's eyes locked on the lone figure in the distance. What's its name? He asked. Evelyn hesitated. Well, in the old tongue, it means shadow. Theo's lips curved into a slow smile. Then I got even more reason to choose that one, he said confidently. Evelyn blinked. Wait, what are you doing? Before she could react, Theo was already in motion. With a single leap, he dashed straight toward the outcast dragon. That one's mine, he declared. Evelyn's eyes went wide. Why, you can't be serious. I'm going first, Theo shouted back, voice ringing with certainty. Young master, Evelyn called after him, panic rising in her voice. Theo landed atop a jagged outcrop, his crimson eyes locked forward, burning with unshakable will. This time, he whispered, I'll make sure you live a different life, Umbra. A surge of light burst out beneath him, his power igniting in full force as he etched his vow into the earth. I'm heading in, he shouted, launching himself into the sky with explosive force. Behind him, Evelyn could only gasp. Young master. But Theo was already airborne, each movement sharp and deliberate, sheer resolve radiating from him. As he climbed higher, a faint, translucent blue interface flickered into view before him. A soft chime rang as text appeared. Hatchling Synchro, psychokinesis active. You may now manipulate designated targets. As the notification faded, Theo raised his hand, summoning a ring of swords around him. The blades hovered in the air, glowing with a chilling blue hue, each pulsing in sync with the light glowing from his eyes. With a calm exhale, he touched down lightly, swords orbiting protectively, then launched himself upward again, faster, more precise. Evelyn, watching from afar, could barely believe her eyes. Psychokinesis? Where did he learn that? And use it like this? Her voice trembled with disbelief. His progress is impossible. Down in the nest, unrest churned among the wyverns. Their cries sharpened, uneasy, wary. The air shifted. From the heart of the disturbance, one wyvern reared its head. Umbra. It let out a piercing roar, its eyes glowing white-hot with tension and warning. Theo didn't flinch, his gaze locked onto the creature, steady, unwavering. He knew this feeling. The ridicule, the whispers, the dismissal. Fool. Doesn't deserve the name Ragnar. Illegitimate trash. His eyes narrowed. Electric blue sparks crackled around him. Energy surging outward like a storm, finally breaking free. The Thunder Dragon breathing technique erupted from within, arcing currents of lightning across the sky. The dragon mark flared to life on his body, glowing bright and wild with uncontained force. Fear rippled through the nest. Wyverns that moments ago sneered now scattered in panic, wings beating furiously as they fled from the onslaught of raw energy. Theo scoffed, cold and sharp. The moment power stares them down, they run. Cowards always bark louder than they bite. His eyes returned to Umbra. The outcast wyvern growled, low, conflicted. Theo took a slow step forward. You okay? Umbra tensed. Its wings twitched. Then it turned and flapped hard, readying for escape. I'll wait, Theo called gently. From behind, Evelyn watched tensely. He's scared. Push him now and he'll disappear completely. But Theo shook his head. That's why I have to be here. His voice dropped to a whisper, not for Umbra, but for himself. Why else would he still linger here after being shunned? A sad smile tugged at his lips. Because loneliness hurts more than anything else. He turned to Evelyn, gaze earnest. He's wounded. He didn't go far. Please, help me find him. High in a mountain shadow, Umbra lay sprawled on the cold ground, each breath shallow and strained. Even the faintest rustle had him on edge, ready to strike or flee. As Theo neared, a faint radiance caught his eye. Embedded in the rock face was a glowing stone, pulsing with a strange energy. The closer he reached, the brighter it became. Evelyn stepped up beside him. "Be careful," she warned. "Others have tried to bond with him. None succeeded. Not even the commander. He's on edge right now. One wrong move, and you could lose your chance." "I get it," Theo replied. "That's why I'll go slow. But first, can you bring something to feed him?" His eyes remained fixed on the creature. "I need to earn his trust. This is my challenge." He activated Wyvern Fear. His aura burst outward like a wave. Umbra instantly countered, unleashing Lesser Drake Fear, his own energy rising in defiance. For a heartbeat, neither moved. Then Theo took a step forward. Umbra responded in kind. Step by step, they matched each other, like two warriors in a silent duel. Then, without breaking eye contact, Theo reached into his inventory. He uncorked a vial and poured its contents gently over Umbra's wounds. "There, that helped." Umbra flinched, puzzled, unsure what just happened. Theo studied him closely. Could be the dragon heart? I can feel it, his emotions. So much pain, rejection, the sting of exile, the ache of wanting connection, battling against fear and mistrust. And toward Theo, suspicion, but also hope. Gently, Theo raised a hand and pressed it to Umbra's snout. "I'm not here to abandon you." He rummaged through his bag once more, this time producing a radiant gem. A sly grin tugged at his lips. "You still like these, don't you?" Umbra's gaze snapped to the gem, tension giving way to curiosity. "You want it?" Theo teased, tilting the gem. Umbra hesitated, then leaned forward, unable to resist. "If you come with me," Theo said, holding out his hand, "I'll make sure you get plenty more." Umbra stood still, silent. Then he released a thunderous roar and lowered his head. A message blinked before Theo. "You have been successfully recognized by the Viper Wyvern as its master." Another alert followed. New skill unlocked. Wyvern Taming, rank C. Mastery, 1%. Higher mastery boosts trust and grants a 10% power increase when riding. With a mighty flap, Umbra took to the skies, Theo astride his back. Below, Evelyn stared in disbelief, still clutching the bulls she'd brought along. What just happened? As they touched down, Theo wore a smug grin while Umbra, relaxed for the first time, tore into the food Evelyn had dragged up the mountain. He devoured it without hesitation. Evelyn blinked in disbelief. "He's actually eating? He's never let anyone get this close." "Appreciate the delivery," Theo said offhandedly, nodding toward her. Still flustered, Evelyn pressed him. "No, seriously, how did you pull this off?" Theo just watched Umbra, amusement in his eyes. "Simple. I healed what others ignored." And once his guard dropped, the gem sealed the bond. Evelyn could only stare, stunned. Seeing her reaction, Theo raised an eyebrow, then gestured toward the strange dish near him. "What? You expect me to eat that?" Evelyn didn't respond. Her mind was elsewhere. That's just like him, she thought. He's always had that charm. But taming a wyvern? That's on another level. Then her eyes widened. Something clicked. "Wait, young master," she burst out. "Congratulations. He's officially chosen you." Theo glanced at her. "Oh, a wyvern offering its neck and back," she started, then suddenly panicked. "Wait, what are you doing?" Theo casually rested a hand on Umbra's scales. "You want me to ride?" "No," Evelyn shouted. "You can't just hop on. You've had zero flight training. No reins, no saddle. This is insane." But Theo was already climbing up, completely unfazed. "Relax. I've got this." A soft chime echoed. Skill activated, wyvern taming. Rider proficiency insufficient, automatic stabilization enabled. And just like that, Umbra launched into the sky with Theo on his back. Evelyn was left frozen in place, staring upward. Theo, are you crazy?" High above, Theo adjusted to the air pressure, the wind cutting past him as Umbra roared and flew higher. All right, Theo said with a laugh. "You've got something to show me, huh?" He leaned forward. "Then take me there." But as they soared, his smile slowly faded. Something felt wrong. He glanced at Umbra beneath him. "How did someone like you end up with a name like Evil Shadow Dragon?" Up ahead, a waterfall came into view, but the water wasn't clear. A black substance crept through it, spreading like ink, darkening and corrupting everything in its path. Far below, Evelyn's voice was barely audible. "Young Master Theo," but he and Umbra had already descended. landing in a secluded alcove hidden behind the falls. Shimmering crystal walls lined a hidden cave, reflecting light in brilliant hues. I thought I'd explored every inch of the Winter Mountains back when I was with the Black Snow, Theo muttered, stepping down. But I've never seen this place. He glanced at Umbra. So you've been stashing your treasures here, huh? Umbra gave a low, content rumble, eyes fixed on the glowing cave. As Theo moved deeper, something odd caught his attention, a patch of vivid purple flowers growing near the cavern's heart. He froze. So this is the reason. Crouching beside the plants, he studied them carefully. You've been eating these, haven't you? A system window flickered into view. Ghost Spirit Flower, a rare bloom found only in the Demon Sea's abyss. Absorbs demonic energy under moonlight. Highly reactive, used by demonic beasts and demon-blooded beings. Theo's jaw tightened. Demons and dragons couldn't be more different, and yet you've been absorbing their power. A dark pulse emanated from the flowers, making the air thick and oppressive. This stuff's dangerous, Theo muttered, rising to his feet. I'll have to torch it all soon. Umbra hissed low, shifting uncomfortably as if sensing something wrong. Easy, Theo murmured. I'm not here for the crystals. But just as he turned to reassure him further, something caught his eye. In a shadowy recess at the back of the cave, something was there. A skeleton, slumped and chained to the wall. A faint, agonized wail echoed through the cavern. Theo's breath slowed. A person? He stepped forward carefully. No, it's long dead. Judging by the withered state of the remains, it had been at least 10 years. But oddly, the body hadn't fully decomposed. The cold helped preserve it, Theo muttered, eyes narrowing. But more than that, whoever this was, they had enormous magical power. He moved around the corpse, studying the restraints, the runes etched into the chains. A top-tier martial cultivator, locked up here to die? This doesn't make any sense. His brow furrowed. Something seriously off. I'll come back later to investigate, he muttered. For now, his eyes drifted back to the ghost spirit flowers. I need to deal with those. But before he could act, the corpse lurched forward. With a piercing, unnatural shriek, it sprang at him, bones cracking with every jagged movement. Theo's instinct screamed. He jumped back just in time, heart pounding. And then, he heard it. A whisper a name. Kyle? Umbra roared, lunging between Theo and the advancing corpse, his body shielding his partner. The undead thing snarled, eyes glowing crimson. Kyle! Robert! I'll never forgive you. Theo froze. It said my father's name. And Umbra's. What is this thing? Before the creature could strike again, a flash of steel shot through the air. Blade barrage. Evelyn crashed into the cavern, her sword slicing through the air in a whirlwind of precision. Her flurry of strikes battered the corpse, hurling it across the cave in a heap of bones. Theo staggered, vision spinning. Evelyn, he whispered just before his knees gave out. Pain stabbed through his chest, spreading like wildfire. His breath came in sharp, ragged bursts. What is happening to me? Evelyn knelt beside him, her voice urgent. You've been poisoned, demonic energies laced in it. Theo barely heard her. His limbs were numb, his consciousness fading. We need an antidote, fast, she said, trying to lift him. If we don't act now, it'll eat away at your life force. But before she could move, Umbra let out a deafening roar and blocked her path. Wings flared wide. Evelyn's eyes widened. What are you doing? I'm trying to save him. Umbra nudged Evelyn again, more insistent this time, his golden eyes sharp with urgency. Stop it, Umbra! Evelyn snapped. If you don't move, even if you're his partner. Wait, Theo rasped, voice barely audible. His eyes, glazed with pain, met Umbra's. You know what to do, don't you? Umbra let out a low, almost sorrowful whimper. Despite the burning in his chest and the tremors racking his limbs, Theo gave a faint smile. Then, I'll trust you. Evelyn's eyes went wide. Young Master Theo, this isn't just a regular poison. It's corpse toxin, fused with demonic energy. Even with treatment, survival's less than 30%. Theo's voice was barely more than a breath, but his conviction was clear. Umbra, he evolved into a Class 2 demon fiend after consuming the ghost spirit flowers. He's faced this kind of power before. If anyone knows how to fight it, it's him. He coughed, breath shaky. Please trust him. Do what he says. Umbra let out a low, guttural roar, then slashed at the ghost spirit flowers, shredding them with precision. He nudged the pieces toward Evelyn. She stared, confused. You want me to blend this and feed it to him? Umbra growled, still unsure. She glanced down at Theo, barely clinging to consciousness. You're seriously telling me this is the cure? But Theo, gritting his teeth through the agony, forced himself to nod. Do it. Evelyn hesitated only a second longer before giving in. She quickly ground the remains into a paste, then carefully fed it to him. Seconds passed. Then his fingers twitched. Umbra watched intently, unmoving. Evelyn leaned in, holding her breath. Theo's breathing started to even out. A soft glow emanated from his chest, his dragon heart pulsing with life. Evelyn gasped. What the? The glow intensified, flooding the cavern with radiant energy. Then Theo roared. A thunderous dragon's cry erupted from deep inside him, shaking the very stones around them. The force surged outward, rattling the cavern walls. Evelyn stumbled back, eyes wide in disbelief. His magic, it's changing color. It's turning black. That shouldn't be possible. Umbra recoiled slightly, stunned by the sudden shift. What is happening? Evelyn shouted. Just then, a blue notification shimmered into view. Commencing body cleansing. Purification in progress. A second message followed. New trait acquired. Evil shadow dragon. Synchronization initiated. The scene shifts. Julius's office, cloaked in tense silence. Behind his desk, Julius sat motionless, fingers interlocked, eyes locked on the report before him. His expression darkened. Has Black Snow confirmed this? He asked coldly. The subordinate standing across from him nodded grimly. Yes, sir. After multiple verifications, they're 89% certain the intel is accurate. Julius's hand tightened, crumpling the edge of the paper. A surge of fury exploded from him, the very air in the room trembling beneath the weight of his rage. Damn it. He forced out a sharp breath, trying to cage the fury threatening to consume him. I expected setbacks, but this is beyond anything I imagined. His jaw tensed, teeth grinding in frustration. Then, like a blade slicing through the silence, the narrator's voice echoed. Trainer Isvin, captain of Platoon 5 of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, along with all 15 men under his command, have fallen in battle. A dark stream oozed into the cascading waterfall, staining the waters below. A burst of radiant energy pulsed outward, an unmistakable sign that the ancient ritual had begun. This was a sacred process of purification and rebirth, designed to purge toxins from the body and drastically sharpen one's mana control. Known only to a select few, it demanded immense power, the cooperation of multiple elite mana users, and days of brutal endurance. The scene transitioned to Theo, his entire body glowing with raw energy. But this ritual, historically, had only shown results in children younger than 5. The idea of it working on someone like Theo seemed almost impossible. A close-up revealed his face now marked with the dark, swirling aura of the Phantom Dragon. What was happening to Theo wasn't just a miracle. It was the result of a series of flawless events. First came the deadly core poison infecting his system, represented as a skeleton with blazing red eyes lashing out in chains. Then, the vast amounts of ghost shade mana he'd absorbed over the years, portrayed by haunting purple-black blossoms. Umbra, the only one capable of suppressing the poison, stood beside crystalline, floral, and leafy imagery, symbols of a delicate but precise equilibrium. Within Theo's spectral form, light and darkness swirled and merged. Rather than succumbing to the demonic poison, he had taken it in, absorbed it, and in doing so, something extraordinary happened. He evolved. As the dark vortex finally calmed, Theo gasped, a mixture of agony and awe. Power unlike anything he'd felt before coursed through him. Evelyn rushed to his side, concern in her voice. Young master, are you okay? Kneeling close, her hand hovered just above him, unsure. Theo, he gave a faint smile, his voice barely a whisper. Sorry for worrying you. Evelyn looked stunned, but relief washed over her face. Then, a system screen appeared in front of Theo, outlined in blue. Theo Ragnar, age, 17, gender, male. Title, Flash Tiger, the greatest prodigy in 1,000 years. Talents, Ragnar, player. He looked around at the glowing cave. These crystals, their concentrated energy, diluted, their toxins worked like medicine instead. Turning to Umbra, he gave a grateful nod. Thanks for believing in me. Then, with resolve building in his voice, he declared, The Ragnar body has been reforged. Purification, rebirth, and the phantom dragon's mark. My growth rate from here on out, it'll defy imagination. He took a steadying breath, his eyes narrowing. But there was still one mystery to unravel. That old man. Theo's gaze turned to the chained skeleton nearby, its presence heavy and strange. Theo and Evelyn stepped closer to the stone wall, just behind the hanging corpse. Faint carvings shimmered in the dim light, etched with a precision only a master artisan could achieve. "What is this?" Theo asked, narrowing his eyes. Evelyn leaned in, tracing the markings. "It's a journal. Someone wrote this here." Theo squinted at the delicate script. Despite time eroding the surface, the message was clear and chilling. A tale unfolded of a man consumed by vengeance, naming Cale and Robert as the ones who had once defeated him. That alone stunned Theo and Evelyn. They read on, the entries painting a dark spiral into madness. The writer's body had started failing, likely from an injury inflicted by Robert, his mana core shattered. He resorted to consuming ghost shade just to stay alive, but it was destroying him from the inside. Blackouts came often as his demonic side began to take over. Despair seeped through each word. In his final act, he melted down his most treasured weapon, the Jade Serpent Blade, to bind his fading body, hoping that someone, someday, would discover this place and carry out his dying wish for revenge. Theo and Evelyn exchanged uneasy glances, but what came next shook them even more. The carvings referenced the phantom sword art and the storm thunder god techniques, secret skills long thought lost. The realization hit like a bolt of lightning. This was the Wind Lord, Evelyn whispered. The one from Tragic Hero, the man who battled Lord Hector Ragnar 40 years ago. Theo froze. I was told Wind Lord died, and yet here he was forgotten, broken, chained in the shadows. Evelyn collapsed to her knees, visibly shaken. Her voice wavered, thick with sorrow. I harmed a rightful Ragnar heir. That's a capital offense. The punishment is death. Theo's voice was firm. Stop. That wasn't a Ragnar. That was a man lost to madness. You saved me. There was no other way. Evelyn tried to argue, insisting the law was absolute, but Theo cut in. Then let this stay buried. He extended his hand. If you still feel guilt, take Wind Lord's secret arts. Make them your own. She blinked in disbelief. These techniques rival the 9 dragons. Why give them to me? Become Wind Lord's successor, Theo said simply. Carry his will forward. Grow stronger. That's how his legacy lives on. Still on her knees, Evelyn trembled. Theo looked down at her with calm resolve. You're his disciple now. Let his soul rest. No one can call that a crime. Evelyn looked up, shaken. Didn't you say you'd become his sword? Realization dawned. The senior swordsman of House Ragnar bowed her head and pressed her fist to the ground. With reverence in her voice, she pledged her loyalty to Lord Theo, offering herself as his sworn vassal. My great lord, she said, please accept the oath of your humble servant. Theo gave a small grin. You really are bound by rules to the very end. Reaching out, he clasped Evelyn's hand. Theo Ragnar accepts the oath of Nerville. From this moment forward, I carve it into my heart and soul. On the long road ahead, you'll be my first sword. His words hung in the air, firm and unwavering. Evelyn stood in silence, the weight of the moment settling over her. Suddenly, the quiet was broken by a rush of wind. A loud, rising whistle filled the space, and the scene shifted. The camera swept over a massive, thunderous training yard, alive with motion. Soldiers sparred, shouted commands echoed, and the discipline was palpable. This was the headquarters of the White Armor Dragon Corps, where elite warriors were honed through sweat and steel. Hulkus's booming voice cut through the noise. Huh, still no sign of Theo, huh? Maybe he really is the most gifted one in the whole Corps. He flexed dramatically, a confident smirk on his face, until it froze. His eyes widened as a familiar figure strode across the yard. Theo. But not just Theo. He wasn't alone. Beside him, a fearsome dragon marched, calm yet radiating overwhelming presence. Hulkus's jaw dropped. All his bravado vanished in an instant. Theo approached with steady steps, offering a nod. I brought something back. Evelyn followed, right behind him. All around, recruits stared in disbelief. Wait a minute. Is that Umbra? One of them whispered, eyes wide. How the hell did he tame that wild thing? Another murmured. This guy. This is why they call him the greatest prodigy in 1,000 years. Even this kind of thing is just talent? Unreal. One recruit stepped forward. Senior swordsman Evelyn. Junior swordsman Theo, Ragnar. Welcome back. We've confirmed your return from the aptitude trial. But where's the captain? Theo's gaze sharpened. I noticed he wasn't here. Something happened. The recruit nodded nervously. He got an urgent message. Headed back to his office just a moment ago. Evelyn's expression darkened. Urgent, she repeated quietly. A strange noise echoed through the grounds. Wind surged, and faint crackles of energy danced in the air. Something was moving fast. Julia stepped forward, her tone grim. He knows you just finished your initiation. But there's no time. All of you deployment orders just came through. The announcement landed like a thunderclap. Blanky Fortress, he said. Shock rippled through the crowd. Combat already? Evelyn whispered. Theo nodded, his voice low. So it begins. The screen flickered to life. An image flashed across it. The jagged teeth of a monstrous beast, its jaw clamped around a blade. The dragon-slaying sword, strand of fate. A blazing image of a fiery dragon filled the screen. The incident wasn't just a random attack. It was an attempt to steal the Dragon Slayer sword, meant to fuel a rebellion. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Recruits exchanged uneasy glances, tension rising fast. One of them finally broke the silence. Commander, what kind of mission forces deployment without even completing our training? Julius stood still, jaw clenched, his voice barely holding back the storm inside. Platoon 5, led by Captain Trainer Isvin and his 14 knights, has vanished. Theo's eyes widened. A cold chill spread through his chest. Trainer Isvin? The oldest and most revered knight of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. A warrior even Julius turned to for wisdom and guidance. For him to go missing? That wasn't just rare, it was unthinkable. A disturbing thought crept into Theo's mind. Could this be the butterfly effect I caused? A bead of sweat traced down his temple. Julius continued, voice steady but burdened. The Black Snow's report estimates an 89% chance they're dead. If they're alive, they won't be able to fight. He looked out across the yard. We're forming a new temporary Platoon 5. You'll take over their mission. His eyes locked onto Evelyn. You'll be the captain. Deployment in 3 days. Complete your training before then. He clenched his fists again. I won't accept they're gone. Not without a fight. The next morning, Julius stood at the edge of the training ground, his gaze fixed on the distant sky. We'll avenge them, he said quietly. Then he turned and walked away, every step firm and sure. The narrator's voice took over, revealing the truth hidden beneath the chaos. Everyone believed the Black Skull Bandits' raid on the Sirius Merchant Guild was a tragic but contained crisis. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry had prevented casualties. At least, that's what the world thought. But the real objective had nothing to do with destruction. It was all about the theft and smuggling of a legendary weapon, the Dragon Slayer sword. Bomb. In the shadows, a masked figure had orchestrated every move. Ed Troyven had planted a hidden bomb, masking his coup behind the chaos. Back in the training yard, Theo's expression was dark, thoughts spiraling. None of this happened before. This isn't how it went. Another drop of sweat fell. If this shift in fate is because of me, then I have to see it with my own eyes. Suddenly, a translucent blue system window materialized before him. Hidden quest unlocked. The Dragon Slayer sword, Bomb. 3 days later, cloaked in thick furs to guard against the punishing cold, the recruits stood before the towering walls of Fort Blanky. I swear, I'll never get used to this freezing weather, one of them muttered, exhaling a cloud of mist. Another tilted his head, eyeing the sky. Why does the moon look twisted? Before anyone could respond, urgent cries broke out. It's the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. A sentry atop the fortress wall leaned forward, shouting, "Sound the Aller." His warning was cut short. A storm of dark, magic-infused projectiles tore through the tower, engulfing it in a fiery explosion. Bombs away! Evelyn's voice rang like a blade through the chaos, sharp and unyielding. The recruits launched into action, hurling explosive spells and attacks, as dragons roared overhead and shockwaves ripped through the air. The ground quaked with the force of their assault, each blast a note in a brutal, chaotic symphony. Get inside the castle. Don't throw your lives away, someone shouted, trying to guide the fleeing defenders. The battlefield was a storm of violence, steel clashing, dragons shrieking, blood splattering across the snow like paint on a canvas. Theo moved like a phantom through it all, his comrades flanking him in deadly formation. Kill them all. Let them taste the price of defying the white armored dragon cavalry. Evelyn roared, her fury fueling every strike. The once imposing fortress, a symbol of security, crumbled under the relentless assault. Flames devoured its structure, smoke choked the sky, and screams filled the night. Amid the rubble, a lone soldier crouched low, his face pale but relieved. If I left even a minute earlier, I'd be a corpse, he muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. Then, a smug grin crept across his face. Well, whatever. I've delivered this. Mission complete. Time to kick back. His words died as a cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, eyes glowing blood red. The soldier froze, trembling, and held out a long, carefully wrapped object. The figure took it with a nod. Good. It's the correct item. His voice was cold and flat, devoid of emotion. We've got what we came for. Prepare for Phase 2. Yes, sir. A chorus of voices answered in unison, emerging from the mist, his subordinates, each moving with mechanical precision. The cloaked figure surveyed the battlefield, eyes narrowing as he turned toward a team of operatives manning strange mechanical devices. All that's left, he murmured. Nearby, Theo stood confidently, scanning the wreckage. Subjugation complete, he said with a smirk. That was easier than I thought, he laughed. But Evelyn, her eyes sharp, didn't share the sentiment. Exactly, it was too easy. Theo's expression darkened. There's no way the original Platoon 5 fell to something like this. Without hesitation, he activated hatchling Synchro, diving into the minds of the fallen enemies to uncover the truth buried within their memories. This guy knows Balmung was stolen, but he's never actually seen it, Theo muttered, his brow tightening. Typical for low-ranking grunts, but even the top brass seemed clueless about where it went. Am I missing something? Evelyn glanced at him. Theo, something wrong? He shook his head. Nah, just thinking. Not far off, Sword grinned. Flash Tiger or not, a rookie's still a rookie. Come on, admit it. You were nervous your first time out? Aaron teased. The hostages are safe, Sword added. Let's regroup with the others. Theo let out a sigh. Yeah, whatever. I just want to go home. As Sword strolled past, Theo's nose crinkled. He froze. Gunpowder. His eyes narrowed. Instantly, he launched into motion, his body moving with sharp, practiced precision. His blade gleamed in the low light. What's with him? Aaron said, half laughing. Maybe you just can't stand your smell, Sword joked. Theo leaped again, his projectiles landing dead on, each strike deliberate. I knew it. He muttered under his breath, the unease now undeniable. What is it, Theo? Aaron called, her tone shifting. Then she saw it. Rows of barrels, their surfaces etched with danger. The stench of combustibles filled the air. Her eyes widened in horror. They were planning to blow us all sky high. Get out now, Theo barked. Understood, came a unified reply. But before they could retreat, the air twisted. A swirling vortex of shadow erupted nearby. Theo's eyes widened in alarm. No, his voice cracked with urgency, rage, and helplessness. Then came the eruption. The fortress exploded in a thunderous wave. The shock ripped through the air like a monstrous scream. Reload, came a calm, heartless voice. The dark figure, untouched by the carnage, reached into the swirling void once more. Another round of detonations ripped through the structure, shaking its very foundation. Exterminate them all. Leave no survivors, he commanded, cold and absolute. The scene shifted. Far from the battlefield, in a grand chamber wrapped in silk and shadows, Amelia sat quietly, pale and worn. In her arms, she held a small, swaddled infant. There, Axian, she whispered, rocking gently. My baby. Her sorrow flickered, twisted by something darker. Her eyes, no longer just sad, now burned with a terrifying, unnatural glow. Did it hurt? She asked softly, her voice trembling with rage. Mommy will bring you the head of that filthy vermin. I swear it. A tide of shadowed figures swept silently across the battlefield, swift and merciless, wraiths born of vengeance. Back at the ruins of the fortress, Evelyn stood tall, sword ready, eyes hard. Don't let a single one escape, she commanded, her voice ringing above the chaos. Yes, Captain, came the steel-edged reply. A wave of voices roared out as the group charged into battle. Evelyn, eyes locked on her copy, moved in without hesitation. The double blinked in disbelief, stunned as the entire 5th unit, led by the seasoned trainer, was wiped out by this ragtag force. No, this can't be, she breathed, barely audible. Her eyes narrowed, unease creeping into her expression. A dreadful feeling crept over her like a shadow, her instincts screaming a warning. Then, without warning, a storm of fiery blasts tore through the sky. The shockwaves rippled across the battlefield. "Team leader," someone cried, the voice raw with panic. Evelyn reacted instantly, her movements sharp as she deflected the incoming onslaught. "Damn it," she hissed, frantically scanning for the attackers. "It's a trap. Everyone, find cover," she yelled. A nearby soldier was caught in the blast. His screams pierced the air as fire consumed him and hurled him into the sky. Evelyn reached out, desperate to pull him back from the brink, but it was too late. His body hit the ground with a sickening thud, silent, lifeless. Theo and the others scrambled for shelter. "It's an ambush. We have to move now," the squad leader barked. Theo assessed the chaos, then quickly decided, "We'll go the other way. Head opposite from where the attack came." Suddenly, a glowing blue screen materialized. Mind gate activated. Cognitive restrictions lifted. Theo's pupils gleamed. His senses sharpened. Thought processes accelerating. Within seconds, he mapped the optimal escape route. Returning to normal, he found Evelyn frozen in place. "What are you doing? Snap out of it. We have to move now," she shouted. Theo didn't wait. He grabbed her hand. "What are you doing?" Evelyn gasped, startled. "We don't have time for this. We need to get to the fortress." But Theo pulled her along, the fortress behind them beginning to collapse. "I can't believe we're going back there," she muttered. "That place nearly got us killed." Theo didn't stop. 21 lives are counting on you." Theo pressed on. "If we head outside, they'll just hit us with more explosives or ambush us again. It's all part of their trap." He explained quickly. The enemy believed they wouldn't dare take shelter inside the collapsing fortress. With eyes glowing, Theo activated his hatchling synchronization, scanning the layout in real time. "They think we'll die in here," he muttered. His abilities revealed danger lurking. Gunpowder buried on the left, cannonballs stacked on the right. "The only safe path is straight ahead. Take the stairs." The group sprinted toward the stairwell. But when they reached the top, Evelyn froze. "It's a dead end." The soldiers' faces turned sour. "You told us to trust you," Evelyn said sharply. "Now what? We can't even turn back." The walls began to crumble around them. The fortress groaned and gave way. The group tumbled with the falling stone, caught in the chaos. Theo landed with Umbra and Hulkus on solid ground, dodging the cascade of debris. Flames spread fast. All the cannonballs had detonated. "This is for young Master Axian," a soldier sneered from the shadows. "Even if his body's crushed, bring me his head." Smoke billowed. Theo, barely breathing, thought it was the end. But with split-second instinct, he acted. "We break the floor." Now, just as they caught their breath, enemies closed in behind them. "What the hell? Why are you here?" "Black Skull," Theo exclaimed, stunned. "I only came because the foundation here is tougher than usual," one of them answered flatly. Peering through a gap in the wall, Theo spotted soldiers scattered beyond. Then his eyes dropped lower. A man lay shackled in chains. It was Trainer Isvan, leader of the 5th team. "Trainer," Evelyn called out, relief washing over her. "Thank goodness you're alive." She rushed toward him, but her joy froze. This is Ragnar's intelligence bureau," she whispered. The chains clattered to the ground as Isvan collapsed. "I figured an ambush like this couldn't happen without someone on the inside," he said grimly. "But how could you point your sword at your own kin?" One of the others growled. "This is treason, plain and simple. We can't let this stand. We owe Trainer everything." But he raised a hand. "Stop. Don't rush in. They laid this whole trap to catch us. We don't have the numbers for a fight." He looked out grimly. "We need to get out and report this to the Black Pillar." Theo stared at the ground. "That's not an option," he said firmly. "No reinforcements from the Black Pillar means they were ambushed too. They're probably stuck just like us." He looked around at the shattered walls of the castle. "That's why I brought us here. It's our only shot. But we can win this," Theo added, voice steady. "They even buried some of their own men. That means they're desperate to cover this up. They'll come back, thinking we're dead, to confirm the kill. When they do, we'll be waiting in the ruins. We strike back then." Isvan turned to Theo, surprised. He's already unlocked the mind gate. At that age, he smiled faintly. "I would have given up back then. Looks like we picked the right recruits this time." Isvan sprang to his feet. "You're right. The White Dragon squad doesn't just roll over." He turned to the rest. "You heard the plan. Get ready to fight. Location: A battlefield stained in blood under a crimson sky. I honestly didn't expect this kind of garbage from my scriptwriters. I fired most of them after that scene. Back on the field, the enemy grunts scattered, searching the rubble for bodies, basically marching to their own deaths. While rummaging through the carnage, they found a half-dead ally. Instead of helping him, that grotesque, Barbie-looking commander stabbed him through the chest. He turned to his subordinate. "Did you find any of their corpses?" The grunt replied, "We've finished sweeping the western side. Moving on to the east now." Barbie sneered. The ambush team had failed. Only one group was unaccounted for. "The white armored dragon cavalry," he muttered. Just then, a sword came flying out of the rubble, straight for Barbie's face. He twisted just in time, barely dodging the strike. As he tried to counter, a sharp crack echoed. Evelyn had already closed the distance, landing a solid kick to his chest. She moved like lightning, avoiding his retaliatory swing with ease. Barbie staggered back, screaming to his men, "It's them, the white armored dragon cavalry. Change formations now." But before they could even move, half of them were already being taken down by Theo's squad in a perfectly executed ambush. Evelyn stepped forward. "I hope this wasn't the Central Intelligence Bureau," she said coldly. "But now it's confirmed. Under Ragnar's law, you'll all be executed for treason." Her eyes burned with resolve as she faced Barbie. Steel clashed as their fight began, blow for blow, evenly matched. Barbie grit his teeth. How did they survive the bombing? With a roar, he launched his full power, forcing Evelyn back. Pushed into a corner, she suddenly reached into her artificial arm and pulled out a hidden weapon. Barbie barely ducked the strike, but Evelyn didn't let up. She launched another vicious blow straight at his neck. He managed to block it, but the force shattered his defense, dropping him to his knees, blood dripping from the wound. Evelyn stepped forward, voice commanding. "The Central Intelligence Bureau is surrounded. Resistance is pointless. From the moment your ambush landed, your fate was sealed. Surrender now, and you might just live." Suddenly, the drama Queen Barbie screamed, "Now, use the secret technique." Everyone froze, confused. What secret technique? Then behind him, one of the minions started changing. Muscles bulged, veins twisted, and his whole body contorted. Apparently, the grunts had been upgraded to level 2. One of them, the same coward who'd once trembled before Theo, came charging, face strained like he was fighting off constipation. Theo's eyes narrowed. It's the reverse blood surge, he realized. A forbidden technique that drains life force in exchange for raw power. The transformed minion hit with unexpected strength, actually forcing Theo to retreat slightly. But as he stumbled, more were already closing in. Just before the final blow landed, a captured ally hurled himself into the attack, taking the full brunt of it. He collapsed, whispering to Theo, "Get out of here alive." A useless sacrifice. Theo was clearly stronger. But seeing his comrade fall, Theo's expression hardened. No more holding back. He unleashed the Thunderclaw technique. The sheer impact blasted the minions back like ragdolls. Activating his mind gate, Theo moved like a blur, dashing between enemies, cutting them down with precision. But there were too many. Time for the triple Thunderclaw. He slammed his fists into the ground. A colossal blast tore through the battlefield, slicing through everything. Even the terrain cracked. Lines of raw energy etched across the ground. The sheer force of the attack hurled everyone back. Dozens of enemies were vaporized in seconds. Though Barbie managed to survive, he was shaken. He couldn't comprehend how Theo had crushed their secret technique so easily. This monster can't be allowed to live, he hissed. The rest of the squad looked on in awe. Even Glasses muttered, "We've got a long way to go if we want to match him." But victory came at a price. Theo coughed violently, blood staining his lips. He had overdrawn on the mind gate. His body couldn't keep up with the power he'd forced through it. Then Barbie charged straight toward Theo. "If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me." Something was off. Theo's instincts flared. He looked closer. The guy was rigged with a manicore. He was going to self-destruct. But before he could react, Evelyn appeared in front of him, standing between Theo and death. She raised her hand and called upon the power of God Tempest. Theo handed her a powerful technique, and with its opening move, Squall, she sends her opponent flying, then dashes in to follow up with another strike. But just as the blow lands, someone shouts, "Hey, what do you think you're staring, you creeps? Focus back." The real highlight is the technique. Maelstrom, a direct hit to his manicore. Theo watches in disbelief as the mana core's explosion gets completely suppressed. The impact is so intense, it slams the guy into the ground, blasting energy in every direction. Honestly, that hit was so devastating. The so-called Barbie villain isn't making it past the next chapter. Rest in peace, you won't be missed. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Theo. It's Hulkus, yelling that he made the right choice in picking Theo as his lord and recognizing him as his first sword. Unfortunately for him, Evelyn beat him to it. Everyone starts thanking Theo for saving them, their gratitude pouring out. He laughs it off, standing up with their help. One of them asks where Theo and Evelyn picked up such insane skills. But Theo just smirks, saying the less they know, the better. His team leaps on him in celebration. Elsewhere, the old man gazes at the sky, declaring that a long night has ended, and a new dawn is finally here. Now the scene shifts to Rose Palace. And there she is, that disgrace of a woman, collapsed on the ground and foaming at the mouth. Looks like she swallowed poison, if you know, you know. But actually, it's Ed choking her out with sheer force. He slams her down, growling like a beast, demanding to know where she got the nerve to act without permission. The stewards rush in, trying to calm him, but he's already throwing damning documents at her feet. She used his seal, mobilized his personal army, and sent them after Theo Ragnar and the White Dragon Armor Unit. That was a direct interference with the Troivan master plan. The woman breaks down, acting bizarre before sobbing. She pleads with her brother, saying all she wanted was Theo's head for killing her son. She even wanted to wipe out everyone associated with him, hoping it'd ease her grief. But Ed clenches his fists, furious. To him, her son was trash, and because of him, she forgot her place. He pounds Axian's corpse, splattering blood across her face, and coldly informs her that she's lost the Dragon Slayer's sword, the core of their entire operation. From now on, she's out of the family. She panics. That look in Ed's eyes, it's just like their father's. He tells his men to lock her away in a place where no one will ever find her, and to eliminate anyone connected to her, so no information leaks. Now realizing the weight of her actions, she begs him to reconsider. But it might already be too late. He storms out of the room, seething with rage. The rebellion plan he spent years crafting, now in ruins. And the one behind it all? Theo Ragnar. Gritting his teeth, he vows to take Theo down with his own hands. Cut to our Chad, Theo, who pulls out a massive greatsword. A status window appears, revealing the blade is sealed, only usable once certain conditions are met. Intrigued, Theo channels his aura into it. Instantly, the sword flares to life, jolting out of his grasp, and even leaving minor cuts on his hands. It confirms his suspicion. This weapon can't be wielded as it is. A remnant from the ancient mythic age, it's like a ghost, untouchable by mortal hands unless its secret is uncovered. But if mastered, it bestows power akin to the heroes of legend. Theo recalls that in his previous life, Ed was the one who managed to unlock the blade's hidden mystery. Digging into his memories, a smile spreads across his face. Only one place fits the bill. He stores the sword back in his inventory. Until he discovers the key, it's nothing more than dead weight. Just then a knock. Evelyn steps in composed and respectful. She apologizes for the intrusion and informs him that the commander has requested his presence. When Theo arrives, the old commander greets him warmly, relieved to see his friend alive. But confusion sets in when Theo hears of his plan to retire. The old man admits it's hard to say out loud. He lost both his leg and his Drake in the last fight. His body's worn out, and he wants to spend his remaining days honoring fallen comrades back home. The Julius, his trusted ally, knows better than to argue with the old man's stubborn heart. He just sighs and lets him be. As they sip tea, the commander brings up something important. Not a replacement, but a revelation about a new recruit, Theo Ragnar. At just 15, Theo has already unlocked the Thundergate. Julius can't believe it. That gate marks the line between the ordinary and the superhuman. What's even crazier, Theo wasn't born with it open. He forced it open. His aura channels through expanded vessels far beyond the norm. The scale of it? Ridiculously massive. Hearing this, Julius lights up. He grins, saying if Theo's vessel is that vast, then it's time to start filling it. The old man wraps up their conversation, saying that's all he had to share for today. Later that night, Julius pulls Theo aside. He tells him that from this point on, the journey is his to walk alone. He'll have to grow and evolve on his own now. Hearing that, Theo tenses up. Julius shifts the topic, saying he heard Theo played a major role in the recent mission. Theo, ever humble, responds that it wasn't just him. His teammates were a huge part of it too. But Julius isn't buying the modesty. He leans in, asking how far Theo's martial path has come. Thinking he means battle prowess, Theo replies that fighting has become much easier than before. But Julius's gaze sharpens. That's not what he's asking. He wants to know, what kind of life is Theo's sword trying to convey? The question catches Theo off guard. He hesitates, then admits he's not entirely sure. Julius pulls out his sword, saying he once trained with a single goal, to mirror the Patriarch's sword. That's how most begin. But as he draws his blade, the air shifts. Suddenly, the sky turns a deep blue, and then it shatters into red. This is no ordinary realm. It's the magic dragon's glass realm, unlike the sword dragon's realm from the Second Awakening. Theo realizes something. This world of martial arts is molded by one's personal path. The pressure builds. Julius tells him his sword embodies the demon. A colossal sword forms before Theo's eyes, and he watches in awe as Julius unleashes a martial technique so powerful, it tears a massive rift in space, sending shockwaves strong enough to flatten entire armies. Then, with a single downward swing, the violent waves halt in place. Julius turns to Theo and asks if he's seen it. The martial path of the magic dragon. Nervous, Theo says he saw nothing but sheer power and destruction. But why did it feel so feminine? Julius nods. That's exactly right. The demon is pure instinct, raw and unfiltered. Even if it eventually collapses, it carves a straight path that pierces through everything. It's not just about strength or destruction. It's about the essence of swordsmanship itself. Or maybe it's about death. Then he flips the question. What did Theo think of the Plum Blossom Palace Lord Sword? Theo answers, it was beautiful, elegant. Julius reflects on that. Beautiful, huh, he repeats. That makes sense. The Plum Blossom Palace Lord's blade carries the essence of life. Like a seed, it sprouts, grows, and blooms into a flower. It's gentle, slow, always changing, yet it never stops reaching outward. As Theo reflects, it hits him. This is what it means to walk the martial path. Even among the 9 dragons, each one views the sword through a different lens. Julius chuckles, then throws a question at him. Does he believe life and death are complete opposites? Theo answers with a question of his own. Aren't they? But Julius doesn't respond. Instead, he ends his martial realm and hands Theo a book. Curious, Theo asks what it is, then freezes in shock. It's a written dialogue between Julius and the Plum Blossom Palace Lord. A deep exchange about the true nature of the sword. Theo is stunned. Julius explains, it's incredibly rare. But Theo's not just any student. He's a shared disciple of both the magic dragon and the sword dragon. Hearing that, Theo struggles to wrap his head around it. The scene shifts, back to when the book was written. The 2 masters sit alone in a secluded place, deep in discussion. Julius grumbles that she's being greedy, trying to claim Theo when he's already his student. She smirks, brushing it off. Don't be jealous, she says. It's all for Theo. And deep down, he can't argue. Theo's talent is extraordinary, rivaling even the top candidates for succession. But because he's growing so fast, when he eventually hits a wall, it'll be brutal. This book is something he'll need then. Julius sighs. That's all well and good. But what if one day, Theo becomes an enemy of Ragnar? That stops her cold. She knows it's a real possibility. Those who rise too fast often fall, just as hard. And when history repeats, it doesn't ask permission. It demands payment in blood. She didn't expect that from him. She always thought his heart overflowed with affection for Theo. But hearing this, she's now convinced he's the right one to safeguard the teachings. She hands him the manuals, saying that only when Theo is truly worthy, when he understands what it means to be a Ragnar and values every step of the journey, should he receive them. Back in the present, Hi-Ha passes the manual to Theo. He can hardly believe it. The 2 strongest sword masters of the clan, the top blades of the sword and demon dragons, have made him their shared disciple. He looks up, asking quietly, Am I really worthy of this? Julius answers without hesitation. There's no need for false modesty. You've earned it. Theo stays silent, overwhelmed. In his heart, he knows he's come this far because of them. Even though he's given them nothing in return, they've never stopped believing in him, never stopped guiding him forward. From the very beginning, Theo admits he's received a lot of help and vows to repay the favor someday. But his companion quickly perks up pulling out his sword and saying Theo can start paying him back right now. It's been a while since he's taken on a new disciple, and he can't just sit around anymore. The real training starts now. Theo realizes this is where things get serious. Meanwhile, Evelyn sees her chance and bolts outside, slamming the door shut behind her. From the other side, Theo calls out to her, but she just apologizes while firmly holding the door closed. Later that night, Evelyn finally opens the door, feeling satisfied, only to find Theo sitting on the floor like a meme-worthy statue. She asks if he's all right, trying to comfort him by saying the commander might have gone too far. But Theo says it wasn't just going overboard. Changing the topic, Evelyn tells him that she followed his orders and locked someone up in the underground detention area. She's a little concerned, though. This guy's tough and won't talk no matter what. Theo assures her that everything is going according to plan. He leans in and whispers something that leaves her completely stunned. The scene shifts to the Plum Blossom Palace, right at the palace's training grounds. Theo greets her, and she tells him she's been waiting, asking if he received the gift she and the demon dragon prepared. Theo replies that it's been incredibly useful. With elegance, she calls forth her sword and soars into the air. Plum blossoms fill the training ground as she lands smoothly, showing off her skill. She's ready to break down the essence of swordsmanship, the foundation of every technique. She keeps the flex going, saying she'd love to show him how to let a sword bloom with life. Then, she turns to Theo with a question. Would he like to become her disciple? But Theo doesn't answer right away. Instead, he asks her something first. Does she ask this as the Heaven Dragon Sword Master? She's surprised he knows something so few, even in her clan, are aware of. But she doesn't hide it. She confirms that the Heaven Dragon School is a secret tradition passed down to only one disciple at a time, and she's the current inheritor. Now, she wants to know, does Theo want to hear her true reason for all this? Theo begins by apologizing, but she quickly stops him, saying there's no need. She's not here to scold him. She explains that she has no hidden agenda. From the Plum Blossom Sword technique to the Heaven Dragon Sword, she planned to pass it all down to him. That leaves Theo stunned. He can't even respond. A while later, he walks out of the hall, only to be stopped by a nobody asking if he's Theo, the new recruit from the White Dragon Cavalry. Theo replies with a sharp, "What if I am? Not your concern." The guy takes offense, calling Theo rude for not even bothering to greet his senior properly. This busybody starts throwing his weight around, saying that now that Theo is part of the Plum Blossom Palace as Lady Plum Blossom's disciple, he should show at least basic respect. But Theo, not one to be pushed around, says he thought this might be serious, but turns out it's just some childish whining over a bruised ego. He adds that if he's not even a direct senior, then rank doesn't mean anything here, that it's a nerve. One of them barks back, asking then what is Theo, since he's not even a real disciple of the palace. Before leaving, Theo turns back, aura blazing, and says they're sorely mistaken. Lady Plum Blossom did offer to take him in, but he refused. They're all left speechless. The scene rewinds to just moments earlier, back when Theo had asked her if she truly meant to pass both techniques to him. She asks if that's not a tempting offer, which of course it is. But Theo can't understand why she's doing all this for him. He hasn't done anything to deserve it. She tells him to stand, saying there isn't some grand reason. It's just him. He reminds her of someone, the clan head, her husband Kyle. Not just in appearance, but in spirit too. Back when Kyle was young, he also chased ideals and dreams. Maybe he still does. That same fire, that unwillingness to give up no matter how hard things got. That's what she sees in Theo. That's the side of Kyle she fell in love with. She says she can't just sit back and do nothing. That's her answer. Now, it's Theo's turn to give his. After a pause, he replies. As tempting as the offer is, he has to decline. Hearing Theo's refusal, she calmly asks him why. He explains that right now, he already has too many teachers. Aside from her, there's Demon Commander Julius, his teammates, and his friends, Hulkus, Erica, even Ed and Axian. He counts every one of them as mentors. She's taken aback, especially at the mention of Axian and the Sky Dragon. She had heard their relationship was anything but friendly. Theo, a bit nervously, says it's because of the hardships they created that he's become who he is today. She stays silent as he continues. His sword, his path, has been shaped by everyone who's cared for him, and even those who've hurt him. That's why he's not sure he could ever properly carry on the tradition of her school. He doesn't believe he's the right person to pass it on to the next generation. She finds it regrettable. His sword is fluid, always evolving. But then Theo adds, with a quiet smile, that while he can't be her disciple, he would gladly be her son. That completely stuns her. Back in the present, she's lounging in her garden, sipping wine. Her assistant approaches and gently teases that she must have really taken a liking to Theo. Laughing, she agrees. She says that though the heavens never blessed her with a child of her own, a boy just like her late husband showed up and promised to become her son. How could she not be happy? Her assistant smiles, glad to see her so delighted. She says she owes it all to Theo for making her feel like a mother. Then, she instructs her assistant to prepare a letter for her husband. When asked what it's about, she says it's regarding Theo's promotion exam. That shocks the assistant. Theo is still just a rookie who recently completed his awakening. Drawing attention to him this early could be dangerous, and she knows better than anyone how risky that can be. But the lady insists that's exactly why they have to act fast. If they wait, the Ragnar clan could face dangers they're not ready for. She wants to entrust Theo with the future of the entire clan. Meanwhile, in the depths of the prison, the cocky prisoner from earlier smirks at a mysterious figure. "You're finally here," he says. Grinning, he adds, "Don't hate me. This is all going just as he planned." The loyal captive replies with calm certainty. He never doubted it. Then he urges the stranger to finish the job and flings 2 daggers toward his own neck. But just before they land, a mysterious force blocks them midair. The clown-like man freezes, stunned by what he just saw. Evelyn bursts through the ceiling like a thunderclap. The moment the clownish man sees her, he realizes he's been lured right into a trap. Without missing a beat, Evelyn launches into a flurry of strikes, completely overwhelming him. Watching her move, he can't believe someone like her possessed such skill all along. It's clear he won't be able to take out the captive. At this point, escaping is his only option. But Evelyn isn't letting that happen. She declares she won't just stand by and unleashes the wind god's technique, instantly pinning him down. Desperate, he tries to erase any trace of his mission. But Evelyn closes in and drives a hit straight into his gut, knocking him out cold before he can react. At White Dragon headquarters, word spreads quickly. They're now discussing Evelyn's capture of a live assassin. According to intel, the man is part of the Serpent Season, a splinter group operating under the Eastern Elite clan, specifically the Trovian clan. This confirms a direct link to the Sky Dragon. Julius states the obvious. They have a mole in their midst. The meeting is being held in a secret location to make sure no leaks occur. Their intel reveals that Serpent Season is currently based in an ancient fortress in the Calhelm region. In exactly 3 hours, if the mission fails, they'll burn all traces and vanish. The only option is to strike before then, take them by surprise, and extract as much intel as possible. That's the heart of this joint mission. A high-ranking agent delivers this report, ending it by introducing herself as Null Snow. Theo, a bit confused, wonders why someone of her rank is being introduced directly to him. Julius chimes in, "There's one more thing. This mission isn't just a mission, it's Theo Ragnar's promotion exam." Shocked, Theo asks if he's really eligible for promotion. Julius confirms it, but adds that it's no cause for celebration. As one climbs the ladder, the exams only get harder. Still, assigning a mission that could potentially spark a civil war to someone aiming for mid-rank is unusual. Julius mentions that Theo ordered Evelyn to keep watch over the cells, because he already suspected an assassin would strike. Since he made the first move, it's his responsibility to see it through. Theo bows his head and apologizes. Even as an heir, planning behind the higher-ups' backs was disrespectful. But now that it's begun, he's committed. He won't let it fail. He and our battle-hardened Chad but heads for a second, with the Chad challenging him. Get promoted to mid-rank and unlock solo mission rights. A status window appears. This is Theo's chance to sever the dark entanglements of his past life. He's not even sure what those ties are, but he's about to find out. Null Snow looks to Theo, asking if he's got a problem with any of this. He answers firmly. No matter what happens, he'll complete the mission. With that, the old commander stands. The meeting is over. It's time for Operation Snake Extermination. Snow quietly blankets the shadowy forest as 3 figures stand together. The girl explains that due to the risk of informants, their mission has to stay small, just the 3 of them. She reminds the others that, as swordsmen, they're better suited for indirect attacks, especially since their target is part of an association. But when it comes to numbers, they're outmatched. She tells them no matter what happens, quitting isn't an option. The 2 with her nod in agreement. Inside the mansion's library, 3 more figures are gathered. Two are flipping through stacks of papers, while one of them tells the others to gather every document, no matter how trivial. The man in the Joker mask warns them to leave right after they're done. One of them asks how long it's been since their comrade left. Over 2 hours, the masked man replies. He should be back any minute now. Meanwhile, the third member stands ready by the door, sword raised. Suddenly, a small sphere rolls into the room and bursts, releasing a thick cloud of ash. Coughing into his sleeve, the swordsman quickly asks if they're under attack. Moments later, the girl storms in. With a precise sweep of her scale weapon, she eliminates everyone in a single line. The man in the Joker mask clutches his neck as blood gushes out, paralyzed in shock. One man tries to flee, but she closes the gap instantly and takes him out. She declares the room clear and orders the others to secure the basement. She'll handle the upper floor. He follows her command, still stunned by how effortlessly she struck down the enemies. Guided by the mission's map, he hurries down a corridor, thinking the basement stairs should be nearby. His footsteps echo sharply until he's suddenly bombarded by arrows. He dodges just in time, but the danger is clear. Dropping to one knee, he examines the ground and activates his skill to read the environment. With his ability, he identifies the traps and lurking enemies hidden in the shadows. Theo bursts into action, moving at lightning speed. Using his Thunder Dragon breathing, he cuts through every trap and attacker with lethal precision. Once the ambush is neutralized, the hidden enemies lay lifeless around him. The man in the Joker mask, now reduced to a pile of ash, had questioned how to complete their mission. Theo realizes that something critical must be hidden in the basement, given how heavily it's guarded. As he descends, his eyes scan the blood-streaked walls ahead. In a dimly lit basement, a sinister presence lingers. The man standing amidst the carnage senses a foul aura, one that mocks sacred prayers with bloodshed. He surveys the grotesque scene and mutters, asking if the culprit simply couldn't wait. All around him are skulls scattered in pools of blood. One skull, mounted on the wall, clutches a sword in its jaws. It's clear now, this place belongs to the Holy Demon Church. The Holy Demon Church, a doomsday cult, twists prophecies of salvation into fuel for destruction. They believe a savior will descend during the apocalypse, but they've warped that belief into justification for brutality. Theo recalls how this very cult sparked the Great War, nearly tearing the Empire apart. From across the room, the man asks if Theo recognizes him, but Theo stays quiet, focusing instead on his mana-reading skill. Through it, Theo detects something strange. The man's body is surging with blood energy, likely the work of a demonic eye. Confused and unstable, his mind seems fractured. From him, an unnatural flow of mana spills into the air, something that defies the laws of magic. Theo suspects it could be the infamous grace granted by the Blood Christ. The man smirks and asks again if Theo still doubts. Then, clasping his hands in prayer, he declares he'll offer Theo as a sacrifice. His form begins to shift, twisting and mutating as he transforms into something monstrous. As he steps forward, he urges Theo not to resist the god's blessing. Theo's gaze drops to the man's hand, wondering if it even belongs to a human anymore. He reacts fast, slashing in every direction, unleashing a furious storm of strikes with everything he has. But the man calmly reaches out and grabs Theo's sword mid-swing. Even with all of Theo's strength behind it, the blade doesn't move an inch. Shocked, Theo tries to pull back, but in a flash, he's hurled across the room, smashing into the wall and leaving a crater behind. Crumbled on the ground, Theo stares at his opponent in disbelief. He's just a blood priest, a low-ranking member of the cult, yet his power is overwhelming. Theo's body trembles. He remembers that using the triple dragon's claw would collapse the entire place, burying him alive. Even a basic technique, imbued with energy, won't help him now. Trapped and outmatched, Theo clutches his sword, questioning everything. Is this weapon even worth holding on to in the face of such despair? A sudden thought cuts through the chaos in Theo's mind. Destruction lies at the heart of swordsmanship, and that, too, is a death blow. He remembers the dual nature of the sword. It can express love, breathe life into the world, yet it also brings ruin. The paradox stirs within him. Life and death, creation and carnage. He grips his sword tighter, murmuring about the clash of two opposing blades. Meanwhile, the man raises his hand in solemn devotion. This young sheep spills his precious blood, he whispers, then bellows, "Accept this blood as my offering." With a roar, he lunges forward, unleashing a devastating strike. But Theo pivots, barely evading the blow. His gaze never wavers, locked onto the enemy with intense focus. The man snarls, mocking him for his stubbornness. Yet Theo isn't just dodging anymore. He's awakening something deeper within. His blades begin to shift, dancing in harmony, flowing like a tide between force and stillness. A realization dawns. Life and death aren't rivals. They're two currents in the same stream. Death is the final page of life's story, yet life itself grows stronger through death. They're not opposites. They complete each other. With newfound clarity, Theo raises his sword. He'll no longer choose between the two. He'll wield both as one. The man laughs, shaking his head. That sword won't help you. But Theo doesn't flinch. Calm and focused, he unleashes Dragon Flash, a torrent of shadowy mana swirling around him in a dark, spinning cyclone. At first, the man withstands it, seemingly untouched. But then his expression changes. His eyes widen. He senses something unexpected in the strike. Not just force, but vitality. The impact sends him flying, crashing into the wall. Blood pours from his body as he crumples. Wheezing, he mutters, "You chase truth with violence. You're the seed of corruption. I won't let you desecrate my God's name." Theo steps closer, placing a hand on the man's face. The priest howls in agony as Theo activates his memory-reading skill, digging into the source of the man's unnatural power. Images flash in Theo's mind, proof of the holy demon church's influence. But something's off. Suddenly, Theo is pulled deeper, not into a memory, but into an entirely different space. It's dark, distorted, unfamiliar. This isn't a memory. It's something else entirely. A strange, incomprehensible message flashes before his eyes. Then a warning follows. Flee. You've encountered a powerful entity. Confused, Theo scans the void. A disembodied voice echoes, asking, "Who are you?" Theo doesn't back down. "What are you?" he fires back. Then he sees it, a vast, bottomless pit stretching out before him. The weight of unseen, ancient eyes presses down on him, suffocating. And from the abyss, a deep, rumbling voice whispers, "Why do you disturb my sweet slumber?" Theo's thoughts swirl as he stares into the abyss. Could this be the very entity the holy demon church worships? The demon's eyes lock onto his, demanding to know who he is. In that unholy gaze, Theo sees it, the being the cult calls their god. But he understands now, the grace they mention isn't the demon itself. With steady breath, Theo makes his declaration. He's seen enough to recognize the truth. He looks the demon in the eye and calls out, "Theo Ragnar." The moment the demon repeats his name, it stops him cold. Theo staggers, shocked that this monstrous entity knows him. Then the demon speaks again. It's been searching for him for a very long time. From the shadows, thick roots slither upward, twisting around Theo's body. They bind him tightly, refusing to let go. The demon's voice echoes, telling him he is the light of this world. The words shake Theo. Bound by the growing roots, his mind reels, trying to make sense of the revelation. Then, out of nowhere, a being cloaked in a golden aura steps forward. Theo recognizes him instantly and speaks his name with reverence, Lord Bork. Theo can feel it. Lord Bork's strength is unmatched, far beyond anything he's ever known. But even with such power, Theo warns him. Even if he ascends to the level of the gods, defeating the demon is far from guaranteed. When he realizes Lord Bork intends to face the demon alone, Theo tries to intervene, desperate to take on the risk himself. Before he can act, Lord Bork collapses. Theo crashes to the ground too, calling out his name in anguish. Then darkness fades. Theo jolts awake, lying flat on the cold floor, body trembling. He's back. Somehow he made it out. But his heart pounds at the thought of Lord Bork facing that monstrosity alone. As he stares at his fingers stained with blood, the man in the basement slowly bows his head. His voice breaks. He laments that he's spent his entire life in worship, yet was never once blessed by Lord Bork. Then, through clenched teeth, he screams at Theo, demanding to know why someone like him, a non-believer, has been chosen. Theo's answer comes in the swing of his blade. He declares with finality, he wants nothing to do with a god like the one the man worships. The name returns to his mind, the nameless sovereign, the true deity behind the Holy Demon Church, as revealed by Lord Bork. He remembers her words, that Theo was sealed away for thousands of years to protect the world from demons. But now, Lord Bork has lost her heart, and she won't last beyond 3 more years. The Great War between the Guardian Dragons and the Holy Demon Church is set to end in 5 years. The uprising will start with a man named Ed Troyven. It's all coming together. This can't be coincidence. Just as the pieces click into place, his allies finally arrive. One steps forward, smiling gently. "You've done great, Theo." The girl scans the fallen blood priest and shakes her head. She questions why they rushed in so recklessly. After all, their target wasn't just any enemy, but a blood priest. Then her gaze lands on the body, and her expression shifts. Turning to Theo, she praises him. "That was incredible," she says. "You've proven yourself today." The scene transitions to the library, where the group sorts through piles of documents. The girl flips through a few pages, noting that while the information they've found is explosive, it's not enough on its own. More of a smoking gun than a confession. That's when Theo steps forward, holding out a sealed box. All eyes turn to him. One of the girls stares at it, a memory surfacing. She recalls handling that exact box before, collecting it for the young master ahead of the weakening ceremony. Inside, she remembers, were the hidden trade logs, documents linking the Ceres Merchant Guild to the Troyven plan. She wonders aloud why Theo hadn't used this sooner. Maybe he'd seen all this coming. As she reads the contents, her eyes widen. It's the official sales record of Troyven, hard proof. She looks up at Theo, impressed. "You've really outdone yourself," she says. "With this, we've got them. We can prove the Holy Demon Church is involved, and now, Troyven's on the hit list too." She closes the file and declares they have enough to move forward. Once the report is submitted, their next move will be immediate. They're taking down the Ceres Guild. Theo glances at the ground, murmuring to himself. So, this is how it starts. The beginning of Ed's fall. The scene shifts again, this time to another guild. Julius, a man with one defective eye, leans back as he speaks. He says he already suspects Ed Troyven is planning to betray them. Another member responds cautiously. He warns against jumping to conclusions without clear evidence, though he admits the signs are suspicious. Julius pushes back. He argues that Ed's possible dealings with the Black Dragons are more than enough to raise serious concern. A man in a veil interrupts, suggesting they not waste time with guesses. Julius eyes him. "You seem calm," he says. "Is it because you already know something?" The veiled man dodges the question, steering the conversation toward a different name, Theo Ragnar. He brings up Cleve's report. Theo supposedly defeated a blood priest on his own. Julius immediately shuts it down, but the veiled man presses on. He wants Theo for the Black Snow Guild, says his intuition and reasoning skills are exceptional, talents worth nurturing. Julius frowns. "Drop it," he warns. "I've already reached out to Deep." The implication is clear. Theo is off limits. Somewhere else, a boy grins and tells his older brother that he, OSA, and Kyle, they're all thieves. Nearby, a girl lifts a cup and smiles, commenting that it's been a while since he last reached out. She drifts into a memory, recalling the day they became sworn siblings. To her, it still feels like it happened just yesterday. Julius cuts in, voice sharp. He warns her she'll regret trying to steal people from his side. But the boy in the veil replies with a knowing smirk. "You still haven't figured it out, Julius," he says cryptically. "It's only natural for older siblings to learn a thing or two from the younger ones." The words leave Julius momentarily speechless. As the boy turns to leave, he throws one last jab over his shoulder. "Bring something fancy next time, yeah?" He disappears through the door, and Julius yells after him, clearly rattled. Alone now, the veiled boy's demeanor shifts. In his mind, he breathes a sigh of relief. No spies were found in the white-armored dragon cavity, one of the few factions free from the Sky Dragon's grip. That gives him room to maneuver. He considers stepping away from the mission altogether. If he vanishes, there's no reason for them to come after him. The others will make their move on the Ceres Guild soon enough. He smirks, thinking today's events are bound to be entertaining. The story cuts again, this time to a grand wedding chapel within the Ceres Merchant Guild. A formal ceremony is underway. A young man introduces himself confidently. Naven, second son of the Bacchus Clown family. Guild Master Quadric Ceres steps forward, dressed in regal finery. With a booming voice, he announces a formal alliance between his house and the clowns. As part of that union, he presents his fourth daughter, Lily Ceres to Naven. Pride radiates from Quadric as he makes the declaration. Through blood, the two families will now be bound together. But behind his calm smile, Quadric's mind is already spinning. Naven holds noble status, exactly the kind of leverage he needs. With this marriage, he can tighten his grip on future events. The man introduced himself with casual ease. Naven Bacchus, second son of House Bacchus. Across from him, the broad-shouldered Viking replied, Teal, I lead a merchant guild. Without missing a beat, he added, I've come to propose a marriage alliance with House Bacchus. Teal motioned to the young woman beside him. This is Lily Ceres, my daughter, the fourth daughter of the Ceres family. From today, she and your son will be bound together. Our families will be united in blood. The bald man clenched his jaw, barely holding back his rage. A mere merchant, daring to speak so brazenly? Especially after invoking the name Bacchus, one of the 6 pillars. His grip tightened around his sword. I need to keep my cool. If this union brings a dowry, it could rescue our family. He glanced at Naven, bitterly. Besides, what does it matter what happens to a bastard? Naven remained composed, silently watching. It's almost laughable how transparent he is. These merchants think they're doing us a favor. They don't even realize their own shop's being used as collateral. Then, with a smirk, he lowered himself onto one knee. Let's see how long they survive. I wouldn't miss watching their downfall for anything. He reached out a hand toward Lily. Pleased to meet you. As your future husband and the Ceres family's son-in-law, I'll treat you right. Lily didn't respond right away. Her stare was cold, unreadable. Then, she asked, Can you prove that? Naven blinked, caught off guard. He stood up slowly. Proof? My family's already in ruins. I'm part of the payment, sold off like livestock. But if that's what it takes, my bride, I'll give you the Bacchus family seal. The bald man cursed him silently. Lily's voice turned sharp. If you put it like that, then she suddenly screamed, Bring me the head of Theo, Ragnar. She tore away a cloth on her arm, revealing a goose-shaped scar. He did this to me. I want him dead. Naven stood still, unreadable. Did she just ask me to kill a noble, right in public? This woman, she's not ordinary. The surrounding soldiers looked on nervously, whispering among themselves, unsure if she was mad. Cyrus quickly stepped in, grabbing her arm and muttering, You can't say things like that here. Then, a voice rang out, cutting through the tension. I'll do it. Everyone froze. The girls looked up, eyes filled with disbelief and hope. Naven stepped forward, calm and composed. If that's what my bride demands, he said, then I'll deliver his head myself. The sky suddenly shifted. Violent gusts tore through the clouds as 2 dragons soared above the city. Below, onlookers pointed and whispered, mistaking them for wyverns. Then, mayhem unfolded. From the sky, 3 figures dropped, landing in the heart of the street. Armored assassins, silent and lethal. A hush fell as one of them planted a banner. A man in the crowd turned pale. The symbol was unmistakable. It's Ragnar, someone shouted. They've come in the name of justice. Khalif unrolled an official scroll and read aloud. We have evidence linking the attackers of the Ragnar family to the Ceres merchant group. An official investigation will now begin. She raised her voice. Anyone who interferes will be considered a traitor and executed without trial. Fear rippled through the streets. Whispers spread. Treason? Executions? Had the Ceres group truly betrayed Ragnar? Word soon reached Ceres merchant group's headquarters. They want to search us? Should we let them if we're innocent? A merchant stammered. Ceres, head of the household, burned with anger. His enemies had struck faster than he'd expected. Still, he had to stand tall. The bald man stepped forward, seeking clarity. Around him, the others demanded answers. Family members surrounded Ceres, their voices rising in panic. Enough, Ceres thundered. Anyone can forge a scroll like that. This is a trap. No matter what schemes they've prepared, the Ceres family will prove we've done nothing wrong. We are loyal to Ragnar. His eyes blazed as he turned to his guards. Cut down anyone who dares sully Ragnar's name. The bald man tried to interject. If you refuse the investigation, it'll look like guilt. Ceres shoved his arm aside. The marriage is off. After all this, you think we'd still go through with it? He stepped forward, voice ice cold. This isn't some misunderstanding. They're accusing us of treason. Then he leaned in toward the bald man. You're from the 6 pillars. You should know exactly what Astrasen represents. Do you really believe you'll be the only one to fall? If Ragnar had real proof, this street wouldn't just see 3 assassins. The skies would be swarming with troops. The bald man's followers shouted in frustration. You don't get it. They're not even sure of their own evidence. If we just push back once, we might survive this. Naven stepped in with a mocking tone. Old man, you can barely walk to the bathroom without help. He placed a hand firmly on the elder's neck. Isn't that right, elder? The bald man glared. You little brat. But Naven just kept walking, unfazed. Isn't this perfect? I'll go fetch a wedding gift for my bride. He reached the window, and then, without warning, jumped. The bald man froze, stunned. Naven landed on a nearby rooftop and vanished, quick and silent like a cat. The elder cursed under his breath, sweat dripping down his brow. Damn him. The moment he drew his blade, he sided with Ceres. He turned to his men. Get into position. We're backing them up. His soldiers rushed outside, forming a line between the Ceres building and the Ragnar patrol. Cleve stepped forward, cold as ice. Final warning. Step aside, or you'll be executed for treason. The tension in the air thickened. The soldiers stood firm, caught between loyalty and fear. Then a blur behind the Ragnar squad. Movement on the rooftops. In an instant, Naven dropped in among the 3 Ragnar enforcers, moving like a phantom. He scoffed. The Ragnar clan really does love their executions. The soldiers turned in shock. Where had he even come from? Naven unsheathed his sword and struck. They blocked in time, but the sheer force sent them stumbling back. He grinned. Pleasure meeting you, Ragnar's finest, especially you, Theo. Never thought our first chat would be like this. Theo's eyes went wide. He knew exactly who this man was. During the Great War, the one who plunged Ragnar into chaos was the ghost sword from a former merchant group. That man was Naven. And now, Naven wasn't hiding anymore. He was making it clear he was here for their heads. Theo lunged, blades flashing. The boy, the story's protagonist, watched Naven's unreal speed and reflexes with narrowed eyes. Naven attacked in a storm of slashes, which the boy barely dodged, countering with swift parries. The boy thought to himself, if I use what I remember from my past life, I could gain real power here. Then, aloud, he declared, I'm going with him. Evelyn shouted, shocked. Young master, you can't. But Cleve cut her off, calm and steady. Let him. We'll trust him. The others are already erasing the evidence. We move now. Let's finish this. The boy nodded. I won't let you down. Naven flashed a sharp grin. That's fine. As long as they stay out of my way, I don't care. You sure you'll manage without backup? I might not look it, but I'm no pushover. The boy smirked right back. Funny. I was just about to ask you the same. He raised his sword slowly. Before we start, can I ask you something? Naven shrugged. Go ahead. Ask whatever you want. The boy's blade pointed straight at him. Attacking Ragnar like this. Are you turning traitor? Is this the fall of House Bacchus? Or is this about revenge for your mother? Naven's grin faded instantly. His expression turned cold. You had to bring that up, didn't you? Gradient Master of Ragnar, he said, voice low and steady. You really know how to get under someone's skin. His tone shifted, sharp as a blade. Now I've got one more reason to take your head. I'll make it clean. But the boy didn't flinch. He spoke quickly, firmly. Before you do, hear me out. Let me help you take your revenge. Let's destroy the ones who ruined the Bacchus family. Together. He reached out his hand toward Naven. And then, a glowing system message popped up. Hidden quest unlocked. Recruit the Ghost Sword Naven as your ally. Meet Naven Bacchus, the bastard son of House Bacchus, and their unrecognized strongest sword. A fighter whose skills rival even Thorgal's. But talent alone wasn't enough to earn a place in that household. Why? Because he was born in a brothel. His gifts didn't bring honor. They brought ruin. His mother paid the price with her life. It's no surprise he holds a deep, bitter grudge against his family. And our hero sees that as an opening. A weapon. If he plays this right, he might just win Naven over. Without flinching, the boy makes his move. I can help you take revenge, he says, and bring down House Bacchus. Naven's eyes narrow. His voice turns ice cold. I don't know how you found out about my mother, but he doesn't finish. He lunges. Caught off guard, the boy barely evades. Blades clash, sparks erupt. A burst of radiant blue light explodes between them, hurling both back. Sword drawn. Naven snarls, I don't need your help. He makes it clear he wants no allies. The Bacchus name is already finished. The boy doesn't argue. You're right. They're going to fall. But if I don't step in, you're going with them. Naven scoffs. Spare me. I'm ready to die with them. Then the boy says it, quiet but sharp. Ether fever. He continues, a rare sickness. Happens when a young body can't handle the magic flowing through it. If caught early, it's treatable. But if ignored, it becomes fatal. Cuts your life short. A pause. They didn't treat you in time, did they? Naven doesn't deny it. 5 years, he says. Impressive. A noble brat doing dirty research. And then, he charges. Doesn't change a damn thing, he roars. I died today. So does House Bacchus. Blades collide again, this time surrounded by a vivid green glow. The shockwave shakes the ground beneath them. But through it all, the boy speaks calm, steady. What if I told you? I could cure it. Naven doesn't even flinch. Lies. There's no cure for ether fever. Their fight heats up. Naven pushes harder. The boy is forced to take it seriously now. And deep inside, he realizes, Naven's right. In his previous life, the cure had been discovered just days after his death. It sounded like something out of science fiction, more like an Iron Man arc reactor than real medicine. Unreal, yet undeniable. That's why he said it without hesitation. You're wrong. There's a cure. Naven stopped cold. It's fully treatable, the boy continued. You were right. House Bacchus is finished. Whether you side with me or not, they're going down. But if you take my hand, you live. You rise. You become a hero to Ragnar. He reached out again. Just trust me. Once. Cut to Naven, silent and lost in thought. His eyes locked on the boy who just shattered everything he thought he knew. Outside, the world kept moving. Soldiers raised their weapons. Arrows soared, slicing through the air, aimed straight at 2 Ragnar enforcers. Evelyn scowled. They're not even firing back, she muttered. Cleve gave a small nod. I see it too. She looked toward Theo, impatient. Still talking, still not done. Her fingers twitched, aching to fire an arrow. To end it. But she held back. Orders were orders. Engage only if necessary. Their job wasn't to kill Naven. It was to study him. They were scouting him for recruitment. You're telling me we're just supposed to watch? She asked, clearly annoyed. The white-haired commander answered flatly. Yes. He did abduct a priest, but you didn't witness it directly. True, she admitted. That's why confirmation matters. The Black Pillar's duty is to evaluate those who might shape Ragnar's future. Never forget that. And right now, it's Theo's job to gather that evidence. Your focus, Cleve, is to assess Theo himself. Understood, she replied. Then asked about that if necessary clause. You mean only if it ties to the demonic cult, right? The commander nodded. Exactly. You're only cleared to intervene if someone at bishop rank or higher is involved. She let out a sigh. Any misstep under that threshold, and she'd be lectured for hours. But wait too long, and the perfect moment might slip away. Then, something cut through the tension. A blur, slicing through the wind. Naven. As he shot past, Evelyn's eyes narrowed. Did Theo actually lose to that guy? But then she spotted Theo, chasing behind him, grinning like a madman. Naven darted past Evelyn without a second glance. But instead of attacking, he spun and sliced through the air. In a blink, he deflected every arrow that had been headed her way, redirecting them right back toward their origin. Apologies for the earlier rudeness, ladies, he said smoothly. Let's call it even with that. Looks like we're allies now. A system prompt lit up. Hidden quest complete. Ghost Sword Naven has joined your party. Then, an explosion rocked the air in the distance. Stop Naven, someone screamed. Multiple attackers rushed him. He didn't even flinch. Dodging every strike like a phantom, Naven weaved through them without a scratch. Take him down, at all costs. But he was already airborne, launched high into the sky. Soldiers below panicked, thinking they had him. They unleashed a storm of arrows, convinced he couldn't dodge mid-air. Wrong. In the next second, Naven landed directly on a cannon, obliterating it. Then he leapt again, blades flashing. He tore through bowstrings, shattered weapons, and in seconds, neutralized the entire unit. The soldiers froze, too late. Their heads fell where they stood, cut clean. A bald soldier roared from the back. How could you? Betraying the very family that raised you. Turning your sword against your own blood. Naven's pace didn't slow. He walked toward him, eyes cold, sword dripping red. Family, he said. That word means nothing to a bastard like me. Then he swung, and the man dropped silent. Chaos followed. Weapons shattered. Screams echoed. The Ragnar soldiers charged forward, seizing the moment. Evelyn stared, stunned. He's every bit as dangerous as they say. He really could stand toe-to-toe with young Lord Thorkel. Tell me, young master, how'd you get him on our side? The boy gave a slight smile. I gave him what he wanted. Now come on, don't fall behind. Follow his lead. They regrouped, moving fast. Time to take down Quadric Ceres, the head of the Merchant Guild. Meanwhile, Inside the stronghold, Ceres was losing control. His assistant burst in. Sir, our forces are collapsing. You think I need you to tell me that? Ceres snapped, eyes blazing. There's no time. We have to burn everything, especially the Trovian files, before they're captured. Ceres spun and grabbed him by the collar. If we burn those documents, how do we reclaim the money we sunk into this? He hissed. You want me to throw it all away? Just like that. The assistant opened his mouth, but before he could speak, a voice interrupted, smooth and ominous. You mortals, always blind to what's ahead. Drown in your greed. A shadowy figure stepped into the room, the air thickening with an overwhelming wave of demonic energy. The moment he entered, Ceres fell silent. The figure grinned darkly. As luck would have it, I'm in need of your services. And you showed up just in time. Outside, chaos raged. The Ragnar troops surged through the compound, cutting down every last guard in their way. Victory was nearly theirs. Keep pushing. We're right at the finish line, someone yelled from the front. Our hero sliced through another enemy, breath steady. Uninvited guests really know how to ruin the party, he muttered. Then, they reached the inner gate. It creaked open slowly, groaning under the pressure. But what stood beyond made him stop in his tracks. A figure cloaked in robes stepped forward, his presence pulsing with pure darkness, undeniably part of the demonic cult. He stared straight ahead. It's time, the figure said, voice cold and final. Time to prove everything you've learned means something. The dark figure sneered. Greedy mortal, you're too blind to grasp the greater scheme. He was clearly on the ropes. His manager, stunned, took a breath and finally muttered, well, I need help, and here you are. Talk about timing. Suddenly, towering beast-like warriors lined up behind the demonic bishop. Ceres spoke up. I knew the heavens wouldn't abandon me just yet. The holy demon church sent a bishop? Perfect. You might as well lend a hand. He stretched out his arm like he was welcoming an old friend. You've been working with the Ragnar Clan, right? That means we're on the same team. I'm asking. Help me out here. At that moment, a figure emerged from the side. Scanning the scene, he said, we'll need you when Judgment Day arrives, so I'll assist. But before that, I need documents about Troivan. Ceres blinked, confused. Why are you looking for those? I hid them well. They're basically my bank now. Though struggling to speak, he forced the words out. If they want cash, they'd better do things right this time. Before he could finish, the towering figure grabbed his jaw, clamping down hard and silencing him instantly. The figure growled, arrogant worm. You think you can mock the Lord's will? Another useless heretic. Without another glance, the bishop turned to his soldier. Doesn't matter. Kill him. We got plenty of donors lining up. Ceres, mouth barely able to move, gasped for mercy. I'm sorry. Truly. I've sinned. Please, spare me for the bishop's sake. If you kill me now, Troivan's name will stay under fire. The bishop paused, silent, then slowly raised his hand. The soldiers obeyed without question, hurling Ceres to the ground. As they turned to leave, one of them barked, burn everything tied to Troivan. Now, the bishop glanced back, voice ice cold. Don't even think about escaping. That's your best option, because the Lord sees all. Move quickly, if you want to stay alive. Ceres was left frozen, jaw shattered, unable to speak. But as soon as they were gone, he scrambled to do exactly as he was told. Outside, the Ragnars pressed their charge toward the tower. Orders flew. Keep moving, cut down the resistance, push to the gate. But just as they closed in, the massive doors creaked open, and a wave of sinister figures in robes emerged from the shadows. At their head, the bishop raised his voice to his army. Now's the moment. Strike for the holy war. From a distance, our hero locked eyes on the one giving orders. No doubt about it. That was the bishop of the holy demon church himself. His voice rang out, loud and wild. With our blood, the god shall descend. With our blood, the god shall descend. Over and over, he shouted, whipping the crowd into a frenzy. The cultists roared in return and surged forward, bloodlust in their eyes. Without hesitation, our hero leapt into action, slicing through the oncoming horde. He'd always suspected the church had its roots here, but he never expected their top leader to appear in person. The battlefield turned into chaos. To him, it felt like the monsters were calling for war. He kept cutting through them with brutal efficiency until one of them blocked his strike. He didn't flinch. Instantly drawing his second blade, he cleaved through the attacker and the ones behind in a flash. Meanwhile, Evelyn found herself surrounded, 6 demon warriors diving at her at once. Watching the relentless wave, our hero turned to Cleve. If this keeps up, we'll be buried in their numbers. Cleve stood motionless, eyes fixed on the mob rushing in through the gates. The bishop was still, staring down from the window. She realized this fight was about to get much worse than she imagined. Still, something in her sparked. As she tightened her grip on her swords, she thought, maybe that's exactly what I needed. Drawing both blades, she smirked to herself. Looks like I got a reason to really get involved. Just like that, it felt as if the story had circled back to its beginning. The three of them, shoulder to shoulder, took up a defensive stance. Then, out of nowhere, something struck with bone-crushing force. Blood sprayed. Enemies flew. In a blur, Cleve launched herself forward, using a pole to propel into the heart of the enemy ranks. She landed hard, blowing away the crowd and kicking up a thick cloud of dust, clearing the area with sheer impact. Planting her feet firmly, she declared, "From here on, I'm leading. Anyone who stands against the Ragnars, I'll wipe them out. Right here, right now." But just as she braced to launch another assault, our hero yelled, "Hold on. Don't forget, we came to retrieve those documents. We can't let them be destroyed." Cleve let out a sigh. "Theo, I guess I expected too much from you." Still, as he slashed through another wave of enemies, he muttered, "The Holy Demon Church just showed their face. That's all the proof we need." She responded with clean, calculated cuts, tearing through more cultists without a word. But Theo wasn't done. He broke through the fray, charging ahead. A voice echoed through the chaos. "If they're going this far to stop us, those documents must be even more valuable." Cleve hesitated, then asked, "So what's your plan?" "Either way, we gotta break through this mess first." Theo nodded, but pressed on. "By the time we get there, it might be too late. They'll have burned it all." He pushed through the wave and added, "But I got a way around that." Suddenly, a system prompt blinked in front of him, expanding Hatchling's synchro domain by connecting to the mind gate. His vision exploded with data. The Hatchling's synchro activated, mapping the terrain in perfect detail. He now had a bird's-eye view of the entire battlefield. Cleve wasn't convinced he had a solid plan, but she remembered the words of the Black Dragon. For now, she kept slashing through the chaos, watching him out of the corner of her eye. That's when a towering demon soldier lunged from behind her, roaring, "You dare lose focus in front of me?" But in the blink of an eye, a storm of sword slashes tore the monster apart. Limbs flew as she carved him down, answering coldly, "Fine. I'll trust you just this once. We'll hold the line. You go get that evidence." Without wasting a second, Theo sprang off the body of a collapsing enemy, soaring high as cultists rushed in from all sides. But before he could reach the top, something caught him off guard. The enemy soldiers had launched themselves into the air too, forming a blockade. Then, like a meteor, someone shot past him. It was Naven. He plowed through the airborne cultists with terrifying power, shattering their formation in a single blow. The destruction was massive. Naven turned with a grin and said, "I've cleared the path for you. It's all yours now, my lord." Theo blinked in surprise. "Wait, since when did you start calling me lord?" Before he could get an answer, a jolt of power surged through them. In perfect sync, they dashed forward, bolts of speed streaking across the battlefield as they sprinted atop the heads of the demon horde. In that instant, Theo gave a silent nod of gratitude to his team. Then, channeling the Thunder Dragon breathing technique, he vanished in a blur, zipping through the sky above the army like a lightning bolt, closing the distance to the tower entrance in a flash. Scanning the area, he thought to himself, no way they'd let just anyone handle something that critical. If those documents are getting destroyed, only one man will be trusted with the job. Kodrak Ceres, Guildmaster. His eyes swept the scene, and there he was. Ceres bolting through the shadows, keys in hand. Theo's lips curled into a grin. "Found you." Just then, a system prompt flickered in his vision. Scenario quest triggered. You now have the chance to confront and resolve all fated ties from your past life by stopping their evil schemes. Back on a battlefield, Naven and Evelyn didn't flinch or fall back. They stood dead center in the chaos, cutting down wave after wave of the demon army, painting the ground red with every strike. Naven announced his presence with flair. "I am the Lord's first sword, Naven Bacchus." Evelyn, unfazed, glanced over and said flatly, "Tone down the theatrics, would you? Your jokes are exhausting." Still, the two of them continued carving through enemies like it was nothing, like slicing through air. While observing Evelyn's precision, Naven noted to himself that she must have been the first to arrive. That made things easier for him. Glancing toward Cleve, he added with a smirk, "If she's the first sword, I guess that makes me second, and I'm good with that." Evelyn gave him a cold stare. "You really think you're better than me?" Without missing a beat, Naven raised his blade and answered with confidence, "I do." He swung his sword in a wide arc, one single motion taking down more cultists than Evelyn had up to that point. Then, flashing a grin, he added, "Good thing we're on the same side. But how about we settle this right now? Whoever takes out the most cultists earns the first sword title." Evelyn scoffed. "We're in the middle of a mission. I don't have time for your games." But Naven leaned in with a smirk. "Or maybe you're just scared to lose?" That did it. In a blink, Evelyn slid behind him, her eyes sharp. Naven knew right then. The contest had begun. She launched forward, her strikes slicing so cleanly they sent enemy bodies flying past Naven's shoulders. Dashing through the horde, she left a trail of chaos, silently warning him not to push her. Naven didn't hesitate. He charged in after her, matching her pace, ready to turn the battlefield into their personal arena. Meanwhile, inside the tower, in stark contrast to the mayhem outside, the bar sat in eerie silence. Every room connected to it was deserted. Down a dim hallway, hidden in shadow, stood a secret door. Ceres approached quietly, broke the lock, and stepped inside with a faint light in hand. In the center of the room sat a large drum. He moved with purpose, heading straight for a concealed box. He opened it and pulled out the evidence, the financial records tied to Troiven's money. Gazing at the stack of documents, Ceres muttered, "If I just burn these, maybe we can dodge a full-on treason charge." He hesitated. His hand paused mid-air, holding the fire stick. "Do I really need to do this?" he questioned aloud. "This much value, gone in an instant, and with the business already handed off to the Sky Dragon. I have to get it all back, no matter what." Then, like a flash, the memory hit him, the moment the demon bishop ended his life. His expression darkened. Living was still better than dying. He loosened his grip, ready to let the fire consume it all. But in that split second, something streaked into the room, snatching the fire stick right out of the air. Ceres spun around. It was Theo. Ceres stumbled backward, stunned. How did he even get in here? Theo didn't speak. He simply stood there, grim and focused, his presence alone making it clear that not even Ceres' fourth daughter could keep him locked out. Ceres' panic turned into pure desperation. He dropped to his knees, pleading for his life. But Theo didn't flinch. Summoning his mana into a razor-sharp burst, he declared, "Anyone who turns against Ragnar must be eliminated." With one swift strike, he ended it. Ceres' head dropped. The system confirmed it. Quest complete. Flipping through the saved documents, Theo's eyes narrowed. His thoughts turned cold. Was this really worth the cult mobilizing their entire army? He reached for the secret ledger, the one handed off to Cleve. That alone could destroy Ed Troiven's entire empire. But the Sky Dragon was still out there, and Ed Troiven had to fall. He laid the documents out across the table, page after page, heavy with evidence. There was so much, he wasn't sure where to begin. Then, on a shelf, one book stood out. He reached for it, opened it, and read the title, Rose Palace Investigation Report. His body froze. Inside, it warned, "Beware the Black Dragon surveillance when attempting to retrieve relics." He kept reading. Troiven's own handwriting marked the pages. 2 relics secured. Remaining relics suspected to be hidden within Rose Palace. A cold sweat began to bead on Theo's forehead. The mention of relics hidden within the Rose Palace sent his thoughts spinning. Why there? Why now? The questions piled up faster than he could answer them. Images from his past life crashed through his mind. Being cast out, wrongly accused, crushed under the weight of betrayal. All of it over relics? He kept reading. The words on the page were crystal clear. Eliminate Cecilia and Theo Ragnar. A chill traced his spine. So all of this might have happened just to chase relics that might not even exist? His jaw tightened. The rage came quietly, steady and deep. With clenched teeth, he ripped the pages from the book. Ed Troiven's name echoed over and over in his head. He exhaled slowly, forcing calm back into his chest. Reading more wouldn't change the past. Revenge would have to be earned, one piece at a time. Turning toward the bookshelf, his eyes sharpened. Every stolen relic, every lie spun in blood and gold. He would reclaim them all. Right then, a system notification blinked across his vision. System update. 2 relics of the ancient dragon have been identified. Inside the Merchant Guild stronghold, tension crackled in the air. The battle against the demonic cult was still raging, and Naven and Evelyn stood back to back, refusing to back down. Their blades had already cut down waves of enemies, but the fight was far from over. Breathing heavily, bloodied and battered, the two warriors held their ground. In a brief moment of silence, Evelyn finally spoke, her voice low but firm. She remembered him, but there was no time to dwell on it. The cult's followers surged forward again, eyes locked on their prey, their movements sharp and relentless. Evelyn moved first, her blade flashing as she struck down another attacker. Without missing a beat, she turned to Naven and asked him about the blooming ceremony from 7 years ago. He had come in second, and then vanished. Why? Naven didn't pause. He charged forward, cutting down enemies with swift, crushing strikes. As he fought, he flashed a grin and told her it was an honor to be remembered. Another deadly charge. Naven tore through two more cultists, his sword cutting clean through them. Confidently, he declared that he was on track to becoming the first sword. But just as the words left his mouth, a sudden surge of green energy erupted. His eyes darted to Evelyn. Energy swirled violently around her, a powerful storm taking shape. Her eyes glowed as she unleashed the wind thunder god technique. A raging green vortex ripped through the enemy ranks, obliterating all in its path. When the storm faded, silence returned. Naven stood frozen, stunned by the display. Evelyn met his gaze, her eyes still glowing. Calmly, she said it was now a tie between them. Naven gave a short nod, still catching his breath. But before he could fully relax, the ground trembled. A massive figure rushed forward, the same hulking man who had arrived with the bishop. Towering, armed, and fast, he barreled toward Naven with both hands gripping his sword. Naven's eyes widened. The sheer force behind the charge was unreal, but he wasn't done yet. At the last second, he jumped out of the way, just as the giant's weapon crashed down, splitting the ground open in a thunderous impact. The behemoth straightened, red eyes burning with fury. He growled at Naven, warning him not to get too comfortable. With his axe at the ready, the giant sneered. Did Naven really think a couple of upstarts could disrupt the will of a god? Naven turned toward the giant, eyes sharp, a smirk tugging at his lips. Without exchanging a word, he and Evelyn moved as one, both locking onto the same target. This monster had to fall. Auras blazing, they launched forward. Evelyn surged ahead, wrapped in a storm of green energy, her steps swift and decisive. Naven wasn't far behind, surrounded by a vibrant blue glow, his every movement crisp, his intent crystal clear. Across from them, the towering brute gritted his teeth, lifting his axe and preparing to meet them head-on. But just as the clash was about to happen, a sudden force crashed down from above. A wyvern dove into the scene, its massive claws locking around the giant mid-swing. The rider, one of the senior members of the White Dragon Cavalry, guided the beast with pinpoint precision. The wyvern slammed the giant to the ground, halting Evelyn and Naven's charge instantly. Dust exploded into the air as the battlefield shook under the impact. Naven and Evelyn stopped in their tracks, stunned. As the dust cleared, they saw the giant pinned beneath the wyvern's crushing grip, completely immobilized, life draining from his body. From atop the wyvern, a man with striking yellow hair dismounted, grinning with pride. He looked straight at Evelyn and called out, asking how he did, clearly pleased with his dramatic entrance. But instead of thanks, he was met with something else. Naven and Evelyn snapped, their eyes blazing as they shouted in perfect sync. Why did he interfere? Their rage hit him like a tidal wave, their voices echoing with fury and disbelief. The cavalryman froze, his face turning pale. His confident grin vanished. He had clearly thought he was helping. Now, caught off guard by their anger, he stammered, completely confused. Before the moment could settle, the sky began to darken. Dozens of wyverns descended in formation, their shadows covering the rooftops. The full force of the White Dragon Cavalry had arrived. One by one, the beasts landed across the battlefield, their impact alone crushing cult followers underfoot as chaos erupted once again. At the forefront of the cavalry stood another high-ranking officer, a woman with sharp glasses and a commanding presence. Her voice rang out clearly, filled with unwavering authority, as she gave the order, "Wipe out everyone from the Merchant Guild and the demonic cult alike." Her words lit a fire under the cavalry. The White Dragon soldiers surged ahead with brutal precision, tearing into the remaining cultists. Wyverns rained down streams of fire, engulfing their enemies in roaring flames. Others released toxic clouds that spread rapidly, suffocating everything in their path. Claws ripped through bodies like paper, carving a path of destruction through the battlefield. Screams and chaos filled the air as fire, poison, and death swallowed the remnants of the fight. Inside the Merchant Guild's headquarters, however, the scene was eerily calm. The bishop lay collapsed on the floor, weapons lodged deep in his body, blood pooling beneath him. Yet, despite the devastation, he grinned, his voice low and unsettling as he muttered about the hope for a new sun to rise in the crimson sky. Every word hung heavy, twisted with sinister purpose. In front of him sat Cleve, drained from the ordeal. Her expression was casual, even bored, as she let out a sigh. She muttered sarcastically that measuring anything wasn't really her thing, and, after all this, she'd pretty much lost her appetite. Her gaze flicked back to the bishop, who remained motionless, a mangled shell of the man he was. His limbs had been cut clean off. Evelyn's mercy had spared his life, but left him utterly destroyed. Outside, silence had returned to the city. The aftermath had begun. Makeshift complaint stations were set up across the streets as the White Dragon Cavalry took charge. Citizens formed long lines, desperate to report their losses. Amid the chaos, Evelyn found herself surrounded, constantly being approached with questions, requests, and demands. Someone stepped up, waving a report. She sighed, asking if she could finally leave. The official told her she just needed to submit her Merchant Association certificate, and she'd be free to go. Around her, White Dragon members dashed through the streets, shouting orders and trying to restore some kind of order from the wreckage. A stack of reports came flying in Evelyn's direction, one page landing squarely in her hands. She read it quickly and blinked. Someone had reported that a horse had been eaten. She stared in disbelief. The confusion around her only deepened, and so did her irritation. With a tired sigh, she asked aloud who had submitted such a ridiculous claim. Before she could get an answer, another paper was shoved into her hands. A nearby soldier tried to lighten the mood, half-joked about whether they were getting paid extra for all this madness. Evelyn shut her eyes, gritting her teeth. The noise, the chaos, the endless questions, it was too much. And then something snapped. Her eyes flared, veins pulsing at her temple. Without a word, she grabbed the nearest table and hurled it into the air. Soldiers went flying along with it, their startled yells trailing behind them. Her entire demeanor flipped as she shouted at everyone to handle it themselves. She wasn't cut out for administrative work. Never had been, never would be. Still seething, she scanned the area and muttered in fury, asking where Black Snow had run off to after dumping this mess on them. Later, inside a modest tent, a more serious scene unfolded. Theo and Cleve sat across from each other, the air between them tense with purpose. Theo stared intently at a stack of documents laid out before him. His voice was firm as he confirmed. This was what the merchant leader had tried to destroy. He pointed out that not only were Ragnar's relics being leaked, but detailed plans of treason were also included. Everything had been documented. Cleve examined the pages briefly, then carefully placed them back on the table. With a teasing grin, she looked up at Theo and said he'd done a great job. Theo blinked, stunned. The compliment caught him off guard, especially coming from Cleve. His expression was a mix of surprise and confusion. Cleve laughed at his reaction, then shifted to a more serious tone. She said he'd actually done well, for someone from Black Snow. Then, almost casually, she asked if he'd ever considered taking up the Black Dragon's offer. Theo scratched his head, clearly confused. He rolled his eyes, unsure how to respond. Cleve let out a sigh and told him not to worry. She was just joking. Theo chuckled, shaking his head. If it's a joke, it should sound like one, he said. Her smile faded slightly, and her tone grew heavier. There was one more thing. She told him the operation to capture the Sky Dragon was still ongoing. And now, with the ledger they had recovered, there was solid proof of Sky Dragon's betrayal. Theo's face lit up, his eyes reflecting a surge of hope and determination. A smile spread across his face as he opened his mouth to confirm what Cleve meant, but she cut him off, voice steady and sure. The elite arrest team from the Black Pillar had mobilized. They were already en route to the capital. Before either of them could react further, the tent flap burst open. A member of Black Snow stumbled inside, blood streaming from one eye, breath ragged and desperate. His sudden arrival shifted the entire mood. "There's a problem," he gasped, barely managing to stay upright. Theo and Cleve instantly turned to face him, their expressions hardening. Still struggling to stand, the operative forced the words out. Ed Troyven, the Sky Dragon, had been hiding his true power all along. The words hit them like a shockwave. Both froze, their minds reeling. The scene cut to chaos. Ed Troyven moved like a storm unleashed. His blade slashed through the air with ruthless precision. One of the Black Snow agents sent to capture him didn't even have time to react. His head separated from his body in a single brutal motion. The lifeless corpse hit the ground with a dull thud. Ed remained expressionless, his voice calm as he muttered that it would have been foolish to reveal his full strength from the start. He stepped over the bodies of elite Black Snow operatives, their heads all severed, their fates sealed by his hidden power. A twisted grin formed on his face as he continued his silent walk, each footstep muffled against the snow-covered ground. He spoke again, this time mocking. With a cold smirk, he offered sarcastic congratulations to Theo Ragnar. His eyes were filled with bitter contempt as he listed off names and places. Camellia Palace, Axian, the Dragon Slayer sword, Ceres, all the things he had poured himself into. A dark laugh escaped him as he ran a hand over his forehead. Theo had wrecked everything, but he could enjoy his little victory while it lasted. Because Ed wasn't done yet. His hand clenched tightly around his sword. His thoughts turned dark. Yes, they'd lost the dragon sword, but they had gained something far more valuable. His eyes burned with conviction. Everything was in place. And now, it was almost time to make the final move. At Camellia Palace, preparations were in full swing. The entire estate buzzed with activity as people hurried about, each task adding to the sense of urgency in the air. Inside the grand hall, nobles chatted animatedly, while tailors moved from one person to the next, taking precise measurements. The atmosphere brimmed with excitement as luxurious outfits were being crafted for an upcoming grand affair. One noble woman admired a design, calling it stunning, and eagerly asked how soon it could be finished. Amid the commotion, a lone figure stood quietly at the edge of the hall. It was the blacksmith, calm, pipe in hand, watching the frenzy with a detached, almost amused air. Her eyes followed the nobles, as one of them asked when the new fabrics would arrive. Another answered confidently that the delivery had just been made and everything was accounted for. The blacksmith's brow lifted slightly as she took it all in. Things were clearly escalating fast. Her gaze swept across the bustling scene when a familiar voice called out, "Mother!" The blacksmith turned. Cecile was making her way over, eyes lit with excitement. Glancing around at the whirlwind of tailors and fabric, the blacksmith asked what exactly was going on. Cecile, practically glowing, explained that a new luxury brand was about to launch, one that used only the finest fabrics and precious stones. The blacksmith blinked, taken aback. She stared at her daughter, trying to wrap her head around it all. Cecile, undeterred, launched into more details about the new venture. Slowly, a smile began to form on the blacksmith's face. It had been so long since she'd seen her daughter smile like that. Genuine, full of joy. To her, that smile was worth more than any treasure. Suddenly, Cecile grabbed her mother's hand, still brimming with excitement. She reassured her not to worry about the costs. The blacksmith turned her face aside. Cecile asked if that was the real reason she had come. With a smirk, the blacksmith replied that her daughter always figures things out too quickly. But then she added, it wasn't the only reason she was there. Cecile tilted her head, curious. So what is it then? The blacksmith leaned in slightly. It's about the Rose Palace, she said. The moment Cecile heard the words Rose Palace, her face went pale. Panic flashed in her eyes, and sweat dotted her forehead. She grabbed her mother's arm tightly, her voice trembling as she asked if something had happened to her brother. Then, almost in a whisper, she asked if that wicked woman, Emil, had hurt him again. Seeing the fear in her daughter's eyes, the blacksmith paused. Inwardly, she acknowledged Cecile's deep concern. Gently, she reassured her that it wasn't what she thought. In fact, the news was the complete opposite. As the blacksmith began to speak about Emil, Cecile's expression shifted. Her eyes went wide, and she gasped, both hands flying to her mouth. She was stunned, horrified. Far from the warmth of the tent, back at the Rose Palace, a horrific scene unfolded. Blood streaked the walls and pooled on the floors. The very air felt thick with dread. Bodies lay scattered across the palace grounds, a chilling silence clinging to the aftermath. Those who witnessed it were paralyzed by shock. Back in the tent, Cecile crumbled. Her legs gave out, and she sank to the floor, overcome. Her mother's words echoed in her mind. but they offered no comfort. With tears streaming down her face, she looked up and whispered an apology. Everything inside her shattered, and she broke down completely, leaning against her mother's side as sobs racked her body. Through the crying, she managed to ask, voice shaking, was it really true? The blacksmith looked down, her own eyes misty. Her voice calm, she asked, have you ever known an elf to lie? Cecile's sobs softened, but the anguish in her voice deepened. All this time, she'd said nothing, but every day had been torment, like walking barefoot over blades. She spoke of the betrayal, the false accusations, the murder attempts. She confessed that she had begged them not to harm her son. As Cecile raised her head, tears still streaming, a faint, fragile smile broke through. There was pain, yes, but also a glimmer of hope. She asked, her voice barely above a whisper, if it was truly over. Tears welled up in the blacksmith's eyes. Looking at her daughter, she felt a deep ache of pride and sorrow. Gently, she rested a hand on Cecile's head and spoke softly. It was over. She acknowledged all the suffering Cecile had endured alone, the strength she had shown, and the silent battles she had fought. I'm proud of you, she said quietly. You made it through. Back in the halls of Camellia Palace, Theo and Naven had returned after the battle. Though their mission had been intense, the air around them felt oddly relaxed. Naven, always the light-hearted one, broke the silence first. He teased Theo, mentioning how famous he'd become lately. Theo chuckled as he poured tea into 2 cups. Took you long enough to notice, he replied with a grin. Slumping onto a nearby sofa, Naven admitted he'd been told not to mention anything, but added that Theo always seemed to know everything before anyone even spoke. He leaned back and casually remarked that the Bacchus clan was done for. Every title stripped, their downfall sealed. But Theo's next words shifted the mood. He looked up and asked, is that really enough? Naven raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Theo didn't hesitate. He suggested Naven take over as the new head of the Bacchus clan. Naven froze, eyes wide. He stared at Theo in disbelief. If you're the only one left with a title, Theo continued with a smirk, you're already halfway there. Then, leaning in, he offered Naven a hand. Join me. We got a war coming with Troyven. Naven's initial shock faded into his usual casual air, but his mind was already racing. So this had been Theo's plan all along. A full-scale war with Troyven. As Theo sipped his tea, he confirmed it. This wasn't just a political move anymore. It was a real war. Theo went on, explaining that the Sky Dragon's rebellion was tied to both the Troyvens and the demonic cult. Something was brewing up north. This was more than conflict. It was a declaration of war between Ragnar and Troyven. Naven sighed, leaning further back. What does war matter to someone who doesn't have much time left? He said, half joking, half serious. But I should at least get something in return. Theo's smile deepened. He reached into his coat and revealed something in his hand. Calmly, he said he could cure any illness. He had the recipe for a cure to ether fever, along with its rare core ingredient. Naven was stunned. His mind spun with disbelief. He had expected Theo to use the cure to keep him on a leash, not just hand it over. For a second, Theo blinked, confused by Naven's reaction. Naven wasn't done. He asked, what if he took everything and disappeared? Theo didn't flinch. Then go, he said simply. I won't stop you. He explained that the obsession with power in Ragnar had too many flaws. He and Naven, both of them were products of that same broken culture. But Theo didn't want control through strength. He wanted trust. Naven sat back, clearly thrown off by Theo's strange way of thinking. Theo glanced at Naven. So, you're not joining me? Naven looked down at the cup in his hand, then slowly set it aside. Without a word, he drew his sword and held it out with conviction. From this moment on, I pledge myself as your blade, Theo Ragnar. Theo's lips curled into a wild grin. Naven raised an eyebrow. That enough of a declaration for you? Lifting his glass, Theo gave a confident nod. More than enough. A short silence followed before Naven turned to leave, footsteps fading down the corridor. Theo remained behind in the hall, the stillness settling around him. Alone, he let his thoughts drift to the looming war with the Troyvens. His mind wandered through memories, echoes from a past life. Things were accelerating, much faster than before. Theo's gaze fell on the table where several relics rested, but there was no hint of anxiety in his expression. Everything was aligning just as planned. He stepped closer, reaching out to touch one of the relics. A knowing smirk tugged at his lips. Let's open the treasure chest, he murmured to himself. Time to see what's inside. Theo reflected on the relics he'd absorbed so far, those from drakes and griffins, and couldn't help but feel they paled in comparison to what he now held. Gripping the relic he'd received from the Merchant Guild, he stared at it with focused intent. The last two had turned into powerful weapons in his arsenal. If this one held even more promise, then he was truly in luck. He opened a small box. Inside sat a simple ring. Just from the look of it, he could tell this one was going to be special. No hesitation. He slipped it onto his finger, a grin spreading across his face as he imagined the power it might unlock. But before he could savor the moment, a system window suddenly flashed in front of him, transferring to dungeon. The words barely registered before the ground began to rumble. The world around him blurred, twisted, and in a flash, everything changed. Theo found himself standing in a barren desert. The cracked earth stretched endlessly, dotted only with the occasional sun-bleached skeleton. He stood there dazed. This wasn't like anything he'd ever seen in the books. It was hotter than he could have imagined. Another notification appeared. This time it was clear. He'd entered the Guardian's domain. The mission: survive for 72 hours. His eyes widened. 3 whole days? In this heat? He could already feel his energy draining just standing there. But there was no time to think. The ground trembled again, harder this time. Theo's first thought, an earthquake. But that idea vanished the moment a deafening explosion blasted the sand in front of him. Dust flew everywhere. Shielding his eyes, Theo tried to focus. As the sand settled, he saw it. Towering before him, a massive creature emerged, like a sandworm from nightmares. Its voice was low and guttural as it growled the word, intruder. Theo didn't wait. He spun around and bolted. Behind him, the desert beast roared, shaking the air as it lunged forward. Mid-sprint, Theo reached into his inventory and drew his sword. No time to think. Just act. He turned, eyes locked on the charging worm. With a sharp breath, he activated his skill, Lightning Dragon Streak. Black lightning surged from his blade, launching a volley of spears through the scorching air, heading straight for the beast. Theo turned to see the dust settle, only to realize something was wrong. His lightning barrage had done nothing. The creature hadn't taken any damage. Now fully revealed, the massive beast was identified by the system as a Thruma monster. The problem became clear. It shared the same element as Theo. Before he could adjust his plan, the Thruma charged again, bellowing with fury, demanding Theo's death. He made a dash to escape, but the monster was faster. With a roar, it released a thunderbolt that struck ahead, blasting apart the rocky path. His only way out was gone. Damn it, Theo muttered, skidding to a halt as debris rained down. He barely had time to react before the creature lunged. Mouth gaping, the sandworm launched itself with such force that the very earth split apart beneath it. Theo rolled out of the way just in time, but the blast of energy from the impact sent him flying. He crashed into the sand, hard, but quickly got back on his feet, teeth clenched, refusing to go down. He glanced at the system timer. Only 5 minutes had passed. 5 minutes. How the hell am I supposed to survive 3 days of this? Every factor was against him. He couldn't strike back while the creature burrowed underground, and lightning was useless against a foe born of the same element. Even the desert itself seemed to aid the monster. Then a spark of memory hit him. Something about this terrain clicked. He recalled a relic from a previous mission, something he hadn't tried yet. It's a gamble, he thought, pulling out the small, earring-like artifact. He clipped it on without hesitation and activated it. The relic responded immediately, unleashing a pulse of energy. It was the Ice Bloom butterfly, but instead of helping him fight, the relic began transporting him to a new dungeon. A system warning flashed. Dungeon conflict detected. Cannot enter multiple dungeons simultaneously. Theo's eyes widened. The 2 dungeons were clashing, and then an overwhelming presence filled the air. Another figure began forming in front of him. It wasn't the Thruma anymore. This was something else entirely. A dragon-like being emerged, elegant yet deadly. The boss of the Ice Bloom dungeon, the fairy dragon. With a calm, ancient tone, the dragon spoke. It's been ages since I've seen a chosen one. Activating 2 dungeons at once, how reckless. Wings spread wide, cloaked in a piercing blue aura, the fairy dragon rose into the air. You'll pay for your arrogance. Without giving Theo a second to respond, the dragon fired a blast of icy energy at him. Theo braced himself and swung his sword upward, just in time to deflect the attack. Sparks flew as the strike collided with his blade. Theo hadn't seen this coming. Using the second relic was supposed to be a desperate move, a last shot at survival. Instead, he'd triggered something far worse. Now he was trapped between two dungeons. He let out a bitter laugh and cursed under his breath. I should have just toughed it out, he thought. I might have had a chance on my own. As the weight of the situation started to sink in, Theo almost gave in to the idea of dying right here, caught in the crossfire of two unstoppable forces. But then something unexpected happened. The massive desert worm turned its attention away from Theo. The fairy dragon lowered its stance, gaze locked on the other beast. Without warning, the two monsters began shouting at each other, each claiming the right to this territory. Their voices roared across the dunes and shook the sky. There could only be one guardian, and both of them refused to back down. Theo stood frozen, stunned by the absurdity. They're fighting each other? He thought, eyes darting between the two titans. The relics he'd activated, both desperate tools to survive, were now at war over who got to kill him first. Out on the battlefield, the colossal desert worm lets out a thunderous roar and lunges straight at the fairy dragon. The earth quakes from the sheer force of their collision. The worm snaps its enormous jaws wide, aiming to crush its foe, but the dragon's radiant shield holds strong, repelling the vicious assault. From the sidelines, Theo watches the mayhem unfold, utterly stunned. The air hums with raw energy as bolts of lightning rip across the sky, and the ground trembles with each mighty blow. Theo's heart pounds. A creeping fear takes root deep within him. As he stands frozen, his gaze drops to his blade. A strange, shadowy aura begins to pulse from it, slowly morphing into the form of a griffin. A battle-hungry glint flickers in Theo's eyes, and he lets out a small smirk. His moonlight blade seems just as eager to leap into the fight. He places a steadying hand on it, silently urging it to wait. The battle between the dragon and worm wasn't over just yet. The clash between the desert worm and the fairy dragon turns into pure pandemonium. Towering sandstorms twist through the air, while waves of thunder and ice explode across the sky. The ground quakes with every impact. Amidst it all, Theo stands tall, unshaken by the devastation around him. He watches intently, knowing the end was near. The tide begins to shift. The worm's ferocity starts breaking through the dragon's defenses. A storm of lightning lashes out, cracking through the dragon's shield and lighting up the field with showers of sparks. A devastating strike rips into the fairy dragon's wings, tearing massive holes through them. The creature cries out, blood spilling from its mouth as it falters midair. With a thunderous crash, the dragon slams into the ground. Dust clouds rise, and the beast groans, struggling to rise. But the desert worm doesn't let up. It barrels forward, merciless and fast, ready to finish the fight. Gritting its teeth, the fairy dragon locks its gaze on the charging beast. Then, in one swift moment of resolve, it unleashes everything. A powerful aura explodes outward, blanketing the battlefield. A giant snowflake pattern expands from beneath the dragon, its chilling energy freezing everything in its path. The desert worm is caught in its grasp. Without warning, giant ice spikes erupt from the ground, launching skyward at blistering speed. The worm has no chance to evade. The spears slam into its body, brutal and precise. One drives straight through its gaping mouth, shattering its teeth on impact. The beast lets out a shriek of agony as blood pours from the wound, its massive form thrashing wildly. Even with its mouth torn and blood pouring from the wound, the desert worm refused to fall. With sheer brute strength, it shattered the ice spear lodged in its jaws, crushing it to shards. Both guardians, scarred and bleeding, locked eyes. There was no retreat, only raw defiance and fury driving them forward. The desert worm let out a guttural roar and lunged again, clamping down on the fairy dragon with its powerful jaws. Despite the pain, the dragon fought back, summoning another storm of ice spears that crashed down into the worm's massive body. But no matter how many pierced its flesh, the worm's grip only tightened. The dragon slashed with its claws, raking at the creature's thick hide, but the strikes barely left a mark. The beast's body was like armor, unbreakable. From the edge of the battlefield, Theo watched it all. He saw the dragon struggle and seized the moment. Without a second thought, he charged into the fray, sword glowing in hand, his face set with unshakable resolve. As he closed in, the fairy dragon spotted him. sword raised and aimed straight at them. Confused and caught off guard, it could barely react. Theo shouted his challenge and launched a powerful slash. A blinding wave of blue energy tore from his blade, streaking across the air and smashing into the desert worm's body. The impact split the battlefield with a deafening crack. The worm screamed in agony, Theo's blade cutting deep. Recoiling from the pain, the beast flung the fairy dragon aside, but Theo wasn't done yet. He lunged forward, blade ready for another strike. Then, from the sword, the griffin took form once more. With a burst of power, it shot through the air, aiming straight for the wounded worm. The creature roared again, defiant to the end, but it couldn't escape. The griffin's talons slashed through the sky, slicing clean through the worm's neck in one final, merciless blow. The battlefield fell silent. The fairy dragon, still lying on the ground, stared in shock as the desert worm collapsed. Its enemy, the towering monster it had clashed with, was gone. Theo landed calmly, the shadowy aura of the moonlight blade still swirling around him. Then, a system window appeared before his eyes, his kill confirmed. The desert worm was defeated, and one of the two relics was now his. Before he could celebrate, the fairy dragon stirred and called out to him. Theo turned, raising a brow, curious what it wanted. The dragon, still shaken but composed, said it had something important to discuss. Theo listened, puzzled. The fairy dragon explained. It was the wisest of the relic guardians. Its role wasn't just to fight, but to test his wisdom in this place. The fairy dragon, desperate to avoid another fight, asked Theo if he was willing to solve a riddle. But before it could finish speaking, a chilling surge of Theo's dark energy flared to life. His eyes gleamed with a sinister intensity as he stepped forward, slow, unrelenting. Sword in hand, Theo declared coldly that he'd already proven his wisdom. Realizing there was no time left, the fairy dragon tried once more to reason with him, its voice trembling. But Theo cut it off. He revealed that it was him. He was the one who forced the two guardians to turn on each other. Theo raised his sword high, eyes glowing blood red, and unleashed the griffin's full power. The fairy dragon's final, desperate words barely escaped its mouth before the blast hit. An enormous explosion erupted from Theo's attack, sending a shockwave that tore across the battlefield, visible from miles away. Dust and rubble clouded the sky as the earth itself quaked beneath the impact. Standing in the midst of the destruction, Theo gripped his sword, still pulsing with dark energy. A system notification blinked into view, congratulating him. He had successfully hunted the fairy dragon. Before he could absorb what had happened, the world around him warped and twisted. In the blink of an eye, he was back in his chambers. His hand landed on the table with a thud, the ring still clenched tightly in his fist. On his ear, the snowflake-shaped relic glinted in the dim light. Breathing hard, Theo could feel the immense weight of both relics, the power surging within them. The dark aura still swirled around him, especially his eye, now entirely black and red. Slowly, a grin broke across his face. Relief washed over him as he stared down at the relics. A new system message appeared, confirming his victory. Then something shifted. An eerie sensation crept in. The dark energy surrounding Theo thickened, black tendrils stretching out and curling through the room. His gaze locked onto the moonlight blade. It pulsed with an intensity he hadn't felt before. He drew it closer, puzzled. Suddenly, a flicker moved at the edge of his vision. His chest tightened, the shadow sharpened, shaping itself into a griffin. And then the creature spoke. It said it wanted to devour Theo's heart. Theo's eyes shot wide open as the griffin's presence twisted into something far more sinister. Its aura spread through the room like a toxic mist, thick and choking. A slick, black substance crept along Theo's hand, crawling upward from the sword's hilt. He yanked back instinctively, but it clung to him like it was alive. For a moment, panic surged through him. He had let his guard down. After bending the sword to his will once, he thought he had control. But the truth was far more dangerous. The white moonlight blade wasn't a weapon. It was a creature that fed on power and blood. It never stopped hungering. Theo's thoughts raced. The blade, it had absorbed the energy of both guardians. With each kill, it had grown stronger. Now, having consumed the essence of the desert worm and the fairy dragon, it was more dangerous than ever. And now it wanted him. Theo realized too late. He was no longer the wielder. He was the prey. Theo's vision blurred as darkness consumed him. When it cleared, He was no longer in the world he knew. He found himself seated in an endless expanse of swirling gray liquid, the air around him thick and oppressive. "What is this place?" he whispered. A frigid voice answered from behind. "You are inside the griffin's stomach." Spinning around, Theo saw two shapes emerge from the shifting gloom, the fairy dragon and the desert worm. The dragon spoke first, its tones steady. "The griffin swallowed all of us. Now it wants your heart." Theo's fists tightened as the weight of those words sank in. "So this is how I die." The dragon's calmness twisted into disdain. "This is what happens when power is taken without control. A chosen one in name alone." Theo forced himself to ask, "If the griffin succeeds, what happens to you?" The fairy dragon's reply was cold. "Only you perish." The desert worm added without hesitation, "We'll endure. If need be, we return to relics and wait." Their indifference made Theo's jaw tighten. "Did you forget what the ancient dragon entrusted to us?" His voice cut through the stagnant air. "Was the mission nothing to you?" The guardians hesitated, the question hitting deeper than either expected. Theo's tone sharpened like a blade. "You were created to help the chosen one face the nameless monarch. Let me die here, and the world falls with me. Tell me, how are you any better than the griffin, chasing your own survival?" The word struck, and the fairy dragon's composure cracked. Ice erupted around Theo, jagged shards rising like spears as the temperature plummeted. "You dare speak of the ancient dragon to me?" it roared. Theo stood his ground as a shard pressed against his throat, drawing a thin line of blood. His voice was steady, unshaken. "Then kill me. Stop hiding behind threats. If my death means so little, end it now and watch the world burn." The silence that followed was suffocating. The guardians didn't answer. With a sudden surge, Theo shattered the ice encasing him and seized several shards, holding them like crude blades. The desert worm rumbled, a low sound of approval. Courage worthy of a chosen one. Even the fairy dragon's scowl softened as it studied him. "Oof, you're not entirely hopeless." Its body dissolved into a swirl of blue energy. "Fine, I'll open the path out." The desert worm followed, its massive form turning into a golden glow. "We'll see this through, chosen one." The blue and gold energies swirled together, twisting into a massive portal that pulsed with raw power. Before fading completely, the guardians' voices echoed through the void. "This is as far as we go. The rest is yours to finish." Theo tightened his grip on the jagged ice shards. A grin spread across his face as he sprinted toward the portal. "Then watch me end this." With a final shout, he dove headfirst into the swirling dark. The scene shifted to another stretch of the endless gray sea. A single glowing spear floated silently in the mist. From the shadows, the griffin emerged, its eyes gleaming with hunger. At last it hissed. Once it consumed this, Theo Ragnar's body would be his to command. But before it could strike, its body split apart in a clean, brutal slash. A spray of blood cut through the air as Theo tore his way out of the beast's stomach, his ice weapon blazing with energy. The griffin shrieked, staggering in disbelief. It had no time to recover. Theo landed in front of it, eyes sharp, voice like steel. "You should have known I'd take their power." The griffin's gaze darted to the fairy dragon and desert worm, now standing at Theo's side. Rage twisted its voice. "Traitors, you dare betray your duty as guardians? If you had stayed out of this." Theo grabbed its beak mid-sentence, silencing the beast with a crushing grip. "You talk too much." His tone cut through the heavy air as he leaned in. "Do you remember how we met? I warned you then." The griffin growled under his hand. "Release me. We'll talk." Theo didn't loosen his grip. "Talk all you want, but listen first. Keep fighting for control, and we all lose. The relics, the chosen one, even this world, it all burns." His words hung between them as he glanced at the dragon and worm, his voice hardening. "You want survival? Then start acting like more than beasts chained to instinct." Before the tension could break, a calm voice echoed from behind. "A wise choice." Theo turned sharply. From a mist stepped the drake he once defeated. Its body still bore signs of recovery, but its presence was commanding. "It's been a while," it said, stretching its wings. "Conflict keeps power in balance. That method has been used long before you." Theo raised an eyebrow. "You mean other chosen ones?" The drake's smile was faint but unreadable. "That's not something you're ready to hear yet." Light surged around them, swallowing the scene whole as the drake's voice faded. "I look forward to seeing your next move." System messages appeared one after another. Fairy buff applied. Enhanced immunity. Worm eater applied. Increased attack power. Power flooded through Theo's veins as the relics fully awakened. The oppressive void dissolved, and suddenly he was back in his room. His breath came heavy, sweat dripping down his brow as he braced himself against the table. The reality sank in. The guardians he thought lost now lived inside him. His eyes drifted to the moonlight blade resting nearby, its surface still throbbing with dark energy. Slowly lifting it, he spoke softly, almost to himself. Finally settled down, sliding the sword back into its sheath. A faint smile crossed his lips. For all the chaos, this ordeal had given him something invaluable, a deeper grasp of the ancient dragon's power. Resting his palm on the table, he glanced toward the window and murmured with quiet conviction, "Like it or not, you're mine now." Snow howled in the next scene, whipping through the graveyard of swords. At its heart stood Kyle, unmoving, a lone shadow against the blizzard. Robert approached carefully, his voice carrying through the storm. "You're serious? You plan to name Theo as a candidate for succession?" Kyle's crimson eyes glinted beneath the frost. "He's earned the right. He's on par with the rest." His gaze sharpened as he added, "Or is this about him being a regressor?" Robert hesitated before nodding. "You've slain every Ragnar regressor before. Your hatred for them is known." Kyle's grip tightened on his sword, his voice cold as steel. "That's why he'll face my test." Robert stiffened, the weight of those words striking him immediately. Turning slightly, Kyle let his aura flare. The blade in his hand hummed, radiating blue energy. If he wants to stand as a candidate, he'll pass the official trial. His eyes slid to the weapon itself, the sword of Dian, the former clan head he had killed with his own hands. A dark smirk touched his lips. No other blade could judge him better. Back in Theo's room, the door swung open and Julius stepped in, urgency etched into his voice. "The clan head has summoned you. For a spar." Theo's breath caught. A spar. The word alone carried the weight of storm. The graveyard of swords stretched endlessly under the storm, each buried blade a quiet testament to Ragnar history. Theo walked between them, the weight of their legacy pressing down on his shoulders. Every step reminded him of the burden he now carried. His thoughts circled back to Kyle's warning. "Don't speak so lightly unless you understand our resentment." Now, that meaning struck deep. A faint smile crossed his lips as he murmured to himself, "I understand now." His reflection was cut short by a voice slicing through the icy wind. "Theo." He dropped to one knee immediately, his voice formal. "Immediate Inspector Theo Ragnar, paying respects to the head of the family." "Enough," Kyle interrupted, his tone flat and cold. Theo rose slowly, locking eyes with the man before him. Kyle's gaze didn't waver as he began listing names like a litany. "Your instructor, your brother, Axian, the Rose Palace Master, the Ceres Merchant Group, the Central Intelligence Bureau. Every one of them is gone, and every one of them cried your name before the end." Theo's chest tightened. His father knew. He knew everything. Before he could speak, Kyle raised a hand. Power burst outward, the snowstorm scattering like shattered glass. Stepping through the swirling frost, Kyle's crimson eyes burned with authority. No excuses. A family head carries it all without a word. Theo's fists clenched, anger and shame twisting together inside him. Kyle's voice cut again, heavy with finality. "I will give you the crazy dragon's sword." A massive weight landed in the snow with a dull thud before Theo. Theo's breath caught. The crazy dragon, the former family head, the butcher who had slain hundreds of thousands, and the man Kyle himself had killed. His hesitation lasted only a second, but it was enough for Kyle to notice. "You know something," Kyle said, his voice low, eyes narrowing. Theo lowered his head in measured respect. The crazy dragon was the previous head of the family. Nothing more. Inside, his mind raced. The truth behind that name was forbidden. One wrong word could destroy everything. Kyle's gaze sharpened, his voice dropping to a deadly calm. "Did your past life fail to teach you about him?" Theo's body went rigid. "Past life?" The words slammed into him. He looked up instinctively, but Kyle's piercing stare froze the breath in his throat. A cold sweat broke along his skin. Kyle's tone turned harsh, every word striking like a blade. "Regressors. Greedy. Foolish. Thinking they can twist the world to their liking. Treating life as if it can simply be reset. The storm stilled as the weight of Kyle's killing intent flooded the graveyard. Crimson energy bled into the air, pressing down on Theo like a mountain. This wasn't a warning. It wasn't a trial. Kyle's intent was pure and lethal. He truly meant to kill him. So this is his power without regression? Theo's thoughts struggled to form under the crushing pressure. His body could barely move. Kyle raised his hand, his voice as cold as the snow underfoot. Take up the crazy dragon sword. If you can endure its hatred, I'll acknowledge you. But only as Theo Ragnar, the man, not the regressor. Theo's breath caught. His voice came out strained. What does that even mean? Kyle's tone sharpened, slicing through the frozen air. It means everything you've built since regressing will vanish. Every bond you forged, every life you saved, every path you altered, all of it gone. The world will right itself as if you never rewound time. Theo's thoughts spiraled. Faces flashed in his mind. Victories won through blood and desperation. Losing all of it, losing them, just for his father's approval was a weight that threatened to crush him. His fists trembled. Still, he forced himself to meet Kyle's burning gaze. His voice was steady, though quiet. Then I refuse. Not on those terms. Kyle's reply was instant and merciless. You don't get to refuse. Regressors are abominations. You have two paths. Die clinging to that identity, or live as the sixth successor with it erased. The finality in his father's words made something in Theo snap. His voice rose, raw and defiant. I wanted your recognition more than anything, but not like this. His hand gripped the moonlight blade tight, and with a roar, he swung. He never saw the counter. In an instant, searing pain ripped through him. His arm was gone, torn from his body at the shoulder. Blood splattered hot against the snow as his knees buckled. He stared down, breath ragged, mind reeling to catch up with what had just happened. Kyle stood unfazed, the crazy dragon's sword humming beside him, its pulse echoing through the storm. His aura pressed down even heavier as his words lashed like a whip. Did you truly think you could rise without sacrifice? Without resolve, Theo's head lowered, blood dripping onto the frozen ground. His thoughts were bitter, heavy. The gap between us, it's still this wide. Snow whipped past as Kyle loomed over him, voice devoid of warmth. You're no different from every other regressor I've cut down. Theo's bloodied fist clenched in the snow. Then, beneath the suffocating weight, a surge erupted within him. Blue energy flared, swirling around his body, growing stronger by the second. Even Kyle's cold eyes narrowed slightly as he felt the sudden shift. Theo's voice rang out, cutting through the storm like a blade. I didn't regress to escape. I did it to face what I failed to protect. Blood poured from his wounds, but his resolve only burned hotter. His aura flared violently, surging against Kyle's crushing pressure and growing stronger with each word. If you want to stop me, then I'll break through, even if I have to throw everything away. His mind focused. Telekinesis swept across the graveyard of swords, and one by one, the buried blades rose into the air. With a roar that shook the snow, Theo declared, I'll surpass you. Kyle's expression remained unreadable. Slowly, he raised his hand. The ground trembled as hundreds of swords answered his call, rising all at once like a metallic storm. Theo's breath caught. The same technique. Kyle's hand dropped in a single motion. Steel screamed as the barrage came. Theo moved instantly, intercepting every strike. He deflected, blocked, and caught blades mid-air, his aura amplifying each movement. Sparks flew as steel clashed against steel. Seizing an opening, Theo launched himself skyward. His blue aura erupted into the shape of a massive dragon as he dove toward Kyle, pouring every ounce of strength into one final strike. But before his blade could land, pain exploded through him. A sword pierced clean through his gut, stopping him midair. His breath hitched as blood spilled from his mouth. The blue dragon shattered, his aura flickering out as his body slammed into the snow. The world dimmed around him. His breath came shallow as he lay motionless among the scattered blades. Kyle approached in silence, his shadow falling over Theo's broken form. For a moment, he said nothing. Then Robert stepped out of the storm, kneeling. I didn't expect him to fight this directly. Kyle's gaze lingered on Theo. It's been a long time since anyone has. Robert's eyes softened slightly as he looked down at him. He's different. Other regressors use people as tools. He fights to protect them. Kyle's eyes narrowed, then curved into the faintest of smiles. A regressor who bears responsibility with his sword, Rare. Without another word, he reached for the blade still impaled through Theo. As his fingers wrapped around the hilt, golden light erupted from the steel, flooding the graveyard. The energy surged into Theo's body. His eyes snapped open, glowing with the same radiant gold. Kal stepped back as the power exploded outward. Theo Ragnar, he declared calmly, the sixth successor. The golden aura pulsed, rising higher and higher until it shot skyward in a brilliant streak of light, cutting through the storm, visible far beyond the frozen mountains. For a fleeting moment, the world shifted. Towering skyscrapers, bustling streets, and countless unfamiliar faces stretched before a lone figure. His voice, faint yet carrying a tone eerily similar to Theo's, broke the silence. What is this place? He gazed at the skyline, all flickering in his eyes, before whispering softly, now, everything is over. Theo jerked awake in his bed, breath unsteady. Morning light poured in through the window as he pressed a hand to his head, the vision lingering like a half-remembered dream. His mother's gentle voice snapped him back. You slept so late. You looked exhausted last night. Relief softened her words as she smiled faintly. The family head carried you back unconscious. You made me worry. Theo blinked, trying to process her words while his father's cold voice still echoed in his mind. Was it just a test? Before he could sort through his thoughts, the door opened. Evelyn stepped in, followed closely by Captain Julius. Julius grinned, his tone warm. Congratulations. The entire house is buzzing. You passed the family head's test. Theo stared at him, confusion written across his face. Test? Julius chuckled. You're the sixth official successor now. Theo Ragnar. The whole family knows your name. The word struck like a weight to his chest. Successor. A title that carried more than honor. It carried a burden that could shape the world. Far away, in the shadows, figures discussed the news. One laughed low, the sound sharp and dark. How interesting. Another voice murmured, this will be fun. On a distant rooftop, a woman resting a scythe against her shoulder watched the horizon. Her tone was calm, almost amused. A new successor has arrived. In the frozen north, a man stood amidst a snow-covered field. A subordinate rushed to his side, voice tinged with regret. I should have recruited him first. The man didn't look at her. His grin widened as he studied the report in his hand. Even the Plum Blossom Palace master failed. Don't be so hard on yourself. His eyes settled on the name scrawled across the paper. Theo Ragnar. It's time, he said, his smile dark and hungry. That man was Thorkel Ragnar, captain of the Black Iron Cavalry. And for Theo, the next storm had already begun to gather. The season opens on the echo of one careless failure. Troyvin didn't file his appeal in time. The gavel fell, and with it the last thin barrier holding open conflict. It was as if the world had been holding its breath until that single misstep, then exhaled into war. Inside the Nine Dragons Council chamber, the air felt like a storm about to break. Voices overlapped in low currents, restless and electric. Someone finally cut through the hum, voice tight with suspicion. Reports say the northern warlords are making odd maneuvers. A smug tone answered, all velvet and venom. What of it? A few ragtag rebels stirring the pot doesn't change the continent's bones. Others let out small, uneasy laughs. Eyes slid again to an empty place at the high table, a bare seat that everyone knew had been stripped clean by a single act. No one dared speak the traitor's name, but the silence around that vacancy was louder than any accusation. The family's head sat like carved stone, impassive. But statues crack. A quiet voice from the opposite side tried to steer the room back toward caution. Isn't it premature to talk about succession here? The white dragon leaned in, words sharp as a judge's gavel. Premature, he snapped. No, this is the exact hour for it. If heirs start clawing for the throne with swords yet to be drawn, the dynasty will shred itself before the real enemy appears. That is a catastrophe. Another dragon's temper flared, a fist smacking the table in old war fury. Temper your tongue, he thundered. That's blasphemy. The white dragon's gaze didn't waver. Call what you will, he said coldly. But unchecked variables spread fast. We snuff them now, or we watch them burn everything later. Before the argument could spiral, a weary council member raised a hand. Enough. This chamber isn't for mortal squabbles. Convene a full assembly. Every voice with stake must be heard. See the fact for yourselves first, then decide. The council's tension held like a held breath, unresolved but paused. Cut to Lodbrok's lair. a cavernous training hall echoing with metal and effort. Theo's figure moved with brutal dedication, sweat plastering his hair to his brow as he drove the sword through a practiced arc. Each strike cut the air with the fierce insistence of someone trying to carve away an inner ghost. His father's half-sword, an old blade with a whisper like poison music, looped a single chant at the edge of his mind. Kill them. Leave none standing. Take everything. Steal what's not nailed down. Arms trembling, Theo finally let the blade fall. He breathed in, slow and precise, chasing the blade's poisonous suggestions away. A presence filled the room then, calm, steady, the weight of command in a single silhouette. His contracted guardian, a dragon lord, stepped forward. Her eyes took him in, unflinching. "Does it still sit heavy?" she asked, voice cool and steady. "The way it gnaws at you?" The lingering grudge of the mad dragon emperor lingered like smoke that refused to clear. Theo's jaw tensed, his eyes darkening beneath the flicker of torchlight. "Yes," he admitted, voice low but steady. "Even now, the sword still seeps into me. It's not unbearable yet. But knowing this cursed weapon once belonged to him, the mad dragon emperor, it eats at me from the inside." He lowered his gaze, the words almost dragged from his chest. "And yet, through it, I've seen fragments of his domain. That power, it's terrifying. Addictive." Lodbrok's eyes sharpened, filled with ghosts of memory. "The mad dragon emperor," she murmured, each syllable heavy with loathing. "That name will never fade. He was the one who stole my heart." Theo's hand faltered on the hilt. "You've told me that before," he said quietly, frustration threading his tone. "But it only deepens the weight I carry. Why? Why will my father bind me to this of all contracts?" Lodbrok's expression hardened, her voice snapping like a commander pulling a soldier back in a line. "You must not rush headlong into a strength you don't yet command. Recklessness will only deliver you to another defeat, just like before." Then, with a sudden pivot sharp as a blade's gleam, she asked, "Has your arm fully healed?" Theo blinked at the change in topic, then nodded. "Yes, thanks to the High Priest's quick work." Without warning, Lodbrok stepped forward, her hand tracing lightly over the scarred flesh where the arm had once been severed. Theo froze, startled by the rare contact. Her touch was detached, almost clinical, but something beneath it made his pulse quicken. Was she concerned? After a moment, she pulled back and nodded curtly. "It seems you recovered." Her eyes lifted to meet his. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Theo opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Broke turned away briskly. "Enough training for today. Someone's looking for you." "And Theo," she added without turning, "try not to destroy my lair again. One person causes chaos, another has to clean it." A faint smile tugged at his lips. "I have no defense for that." The scene shifts to the grand marble corridors of Camellia Palace. Theo stands before a palace messenger, a sealed letter glinting in the man's outstretched hand. He takes it with a wary glance, muttering under his breath, "So that's who's been searching for me." "Young Lord Theo," the messenger prompted. "Did you say something?" Theo shook his head. "No, just thinking aloud." He broke the wax seal and scanned the contents quickly. His eyes narrowed, his mouth twisted into a low growl. "Damn it, an invitation." The messenger tilted his head. "An invitation, my lord." Theo exhaled sharply. "To a banquet at Daffodil Palace." Recognition flickered across the messenger's face. "For Lady Ray Ragnar's 18th birthday, yes?" Theo frowned, disbelief edging his voice. "A banquet now? When war's already pounding at the gates? For a birthday?" He looked back at the letter, his tone cutting clear as glass. "Exactly. That's why it'll be extravagant. The more chaos there is outside, the more they'll drown it out with gold and laughter." The squad member blinked, confused. "Why though?" Theo's gaze hardened, his voice calm, yet edged with calculation. Troiven's betrayal didn't just fracture Ragnar's peace. It upended its entire foundation. He backed Axian for succession, but the council chose me instead as the sixth successor. Then, Ed's treachery followed, costing one of the 9 dragons his seat. "So no," Theo said, lifting the letter slightly. "This banquet isn't just for a birthday. It's a performance. Ragnar has to show the world it still stands unbroken. And for the heirs and the dragons, it's the perfect arena to size each other up." His squad members' eyes gleamed with awe. "Young Lord Theo, your foresight never ceases to amaze me." His voice rose with excitement. "Then you'll attend?" Theo's smirk was faint but sharp. If they're that eager to see me, how could I possibly decline? The story transitions to the radiant expanse of Daffodil Palace. Beneath the soft blaze of golden chandeliers, the banquet hall shimmered like a dream spun from wealth and pretense. Conversations rippled through the crowd, hushed but electric, spreading faster than scandal. He's arrived. Finally. That's the new heir, young Lord Theo Ragnar. Theo stepped across the marble floor, posture steady, his expression unreadable. The weight of every gaze pressed against him like heat. As expected, he thought, every eye in this hall is fixed on me. This wasn't a birthday celebration. It was a battlefield draped in silk and candlelight. Everyone present knew the truth. The music, the laughter, the extravagant feast. None of it was for Lady Ray's coming of age. It was all a stage for power. Every noble, every successor, every dragon in attendance was there to judge, to compare, to calculate. Theo could feel the stares clinging to him, the same way fame clings to a celebrity under the glare of cameras. Every glance was hungry for a weakness, a gesture, a spark of arrogance they could twist into rumor. If I want to leave my mark here, he mused, it won't be through smiles. One precise strike will speak louder than 1,000 polite greetings. A familiar voice cut through his thoughts, smooth and teasing. My lord, you took your time. I nearly caused a scene waiting for you. Theo turned, finding Naven at his side, his usual calm laced with mischief. Naven, Theo said with a small smile. I almost didn't recognize you. You actually shaved? Even at the wedding, that beard survived the chaos. Caught off guard, Naven flushed, rubbing his chin awkwardly. That day was unusually hectic. Their banter drew attention. Guests whispered behind jeweled fans and wine glasses. Isn't that the one who survived the Bacchus family massacre? One murmured. Indeed, another replied. And now he's risen to lead them himself. Even in ruin, the Bacchus remains one of the 6 pillars. The air around them shimmered with unspoken tension. Every word, every look tonight would echo far beyond these gilded walls. A new voice rose from the murmuring crowd, tinged with disbelief. And now look, the head of the Bacchus family calling the 6th successor lord. Unbelievable. The whispers spread like wildfire, feeding the atmosphere with equal parts awe and envy. Naven, ever the opportunist, tilted his head with a sly grin. My lord, listen to them. Every tongue in the hall is wagging about us. Your entrance has stolen the spotlight. Theo's gaze drifted across the sea of faces, unreadable yet resolute. Good, he said quietly. It means we've set the stage. His tone dropped lower, carrying a weight that silenced even Naven's amusement. Now comes the part that matters. Before he could elaborate, a sharp ripple cut through the crowd. A presence moved toward them with purpose. Calm, yet commanding, like a blade unsheathed. The voice that followed was firm, measured, and heavy with lineage. So this is Theo Ragnar. Theo and Naven turned in unison. Standing before them was a man exuding military precision and power, his dark armor catching the golden light. His eyes were keen, assessing Theo as if sizing up an opponent on the battlefield. I believe this is our first meeting, the man said, his tone smooth but his gaze unrelenting. I'm the 5th successor. Theo's thoughts sharpened immediately, though his face remained a mask of composure. As expected, he moved sooner than I anticipated. The man straightened with the poise of a commander. Thorkel Ragnar, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. He extended a gloved hand, and the gesture alone sent murmurs coursing through the hall. At last, someone whispered, the former leading heir and the new successor meet face to face. Thorkel's smile was faint, but his words sliced through the polite veneer. No need to look so guarded, Theo. I came merely to see with my own eyes the one chosen as 6th heir. Frankly, I'm relieved it wasn't that naive child, Axian. Theo studied him. Every inch of posture, every hint of dominance behind the smile. Flawless, he thought. Disciplined. The perfect heir by the old standards. But in Ragnar, where power alone defined worth, can any man truly greet his rival with warmth? Theo clasped Thorkel's outstretched hand firmly. It's an honor to meet you, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, Thorkel Ragnar. I am Theo Ragnar, of the White Dragon Squad. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then Thorkel's grin widened into something darker. A low laugh rolled from his chest. Amused, mocking, dangerous. In the next instant, the weight of his aura exploded outward, crashing over Theo like the collapse of a mountain. Gasps rippled through the hall as glasses trembled and candles flickered. Formality? Thorkel scoffed, his voice thick with contempt. Don't strain yourself with etiquette. Relax. He leaned closer, his presence oppressive, his smile cutting. Just call me brother. Theo's lungs burned beneath the invisible pressure, but he refused to yield. So this is the true Ragnar spirit, he realized. Overwhelm or be overwhelmed. His own power surged in response. White energy roaring to life as he unleashed his aura to meet Thorkel's. The two forces collided like unseen storms, shaking the air itself. The guests stumbled back, clutching their chests, eyes wide in disbelief as invisible lightning danced between the brothers. The tension thickened until Theo steadied himself and grinned through the strain. If you insist, he said, voice calm but edged with challenge. Then brother it is. The hall fell into breathless silence, their clash unspoken yet unmistakable. The duel of successors had begun, not with swords, but with sheer will and power. Elsewhere in the hall, two new figures entered, the Rankest siblings. The brother tugged irritably at his formal collar, scowling. This is suffocating. I swear, I'm ripping this thing off. Don't you dare, his sister hissed under her breath. You're the reason people already call our clan savages. Try not to prove them right tonight. From behind the murmuring crowd, a cheerful voice cut through the tension. Well, it seems everyone's gathered already. The Ranka siblings turned, their expressions brightening at the sight of the newcomer. Remington Narcio, one greeted with a grin. The famed scholar from the West himself. They say you even rival the Ascendant Dragon. Remington laughed easily, waving off the exaggeration. Rumors love to dress things up prettier than the truth, he said, eyes scanning the hall. By the way, have any of you seen Theo? I've been wanting to ask him something about the white armored dragon cavalry. Before anyone could answer, a calm, yet piercing voice spoke from just behind him. Are you looking for Theo? Remington froze. The color drained from his face before flushing bright crimson as he turned to face her. Oh, Lady Ray, he stammered. Forgive me. How could I search for anyone else in the presence of the star of tonight's celebration? Ray Ragnar lifted her wine glass. Her movements graceful, though her tone carried a quiet melancholy. It's fine. We both know what this banquet really is. But her hand trembled slightly, betraying the calm she tried to project. Her gaze drifted past the crowd, settling sharply on the two figures locked in invisible combat. Across the hall, Theo and Thorkel Ragnar's auras continued to clash, unseen but undeniable. One of the Ranka siblings whispered under their breath, "Is that Theo?" Remington exhaled slowly, eyes narrowing. Who else would dare make such a spectacle here? The air rippled between the two heirs, raw power humming beneath the polite facade of nobility. Finally, Thorkel lifted his hands and let out a deep, amused laugh. I concede. I can't keep up. Theo's grin was sly, his tone playful. What's this, brother? Surrendering so easily? Thorkel chuckled, unshaken. Call it surrender if you wish. But I mean every word. If I could return to my youth, I wouldn't stand a chance against you standing here now. Theo inclined his head. You flatter me, brother. But Thorkel wasn't done. Turning to the hall, he raised his voice, confident and resonant. Behold my younger brother, Theo Ragnar. His strength fills me with pride. Even Theo blinked at the unexpected declaration. Then Thorkel lifted his glass high, his smile radiant under the chandelier light. Now, let us toast to a new era for Ragnar. The crowd responded instantly, glasses raised in unison, their voices thundering across the hall. To Ragnar. Thorkel leaned close as the cheers swelled, his tone low and smooth, heavy with intent. Quite the debut for a newly named heir, wouldn't you say? Theo mirrored the gesture with equal composure. Thank you, brother. But beneath his calm exterior, his thoughts sharpened like drawn steel. So that's your play. By displaying his dominance and then publicly acknowledging me, Thorkel secured his standing while basking in the reflected spotlight. The momentum Naven helped me spark now belongs to him. Thorkel Ragnar, Theo thought coldly. A charming mask hiding a strategist's mind, not one to be underestimated. As the applause dimmed and conversation resumed, one of the rankest siblings stepped forward. You haven't forgotten your vow, have you? To make our clan your sword. Theo's lips curved faintly. A promise made is a promise kept. Behind him, whispers swirled like wind-tossed embers. How'd he rise so quickly? At that age. He's not engaged yet, is he? I should introduce my daughter to him. And amidst it all, Theo Ragnar stood silent, his name already spreading like wildfire through the glittering hall. The scene rose to the second floor of Daffodil Palace, where the shadows hung thicker than the perfume drifting through the air. An elder dragon leaned over the railing, his expression twisted with fury. That half-breed bastard, he hissed, voice low and venomous. I was ready to tear him down myself, throw him out before the night was over. Then Thorkel barges in, playing the benevolent fool, treating this family as if it were his personal stage, infuriating. His words trailed off when his gaze caught a familiar figure near the grand entrance below. His face darkened further. Evelyn. How dare she show her face here? Downstairs, the tension was momentarily softened by a lighter voice. Platoon leader Evelyn. Aaron called, eyes wide with admiration. You look incredible tonight. Evelyn blinked, caught off guard. Oh, really? Aaron grinned, his excitement unhidden. Well, have I ever said something I didn't mean? You look beautiful, adorable, even. Her cheeks flared crimson, a battle waging between disbelief and the warmth rising within her. I can't, she muttered, voice trembling. I'd rather change back in my uniform than stay dressed like this. She turned quickly, hoping to escape the sudden rush of emotion, but Aaron stepped in front of her, blocking her path. You can't wear a uniform to a banquet, he said firmly. If you can't handle alone, then come with me. His words carried no hesitation, his eyes steady. He wasn't going to let her retreat. Before she could answer, a sharp sound cut through the music. A wine glass whistled through the air and shattered against Evelyn's face. Crimson wine splattered across her skin and gown, the sound echoing through the hall like a slap. A venomous voice followed, dripping with malice. Just seeing that wretched woman again makes my blood boil. Evelyn froze. That voice, just the sound of it was enough to rip her open from the inside. Her body began to shake violently, memories clawing their way out from the dark corners of her mind. The elder dragon descended from the stairs, his fury no longer masked. His tone was low, controlled, but deadly. Why did you crawl back here, Evelyn? Aaron's fist clenched, his rage sparking instantly. Even as one of the 9 dragons. You have no right to treat her like this, he shouted. But Evelyn grabbed his arm tightly with both hands, her grip trembling. I'm fine, she whispered, though her voice cracked. Louder, forcing the words through her fear, she repeated, I said I'm fine. Tears welled in her eyes as she begged, voice breaking apart. Please, Aaron, don't do anything. I'm begging you. Aaron hesitated. He had never seen her like this. The fearless platoon leader, now trembling like a fragile shadow. His heart pounded as the question formed unbidden. What did he do to her? What kind of monster could shatter her this way? The elder dragon closed the remaining distance, each step deliberate, crushing the space between them with sheer presence. I warned you before, he said, his tone as cold as forged steel. Never show me your face again. His eyes dropped to the mechanical arm at her side, his lips curling in disgust. And this, he sneered, what is this pitiful contraption? Before anyone could react, his hand shot forward. With a brutal, effortless motion, he ripped the mechanical arm from Evelyn's body. The metallic shriek of torn machinery echoed through the hall, followed by her muffled cry of pain. The metallic shriek of the prosthetic tearing free hit the hall harder than any scream. It clattered to the floor, an insult made audible, while a cold, mocking voice finished the deed. Did you honestly believe that attachment would undo what you are? The elder dragon hissed, each syllable serrated. If you're garbage, stay garbage. Crawl where you belong, broken, crushed. Show your face again, and I'll tear you to pieces. Evelyn gasped. The heat of humiliation burned through her like acid. Her knees buckled and she ran, stumbling, breathless, barely holding herself together. Behind her, the elder's laughter spilled into the corridor. Pure, cruel satisfaction. At last, the stench begins to lift. Aaron's jaw tightened, fury sparking. I'll take this to the tribunal, he spat, but his threat bounced off the elder's sneer. Do as you please, the elder said, venom slow as honey. But remember Ragnar's law. Learn it properly next time. Evelyn's thoughts unraveled as she fled. I shouldn't have come. I promised I could face it. I tried so hard to stand taller, but nothing's changed. Memory dragged her backward. The days when she was small and thrown to the dirt, pain exploding through her mouth as blood spread. The elder's voice had a thunderclap then, too. Call me father with that filthy mouth one more time, and I'll rip you apart. Leave. Never show your face again. That memory was a weight that never lightened. In the present, tears blurred the corridor. Each step echoed the same helplessness. She almost collapsed until a steady hand stopped her. Not harsh, just strong and sure. The demon dragon had stepped in front of her, eyes steady like a calm sea. Where are you running to? The banquet's the other way, he said simply. His presence pulled something from her she'd shut away for years. A warmth she'd wanted her whole life. A glimpse of what a father might have been. Julius Ragnar moved with the quiet assurance of someone used to command. To Evelyn, he felt like the parent she'd never had. Back in the banquet hall, a single scream ripped through the laughter and chatter like lightning through a summer sky. Conversation died mid-sentence as everyone turned toward the sound. They watched, stunned, as the demon dragon seized the elder by the arm and snapped it as if it were nothing more than a brittle twig. Bone cracked. A short, merciless report, and the elder's howl filled the room, veins bulging with pain and shock. Do you know what you've done? He bellowed, fury and wounded pride colliding. Julius stood unflinching, his grip loosening until the mutilated arm hung limp at the elder's side. His voice rolled across the chamber like a storm. I warned you. If you touched her again, this would be the consequence. Color drained from the elder's face, rage mixed with humiliation. You dare turn your back on Ragnar itself? He spat, voice slick with venom. Seize him. At the word, tribunal enforcers streamed in, forming a ring around Julius. The guests retreated as if a physical thing had entered the room with their fear. The tribunal's commander spoke, voice shaking with the weight of ritual and authority. Commander Julius Ragnar of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, you are being detained for injuring the head counselor. Cooperate. Julius's gaze snapped to the man, and it was like meeting steel. The commander faltered. In the hall, the air thickened as a murderous calm rolled off Julius in a palpable wave. It made men's knees go weak. He spoke with a cool, lethal certainty. Even Ragnar's clan code is clear. An oath sworn upon the sword is binding. The words landed with the force of an unbreakable law. Years ago, before those same withered elders, I made a vow. If Evelyn was ever hurt again, I'd return the pain in full. No mercy, no restraint. The declaration hung heavy in the air. Gasps rippled through the guests like a wave, followed by hushed, terrified whispers. The oppressive force of Julius's killing intent pressed down on every chest, making it hard to breathe. Then Theo arrived, eyes wide as he took in the chaos. Julius broke the elder's arm. The tribunal won't be able to contain this. A cold shiver crawled down his spine. This didn't happen before. What changed? His gaze found Evelyn, and in that instant, the answer fell into place. Evelyn Nareville, Wolfgang Ragnar's illegitimate daughter. To a man like Wolfgang, who worshipped blood purity above all, her very existence was a stain to be erased. He'd plotted her exile long ago. But Julius had intervened, recognized her potential, and pulled her into the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, crushing Wolfgang's plans in a single move. Under Julius's command, she climbed to the rank of vice commander, until Wolfgang struck again. Gripped by his obsession with honor, he used her single mistake as an excuse to destroy her. She barely survived, left broken, her left arm gone, her future torn away. She had withdrawn quietly, taking refuge as a trainer on the outskirts. And now, she was here again, standing where Wolfgang never dreamed she'd return. Theo's fist clenched tight. All of this, it's because of me. My regression twisted the flow of fate. And if I caused it, then I have to set it right. But the elder dragon wasn't finished. Cradling his mangled arm, he turned on the crowd, spitting venom through his pain. Look, see how the demon dragon mocks the very elders who guard Ragnar's honor. He hides behind the authority of the 9 dragons, using the clan's power to threaten his own kin. If this isn't treason, then what is? The accusation rang out, poisoning the air. Julius's fury surged once more, his voice ripping through the hall like a thunderclap. You dare speak of authority, you wretched coward? The hall shook with the weight of his rage, glasses rattling on tables, the tension ready to snap into bloodshed, until Theo stepped forward. His voice cut through the chaos, calm but commanding, the tone of someone who had seen courtrooms on the brink of disaster and knew exactly how to reclaim control. Both of you enough. This is supposed to be a celebration, my sister's birthday, not a night soaked in fear. Julius's killing aura wavered, dimming under Theo's steady composure. The elder dragon froze, clearly not expecting the young heir to intervene so directly. Theo's gaze swept the room, sharp and unwavering. Then let's settle it the Ragnar way, a duel trial. Gasp spread again. The elder dragon recoiled, color draining from his face. Ridiculous. The demon dragon attacked me in front of everyone. The guilt is obvious. There's no need for a trial. Theo gave a slow, disarming nod. You're right. But if we let this spiral, the clan itself will splinter. We need to end it here, decisively. Then, with formal poise, he turned to the lady of the palace, his voice firm but respectful. Lady Daffodil, would you not agree? The hall froze over literally. Frost laced the air as Neil Ragnar Tun, the ice dragon and mistress of Daffodil Palace, appeared. Her presence swept through the chamber like a winter storm, chilling every whisper into silence. Her gaze was glacial, her voice cutting sharper than a blade. This is my daughter's birthday celebration, she declared, every word crisp and lethal. What the hell do you think you're doing? The elder dragon, clutching his shattered arm, scrambled to plead. Lady Daffodil, you must see reason. Look at what he's done to. Enough. Her glare stopped him cold, literally and figuratively. I don't care for your petty squabbles, she said, tone dropping into absolute finality. As Theo said, we'll end this quickly. Consider it the last mercy my patience allows. The crowd erupted in hushed whispers. A duel trial? Someone breathed. But the counselors, they're all at or above Dragon Gate swordsman level. Exactly. Only the demon dragon stand a chance against them. The elder dragon hid a smirk, savoring the murmurs. Yes, let them think that. The rules favor us. He straightened, the arrogance already seeping back into his face. 3 against 3. Best of 2 wins. The final match, between the accuser and the accused. The first 2? Their chosen kin. Tell me, what does Julius have? A crippled one-armed woman and that self-righteous brat, Theo? His lips twisted in satisfaction. It won't even reach me. I'll crush them before it begins. Raising his voice, he declared to the hall, if that is your stance, then I accept. Let the purity of the sword decide what is right and what is wrong. Off to the side, Thorkel Ragnar's eyes gleamed, admiration flickering behind them. Theo, he murmured, you surpassed my expectations again. Without your composure, Julius's temper would have ignited a war. The elder nearly had us snared in his perfect political trap, but you flipped the board. A brilliant counter. Both sides are bound now, and the clan's honor remains intact. This will be worth watching. The scene shifted. Outside, torches flared along the duel grounds, their light dancing over the sand as the tribunal commander raised his voice. From this moment, he announced, under tribunal's supervision, the duel trial shall commence. By Ragnar's law, all magic is forbidden. Only the sword will decide. His voice rang across the field. Do both parties swear? No retaliation. No lingering resentment after the outcome. I swear, rumbled the demon dragon, voice low and thunderous. I swear, echoed the elder dragon, his tone sharp with pride. The commander nodded once. Then let the first duelist step forward. From Julius's side, Ragnar stepped into the arena, silent, composed, his aura steady as stone. The torches flickered, the night holding its breath. The duel trial of Ragnar had begun. Shock rippled through the stands like a wave breaking on stone. Among the crowd, one of the rankest siblings leaned toward her brother, whispering nervously, is Theo really going to be okay? Remington, arms crossed, didn't answer right away. His expression was grim. It doesn't look good, he finally muttered. Her brow furrowed. What do you mean? Is the elder's fighter really that strong? Remington's tone dropped low, almost like he didn't want the words to spread. Wild Gus Sword Beta, the elder's personal aide, among the elite, even compared to top-ranked swordsmen. If it had been one of the counselors themselves, it would have been hopeless, but even this matchup is brutal. Across the arena, the elder dragon leaned close to Beta, his voice coiling with venom. For this duel, he whispered, don't hold back. Not even lethal techniques. Beta's eyes flickered, uncertain. You mean, kill Theo Ragnar? He's the heir candidate now. The elder's lips curled into a sneer. Don't worry. Everything that happens in a duel trial is pardoned. At the very least, his grin sharpened. Brimmy won his arms. From the opposite side, Julius's hands balled into fists. His jaw tightened as he watched Theo take his place in the arena. Can he really handle this? He stepped closer, voice low. Theo, this is my fault. My temper dragged you into this. Are you absolutely sure about this? Theo didn't look away from the dueling ground. His eyes were steady, reflecting the torchlight like tempered steel. Of course, he said simply. Trust me, through this duel, I'll end a grudge that's festered long enough. The torchlight caught on his blade as he raised it, stance sure and unshaken. The first battle of the duel trial was about to begin. The scene shifted to the duel ground. The tension was suffocating. Every breath in the crowd was drawn tight as a bowstring. Across from Theo stood Beta, the elder's aide, his posture precise and dangerous. His blade glinted as he raised it into a high offensive guard, his aura flaring with confidence. The tribunal commander's whistle sliced through the silence. In the same instant, Theo launched forward, his body a blur of motion, feet carving into the dirt, speed explosive enough to startle even seasoned warriors. Beta didn't retreat. He met Theo head-on, both hands gripping his sword as he charged like a storm answering its equal. Their blades met with a metallic roar, steel screaming against steel. The shockwave burst outward, sending dust and sparks scattering. The ground trembled beneath their boots as both men were driven back, leaving gouges in the stone floor. Beta was the first to recover. His form blurred, gone in a blink. Then, with a rush of air, he reappeared at Theo's flank, blade crashing down in a lethal arc meant to cleave him clean through. Theo barely managed to intercept, his sword snapping up just in time. The clash sparked bright enough to light the night sky. Sparks hissed and scattered. The air rang with the rhythm of steel and willpower. Beta's expression hardened, thoughts slicing through his focus like his own blade. He's still standing? Even in direct exchanges, he doesn't falter. His eyes narrowed. So this is the strength of a successor. The dust from their strikes thickened, swirling around them. Two figures locked in motion, their silhouettes burning against the torchlight as the first duel of the Ragnar trial raged on. Gale flicked a pebble with his foot, tiny, almost invisible, and it arced up toward Theo's face. Instinct snapped through Theo. He raised an arm of guard. That fraction of breath was all Gale needed. He lunged like a predator, red light flaring in his eyes, blade aimed to finish it. The successor has no real battlecraft. This ends now. His sword sliced through Theo's coat, grazing the throat. Gale's voice oozed contempt. For the dignity of a successor, I'll be merciful. Consider this a painless send-off. Theo was not a man who accepted defeat. At the last heartbeat, a crooked smile tugged at his mouth. He jerked his head back, the blade missing by a hair. Then he dropped low into a crouch, eyes cold and calculating, waiting for the opening Gale expected. Gale's jaw tightened. Did he leave himself open on purpose? But Theo did nothing. No counter, no strike, just a still silhouette with his sword lowered. Confusion crept in. Seeing an opportunity, Gale sprang backward to widen the gap. If I followed through, I would be dead, he thought, unease settling like ice. Why didn't he attack? Theo's answer came in the form of a pressure that rolled out from him. Dark, heavy, and wrong. He clutched the side of his head, body trembling as a chorus of voices crashed in his mind. Kill them. Kill them all. The ones who mocked you. The ones who left. Take everything. Burn it to ash. His eyes flared a hellish red. He ground his teeth, fingers digging into his temple, as if trying to tear the noise from his skull. The presence behind it felt like the mad dragon emperor pressing at the bars of a prison. Gale watched, brow narrowed. He's open again, trying that same trick twice? There's a limit to how much you can underestimate me. Successor. With a roar, Gale charged, blade raised high. An overhead arc meant to cleave Theo's neck in two. Steel fell like fate, but Theo's response was sudden and absolute. His sword snapped up and met the blow. The clang rang out, a war bell in the hushed arena. Gale's eyes went wide. He stopped me. Something in Theo had changed. The smirk was gone. His face had gone cold as a blade. Bloodlust soaked his aura, but his glare was not aimed at Gale, rather inward at the chorus clawing for control. In a voice cleaner and colder than steel, he spat the phantom shout, "Kill, kill, kill, enough. I'll handle this fight myself. Shut your mouth." Gale's face contorted, confusion, sweat beating at his temple. "You bastard. What are you even saying?" He spat, voice ragged with equal parts fury and fear. Before he could finish, Theo's sword became a blur, so fast it seemed to tear the air. In a heartbeat, Gale's arm and leg were gone, severed cleanly. Blood sprayed across the stone. He never even had time to register what had changed in Theo. only the merciless flash of steel aimed straight at him. Panic swallowed him as his limbs vanished and defenses fell away. Gale's scream was swallowed by the next strike. Theo's blade came down like a thunderclap. The impact detonated at the arena's center. The ground split, shock waves shredded outward, and dust, stone, and debris were hurled in every direction. Guests clutched their faces. Nobles dug behind chairs as robes and banners whipped in the gale. Even Lady Daffodil acted. Neil Ragnar Clan raised a pale hand. Her aura flared into a frozen bastion. The destructive wave slammed into her barrier, but shattered against it. Where the arena split into jagged halves, the ice at her feet remained immaculate, untouched. A rare look crossed her face. Respect. To release that force without channeling mana. At his age, it's unheard of. He's already beyond what most heirs ever reach. When the dust settled, the cost lay exposed. Gale's body was a ruin, limbs mangled, blood everywhere, consciousness slipping. The tribunal commander raised his hand, voice echoing over the stunned arena. Duel trial. First round victor, Theo Ragnar. The hall exploded in gasps and whispered shock. Theo did not smile. His eyes still flashed faintly, threaded with something dark. In his mind, he replayed the moment again and again. What was that sensation? It wasn't the usual grudge-feeding fury. This felt different, like something else guiding his hand, pushing him. His breath slowed, and the glow in his eyes faded back to normal. He thought of the split arena and the force that erupted when he let go. When he trusted that strange compulsion, power had answered on a level he'd never known. A dry, curious chuckle escaped him, equal parts wary and intrigued. Entrusting himself to grudges, dangerous. Very dangerous. But if he could learn to control it, if he could master that voice, his fist tightened with sudden hunger, he could become twice the man he was now. The silence cracked like glass when the tribunal commander's voice rang out once more. Prepare for the second round. Both fighters stepped forward. Theo didn't hesitate. His boots struck the stone floor in steady rhythm as he advanced, eyes blazing with defiance. His voice cut through the charged air, sharp as a blade. The defense declares a consecutive battle. The hall erupted, gasps, shouts, disbelief tumbling into chaos. Across the arena, the elder dragon ground his teeth so hard the sound carried. Theo Ragnar, staying in for the second round as well? He hissed. Arrogant little fool. Fine then. If he wants to die so badly, I'll kill him myself. But the man who stepped from the elder side wasn't the elder dragon. It was someone far worse. His presence alone felt like gravity, heavy and absolute. Every movement sharp with the precision of decades spent on the battlefield. I'll be counting on you, young blood of Ragnar, he said calmly, his tone carrying the weight of an oath. The crowd froze as the name passed from mouth to mouth. Page Garson, the Sword of Mystics, a former Dragon Gate swordmaster. A man whose very name could silence soldiers mid-step. The Ranka's siblings' jaws hit the floor. Erica's eyes went wide. That sword. He can wield it without channeling mana, she whispered. Halkus grinned, eyes alight. That blade's a monster. I like him already. But Remington's expression didn't change. His tone was low, flat with dread. This isn't like the last fight. Page Garson isn't an aide. He's a monster in his own right. They're not trying to make Theo lose this round. They're trying to kill him. Erica waved him off, trying to laugh, though her voice wavered. Come on, you're overreacting. Sure, Theo might not win this one, but he's not going to die either. Remington's jaw tightened, eyes locked on the arena. No, this isn't a test anymore. His voice dropped to a growl. This is an execution disguised as honor. In the arena, Theo lifted his blade, steady, unflinching. Across from him, Page Garson raised his own, a weapon humming with restrained power. The two stood at the center of the field like twin thunderheads about to collide. The tribunal commander's whistle split the air, sharp and final. The second round had begun. But before the tension could break, Theo lifted a hand. A subtle gesture, calm and deliberate. I yield, he said. The words hit like a thunderclap. The entire arena froze. For a moment, even Page Garson didn't move. His composure cracked, disbelief flickering into pure outrage. What the hell are you saying? He barked, fury breaking through his calm. Theo only smiled, that same calm, dangerous smile that always seemed 2 steps ahead. How could a mid-ranked examiner like me ever hope to match an elder? He said smoothly. Even without crossing blades, anyone can see who'd win. Any newborn could. He spoke like a man rearranging the battlefield with words alone, like a chess master sacrificing a piece to force a greater victory. Page Garson's face twisted. He slammed his sword into the ground, rage trembling through his shoulders. Yet he couldn't say a thing. The arena drowned in silence, stunned, heavy, electric. And Theo Ragnar just stood there, smiling faintly, as if he'd planned the outcome from the start. The commander's voice rose over the fading tension, calm and steady. Official announcement. Second round victor, Page Garson. The arena came alive with murmurs and mixed reactions. Some clapped politely, others whispered like a dozen notifications, lighting up a feed at once. A hit to the council's face this time, someone muttered. Lord Theo's playing chess while everyone else brought swords, another voice added. Even with his full strength, they'd struggle against him. And with that arm of his, the third round's going to be brutal. Across the ring, the Elder Dragon's expression went pale. Realization crept through him like ice water. That damn successor. Don't tell me he planned this far ahead. Every careful move of his scheme had collapsed, flipped back on him as if Theo had read the board from the very start. The scene cuts to Evelyn Nereville. She stood at the edge of the arena, eyes fixed on the Elder Dragon. There was surprise in her gaze and a faint, trembling relief. I've never seen him shaken like that. Guilt clawed up her throat. My lord, she murmured, voice soft, I'm sorry. This happened because of me. Before the weight of those words could settle, Theo stepped forward. His tone was steady, leaving no room for apology. Don't be sorry. Comrades, stand together. Julius gave a fierce grin, warmth flickering behind the fire at his eyes. Right. Evelyn, watch closely. I'll crush them all myself. Evelyn's lips curved into a small, trembling smile. Memories surged behind her eyes like old wounds reopening. Only this time, they didn't bleed, they burned. She heard Julius's voice again, sharp and resolute, echoing from her past. Evelyn Nereville, come to the White Dragon Cavalry. You're too talented to rot here. Another flash, his voice rising in defiance. So what if you can't ride a dragon? Retiring isn't the answer. Come back, and make the one who cast you off regret it. Then Theo's gentler tone came back to her, grounding her in the now. Didn't you once say you'd become my sword, Evelyn? Let me help you fulfill that wish. The past and the present intertwined, threads of memory and resolve weaving into steel. Something fierce lit within her chest. She gripped her coat tightly, breath shuddering as determination replaced hesitation. Both of them, Theo and Julius, they believe in me. I can't stay stuck in the past. I can't be the one who never moves forward. Her jaw hardened like a blade drawn from its sheath. She exhaled, eyes blazing, and stepped into the open. Captain, she called out, voice firm and bright. Removing her coat, she drew her sword, the motion fluid, full of reborn purpose. This villain's role, she declared, each word ringing with conviction. I'll serve it with my own hands. But before that, I have something to say. The commander's voice boomed, cutting through the sudden hush. The third and final round will now commence. Fighters step forward. From the far end of the arena, the Elder Dragon emerged, his gait heavy but unbroken. A sword hung in his right hand, his left arm still bound in thick bandages. His muttering was low, poisonous, half fury, half wounded pride. Damn it, all the way to the third round. Because of that cursed successor, everything's in shambles. My reputation, our council's authority, his teeth bared in a snarl. Even if I die, I'll take Julius Ragnar's arm with me. Then the tribunal's gavel struck, echoing like a thunderclap, and with it came an unexpected ruling that would shake the arena to its core. The tribunal commander's voice rang out, formal and absolute. The court accepts the defense's request. The defense will change their third-round fighter. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Every gaze turned toward the defense's side, where Evelyn Nereville stepped forward. Her movements were silent but certain, a storm gathering beneath the calm. The sword in her hand gleamed faintly, steady as a promise. Each footstep echoed like a heartbeat through the stone floor. The Elder Dragon, Wolfgang Ragnar, barked out a laugh that split the air. This is absurd, he scoffed. There's a limit to foolish courage. What's next? Will you beg for mercy too? His voice dripped with derision, each word spat like venom. But Evelyn didn't flinch. Her motion was smooth, almost elegant, as she raised her blade and slipped into stance. For a moment, time itself seemed to pause, the years of fear, shame, and silence falling away one by one until only steel and will remained. Her gaze met Wolfgang's, cold and unwavering. "Don't be a fool, old man," she said, voice edged with ice. "The one who should be begging is you, father." The word detonated through the arena. Wolfgang's face twisted, his jaw locking so tight a vein pulsed at his throat. The daughter he'd cast aside, the child he'd beaten and discarded, now stood before him not as a victim, but as his reckoning. Gasps rippled across the stands. "Did she just say, father?" Someone whispered. "Evelyn, wasn't she from the White Dragon Cavalry? Her father's Wolfgang Ragnar." Another voice broke in, incredulous. "That can't be right. They don't even look alike." A hushed voice followed, cutting through the confusion. "No, it's true. I met Wolfgang's lawful wife once. Evelyn must be the illegitimate one." The realization spread like wildfire. Each murmur struck Wolfgang's pride like a blade. Each whisper another cut. His face flushed crimson, rage burning beneath humiliation. "You wretch," he snarled. "Father, you say? What nonsense!" But Evelyn's eyes gleamed, sharp, unflinching, merciless. "If I'd known it would please you," she said with an icy smile, "I'd have called you that sooner." She stepped forward, voice rising above the sea of whispers, clear and fierce. "Since you love the past so much, why don't I remind you of a story? You beat me half to death when I was just a child because I called you father, because I was born a bastard." Her words cracked through the air like a whip. "You didn't stop there. You tried to kill me again when I served under the White Dragon Squadron, just to bury the shame of your illegitimate daughter." The arena went silent. Wolfgang's face contorted in fury. "Silence. I am a member of House Ragnar. What's wrong with that?" But his voice was drowned out, not by swords, but by the crowd itself. "She's the real deal, isn't she?" someone whispered. "A bastard at that age. And he's the one preaching purity," another sneered. "What a joke." Even among the Elder Dragon's own followers, the disgust was audible. And there, in the heart of the arena, Evelyn stood unshaken, her blade gleaming under the torches, her every breath a defiance against the man who'd once crushed her. Tension gripped the air, eyes narrowed, jaws clenched. One of the men muttered under his breath, his voice tight with frustration. "You just kept firing like a madman. Now look at what you've done." Another turned toward Wolfgang, his glare heavy with blame. "I warned you. Be careful, or this day will come. Why didn't you finish it when you had the chance?" Wolfgang's fury cracked, spilling into desperation. "Damn it," he hissed, his knuckles whitening as Evelyn's confession echoed in his mind. From the sidelines, Julius and Theo watched the chaos unfold, every heartbeat amplifying the tension. "You don't have to push yourself, Evelyn," Julius called, worried clear in his tone. But Theo's voice cut through his words, firm and confident. "Instead of worrying, trust her, Captain. Watch her resolve." And then, the ground trembled. In the next instant, Evelyn and the Elder Dragon vanished in emotion, their swords colliding with a thunderous roar. Each strike hit harder than the last, sparks bursting like lightning from every clash. Wolfgang fought like a cornered beast, rage pouring into his blade. Evelyn met him head-on, her strength born not from anger, but from a lifetime of scars and unshaken determination. Every swing between them carried the weight of generations, bloodlines, pride, and shattered vows. Then, Evelyn's stance shifted. A strange, spiraling energy began to rise from her body. The very air seemed to quiver. Julius's eyes went wide. "No, that's..." His voice dropped to a whisper. "The wind god technique. Dakart." A violent gale exploded outward. Winds howled across the arena like a living storm, swirling around Evelyn in a blinding tempest. The pressure grew with each breath, her power rippling through the field. Wolfgang faltered, struggling to steady himself against the storm she commanded. High above, the senior members of the Elder Dragons exchanged alarmed looks. "Wind, Thunder God, that's the sort of windstorm," one murmured. "That's impossible," another replied, disbelief written across his face. That art was erased from Ragnar's archives centuries ago. But Evelyn stood at the heart of the storm, unyielding. Her eyes burned with focus, her sword slicing through the air with divine precision. Every move spoke of mastery, her spirit blazing brighter than the tempest itself. Down in the stands, the crowd could only stare in awe. "She's not just defending, she's forcing him back," one gasped. "Unreal. How did she even learn a windstorm technique?" Another blurted, "She's overpowering one of Ragnar's elite swordsmen." Theo watched with a quiet smirk. His mind, calm and steady, followed the rhythm of their blades. No surprise, he thought, folding his arms. The duel trial forbids mana. Only pure swordsmanship counts. And when it's blade against blade, he chuckled softly, the truth becomes impossible to hide. Wolfgang's strength had always come from his bloodline. That cursed inheritance he clung to like armor. But without it, he was just a hollow relic. Pride without discipline, power without purpose. He was never a true swordsman, only a shadow of one. In the arena, Evelyn's storm raged again. The wind screamed like a god's fury as father and daughter faced each other, their blades deciding not just victory, but legacy itself. The ground shuddered beneath them. The elder dragon's disbelief twisted into rage, his face contorted by humiliation. His own daughter, the one he deemed unworthy, was forcing him back, strike after strike. How? How can she? His mind reeled, unable to accept it. Every blow she dealt shredded the foundation of his pride. Rage exploded from him like lightning. "Damn you! I'll kill you!" he roared, voice cracking under fury. "How dare you defy me, you insolent brat!" Evelyn didn't flinch. Her gaze was cold, her focus razor-sharp. She read every breath, every shift of his muscles. Then, with a furious snarl, Wolfgang leapt high into the air, his sword raised overhead, a killing blow aimed straight for her. The world seemed to freeze for a moment, and then their blades collided. Steel screamed. Sparks scattered like shattered stars across the field. Wolfgang's grin twisted into something cruel. "You wretch," he spat. "Do you really think you can escape me? I'll break you until you remember who your master is." But Evelyn's patience shattered. Her teeth clenched, eyes blazing with fury and resolve. When their swords met again, the impact thundered through the arena, so fierce it made even Wolfgang stumble. Her voice cut through the storm like a blade. "Go on," she said, calm and deadly. "Try me, father." For a brief heartbeat, his arrogance cracked. How was this possible? His mind couldn't process the truth standing before him. Evelyn's words burned hotter than her blade. "When I was small, you were everything to me. I feared you because you made me believe I was nothing." Her eyes gleamed with fire and freedom. "But I'm done being afraid. I have people who stand by me now. People who believe in me. I'm not that weak child anymore." Wolfgang faltered, disbelief flooding his face. He'd forged her through cruelty, and now she was the weapon he couldn't control. Evelyn moved before he could recover. Her sword sang through the air, a strike born of years of pain and unshakable resolve. The impact was brutal. Her blade tore through his defense, sending the elder dragon crashing to the ground. Blood scattered across the arena floor as his roar split the silence. Evelyn stood firm, her chest rising with each breath, eyes sharp as tempered steel. Her voice rang out, echoing through the stunned crowd. "I am no longer your weak child." Wolfgang's sword spun from his grip, skidding across the arena before embedding itself deep into the stone floor with a harsh clang. For a heartbeat, the world stood still. The crowd gasped as one, a single, collective inhale of disbelief. From the stands, Julius and Theo exchanged knowing grins, pride gleaming in their eyes. The vindication they'd waited for had finally come. The mighty elder dragon lay broken upon the shattered ground, clutching the stump of his severed hand as blood pooled beneath him. His breath came in jagged growls, teeth grinding until they threatened to shatter. Fury blazed within his eyes. Fury and humiliation far deeper than any wound. With a roar that shook the arena, he slammed his remaining hand against the ground, forcing himself upright through sheer will. "Damn it! Don't mock me," he bellowed, voice booming through the air. "This duel isn't over." Then, frost crept outward from beneath him. Crystalline ice spread across the arena floor, coating every tile in a sheet of glittering white. Wolfgang froze, literally. His movement halted midair, his hand encased in a shell of translucent ice. His eyes widened as realization struck. The chill wasn't coming from him. It was her. At the far end of the platform, the ice dragon stepped forward. Her very presence made the air brittle, every breath stinging with cold. Her eyes were sharp enough to cut, and her voice fell like shards of frozen glass. "If you truly are one of the 9 dragons," she said, each word laced with authority, Then stop disgracing yourself and accept the result. The elder dragon's rage flickered, defiance faltering under the weight of her command. Then came the official verdict. The commander's voice rang clear, carrying across the silent crowd. Third duel trial victor, Evelyn Nereville. The arena erupted. Cheers and thunderous applause surged like a wave. The tribunal's ruling followed soon after. Verdict, not guilty. Evelyn sheathed her sword and walked toward Julius, her steps steady, her expression softening. When she stopped before him, her smile bloomed, warm, unguarded, real. Evelyn Nereville, reporting back. Captain. Julius's chest swelled with pride. His voice trembled with emotion. You did well, Evelyn. You've done us proud. Evelyn closed her eyes for a brief moment, cheeks flushed pink with relief. Her heart whispered the words only she could hear. I'm not alone anymore. It's because of them. A faint smile touched her lips. It's all thanks to you. Around them, members of the Elder Dragon's faction scrambled in chaos, trying to piece together their shattered dignity. Elder Council Head, are you all right? Here, your blade, sir. You're bleeding badly. We must treat you. But Wolfgang's fury was beyond reason. He shoved away every hand that dared to help him, blood dripping as his aura flared, dark and violet. His gaze locked onto Evelyn, his daughter, his defeat. Murder burned in his eyes. He took a step forward, voice shaking with wrath, every word a venomous promise. Evelyn, Theo, and Julius turned at the sound of shuffling boots, expecting the Elder Dragon to retreat in shame. But instead, Wolfgang charged. Bloodlust burned across his face, his eyes wild, his movements unhinged. He swung his sword in a wide, brutal arc, fury spilling from him like wildfire. Evelyn Nereville, you wretched girl, I'll kill you, right here, right now. But before his blade could fall, a massive hand caught his wrist mid-swing, stopping the strike cold. The arena went silent. The hand belonged to Julius, commander of the white armored dragon cavalry, his figure standing firm between father and daughter like an unbreakable wall. His crimson eyes burned with righteous fury, his aura rippling outward like a rising storm. He met Wolfgang's glare head-on, voice dropping to a lethal calm. Do you want me to tear off your other arm too? The threat hung heavy in the air. Wolfgang's jaw clenched, fury twisting into frustration. He knew it. In his injured state, he wouldn't last a second against Julius now. His grip on the sword slackened, metal scraping against the floor. Why is it always you? He spat bitterly, getting in my way. Before the tension could explode further, a voice pierced through the chaos. Invasion. A messenger burst into the arena, breath ragged, face pale. The Troyven family. They've launched their attack. All units, return to your posts immediately. The words struck like lightning. Julius's face hardened, his frustration audible in a single low growl. He turned sharply, cloak snapping behind him. Theo, Evelyn, this is wartime. Return to the White Dragon Squad, now. Both answered in unison, voices steady and clear. Yes, sir. As they moved to obey, Wolfgang's rage reignited. His eyes blazed with madness. Those bastards. How dare they look down on me? He roared, stumbling forward. Stop. I said stop. The duel isn't over. Stand where you are. But before his fury could consume the air again, the temperature dropped. From the edge of the shadows, a wave of frost rolled through the arena. Neil Ragnar Clan, the ice dragon, stepped into view. Her very presence froze the breath in every throat. Her gaze locked onto Wolfgang, sharp as shards of a glacier. Lord Wolfgang, she said, her voice smooth, cold, and merciless. Hundreds of slender blades of ice materialized in the air around him, gleaming like death itself. I'll say this once, she continued, her tone cutting deeper than steel. Do not bring shame upon the 9 dragons again. Wolfgang hesitated, trembling between rage and humiliation. Lady Ice Dragon, are you defying me? Ignoring the Elder Council? He demanded, disbelief cracking his voice. Her reply came calm, unhurried, and cold enough to silence him completely. Who can say, she murmured, but I doubt his opinion differs much from mine. Then came the final blow, not from her blade, but from the very people he once commanded. The Elder Council members turned away from him, their steps echoing like judgment. One elder paused, voice cutting through the still air. Even if the council's honor has fallen, we will not be represented by one who denies defeat and brandishes his sword after losing. The word struck harder than any blade. Wolfgang's pride crumbled, the weight of his disgrace too heavy to bear. With his aura flickering and his spirit broken, the elder dragon fell to one knee. For the first time in his life, Wolfgang Nereville admitted defeat. Publicly humiliated beneath the banner he once ruled, the old man crumpled, and Julius watched with cold, quiet satisfaction. He didn't celebrate. He simply allowed a small, grim smile. Mounting his wyvern with the others, they rose toward the white dragon squad. Julius's voice carried back across the arena like the close of a verdict. It's finally over. A pitiful spectacle. A greedy old man reduced to a farce. Cut to the Troyven headquarters, a war room carved from stone and steel. Ed Troyven sat on a throne like a king of ruin, his face a mask of icy intent. One of his generals stepped forward, voice clipped and steady. With this move, we've secured the central plateau. Castle Harmon will fall soon. Ed's eyes sharpened. And Ragnar's forces? He asked, measuring threats like chess pieces. The general answered without hesitation. Their lord's cavalry and the private troops of the Six Pillars are converging on the central plateau. A manic laugh escaped Ed. Not triumph, but the thrill of a plan clicking into place. He pressed a hand to his brow, amused and ruthless. Foolish Ragnars, he breathed, words as cold as steel. They move exactly as expected. His fingers curled on the armrest. While they pour everything into the plateau, he murmured, our feast will be served right here. The scene shifted to one of the castles owned by the 6 noble houses, buried deep inside Bacchus territory. Exhausted soldiers stood watch along the walls, eyes hollow as they waited for an enemy assault that felt inevitable. One man leaned against the cold, damp stone and muttered under his breath that their new lord was completely useless. Since arriving, the man had done nothing but barricade himself inside and drink until he could barely stand. In moments like this, the soldier wondered if the so-called head of the house even remembered the role he was meant to play. His companion let out a dry scoff, bitterness seeping into every word. Calling that man the head of the house was a bad joke. The estate was buried in debt, and anyone with half a brain had already fled. Even knights and vassals who had served the Bacchus name for generations were long gone. There was nothing left to lead anymore. Maybe drowning himself in alcohol was the smartest decision that Coward had ever made. A third soldier laughed weakly and asked if Ragnar had sent any reinforcements. The first man sneered at the thought. Reinforcements? What a joke. All they got were those freeloaders from Ragnar's support squad, Cibil Dre and Eodi Naren. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice into a rough growl. Those two just drank all night and pretended to handle patrols while passed out cold. Support, he muttered with contempt. The whole thing was a setup. Ragnar wanted them gone. And now, he finally understood what this was really about. The scene shifted again under the cover of night. In the dark woods beyond the castle walls, that same soldier knelt before a hooded figure wrapped in shadows. He bowed deeply and reported that morale inside had already collapsed. The garrison was barely functioning. From his perspective, the operation was essentially finished. The hooded man's lips curled into a cold smirk as he folded his arms and glanced at the men behind him. With mocking ease, he said that if the place was already dead, then they'd put it down quickly and be back home before sunrise. The scene snapped back to the Bacchus castle. Inside, Cibil Dre lay sprawled on the floor, dead asleep, a half-empty bottle hanging loosely from his hand, mouth wide, open mid-snore. From the shadows, an assassin dressed in black stepped forward, dagger catching the candlelight. He thought to himself how laughably easy the job had become with the guards passed out drunk at their posts. As for the rest of the alcohol, he mused darkly. The man could finish it in the afterlife. Then the blade came down. The scene cut sharply. A hand slammed onto a table hard enough to rattle the room. Inside the white armor dragon headquarters, Julius spoke with finality. Theo's request to invoke independent operational rights as a mid-tier swordsman was denied. This was wartime. Combat orders came first. There would be no exceptions. Theo didn't flinch. He reached into his coat, pulled out a sealed document, and slid it across the table, insisting it was directly tied to the war itself. Julius opened it and scanned the contents. With every line he read, his expression stiffened, the color slowly draining from his face. He looked up sharply and asked if what he was reading was actually true. Theo moved to the map without hesitation. Picking up the carved battle pieces, he rearranged them with swift, deliberate motions. He explained that Troyven's supposed main assault points, Harmon Castle and the Central Plateau, were nothing more than decoys. Their true objectives were the floating archipelago and Bacchus territory. Julius's eyes narrowed as his thoughts raced. The more he considered it, the more unsettlingly perfect it seemed. Every strange movement, every delay, every inconsistency suddenly fell into place. Theo continued, his voice calm but edged with steel. During the series' guild hostage incident, he said, the Black Skull Group's movements had mirrored Troiven's actions exactly. It was obvious now, they were working together. And the Black Skull's predecessor had been the Archipelago Shipping Federation, the very organization responsible for managing Imperial funds. Julius clenched his jaw as the realization hit him. That connection explained everything. Troiven's sudden surge in funding, their ability to mobilize so quickly. Their war chest had been siphoned straight from there. Theo nodded once. With control over the archipelago's trade routes, Troiven had secured enough capital to sustain a prolonged war. If they fully seized the island's strategic position, they'd gain a permanent advantage. His voice turned cold as he concluded that reinforcing Bacchus territory before it collapsed was the real priority. The attacks on Harmon Castle and the plateau were only meant to blind them. Silence swallowed the room. Theo stood before the massive continental map, eyes following the shifting front lines. When he spoke again, his voice was steady and unwavering. Ragnar had already committed its main forces to the plateau and Harmon Castle. There were no troops left to spare. He understood why those positions had to be held, but that was precisely why he needed independent command. He would reinforce Bacchus himself and uncover the truth behind the archipelago, funding Troiven's advance. He lifted his head, confidence burning in his gaze, and declared that he would bring this entire operation to an end. Julius leaned back, folding his arms as understanding finally settled in. For a brief moment, the severity on his face eased into a faint, proud grin. So this had been Theo's plan from the start. A quiet chuckle slipped out as he acknowledged the young man's foresight. Granting his approval, he said it clearly qualified as a war-related operation. No one could object. Still, his tone hardened as he warned Theo never to push himself too far, no matter what awaited him. Theo straightened his back and gave a firm nod, promising he wouldn't forget. As he turned to leave, Julius's eyes drifted back to the document still resting on the table. The intelligence Theo had delivered was on an entirely different level. Detailed movement logs, encrypted exchanges, even traces of maritime funding routes. This wasn't information an average officer could ever touch. These weren't simple reports. This was material meant for high command. Julius let out a quiet breath, realizing something else just as clearly. Theo hadn't gone to the Black Dragon, the one in charge of intelligence. He'd come here instead. That alone said everything. Theo wasn't really asking for permission. He was informing him. Stroking his beard, Julius chuckled softly, pride easing the hardness in his eyes as he murmured that the boy had probably prepared for every outcome already. Back at Bacchus Castle, the blade came down towards Cibil, only for the bottle in his hand to suddenly fly forward. It smashed straight into the assassin's face with sharp crack. Glass shattered, sticky liquid splashing everywhere as the man staggered back, clutching his face in shock. A faint citrus scent spread through the room. Orange juice. Cibil's grin stretched wide as he watched the man stumble. He found it funny that the assassin had fallen for such an obvious act. He casually admitted that he barely drank at all and had only pretended to be passed out. His smile hardened as his eyes turned cold, warning the man that he was fully awake now. Before the assassin could even process that, Cibil's blade flashed. Clean. Merciless. The dagger slipped from the man's hand as his body collapsed lifelessly onto the floor. Chaos followed as more assassins poured out of the shadows, but the Ragnar soldiers were ready. Steel rang out, sparks scattering as blades clashed. It didn't take long. Within minutes, every intruder lay dead or bleeding their final breaths. One soldier stepped forward, breathing hard as he reported that all vanguard enemies had been eliminated. Their leader gave a sharp nod and ordered the beacon lit. The flames would announce to the world that Bacchus still stood. His eyes burned with defiance as he swore their swords would pierce Troiven's heart. Another soldier laughed as he raised a torch, saying it was about time their enemies remembered who they were dealing with. As he leaned in to light the beacon, a wounded assassin, bloodied but still alive, forced himself upright. His knife shook in his grip as he lunged at Cibil from behind. Cibil and the others stiffened, eyes widening as they realized too late that one enemy remained, until a single, clean slash cut through the air. The assassin's head separated from his body and hit the ground with a dull thud. Naven Bacchus stood behind him, his sword giving off a faint hum as it cut through the silence. His calm gaze locked on Cibil as he warned him coldly to stay sharp. If anyone got hurt, How was he supposed to face their lord afterward? Cibil snapped straight immediately, nodding like a child who'd just been scolded. Naven blinked once. Then the severity on his face eased into a faint smile. He told Cibil to relax and make himself comfortable. Cibil crossed his arms with exaggerated seriousness and muttered that if comfort was truly the priority, then perhaps their lord should light the beacon himself. Turning to the others with mock solemnity, he instructed them to handle the beacon while he engaged in a deep and meaningful discussion with his conscience. Naven stared at him blankly for a moment before Cibil burst into laughter and waved it off, promising to take care of it himself. Their exchange carried an easy warmth, but beneath the jokes lingered a shared awareness. This was only the calm before the storm. The torch touched the oil-soaked cloth, and the beacon erupted to life. Flames roared upward, cutting through the darkness, and one after another, beacons along the frontier ignited in response. Bacchus lit up like a blazing line against the night. Archers rushed into position along the walls, bows drawn tight, their faces flickering in the firelight. On the battlements, Naven planted one boot on the parapet and fixed his eyes on the approaching enemy. A faint smile tugged at his lips as a thought crossed his mind. Maybe this was exactly what their lord had seen coming all along. Just how far ahead could Theo really see? Below, Troiven's forces surged forward, completely unaware of the snare tightening around them. Cibil's voice thundered across the fortress, shedding all playfulness as it shifted into pure command. He shouted orders to defend Bacchus Castle and crush the raiders without mercy. The archers released in perfect unison. The sky darkened as a storm of arrows descended, and screams ripped through the field as Troivan soldiers fell in droves, caught utterly unprepared. High above the chaos, beneath the pale glow of the moon, our guy watched from atop his mount. A grin curved across his face as he tightened the reins. The battle had already begun, and they had arrived just in time. His eyes shone with excitement as he looked down at the battlefield, pride swelling as he watched his old crew in action once again. Moments later, the battlefield finally went quiet as the last Troivan soldier fell. The fight had been brutal, every inch earned with blood and steel. Troivan's forces were driven out of Bacchus Castle, and news of the successful defense spread fast. Lord Theo's order to secure Bacchus territory had been carried out without deviation. He showed no interest in celebration, merely rolling his eyes at the noise around him, though he clearly approved of the result. Stepping through the gathered soldiers, he stopped in front of Cibil, placed a hand on his shoulder, and told him simply that he had done well. Those words hit Cibil harder than any blade ever could. His vision blurred as tears welled up, and for a brief moment, he felt like a child again, stunned that his lord hadn't noticed him at all. He stood there frozen, clinging to the praise as laughter broke out around him. One man joked that he was jealous. Another slapped Cibil on the back and called him the luckiest bastard alive. Theo then turned toward Naven. Naven admitted honestly that he hadn't expected Theo to show up in person. Theo answered calmly that he had come just in case, but judging by the outcome, it seemed they hadn't needed him after all. Naven's gaze drifted toward Cibil and the others standing near the beacon, their faces lit by firelight. Just moments ago, they had been boys. Now they looked like men forged by battle. Curious, he asked where Theo had found soldiers like them. Theo felt a quiet swell of pride in his chest as he explained. These were the men he had trained with during his time as an inspector, those who later chose to follow him and serve under his command as part of the Camellia Palace Guard. He added that they had clearly earned Naven's trust as well. Naven's expression softened as he studied them again. To be honest, he said, he hadn't expected much from them at first. They were only mid-tier inspectors with little real combat experience. But after fighting alongside them for several days, he'd seen it clearly. Their techniques were still rough, but their loyalty was unwavering. Theo closed his eyes briefly, letting those words settle. Hearing that made him proud. When he opened them again, his gaze was steady and composed. He told Naven that he had a request. Gesturing toward the soldiers who had answered the beacon's call, Theo pointed out that with the knights and vassals having deserted, the Bacchus family's knight order was effectively empty. He proposed that Naven take these men and train them, turning them into the new Bacchus knight order. Naven swept his gaze over the soldiers as if he were seeing them for the first time. He repeated the name, Knight Order, letting it linger on his tongue, then smiled and admitted it had been a long time since he'd felt this kind of excitement. Theo studied him quietly, noting how naturally Naven stepped into command, then gave a small nod and said he would be counting on him. Naven blinked, caught off guard, and asked if his lord was already leaving. Theo answered without hesitation, saying he'd seen everything he needed to see. This stop was only part of the journey. With an easy smile, He added that his next destination was an investigation into the floating archipelago. Naven lowered his head and let out a soft laugh, his tone warm with familiarity. He said he should be used to Theo's recklessness by now, yet still managed to surprise him. Half joking, he reminded him that the archipelago was infamous for rejecting outsiders, a place almost no one could enter. Theo's reply came low and smooth, like a shared secret. He said only that he had his ways. Far from Bacchus, the port city of Dion moved to its own rhythm. A massive stone fortress towered over the harbor, looming like a silent sentinel watching every ship that came and went. A hooded figure pushed open the door of a tavern and stepped inside, shadows clinging to him as he crossed the threshold. He didn't notice the hulking man in his path until a thick hand clamped down on his shoulder. The brute's voice rumbled out, slow and threatening, telling him to watch where he was going. The hooded figure lifted his head calmly and replied in a flat, almost bored tone that he must have missed the man down there. The insult landed sharp. The brute snarled and said he'd be happy to lower himself to his level. He planted his feet, squaring up for a fight. In the very next instant, the hooded man moved. His hand shot out, seized a beer mug from the counter, and smashed it straight into the brute's forehead. The tavern froze for a breath, then erupted as silence shattered into chaos. Onlookers leaned forward, eyes alight with anticipation. Someone yelled for a fight, part warning, part excitement. Laughter rippled through the room as the tension fed the crowd. Barmaids weaved frantically between tables, shouting orders, slamming drinks down as the noise swelled and the air thickened with smoke and heat. Behind the main hall, in a candlelit room choked with shadows, a woman calmly read from a report to the man seated across from her. Beginning on the 15th, the floating isles would deliver gunpowder and steel to Troivenai as agreed, all counted as rent for the dragon sword. The man's patience snapped. He slammed both fists into the table, the wood groaning under the force. He snapped that it wasn't a request, it was a damn threat. The man's name was Antonio Spinola, heir of the Spinola family, and the next ruler of their vast maritime empire. His fury flooded the room as he sneered, ridiculing the so-called rental fee. They had stolen the sword, and now they had the nerve to demand payment just to lend it back. What a farce. He spat the words out, making it clear he had no intention of bowing his head. The woman's tone softened, but her resolve didn't waver as she reminded him they had no alternative. Antonio's reflection wavered in the polished glow beside him as he muttered that without the dragon sword, the floating archipelago would sink straight into the sea. He pressed his fingers to his forehead, irritation seeping into his voice as he cursed quietly. If they hadn't lost that sword, they wouldn't be groveling to anyone. His eyes darkened, weighed down by generations of history, as he wondered aloud whether there was any hope left for their homeland. Before an answer could come, a loud crash echoed through the building. A tavern brawl had spilled straight into the hall. Antonio's head snapped toward the noise as someone shouted to smash them with a chair. Clicking his tongue, he stormed over and kicked the door open, the hinges shrieking in protest. His voice tore through the chaos, demanding silence, complaining that his head was already splitting. And now this. He demanded to know what the hell was going on. The room locked up. Dozens of faces turned toward him, some shrinking back, others staring defiantly. Antonio swept them with a glare and growled that he'd never banned drinking. He'd only told them to keep it quiet and stop beating each other senseless. From somewhere across the room, a calm voice answered that Antonio had finally decided to show himself. It was Theo Ragnar. Antonio Spinola, heir of the Spinola family. Theo noted as he studied the man. They needed to talk. Later that night, the tavern had settled. Inside Antonio's office, the two men faced each other across a gleaming desk. Antonio spoke dryly, stating that Theo wanted passage to the floating archipelago aboard his ship as a combatant. Theo didn't hesitate. He nodded once and confirmed it. Sea monsters were appearing more frequently around that drifting scrap of land, and after what he'd shown earlier, his strength should be enough. Besides, Antonio was short on manpower. It was a clean trade. Antonio rubbed his chin, doubt creeping into his voice. He admitted Theo wasn't wrong about needing fighters. Then his expression hardened, the warmth vanishing from his eyes. He stated flatly that Theo wouldn't be setting foot on his ship. Theo raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. Antonio pointed out that for a so-called mercenary, Theo's equipment was far too pristine. Not a scratch, not a stain in sight. The brawl earlier, he went on, had conveniently erupted right where Antonio himself happened to be. And on top of that, Theo already knew about the ship heading for the floating archipelago. Antonio asked flatly if Theo were in his position, would he ever allow someone like that aboard? Theo let out a quiet laugh and said he would have been disappointed if Antonio hadn't picked up on it. He suggested they stop dancing around each other and get straight to the point. Reaching into his coat, he pulled out a small metal emblem and placed it on the desk. It struck the surface with a sharp, metallic click. In a steady voice, he introduced himself as a member of the armed resistance fighting to liberate the floating archipelago, the Black Skulls, and addressed Antonio Spinola as their leader. The name hit like a thunderclap. Antonio's eyes widened in shock, but before he could form a response, Theo leaned forward slightly and proposed that they make a deal. Antonio's jaw tightened as he demanded to know how Theo had uncovered his secret. Theo answered with a smirk, saying the method didn't matter. What mattered was what he knew. Antonio's suspicion deepened as Theo casually mentioned the dragon sword Antonio was so desperate to reclaim. That was enough to snap his restraint. Antonio's chair screeched as he shoved it back and surged to his feet, slamming both palms onto the desk and shouting that Theo was nothing but a dog of Troyven. Theo didn't flinch. His voice stayed cool and measured as he reminded him that losing one's temper was the fastest way to ruin a negotiation. Antonio glared at him, teeth clenched, but said nothing. Then, forcing himself to think, he spoke again, saying it didn't add up. If Theo truly wasn't aligned with Troyven, there was no way he could know about the dragon sword. Before Theo could reply, the door flew open. One of Antonio's guards rushed in, tense and alert, asking if everything was all right. Antonio flicked his wrist dismissively and forced a thin smile, telling him everything was under control. The guard hesitated, then bowed and withdrew, leaving the two men alone in the dimly lit room. Theo let out a soft chuckle and asked why Antonio found it so hard to believe. Maybe Troyven, just like him, had only claimed to possess the sword. Antonio's eyes widened once more as the thought struck him. His mind raced. Now that he thought about it, they had never actually been shown the sword. His gaze dropped to the desk, his expression stiffening as the realization settled in. They had been deceived, even with the fate of the archipelago hanging in the balance. Theo's smile didn't fade as he leaned in slightly, his voice calm, almost coaxing. He told Antonio he had nothing left to lose and that it wouldn't hurt to listen. Antonio let out a long breath and sank back into his chair. His tone eased, though the wariness never fully left his eyes, as he agreed to hear him out. Theo's expression shifted. The humor vanished, his eyes narrowing as his voice slowed into something deliberate and controlled. He began to speak of the floating archipelago, not as a place, but as a legend steeped in mystery. It all started, he said, with the hero known as Kriemhild. The name alone made Antonio stiffen. Beads of sweat formed along his brow as he sighed, opened a drawer, and pulled out an old leather-bound diary. He set it on the desk and admitted, quietly, that Theo already knew the story. Theo nodded as Antonio continued. Long ago, Kriemhild had driven his blade into the head of a sea dragon that terrorized the oceans, sealing the monster beneath the depths. The hero of legend, Kriemhild. Antonio's voice grew heavier as he explained that while people believed the floating archipelago was held aloft by strange sea currents, that wasn't the truth. The dragon sealed far below was the real reason. The immense mana it leaked upward created the force that kept the islands in the sky. The dragon sword was the anchor of that seal, the medium that regulated the flow of mana. But ever since Troyven had stolen it, the balance had begun to collapse. The currents were destabilizing. If the sword wasn't returned soon, the archipelago would fall. Antonio's hand clenched into a fist as his tone darkened. Tidal waves would rise, swallowing everything. Cities, lives, the islands themselves, erased beneath the sea. He fixed his gaze on Theo, urgency tightening his voice. The lives of everyone on the archipelago depended on that sword. If Theo truly had it and brought it back, they would grant him anything he asked for. Theo's eyes dimmed as he weighed the words. Returning it wouldn't end the problem. Someone else would steal it again, and then it would be lost forever. The memory of the sword's dark shimmer burned in his mind. Antonio leaned forward across the desk, his voice low but resolute, insisting the offer still stood. He asked what Theo wanted. Gold, perhaps. Theo shook his head and said he didn't need money. He already knew what he intended to do. He would keep the dragon sword and save the archipelago from it. All Antonio needed to do was take him there. The color drained from Antonio's face as the certainty in Theo's voice sank in. The scene shifted to open sea, where a ship carved through the waves, its bow rising and falling as it carried Antonio and Theo toward a horizon scattered with islands. Theo stood at the rail and followed his gaze forward. The floating archipelago hung, suspended above the water, its harbor crowded with ships of every size. Even from a distance, it throbbed with movement and trade, alive in its own way. Once, it had been a proud trade alliance, its customs so unusual that even the emperor had granted it autonomy. Now, the scars of conquest were impossible to miss. Since the Great War, Troivan rule had hollowed it out, stripping it down and turning it into a factory, churning out military supplies. Theo watched the rows of forges and felt a cold, not tighten in his chest. Near the end of the war, countless smaller isles had already sunk beneath the waves, wiped clean from every map. For Ragnar's sake, and for the archipelagos, every trace of Troivan had to be erased. Before his thoughts could spiral further, Antonio broke the silence, demanding to know whether Theo had been serious earlier and reminding him of his promise to save the islands. The urgency in his voice sharpened as he pressed again, asking about what Theo had said before, about preventing the archipelago from sinking by moving it. Theo's smile never left. He told Antonio not to worry. It could be done. The sea dragon sleeping beneath the archipelago, he explained, was an ancient guardian. Later, Theo drew the dragon's sword and placed it between the summoned beasts. The drake leaned in, its scales glinting, while the fairy dragon hovered nearby, and the griffin stood stiff, wings tense. Theo asked what the sword looked like to them. The drake answered that it was a relic. The sandworm followed, calling it a relic of a primordial dragon. When Theo reached out and touched the blade, it crackled, tiny sparks leaping from its surface. He frowned, wondering aloud why it reacted so violently to Ragnar. The fairy dragon said the reason was unclear. Perhaps the guardian bound to the sword had abandoned its duty, fleeing from the relic itself. Theo's eyes widened. Does that mean? He started. The griffin shifted, clearly uneasy. The fairy dragon confirmed that such things had happened before, when a guardian forgot its purpose. The griffin added that it had been the first to break the chain. Theo asked if it was truly possible to abandon the relic, pay the price, and still live. The griffin answered that no sane being would even attempt it. Only one had ever escaped and survived, and even then, it hadn't been easy. If Theo believed the mana leaking from it was enough to keep an entire archipelago afloat, then he was absolutely right. Theo mused aloud about simply overpowering the guardian and moving the islands by force. The drake answered him calmly, almost like a scholar delivering a lecture. In theory, it was possible, but only if Theo could seal the creature once more. The question wasn't whether it could be done, but whether Theo was truly prepared. Before he could respond, the fairy dragon cut in, warning that even in a weakened state, the guardian ranked among the strongest beings alive. The griffin followed up with a sharper doubt, asking whether Theo could even reach the ocean floor in the first place. Theo just grinned, waving off their concerns. Reaching the depths and sealing the guardian had already been accounted for. It wasn't bravado, it was simply part of the plan. The moment snapped back to the present. Antonio asked if the statue truly possessed the power to save the islands, a power even the natives themselves had never fully understood. Theo raised an eyebrow and remarked that Antonio still seemed unconvinced, even after witnessing the dragon slayer's sword with his own eyes. Antonio clenched his jaw and replied that it wasn't doubt, it was fear. The fate of his homeland rested on this gamble, and he needed to know Theo understood the weight of it. Theo let out a slow breath and told him that he did. All Antonio needed to do was take him there. He would make sure the islands were saved. A system alert flared into view, announcing a new subquest, Dragon Slayer's Sword. The objective was clear: return the blade to its resting place, locate the site, defeat the Guardian, and earn the right to wield its power. Night fell deeper as the scene shifted once more. Beneath the calm surface of the archipelago, inside a dim cellar lit by wavering lanterns, Antonio gathered the few men he trusted most, soldiers who had already accepted that this mission could cost them their lives. Antonio pointed toward Theo and spoke plainly. Their task was simple: guide this man to the Colossus of Cream Hill. Once they arrived, Theo would take over. The soldiers exchanged tense looks as Antonio continued, warning them that the Troivan had already bought off the clan head. Security around a Colossus was tighter than ever, but they would use the old route, the hidden path that would bring them dangerously close. One by one, the soldiers straightened and swore to protect the floating archipelago. Antonio turned to Theo and told him the rest was in his hands. Theo answered without hesitation, saying he understood. Among the gathered men, one soldier lingered behind, his gaze sharp, gleaming with something that wasn't quite loyalty. The scene shifted to the heart of the archipelago. The dragon statue of Cream Hill loomed over the cliffs, moonlight tracing its massive form while guards stood watch above. unaware of the shadows slipping beneath their feet. Far below, Theo and his group moved silently through a hidden passage, descending an ancient stairway slick with sea mist. Theo ran his hand along the damp stone, his eyes narrowing as realization settled in. The old legends hadn't been lies after all. A secret path truly did exist down here. The tunnel spilled into a massive cavern, the thunder of a waterfall crashing down hard enough to swallow every sound they made. One of Antonio's men whispered that the roar would cover their movements, but warned everyone to stay sharp. Theo gave a short nod, then opened his inventory and drew the Dragon Slayer's sword. Turning to the soldiers, he thanked them for bringing him this far and told them he would take it from here, alone. The men froze, eyes locked on the blade's glow. One of them breathed out in disbelief, unable to stop himself. It was the real Dragon Slayer's sword, a relic believed to have vanished forever. Theo lifted his eyes toward the towering statue of Cream Hill. The sword pulsed harder in his grip, the reaction growing more violent with every step closer. Whatever it was responding to, the source was there. He bent his knees, then launched upward in a single explosive leap. Like a shadow clinging to stone, he began scaling the colossal monument toward its head. Below, one soldier watched with his breath caught in his throat. If Theo truly wielded the Dragon Slayer's sword, then hope had finally returned to the islands. That thought barely had time to settle before something shifted behind him in the darkness. A hand clamped over his mouth. A blade flashed. His throat was cut cleanly, eyes widening as his body collapsed and blood pooled beneath him. The killer stepped back and whispered a vow to Troyvin. The time had come, he murmured, to reclaim the dragon's sword, Balmung. Above, Theo reached the dragon's crown and stood before the carved warrior. The sword in his hand shook violently, reacting stronger here than anywhere else. Without hesitation, he drove Balmung straight into the statue's head. Purple sparks burst outward as searing pain shot through his arm, steam rising from his skin. This wasn't like piercing stone or earth. Something was buried inside. Before he could process it, the air around him twisted. A figure slipped out of the shadows, an assassin drenched in killing intent. Without a word, the man lunged, his blade tearing through the air. It struck nothing. The assassin stiffened, shock flashing across his face. Pain detonated in his abdomen as Theo appeared behind him, a brutal kick slamming into his ribs and sending him crashing across the stone. He spat blood, disbelief etched into his expression. He couldn't understand it. There was no way Theo should have moved that fast. Gritting his teeth, he drove his blade into the ground to steady himself. Two more figures emerged from the darkness. One called out, asking if he was all right. The assassin snarled back, naming himself Gray, saying he was fine, and warning them not to rush in carelessly. Theo raised the potion in one hand and let a faint, mocking grin curl across his lips. 3 against 1, he said calmly. That sounded fair enough to him. Outside, the silence didn't last. It shattered in an instant. A thunderous crack ripped through the night as alarms rang out and guards shouted in panic. One of them pointed upward, his voice trembling as he screamed for the others to look. They froze where they stood. Before their eyes, the statue of Cream Hill began to collapse. Enormous slabs of stone tore free and crashed down in roaring waves. Dust and debris filled the air as the once unchangeable colossus broke apart beneath the pale moonlight, leaving the guards below staring in pure horror at the ruin of something they had believed eternal. As the view sweeps across the fortress, the focus shifts to the ground beyond the castle walls. Antonio paces back and forth beside his men, torchlight flickering sharply across his face. His voice cuts through the night, edged with irritation as he demands to know what is taking so long and what they could possibly be doing inside. One of his officers, a woman standing close by, steps forward quickly, her expression tight as she reports that something has gone wrong. Gray and his brothers, the ones who went in with them, have turned on a guest. Antonio's jaw locks. He grinds his teeth and curses under his breath, convinced that Troyvin's dogs have already sunk their claws this deep. Inside, the situation has descended into chaos. The fight unfolds in a cramped space, 3 assassins pressing in on a single man. Blades collide again and again, sparks flashing with every exchange as tension fills the air. Theo moves with controlled ease, his footing steady, his motions clean and deliberate despite the relentless assault. His face remains calm, almost distracted, as though his thoughts lie elsewhere entirely. Then it clicks. Something is off. Their attacks are too careful, too controlled. When an opening appears, none of them rush to exploit it. They aren't trying to kill him. They're buying time. Theo's eyes narrow as the truth settles in, just as a low tremor rolls through the walls. Somewhere below, the castle gates grind open. From the vibrations alone, he knows what's happened. Their allies have already taken control of the third harbor zone. The assassins are meant to hold him here until reinforcements arrive. A sharp grin spreads across Theo's face as he raises his weapon. He won't allow that to happen. The assassins falter, unsettled by the sudden shift in his demeanor, unable to read what he intends to do next. Theo scoops up a small stone and hurls it into the ground. It strikes with a loud crack, yet the spot where Ba-Mung, the dragon slayer's sword, remains embedded doesn't even shudder. And then Theo moves. He leaps backward, dropping from the ledge as dust billows up around him. The lead assassin senses the danger instantly and barks in order to stop him at all costs. The three give chase without hesitation, their forms cutting through the collapsing chamber like shadows. Theo sprints at full speed, breath burning in his chest, sweat streaking down his face. And yet he's smiling, almost laughing under his breath. His instincts have been right. Then a sharp chime rings out inside his mind. A glowing message appears before his eyes, announcing a new quest. The Dragon Slayer's sword Ba-Mung seeks to return to its origin. The message spells it out clearly. Find its resting place, defeat the Guardian, and prove his right to stand as its master. That's when it clicks for Theo. He had placed the blade in the wrong location before. Clothes wasn't enough. Ba-Mung had to return to where it truly belonged. The passage ahead opens into a ruined courtyard washed in pale moonlight. Dust-covered stone stretches wide, ancient runes faintly glowing beneath the surface, as if awakened by his presence. Theo charges forward, his pulse sinking with the sword's growing resonance. Every instinct screams the same answer. This is it. He launches himself upward, moving faster than the assassins can react, cloak snapping violently behind him. Midair, he twists, draws Ba-Mung free, and with a sharp cry, drives the blade straight into the heart of the stone platform. The impact detonates. A violent shockwave tears across the courtyard as blinding light erupts skyward. The assassins, still airborne, are flung back like scraps of paper caught in a storm, their bodies smashed aside before they can even scream. Theo lands hard on one knee, breath tearing from his lungs. He stares down in stunned awe as the stone beneath him burns with ancient power. Around him, the assassins crash to the ground, fear finally breaking through their composure as they realize what he has unleashed. A deep, ominous rumble rolls through the fortress. The ground splits open. Dust pours from the ceilings as guards outside stumble and shout in confusion. Someone yells, asking if anyone else felt that. Another shouts back that it feels like an earthquake. Then a voice cuts through the panic, screaming for everyone to look up. The massive statue of Cream Hill begins to shake. Cracks spiderweb across its surface as a thunderous snap splits the night. Huge chunks of stone break free, plunging downward like falling stars. Guards scatter in terror as the colossal monument collapses, piece by piece, until it finally slams into the earth in a roaring storm of rubble and dust. The next moment arrives in silence. Warm sunlight filters through leaves and spills softly across Theo's face. He groans, blinking as his eyes struggle to adjust. Morning has come. His head pounds fiercely, and he has no memory of when or how he lost consciousness. As he pushes himself upright, something feels wrong. The trees around him tower impossibly high, their branches thick enough to walk across. Long vines sway gently in the air, and faint streams of golden mist drift lazily between the trunks. The forest feels old, not wild, but intentional. Then he notices the carved symbols etched into the bark, the faint glow of moss beneath his boots. Understanding settles in slowly. This isn't a normal forest. It's a relic dungeon. Despite the confusion swirling in his head, Theo lets out a slow breath, grounding himself in the simple fact that he's still alive. Then a calm, almost distant voice echoes beside him, remarking that this must be its domain. Theo flinches and looks down at his sword, Ba-Mung. Faint, spectral shapes are gathering around it, coiling and drifting like mist. One by one, his companions begin to emerge. His summoned spirits take form, but something is wrong. The dragons and birds are only half there, their bodies translucent, edges flickering, as if they might vanish at any moment. He stares at them, disbelief creeping into his voice as he asks why they look so strange. One of the birds answers, its feathers dull and uneven. It explains that they've manifested using his mana as a medium, and with his reserves running low, their forms can't fully stabilize. Then, almost casually, it adds that it finds it fascinating. a relic guardian showing such pity toward a human. Theo frowns at that and asks what it's supposed to mean. The griffin responds that it can only sense lingering thoughts left behind by the magic of this place, not the full truth. Still, if the guardian in question was human, the name Cream Hilt might be the one it was referring to. Theo exhales sharply and rubs his forehead. The name does sound familiar, and the pieces line up well enough. With no guardian in sight, he decides there's only one way forward. Explore and figure out what this so-called domain really is. He barely takes a step before an arrow whistles through the air. Silver flashes in the sunlight as it streaks straight toward him. Theo reacts without thinking. His head shifts slightly, his hand snaps up, and he catches the arrow mid-flight. He turns toward where it came from. Among the distant branches stands a skeletal figure wrapped in tattered robes, a massive bow in its hands. Another glowing arrow is already drawn, aimed right at him. Theo lowers the arrow he caught and mutters that this really must be an empty home after all. The skeleton releases its shot, and in that instant, the forest comes alive. Arrows rise from below like a storm, and the rattling of bones fills the air as skeletal warriors begin climbing the trees. Dozens appear, then hundreds, their hollow voices merging into a single chant, calling for the intruder's elimination in the name of Cream Hilt. The griffin lets out a low whistle, remarking that all this chaos seems dedicated to protecting the ownership of someone called Cream Hilt. It doesn't get a finish. Another arrow streaks straight toward the bird. Theo steps forward, his blade flashing as he slices the arrow out of the air and redirects it back the way it came. The deflected shot punches through one of the skeletons, shattering it into a spray of bones. The bird freezes, staring in shock. Theo just shrugs and says there are a lot of them, but they don't look that tough. At that moment, another griffin materializes beside him, shaking its head as it takes in the scene. It warns him that these aren't ordinary undead. Theo's confident smirk falters when he looks back at the skeleton he just destroyed. The scattered bones begin to twitch. Cracked pieces of skull drag themselves across the ground, pulling together until the face reforms as if nothing ever happened. The dragon speaks grimly, explaining that these are dragon knights, undying soldiers bound by ancient magic. Theo tightens his grip on his sword, his eyes sharpening. A crooked smile slowly returns to his face as he mutters that this fight was never going to be easy. The forest erupts. Theo launches himself into the fray, energy detonating with every movement. His blade tears through wave after wave, bones flying apart as branches snap and flashes of light tear through the dungeon like lightning. But no matter how many he cuts down, the skeletons keep coming back together. The griffin shouts over the chaos, warning that they can't keep this up forever and demanding to know if Theo has any kind of plan. Theo snaps back without slowing down, telling him that unless he has a better idea, he should keep the advice to himself. The griffin huffs, feathers bristling, and fires back that since Cream Hilt was once human, Theo should just find him and demand ownership of the place. Theo groans, irritation flashing across his face even as he fights. He shouts that a so-called legendary hero like Cream Hilt couldn't possibly still be human. That clearly hits a nerve. The griffin flares its wings and calls Theo an arrogant fool. But the argument is cut short as glowing text suddenly flashes before Theo's eyes. Leviathan's final gift. Dungeon ownership bound to Cream Hilt. Retrieve remaining relics and claim the inheritance. Theo freezes mid-motion, sweat sliding down his face as the meaning sinks in. The griffin might actually be right. Before he can react, several skeletal knights drop from above, their weapons slamming down in unison. The ground explodes in a cloud of dust. But Theo is already gone. He swings from a thick vine, arcing across the battlefield like a phantom. His eyes glow blue as synchronization with the hatchlings activates. From above, he scans the chaos and spots it. One skeleton glowing faintly red amid the swarm. So that's it. Theo grins. And when he sees the red one isn't attacking but trying to retreat, his suspicion turns into certainty. He dives, chasing it through the tangled branches. Energy coils tightly around his body as he crashes into the creature, threads of light wrapping around it while his strike comes down with everything he has. The ground trembles as the boss detonates in a violent burst of sparks and shattered bone. Another system message flashes into existence. Thunder needed. Cream Hilts remain secured. Collect all 206 bone fragments to summon the Guardian. Theo lowers his gaze to his hand, slick with blood, fingers wrapped around a jagged piece of the monster's spine, the cervical vertebra. He lets out a sharp breath and mutters that this has to be the right path. All that's left now is to gather the rest. The world shifts without warning. Rain crashes down along a storm-lashed coastline, wind howling as waves slam violently against the shore. Near the water's edge, two figures stand side by side. One is fully exposed to the rain, the other hidden beneath a dark cloak. The first man glances over and remarks that the other arrived later than expected, asking if something went wrong. The cloaked figure replies calmly that nothing serious happened. The rain had simply slowed him down. Then both of them turn toward the dock and fall silent. The ships that once carried soldiers now sit heavy and still, their decks overflowing with lifeless bodies piled atop one another. Blood mixes with seawater, and the stench of iron and salt fills the air. The first man begins to tremble, his voice shaking as he demands to know what happened here. Beside him, the dark figure lets out a quiet, amused laugh. His voice is low, almost gentle, as he calls them fools, pathetic inhabitants of the floating archipelago. He says the Dragon Slayer's sword had practically fallen into their hands, and yet they still failed to claim it. He steps forward into the rain, droplets sliding off his mask as it catches a faint glint of light. The system flickers across the screen. Noil, ninth pillar of Troyven. From a distance, the citizens peer out through rain-streaked windows toward the massive tower. The downpour is relentless, yet not a single person looks away. Eyes wide, breaths held, they watch the impossible unfold. The enormous tower, the 100-year guardian of the Colossus archipelago, is collapsing before their very eyes. Stone splits apart with deafening cracks as the statue crashes down, and from the rubble, a gigantic severed head rolls free, coming to a halt in plain sight. At that exact moment, a system notification appears before our boy, informing him that all of Creamhill's remains have been fully recovered. Relief floods through him, followed by a quiet surge of happiness. It's finally done. Everything is here. Almost immediately, a new window opens, asking whether he wishes to check the memories engraved within the remains. He presses yes without even thinking. There's no reason to refuse. Deep down, he can't help wondering what the hero from the legends truly looked like. The world around him shifts as the display expands, filling his vision. The system announces that it is now playing the memories engraved in the remains. The scene opens by the seashore. A voice echoes as a figure calls out for Levi. Footprints form in the sand as the person runs forward, breathless, until a cave comes into view. Inside, a sword stands embedded in the ground. The figure taps the blade, revealing its name, Levi, and urges it to wake up. In the next instant, power surges outward. Energy ripples through the air as the ground begins to tremble. From the sword, a massive dragon emerges, as if dragged out from nothingness itself. A small child stands nearby with food in hand, while the dragon roars in irritation, demanding how many times it must repeat itself before the young human understands. It declares that it is Levi, guardian of the primordial dragon relic, and scoffs that the child isn't even Ragnar, daring to use such a casual nickname. The child, however, looks completely unfazed. They complain that the full name is too hard to say and decide to call it Levi anyway. Realizing the child is beyond help, the dragon gives up, allowing the nickname, while muttering that speaking with a foolish human only exhausts its mouth. Its gaze shifts to the food, grumbling about why the innkeeper keeps sending bread every single time. The child agrees, saying it's strange too. Soon enough, the child lights up and begins excitedly rambling about something fun that happened earlier that day. As it chews on the bread, the dragon listens with visible annoyance, thinking the chatter will never end. The child goes on about the florist uncle and the baker auntie, talking casually, comfortably, like they're speaking to an old friend rather than an ancient guardian of legend. Time passes like that, the dragon saying nothing as the girl talks endlessly, her voice filling the quiet cave while Levi listens in silence. Then the memory shifts. The girl is younger now, and the scene returns to the same place by the shore. The sword still stands embedded in the ground, waiting. Levi wears the same irritated expression, complaining that no matter how many times it tells her not to come, she never listens. It asks what happened today, and then it notices the drops of blood staining the ground. Levi's eyes widen. The girl is badly wounded, her body shaking as she cries out for Levi to help her. A hand yanks her hair back as strange men storm through the town, cutting people down without mercy. A sword clatters to the ground in front of her as she sobs in pain. One of the men laughs, mocking her. He sneers that she has no good deeds to her name, calls her a foolish barbarian, and boasts that the mighty emperor is generous enough to care for these backwater waters. He says she should be grateful, while he takes his pleasure. As the man turns away, Levi can only scream her name. Creamhild. From the depths of the cave, Levi's eyes ignite, glowing crimson. A terrifying blast erupts outward, and the oppressor is torn apart in an instant, erased as if he never existed. The memory shifts again. The city is drowning in chaos. Houses burn one after another, flames devouring streets and homes alike. Guards drag captured citizens through the streets, forcing them to march. An oppressor shouts in fury, demanding to know what's causing the disturbance. And then everyone freezes. Both captives and captors look up in terror as something far greater than anything they've ever known descends upon the city. Dragons. They pour down from the sky, breathing fire, doubling the destruction in moments. Panic explodes as people scatter in every direction, fireballs raining from above. The oppressor stands there, stunned, unable to comprehend where such monsters could have come from. At last, the scene reveals her. The same girl, her eyes burning with pure hatred, riding atop Levi as they soar above the city. She is no longer crying. She is ready to bring ruin to the world that wronged her. One of the guards spots her and screams that a girl is riding on top of a dragon. Realization hits him like a hammer. She must be the one controlling them. He orders everyone to kill that woman first. On the ground, soldiers and citizens activate defensive magic circles, shielding themselves from the dragon's flames as the command spreads across the battlefield. Above it all, she continues riding Levi, her heart heavy. Even now, she feels sorry toward him. She admits that he was supposed to wait for the chosen one. But because of her, everything changed. Levi answers her in a calm, steady voice, telling her not to cry so bitterly. He reminds her that everything ended well in the end. Even so, sorrow still clings to her eyes as she softly calls his name. Then she feels it, a strange pressure in the air. A vast, blinding light blooms above her, forcing her to look up. A magic defensive circle has formed around her body, radiant and unyielding. Levi reassures her once more, telling her there is no longer any reason to feel guilty or afraid. From above, she looks down and sees the people gathered below, chanting Kriemhild's name again and again. In that moment, it finally sinks in. The attackers are gone. The chaos has faded. The battle is truly over. Not long after, the people approach her cautiously, asking if it was really she who summoned the dragon. When she nods and admits the truth, a man steps forward and raises his voice, declaring to everyone that she is the one who saved them, with the dragon at her side. The crowd's gaze shifts. The fear that once filled their eyes disappears, replaced by awe and heartfelt gratitude. Levi's thoughts surface quietly as he watches her. Just as she had said, perhaps he had abandoned his duty. Yet strangely, his heart feels at peace. It was not the will of the primordial dragon that guided him this time. It was his own decision. And through that choice, he had protected her smile. The scene cuts to the land of the attackers. A man sits rigidly upon his throne, rage boiling beneath his skin. He cannot accept it. The great imperial army, crushed by what he calls a barbarian girl who commands a sea dragon. He admits his mistake. He had grown careless, assuming the region was too distant to matter. That complacency ends now. Without delay, he orders the royal guard to march out and reclaim the land. Soon after, the royal guard descends in a second, overwhelming assault. Levi is nearly struck down before heavy chains bind his body. The remaining survivors are captured, and still the soldiers cannot understand how a being like Levi refuses to die. An imperial general steps forward, eyes cold, declaring that if she is truly Levi's master, then she must know how to kill him. He presses his sword against Kriemhild's neck, forcing the choice upon her. Levi speaks without panic. He explains that he is a guardian and cannot truly die. At most, he will fall into a deep slumber. When the time comes, and with the power remaining in the relic, the chosen one will be able to put him to rest properly. The imperial captain listens, then scoffs, dismissing the words entirely. Around them, guards lift their spears in unison, their tips aimed steadily at the captives' throats. Levi stays chained and silent for a brief moment before speaking, almost casually, that it seems they have been given quite a long time together. Overcome by emotion, Kriemhild drives her sword into the ground and pleads with him to stop. She insists she can endure it on her own. Levi answers gently, saying that perhaps her fate was sealed the moment he broke the rules. He tells her not to feel guilty for protecting her people and promises that he will help her one last time. And then, without regret, he admits that he truly enjoyed it. Tears spill endlessly down Kriemhild's cheeks as she understands what he is about to do. Her hand shakes, her heart shatters, and with a sob caught in her throat, she thrusts the blade into Levi's neck. His body slackens as he falls into a deep slumber. Levi collapses, and the imperial soldiers freeze in disbelief. That disbelief quickly turns into relief, convinced that the threat has finally been dealt with. But then the air changes. One soldier senses something wrong and stiffens. In the next instant, the sea roars. The waters rise violently, waves swelling into towering walls. A sudden tsunami crashes forward, devouring the land. Screams echo as the flood surges in, dragging people under. The soldiers are swallowed like ants in a raging tide. In desperation, they cry out Levi's name, begging for salvation. But his sword stands planted in the earth, and he remains lost in unbroken slumber. From a distant view, the truth of history becomes clear. Kriemhild was never the fairy tale hero later stories painted her to be. She raised a protective barrier around her people, lifting them safely into the air, while the invading army was drowned beneath the merciless sea. She was not a legend forged in glory, but an unfortunate girl who only wished to befriend a guardian. The memory shifts once more. Someone stands behind our boy. He turns and sees Kriemhild before him. She recognizes him at once, and says he must be the chosen one Levi had waited for all those years. With heaviness in her voice, she confesses that because of her, Levi could not fulfill his duty, and that burden must have weighed heavily on his heart. She offers him the sword, asking him to make Levi happy. Our boy answers calmly that it doesn't seem necessary. Kriemhild looks at him in surprise as he explains that Levi already looked happy enough. He shows her the sword, and understanding finally dawns. Her eyes widen, then slowly soften, and a quiet, peaceful smile settles across her face. The scene shifts back to the drowned battlefield. Voices ring out, shouting warnings about unstable ground and the danger of further collapse, ordering everyone to stay back and not take another step forward. Above it all, a lone figure looks down, calmly surveying the devastation from the sky. The citizens gasp when they finally notice him standing there, unable to understand what he could possibly be doing in such a place. And then realization hits. It's our boy. He stands quietly, speaking with Kriemhild as the buried truth of the past is finally revealed. The meeting unfolds inside a floating hall of the archipelago, suspended high above the ground. Representatives of various factions stand in a wide circle when three figures step inside. Among them is a masked man, the ninth novel servitor of Troyven, Noel. He scans the room and casually remarks that everyone seems to have gathered faster than he expected. Spinola reacts at once, snapping at Noel's calm tone. He points out that their plan is already unraveling. The Dragon Slayer sword was meant to remain in Troyven, yet now an outsider has appeared carrying it. Because of that outsider, the entire archipelago is rushing toward the Colossus, chanting his name as if he were the legendary hero Kriemhild himself. At this rate, all the authority of the three maritime families will fall into his hands, something that directly violates their agreement. Noel answers in a cold, detached voice. Troyven did promise to preserve their status in exchange for the Dragon Slayer sword, he says, but their panic over such a minor issue is irritating. One of Spinola's men steps forward in anger and grabs Noel by the shoulder, demanding to know how this could possibly be considered trivial and questioning what Noel truly thinks of the three maritime families. No one even has time to react. In a single motion, Noel cuts the man down from bottom to top, killing him instantly. Blood splashes across the floor as the body collapses. Noel looks around calmly and asks what they think now, making it unmistakably clear that to him, they are nothing more than insects, creatures he can crush whenever he pleases. Spinola panics, his voice rising as he demands to know what Noel thinks he is doing. Noel declares that they are traitors who sold their own country for personal gain. Their role was never to rule, it was to obey. He mocks them for daring to dream of governing the floating isles while everything around them is sinking into ruin. Spinola forces himself to argue back, insisting that if the capital of the archipelago falls, Troyven will fall alongside it. Noel steps closer, calls him a fool to his face, and tells him he still doesn't understand a thing. If they wish to avoid being slaughtered on the spot, he warns, they will remain silent and follow his orders without question. Sweat pours down Spinola's face as his voice fails him. He can no longer speak. As Noel turns and walks out of the hall, he leaves them with a final warning. If they value their lives, they will retrieve the Dragon Slayer's sword and deliver it to him. After Noel departs, a young man steps forward and bows deeply, asking for permission to speak. When permission is granted, he cautiously asks whether Noel truly intends to entrust the retrieval of the sword to them. Noel admits he understands the concern. He would prefer to handle it personally, but circumstances will not allow it. One of Ragnar's 9 dragons, the Overlord Dragon, has revealed itself, and restraining it has now become the highest priority. The scene cuts to the chaos surrounding the Colosseum. Smoke coils into the sky as massive crowds flood the streets, encircling the area from every side. The instant they catch sight of our boy, the noise erupts. Voices rise together, chanting the name Kriemhild again and again until it drowns everything else out. Our hero lets out a small smirk. He knew the people revered Kriemhild like a god, but even he hadn't expected devotion on this scale. And yet, the Kriemhild he knew was never a god, nor some untouchable symbol of heroism. She was simply a gentle, kind-hearted girl. Even the Dragon Slayer's sword wasn't some divine miracle. It was merely a relic of the primordial dragon, a weapon that only a Ragnar could wield. But that truth had long been buried beneath myth and blind faith. A man forces his way through the crowd and drops to his knees, begging Kriemhild to save them. Because of the Troivan scoundrels, the floating archipelago is on the brink of sinking. Countless people have nowhere to flee. If she has even a trace of mercy, he pleads, she must save the archipelago. Our hero finds the desperation oddly amusing and decides to go along with it, for now. He lifts the sword high and declares that he will do whatever it takes to save the floating archipelago. With those words, he steps off the edge above and drops down, landing firmly on the ground below. A young woman approaches with respectful composure and says they have been waiting for him. She introduces herself as Marty, the highest priestess of the Kriemhild Temple. From this moment on, she explains, they will attend to him personally. With that, the group begins moving toward the Dreamhell Temple. As they walk, the priestess explains that for generations, priests and priestesses have safeguarded the temple, believing without doubt that the prophecy of his arrival would one day be fulfilled. Our hero can't hide his surprise. He hadn't realized their faith ran this deep. She then reveals a necklace, explaining that it was once worn by the hero of Dreamhell. At the same time, a system notification appears, identifying it as a magic enchanted accessory, a gate link key. The priestess adds that it is the only keepsake left behind by the hero of Dreamhell and an essential key required to reach the sea dragon of the deep seas. Our hero takes the necklace as the priestess urges them to continue onward. He examines it quietly before finally speaking, saying there's something he needs to tell her before they leave. She gently tells him not to worry. Surprise flashes across his face, and he asks how she already knew. The priestess explains that the Dragon Slayer sword is a relic left behind by a primordial dragon, so of course only a Ragnar could ever awaken it. That part was obvious. What truly bothers our hero is her choice of words. Why did she call this event the return of Dreamhell? She tells him it's because she can feel it. After guarding this place for countless generations, some things can't be erased. The sorrow of being forced to raise a blade against someone precious. The agony Kriemhild endured while trying to protect the island. Those emotions never vanished. They lingered, buried deep within the land itself. And now, they've stirred again. Still, Kriemhild acknowledged him. And because of that acknowledgement, he deserves to be treated as a true hero, no matter what the world decides later. They finally reach their destination. The priestess stops and says they've arrived. If he walks to the end of the stairs and throws the necklace, the gate connected to the sea dragon will open. Before he can respond, she hands him another item, explaining that it will let him breathe and move freely underwater as long as he keeps it on him. She promises to pray for his safety as he prepares to descend beneath the floating archipelago. Back at the temple, the crowd continues their fervent worship, convinced they are honoring a god. Then, boom, a weapon crashes into the ground with a deafening roar, and the noise alone silences everyone. A barbaric-looking man steps forward and bellows for the crowd to stop. He declares that the 3 maritime families have completed their investigation. The verdict is final. The person seen earlier was a terrorist who dared to impersonate the hero Kriemhild. Shock ripples through the crowd as disbelief spreads like wildfire. The man doesn't pause. He announces that an operation is already underway to recover the Dragon Slayer sword that was stolen. All citizens are ordered to disperse immediately. This command comes straight from Spinola, a man convinced he's made the correct choice. Anyone foolish enough to resist is crushed on the spot, forced to bow their heads and accept it. Spinola knows his reputation will be torn apart by this, but without the Dragon Slayer sword, his life is already as good as over. Compared to survival, reputation is worthless. If necessary, he's prepared to slaughter everyone here. He draws his blade and issues a single order. From this moment on, no matter the reason, anyone who stands in their way is to be eliminated. His soldiers surge forward, cutting down anyone who so much as hesitates. All of this bloodshed is for one thing and one thing only: the retrieval of the Dragon Slayer's sword. Meanwhile, our hero calmly walks down the stairs, completely unaware of the carnage unfolding above. When his foot touches the water, a strange sensation crawls up his spine. He takes out the necklace and tosses it in. At first, only small ripples spread across the surface. Then the water begins to churn and boil, the pendant reacting as something ancient starts to answer the call. The waves twist violently, tearing themselves apart and leaving a hollow space hanging right in front of him. Without hesitation, he steps forward and slips into the opening. The moment he passes through, the water snaps shut behind him, sealing the entrance like a gate slamming closed. He keeps descending deeper into the sea, gliding through the water as unfamiliar shapes drift into view around him. Strange creatures move slowly in the distance, watching, judging. With the sword still in his grip, he realizes he's made it inside, but he has no idea where to go next. Then he feels it, movement behind him. He turns instantly, only to be met with nothing but clear, endless water. Yet the sensation refuses to fade. A split second later, his instincts scream again, this time from the front. As he turns, his vision fills at once. Massive dragon sharks surround him completely, their enormous bodies cutting off every escape. Red eyes glow in the darkness, cold and merciless. He recognizes them immediately. The sea serpent guardians of the deep sea, infamous for their aggression and hatred toward intruders. One by one, they open their massive jaws, teeth bared, ready to tear him apart. But instead of panicking, our boy simply grins. He stares at them in silence, excitement flickering in his eyes. If monsters like these are already showing themselves, then there's no doubt about it. He's on the right path. Meanwhile, outside, Spinola's enforcer armies crash into the resisting crowd. The people hastily form a defensive wall of bodies, locking arms and blocking the soldiers from forcing their way into the temple. Confusion ripples through them. Why are the maritime families acting like this? The more they hear, the clearer it becomes. The claim of terrorism sounds like an obvious lie. Then the priestess steps forward. Her voice cuts through the chaos as she shouts for everyone to stop. She demands answers, asking how they dare label Kriemhild a terrorist without even a shred of evidence. She swears upon the spirits of every priest who protected this temple across generations that Kriemhild is the true reincarnation. And then she turns on them, her eyes burning, questioning why Troivan forces are trespassing inside Kriemhild's sacred sanctuary in the first place. Her voice trembles as realization strikes. They stole it. The Dragon Slayer sword. Didn't they ambush the 3 maritime families to seize it? The crowd explodes. Rage floods the air as people scream at the guards, accusing them of siding with Troivan even after stealing the sacred sword. Now they want to hand Kriemhild over as well. The answer is unanimous. They refuse. This time, no matter what happens, they swear they will protect Kriemhild. Spinola snaps. A woman behind him hurriedly suggests that the crowd has gone too far and that retreating for now would be wiser. Spinola shuts it down instantly. He issues a cold order, commanding the Troivan mercenary squad to eliminate anyone who stands in their way. With those words, the heartless army moves, slaughtering civilians without the slightest hesitation. The people have no armor, no proper weapons. They can barely fight back. Temple guards clutch their spears, forced to watch as innocent men and women are cut down one by one. One of Spinola's subordinates warns him that this level of brutality will destroy his reputation and spark massive backlash. Spinola silences him with a single look. He asks coldly whether reputation will save their lives now. Rumilon stiffens, realizing in that moment that Spinola has completely lost himself. Spinola declares that they already betrayed the archipelago once. There's no road left but this one. If that's the case, then they will become Troivan's loyal dogs. He roars the order again, telling them to kill anyone who blocks their path and swearing to take full responsibility. No matter the cost, they will reclaim the Dragon Slayer sword. The enforcers surge forward once more, treating the people like livestock. Temple guards and civilians stand together, screaming that they will never allow anyone to lay a hand on Kriemhild. They form another wall, refusing to yield. One brave man charges forward head-on, only for spears to be hurled at him without mercy. Suddenly, a man who looks exactly like Spinola drops into the battlefield, narrowly slipping past a flying spear. Steel crashes against steel as he carves through the front line, forcing the advancing army to a dead halt. Spinola stares in disbelief as his troops struggle to move forward, even a single step. He bellows curses at them, calling them useless. Then he sees the man's face clearly. Antonio Spinola. While deflecting another spear, Antonio calmly greets his father, remarking how long it's been. That single sentence sends Spinola into a frenzy. He explodes in rage, screaming that Antonio abandoned the hero's path just to make such a pathetic choice. Antonio shatters a spear with one clean swing and fires back without hesitation, asking if betraying their country and slaughtering innocent civilians is what Spinola calls a noble decision. The words hit harder than any blade. Spinola freezes. His own son is standing against him. Antonio raises his voice and orders the Black Skull members to subdue every one of these ruthless men. With that command, the balance finally shifts, and the battlefield erupts into a real fight. He shouts again, ordering everyone to protect the people at all costs. Deep down, Antonio knows this won't last. Their numbers are fewer. Their strength and equipment are inferior. They can't hold the line for long. All he can do is hope our hero finishes his task quickly, unaware that the danger waiting below is no less terrifying. Far beneath the surface, our hero stands surrounded by sea serpent dragons. He grips his sword tightly, fully aware that he never expected guardians like these, especially not in such overwhelming numbers. Yet something feels strange. The serpents don't attack. They simply stare at him in complete silence. Slowly, he eases his stance. A thought surfaces. Is it the dragon-level energy flowing from the sword? Trusting his instincts, he slightly opens his arms. One sea serpent drifts closer and gently nudges him, almost as if asking to be patted. A system notification appears. The sea serpent trusts you. The sea serpent has recognized you as its master. A cool glow spreads through the water as another message follows, announcing that his taming skill has activated and a sea serpent has been successfully tamed. The sensation feels familiar, just like when he tamed Umbra. Emotions pour into him through the dragon's heart, binding them together as one. What flows through him is curiosity mixed with fear. He immediately understands. Levi's energy is what drew the sea serpents to him. That same presence allows him to move freely among them. It almost feels like they're communicating with him, or perhaps he's hearing them in his own way. As the realization settles in, a quiet sense of comfort spreads through him. In this deep, dark blue sea, he has gained new allies. He gently pats the serpent, assuring it that he'll handle everything from here. Then he gives a simple command to take him to Levi. The serpent dragon responds instantly, lowering its massive body so he can climb on. Without hesitation, it plunges straight into the depths. They travel for a long time at a terrifying speed. The water tears past them so violently that our hero can barely keep his eyes open. The pressure shreds his gloves, and relentless shockwaves hammer into his body. It doesn't take long for him to realize that the deeper they descend, the more distorted the mana currents become. The pressure keeps climbing, crushing and unyielding, a clear sign that they're closing in on something enormous. Then a system alert suddenly activates. Hatchling Synchro has been triggered. Our hero's eyes widen as a familiar sensation washes over him. And then, he sees it. At the seabed lies a colossal blue dragon, vast beyond comprehension, resting calmly in the abyss. This is Levi. Just as expected, it's buried deep beneath the sea, and the sheer scale of its magic is staggering, rivaling even his own. But something is wrong. Very wrong. The mana feels off. It doesn't match the memories of Dream Hell. It's warped, twisted. At that moment, his two minions manifest beside him and immediately warn him. Levi is gone. What lies before them is far more dangerous than anything they've encountered before. Our hero asks if it's really that severe. One of the minions responds sharply, reminding him that he already carries similar energy within himself, so he should know exactly how volatile it is. His eyes widen as the truth slams into him. That energy, could it be the demon shadow toxin? The minion confirms it without hesitation. That dragon is the source. Before them, Levi's once majestic form is now engulfed in pitch-black energy, radiating something deeply unsettling. The aura alone makes the water feel heavy and oppressive. The minion explains that Levi has lost all reason, completely overtaken by the influence of the demon shadow dragon. The being resting on the seabed is no longer the Levi they knew. Levi is gone. The scene shifts to a ruined temple drowned in an eerie silence. The interior looks as if it has been torn apart by some ancient catastrophe, stone pillars shattered and walls scarred beyond recognition. Standing amid the wreckage is Noel, his voice calm as he says that even if their nations are on the brink of war, there is something that must be discussed first. Across from him lounges a man sprawled on a throne, wearing a smug, lazy smile, as if this were nothing more than a casual meeting. Noel addresses him without hesitation, calling him the Overlord Dragon. The man replies lightly that it really has been a long time. This is Roll, and Noel reminds him coldly that he is Troiven's 9th noble servitor. That is where Noel's patience finally snaps. He asks if this is truly the time for greetings and smiles, and whether Roll has forgotten the terms of their deal. Troiven was meant to seize control of the north while Ragnar was occupied, and in exchange, Troiven's takeover of the archipelago was supposed to remain hidden from the world. Roll tilts his head, feigning innocence, and claims he doesn't recall breaking any promises. Noel steps forward, and the ground beneath his foot shatters from the pressure alone. He asks Roll if he truly intends to keep pretending. That outsider, the Ragnar candidate, was not something Roll could have overlooked. Noel's eyes flare into a berserk red as killing intent floods the temple. He demands the truth, warning that if Roll is lying, their deal ends right here. The scene cuts back to our hero, who is still struggling to process the demon shadow toxin coursing through Levi. He can't understand how something like this was even possible, and Troiven's name begins to surface in his mind. His minion agrees, explaining that once the Dragon Slayer sword was drawn and the seal lifted, Levi should have protected the archipelago. What makes no sense is how anyone could poison a guardian dragon in the first place. Whatever method was used was completely unnatural, and the demonic energy has already devoured Levi's reason. He is on the verge of going berserk. They watch Levi's movements, wild and erratic. One minion suggests retreating while Levi still hasn't noticed them. Barahio shakes his head and draws his sword, saying this is their best chance while Levi remains unaware. As hatchling synchronization activates, he senses the toxin spreading at an alarming rate. The source lies at Levi's head, where corruption has nearly swallowed the dragon's forehead whole. Our hero makes his decision. He will destroy the source first. He charges straight toward the core, driving forward with the pinnacle of his blade. Just before he can strike, violent electric shocks explode from the core, blasting him backward through the water. A raging vortex slams into him like a bullet, sending his body crashing down and burying him deep into the seabed. He takes the hit head-on and instantly understands just how terrifying the dragon's defensive mechanism really is. His body screams in protest, but one thing is now undeniable. He has found the vital point of the demon contamination. As he forces himself back up, Levi, completely consumed by dark energy, charges straight at him. In that moment, our hero knows that a single mistake would mean being swallowed whole. He barely slips aside as Levi crashes down, pulverizing the surrounding seabed into drifting dust. A minion urgently warns him that escape is impossible. The only option left is to strike the forehead again. Fighting underwater cripples his speed and strength, while Levi moves freely, fully exploiting the crushing resistance of the deep sea. Our hero searches desperately for an opening when Levi suddenly opens its jaws, demonic power gathering within. A green, tearing wave of energy erupts toward him. He leaps away by a hair's breadth, shifting fully into a defensive stance as the blast tears through the water. The attack grows darker and more horrifying by the second. Then suddenly, a sea serpent dragon surges in. It clamps onto our hero and yanks him out of the blast path. Relief floods through him. With the serpent's intervention, the tide finally begins to turn. He gives the order without hesitation. Charge straight for Levi's forehead wound, where the demonic energy is most concentrated around the crystal. As they close the distance, our hero kicks off the serpent's back and launches himself forward. Memories of his battle with the griffin surface as he activates Griffin Talon, pushing his chances of subduing a superior enemy even higher. He stacks Fury buff immediately after, reinforcing his body against the violent demonic backlash. Every resistance he possesses comes online. Demonic resistance, reduced Drake fear, his body braced against the overwhelming magical pressure crushing in from all sides. He swings the Dragon Slayer sword, unleashing Hyopo's quintuple dragon claw. A colossal beam of blue light erupts from the blade, tearing forward like a towering laser. The impact is devastating. Cracks spiderweb across the core as our hero grits his teeth, barely maintaining his stance while pouring everything he has into the strike. Then, at last, the core shatters into fragments. Relief crashes over him instantly. Behind him, a blinding yellow light explodes outward as Levi's corruption dissolves. The dark mist drains from the dragon's eye, replaced by clarity and reason. Levi finally gazes upon his true master. He calls out Kriemhild's name, but as his vision fully clears, he realizes the figure before him is not her. Our hero lowers his blade and apologizes, explaining that he is not Kriemhild. His name is P.O. Ragnar, the Chosen One, and he has come bearing news of her loss. As he speaks, memories of Kriemhild's satisfied smile flicker through his mind, heavy and bittersweet. Levi understands at once. He realizes that Kriemhild endured everything for his sake alone. There is no anger left, only clarity. But before those emotions can settle, the minions urgently press him. There is no time remaining. They must return to the relic immediately. One of them asks Levi to lend what strength he has left to the Chosen One and fulfill his role as a guardian one final time. Levi speaks calmly. Long ago, he defied the primordial dragon's will and abandoned the relic. From the moment he left, he stopped being a true guardian. Once the demonic energy infected him, his destruction became inevitable. Even though our hero restored his reason, his fate was already sealed. Still, before that end arrives, Levi offers all the power he has left, warning that the burden it carries will be immense. Our hero accepts without the slightest hesitation. Levi lets out a faint, amused breath, saying he likes that confidence. He asks him to use this power to protect those Kriemhild wanted to save. Our hero raises his sword and swears it without doubt. Levi thanks him, his massive form slowly turning spiritual as he says he can finally return to his friend's side. The ocean trembles. A colossal surge of energy ripples outward, shaking the deep sea itself. Levi's presence fades rapidly, his existence unraveling. The minions panic as they sense the Guardian sequence collapsing. At this rate, the entire archipelago will sink beneath the waves. They urge immediate absorption. Our hero remains calm. He tells Levi not to worry and begins absorbing the power, promising that he will personally move the entire floating archipelago. Above the surface, the land shudders violently as the world responds to the overwhelming force being unleashed far below the sea. Just as mentioned before, a vast circle of power began to form, designed to seize Levi's remaining strength and move the entire floating archipelago. As our hero drew closer to the core of that energy, he pulled it directly into himself. The pressure was instant and crushing. His skin split apart as dense power bore down on him, and only then did he realize how arrogant he had been. The Guardian had warned him. Levi existed on a completely different level. Then the energy erupted violently. In that moment, he understood the truth. He had never imagined Levi could be this strong. If this continued, his body would be torn apart. Just then, a faint guidance reached him, urging him to use the sword. Alarmed, he lifted it with everything he had left and drove it straight into the raging mass of power. The swirling tornado of energy faltered at the blade's impact and gradually settled, transforming into a calm, orderly circle. Watching from a distance, the minions realized he had made an incredibly sharp decision. Another agreed, though the pressure inside the core was still surging violently. They wondered if the Dragon Slayer sword was blocking and reducing the damage to his body. It felt as if Levi had resisted until the very end, and until that final moment, the sword had proven to be his true salvation. At last, the energy was completely absorbed into his soul. As the brilliant core vanished, the hero felt as though he was holding Levi itself within his body. After everything he endured, the struggle suddenly felt distant. A minion appeared behind him and warned him not to relax yet. Levi's power was finally complete, and now it was time to move the island. Without delay, the hero shot toward the surface, a blinding force trailing behind him. He already knew what had to be done. Midway, the minion reminded him that he needed a clear destination. The hero answered without hesitation, Ragnar's northeast barrier. As he emerged near the forest, the eastern landmass came into view. Below, the battlefield was in complete chaos. Warriors clashed violently as two forces collided without restraint. Then, without warning, a massive wave rippled outward, freezing everyone in place. Shocked gasps echoed across the land as people struggled to understand what was happening. Some whispered that Grimhild must have acted. Others feared the archipelago was finally sinking. The oppressors were struck dumb. In the distance, towering walls of water surged forward. Someone screamed that the shoreline itself was moving. The archipelago was moving. A colossal wave slammed into the temple as water thundered through the air, shaking the world itself. Noel and Roll stood facing one another. Noel struggled to grasp what was happening, his thoughts racing as he wondered if the hero was really absorbing the Dragon Slayer sword's power at such an absurd speed. Roll let out a quiet breath and admitted that now wasn't the time for conversation. He even offered an apology, suggesting they end things there. Noel flatly refused, warning him not to think he could escape so easily. Addressing him once more as the Overlord Dragon, Roll shrugged and admitted that even he couldn't predict what Ragnar was truly capable of. The plan was already finished. Since the secret of the Dragon Slayer sword had been exposed, perhaps this outcome was inevitable. He casually ordered Neo to kill Noil on the spot and reclaim control, mocking the idea of borrowing the future from someone else. Rose cut in dismissively, saying it was pointless to waste time arguing, and that retreating would be the smarter move. Elsewhere, Antonio stared at the raging waves and finally understood the truth. The archipelago was moving. The hero had succeeded at last. Someone shouted for everyone to stop fighting, announcing that the danger of the archipelago's sinking had passed. Antonio clenched his fist and declared that now it was time to save him. Before he could say anything more, his voice was drowned out by something far more violent. A sword shattered apart as the hero arrived at the last possible moment, stopping an attacker who was about to strike Antonio down. The hero drew his blade and cut the soldiers in half with a single clean swing. The battlefield froze in stunned silence, then erupted into deafening chants, proclaiming Grimhild's return. The Sea Dragon's seal had been lifted. Antonio asked shakily if the archipelago was truly safe now. The hero confirmed that it would never sink again. Antonio thanked him, then, swallowing his pride, asked for one final favor. The hero told him to relax and not worry about it. As the noise faded, the aftermath of the battle became painfully clear. Countless soldiers lay dead, their bodies scattered where they had fallen. The hero acknowledged everything they had done to protect him and the archipelago, and declared that he would take responsibility for what came next. The remaining enemy soldiers began to tremble as he slowly walked toward them. Spinola snapped at his warriors, demanding to know why they were frozen in place. He shouted that the dragon's hair sword was finally working in their favor and ordered them to stop hesitating and kill the hero immediately. The warriors roared and charged straight at him. The hero released a wave of dark energy, cursing the bloody chaos they had created while he was gone. His eyes dimmed as he surged forward at terrifying speed. Then, suddenly, he sensed something incoming and screamed for everyone to get down. A sharp red line tore across the battlefield, slicing through everything in its path. Spinola and the warriors standing beside him were erased in an instant, a single crimson mark flashing across their heads before their bodies split apart. The slash didn't stop there. It surged forward, carving through buildings, walls, and anything unlucky enough to be in its way. A heartbeat later, everything that had been touched collapsed. Structures cracked cleanly in half, severed heads struck the ground, and the battlefield was left as nothing but wreckage. A strange ripple lingered in the air, like space itself had been cut open and forgotten to heal. Our hero stared at the devastation, stunned. A curse slipped from his lips as he spat venom at the nobles and guardians, calling them brainless pirates. All of this because they couldn't even deal with a single kid properly. Behind him, Spinola's severed head lay on the ground. His son staggered toward it, legs shaking as he called out to his father, sweat streaming down his face. The hero didn't let him sink into it. He told the boy to get a grip and evacuate with the civilians. The archipelago would need him now. The boy clenched his teeth and nodded. He understood what had to be done, even as grief crushed his chest. Turning away, the hero walked off, thinking that after everything, all he had managed to do was stop the attack. But from another angle, a dark figure was slowly closing in, teeth clenched as he cursed the hero's arrogance. This was the end, he promised. He would tear him apart so thoroughly that not even his father would be able to recognize what was left. Just who in the world was approaching him now? The scene begins above the sea where an enormous giant fish moves just beneath the surface, its massive body cutting through the water while swarms of smaller fish crowd around it, attacking from every direction in a relentless frenzy. Amid the chaos, one of those attacking fish suddenly crashes forward with enough force to strike the knight's blade, shattering the sword that was once said to carry the power capable of slaying dragons. At the same time, our boy is locked in combat with Noil in the middle of the sea, drawing upon the strength of the Nibelung as the clash grows fiercer. With all the force he can muster, our boy swings his sword in a decisive strike, sending Noil hurtling downward toward the darkest depths of the ocean as the impact throws up violent splashes of water that drench everything around them. A moment later, Noil slams hard into the sea, and at the exact point where he crashes down, the surrounding water begins spinning rapidly into a powerful circular current. Then, without warning, our boy lands on a nearby bridge, while Noil resurfaces briefly before dipping back into the water again, lifting one hand upward as though he expects someone to pull him out and save him. Instead, he suddenly drives his arm down with force onto the bridge itself, his face twisted with fury as he calls the situation disgraceful and guesses that this attack must have been our boy's trump card, glaring at the protagonist while declaring that something like this is nowhere close to being enough to kill him. Our boy answers with calm certainty, saying he had already expected as much because there is no chance that the 9 retainers, warriors said to rival the legendary 9 dragons, would be defeated so easily. After speaking, he raises his sword high above his head, plants his feet firmly against the ground, and with anger clear across his face declares with absolute resolve that even relying only on his own power, he can still keep fighting. At that exact moment, Longtray suddenly attacks the enemy from behind, catching him completely off guard as shock spreads across his face while he struggles to understand what is happening, and our boy shouts that he can still smash him straight down to the ocean floor. As the enemy senses the overwhelming force rushing toward him, his expression shifts instantly, and in his mind he realizes something is wrong as he thinks about the current. Suddenly, an enormous wave surges through the sea, and everything around them begins to move violently. Our boy shouts that he will bury him at the bottom of the ocean, and Noel's eyes widen as panic flashes through his thoughts when he understands what is about to happen. The seawater begins churning violently, forming a massive pipe-like vortex deep in the ocean as the current drags Noel downward into the dark depths below, leaving him yelling in desperate frustration. Meanwhile, our boy remains standing firmly where he is, slowly rolling up his sleeve while positioned near the surrounding buildings, his hair whipping wildly in every direction under the combined force of wind and raging water, until at last he lowers himself to the ground and lies down, placing his sword quietly beside him. He spreads his arms wide and raises his voice, declaring that he has kept the promise he made to Leviathan, still lying across the bridge. He adds that if he has to make any more promises like that, his body probably will not hold together. Water continues drifting and floating around him as he admits that this was the first time he has ever attempted something like this, and he's not even certain whether all of his calculations were completely correct. After that, the scene shifts to the inside of the palace, where the entire army along with everyone present stands in stunned silence, quietly witnessing the aftermath of what has just occurred. Sir Antonio stands among the soldiers and finally begins to speak, announcing that at the current pace, everything should turn out fine, even considering the situation along the shore. He then looks toward our boy and openly praises him, saying he did an excellent job. Antonio continues, explaining that when he first heard the proposal to move the entire floating archipelago, he honestly could not believe such a thing was even possible, and even now, after seeing it happen with his own eyes, it still feels unreal and difficult to fully comprehend. At that moment, a lady steps forward and questions why they went through so much trouble just to move the island, pointing out that it would have been far simpler for Lady Creamhild to seal away the sea dragon instead. However, before she can finish what she is saying, our boy steps forward and interrupts her. Calmly, he admits that she is correct and that sealing the dragon would indeed have been the easier solution. Standing upright with one hand pressed firmly against his chest, he explains that doing so would only cause the same history to repeat itself once again. Then he opens his arms and addresses everyone gathered there, his voice steady and confident as he explains that even if the sea dragon were sealed and temporary peace followed, people like Trovian would continue to appear, drawn by greed for the Dragon Slayer's sword. However, if the danger of the archipelago's sinking were completely eliminated, then the very reason for that conflict would disappear. The floating archipelago would settle safely within shallow waters, removing the threat entirely. As the crowd listens to his explanation, excitement begins spreading among them, their eyes lighting up while their expressions soften with relief and renewed hope, their determination growing stronger than before. Our boy continues speaking, explaining that Ragnar's northeast bay will finally regain its stability as well, and with a faint hint of humor woven into his otherwise serious tone, he adds that they might even need to rename the floating archipelago now, since it will not truly be floating anymore. While all of this unfolds, Sir Antonio remains standing silently, his gaze fixed on our boy as though he is looking up at a distant star. Then suddenly he squeezes his eyes shut, and tears begin streaming down his face. In front of everyone gathered there, he lowers himself into a deep bow and offers a heartfelt apology. Our boy is visibly taken aback, unable to understand why Antonio feels the need to apologize. Antonio explains that the recent hostage crisis involving the Sirius merchant group had been orchestrated by the Black Skulls, and because of that disaster the White Dragon Alliance suffered enormous casualties. Raising his voice, Antonio declares that if they had been cursed by Trovian during that time, then they could not honestly claim they were completely innocent either. He continues, saying that if responsibility must be taken for what happened, then they are prepared to accept it without hesitation. At that moment, however, our boy interrupts him and firmly states that yes, responsibility does need to be taken right away. Sir Antonio's eyes widen in shock at those words. Our boy then reaches out and places a hand on Antonio's shoulder, telling him to name his price and declaring that he will offer anything in return, even his own head if that is what it takes. Then our boy reveals what he truly intends. He announces that he wants Antonio, the president of the Northern Shipping Union, to take up that same position once again. As he says this, our boy looks at him with unmistakable excitement. Antonio, completely stunned, asks what he means, struggling to believe what he has just heard. Our boy explains that the North currently has no organization capable of managing large-scale logistics, because the Agenar's purge wiped out the Sirius merchant group. However, the floating archipelago shipping union already possesses the strength and structure needed to fill that empty role. Antonio hesitates and admits that he does not believe he has the right to accept such a position. Hearing that, our boy immediately turns toward the gathered crowd, repeating Antonio's concern and asking everyone present what they think about it. Without a moment's hesitation, someone in the audience raises her hand. It is the same lady who spoke earlier, and she declares that she supports the idea. She explains that everyone there has witnessed how sincere and dedicated Lord Antonio truly is. Right after her, another woman speaks up and says she agrees as well. One by one, more hands begin rising throughout the crowd. Voices echo from every direction. Count me in. Me too. I'm alive because of you. Others add that they support him because they personally saw Antonio step forward to protect the citizens. The agreement spreads quickly until nearly everyone present is voicing their approval. Our boy stands there, taking in the overwhelming support, clearly energized by the trust people are placing in him and in Antonio. Then he places his hand against his chest once more and declares the condition he has in mind. He declares that as long as the newly formed Northern Shipping Union directs its resources and capital toward investing in Ragnar, he will personally assume full responsibility for the autonomy and security of the floating archipelago. Then, stating it with complete conviction, he announces his oath, saying that he, Thea Ragnar, swears it in his own name. Hearing this promise, Sir Antonio closes his eyes tightly while tears continue running down his face, admitting that even until the very end he has been the one receiving help. Standing there as the representative of the shipping union, Antonio Spinola solemnly swears that he will cooperate fully with Ragnar. The two of them then clasp hands firmly in front of everyone present, and the moment their handshake is seen, the crowd erupts in cheers, applause, and loud congratulations. Our boy leans closer to Antonio and quietly remarks that they have finally reached this moment. After that, the scene shifts to the outside of the archipelago in its new location. Our boy begins speaking again, explaining that the archipelago is still floating while it settles into place, and inside it the water is surging and splashing violently. Suddenly, someone bursts up from the water within the archipelago. The figure struggles desperately to grab onto the supporting structures, forcing himself upward while gasping for breath. It is Noel. Dragging his battered body through the water, he eventually reaches the edge of the archipelago and pulls himself forward. His body shakes as he stumbles ahead, covered in scratches and injuries, barely managing to remain standing. Fury burns in Noel's eyes as he shouts that damn Ragnar bastard, swearing that he will tear Ragnar's limbs apart and chew on his guts. While he is still raging, another voice suddenly appears, remarking that this was supposed to be the force meant to rival the 9 dragons. Noel immediately lifts his head, and, on the cliff above them, stands someone looking down, calmly stating how disappointing this entire outcome is. Noel recognizes the figure at once and calls out to the Tyrant Dragon. Still standing there, Noel speaks again, saying that this situation was supposed to cause trouble for the Tyrant Dragon, as well if their plan failed, and he demands to know what the Tyrant Dragon wants. Then he adds that whatever it might be, if the Tyrant Dragon would just help them this one time. The Tyrant Dragon begins descending while responding coldly, calling Noel a fool. When he finally lands in front of Noel, his enormous body striking the ground with enough force to make it tremble, he speaks again. Since Noel still seems completely ignorant of what he truly wants, he says he will be kind enough to explain it himself. With a laughing expression, he looks directly at Noel and reveals that what he wants is the floating archipelago, but only after Noel has conquered it. Noel shouts in disbelief and immediately refuses, clenching his teeth as he accuses the Tyrant Dragon of planning to snatch the archipelago away from them after they had already done all the work to conquer it. The Tyrant Dragon answers without the slightest concern, calmly saying that reclaiming something that had been stolen simply sounds better that way. He adds that he had at least expected Noel to take care of that irritating brat for him, but it seems he overestimated him after all. His voice then sharpens with clear contempt as he insults Noel outright, saying he never imagined he would turn out to be such pathetic vermin, someone incapable of even dealing with a single child. Before the Tyrant Dragon can finish speaking, Noel completely loses his temper. In an instant, he activates his giant arm and shouts back that the Tyrant Dragon is becoming far too arrogant. Fueled by anger, Noel charges straight forward and declares that the era of the 9 dragons is already finished, and now he will demonstrate the true strength of the 9 retainers. As he speaks, the enormous arm finishes activating, swelling with even more overwhelming power. Noel proclaims with absolute certainty that the Tyrant Dragon's arrogant habit of looking down on him will be the very thing that leads to his downfall. The Tyrant Dragon, however, only lets out a dismissive scoff and replies that people from the East always seem to enjoy fighting with words. He admits that the old men of the Nine Dragons may indeed be past their prime, yet he mocks Noel for believing that power at this level could ever place him anywhere near them. The moment he finishes speaking, the tyrant dragon moves without effort, slicing cleanly through Noel's upper limb along with a massive empowered arm, and sending the severed piece flying away. Almost casually, he remarks that perhaps such an attack might have worked against that old man, or the lizard fellow, but certainly not against him. Grinding his teeth as lightning crackles around him, and his red eyes glow intensely, Theo Ragnar speaks again with a dangerous smile, asking whether he should take a little taste. The scene opens on a brutal and revolting battlefield where countless swords are driven deep into the ground, their blades jutting upward like a forest of steel that turns the land into something cruel and lifeless. Soldiers stand scattered across the field, gripping their weapons with rigid discipline, while nearby rows of prisoners kneel with their hands bound tightly behind their backs, the entire atmosphere hanging heavy with merciless tension. At the very front of the kneeling prisoners stands their leader. Suddenly, one of the captives bursts out in rage, shouting that they are nothing but disgusting fools. He yells that they truly believe this pathetic display can defeat Ragnar, and swears that one day Ragnar's throat will be cut. The moment the leader hears those words, he reacts instantly. With sudden force, he drives his sword straight into the ground. Red energy erupts outward from the impact and spreads across the battlefield, while blood begins floating unnaturally through the air around them. At the same time, his sword slowly lifts itself from the earth and hovers above the ground. Speaking in a calm voice that carries clear irritation, he says he has grown tired of hearing the exact same last words from every one of them. Not long after, a soldier rushes forward to report urgent news. He explains that Junior's family has sent word that the operation at the floating archipelago has failed. The leader pauses for a moment before asking about Noel. The soldier replies that all communication with him has been lost, and that before contact was cut off, Noel could barely even stand. Another soldier steps forward, bowing as he speaks, and rudely remarks that the detective failed after all. At that moment, a man wearing proper coverings and a mask steps forward from the side. He explains that the floating archipelago serves as their primary distribution hub, and losing it could drastically shift the balance of the war. Standing directly before the leader, he respectfully asks for permission to deal with the matter himself. The man is revealed to be Axian, one of the Troivan's 9 servitors. The leader refuses immediately. He states that they are abandoning the floating archipelago because they have already secured the enormous capital it once provided. Taking a step forward, he explains that although the loss is regrettable, they cannot allow emotions to cloud their judgment or cause them to forget their real priorities. He orders that all remaining forces be concentrated at the center, adding that the ball was never anything more than a distraction designed to mislead their enemies. His eyes glow with a pale white light as he declares that they possess only one true objective, and everything they do exists for his sake alone. Axian listens closely to every word, silently absorbing the command. The leader then issues another order, commanding that the Mad Dragon Emperor be resurrected. The scene shifts to an entirely different location. High within the mountains stands a beautiful palace beneath a sky filled with heavy clouds. Inside the palace, a man explains that they can still rely on the rail system belonging to the Ceres Merchant Guild, but so far there has been no response from the Southern Guild. This man is Antonio, seated inside his office while handling negotiations and administrative matters. Not long after, our boy enters the room. Baris immediately remarks that Sir Antonio appears troubled. Slightly startled by the comment, Sir Antonio reacts just as our boy walks closer and directly asks whether Ragnar's supply distribution system is creating difficulties for him. Antonio, visibly shaken, quickly denies it at first, and says that things are actually much simpler now without the unpredictable dangers that came with traveling across the sea. Yet after a moment, he begins speaking honestly, admitting that the real issue is fear of Ragnar, and fear of our boy. He explains that although he feels grateful for being freed from the control of the Troivan, he also understands that nothing in this world comes without a price. With something as small as a flick of their finger, they could easily fall under someone else's authority again, this time becoming subjects in their hands instead. Overwhelmed by emotion, Sir Antonio begins crying. He apologizes for speaking this way, yet confesses that he cannot stop wondering whether they might actually have been safer when everything still depended on the sea. Our boy remains silent at first, simply looking at Sir Antonio without saying a word. After a short pause, he finally responds, saying that he understands because a leader should always remain cautious when it comes to the possibility of a takeover. However, he calmly adds that he personally views the situation from a different perspective. In his opinion, the floating archipelago had actually been at its most vulnerable precisely because it existed on water. Hearing this, Sir Antonio stares at him in complete surprise. Our boy continues explaining that isolation often creates the illusion of safety. Having no enemies nearby also means a leader is never truly tested by real conflict. Because of that, he says, Sir Antonio had been unable to properly deal with the recent incident. While saying this, our boy points his finger directly at him. At that moment, Sir Antonio suddenly throws a punch. Our boy simply steps back slightly, avoiding the strike with ease before continuing to speak. He explains that national defense cannot depend on outsiders solving problems. Even if risk is involved, a nation must possess the ability to protect itself. Still, he adds that it was actually a good thing Sir Antonio had been worried about the matter. Then our boy casually asks whether he knows about Ragnar's white armor dragon cavalry. Sir Antonio freezes for a brief moment before spreading his hand open and replying that of course he knows about them. They're the famous airborne unit that rides wyverns. Hearing this, our boy lets out a light laugh and remarks that the archipelago also has creatures similar to wyverns. Sir Antonio's expression immediately turns irritated as he asks whether our boy is talking about sea serpents. Without waiting, he launches into a complaint, telling him not to even bring up that subject, because those creatures swarm in groups and smash everything in their path, and every single time they appear it turns into a full emergency. Just as Sir Antonio finishes complaining, loud shouts suddenly erupt from outside. Voices echo across the area as people yell that a sea serpent has been spotted at the docks, ordering civilians to evacuate immediately while combatants prepare themselves for battle. Sir Antonio jumps up from his chair at once, slamming his hand heavily onto the table while cursing in frustration, furious that such a disaster appears the exact moment they were talking about it. Our boy, however, simply raises one arm slightly and tells him not to worry so much. Sir Antonio clearly does not take those words seriously and rushes out of the room while loudly shouting orders to everyone outside. That is when our boy calmly explains that he was actually the one who called them. Soon afterward, a sea serpent rises up and stops directly in front of him. Sir Antonio stares at the scene in disbelief and demands to know whether our boy truly summoned those sea thugs himself, asking if he has completely lost his mind. As the sea serpent moves closer, our boy gently places his hand over his eye and says he will demonstrate how to tame them. Outside the palace, throughout the floating archipelago, sea serpents begin surfacing from the water everywhere, surrounding the entire area. Everyone present rushes to block their approach, preparing to fight, but instead of attacking, the serpents slowly turn their attention toward our boy as though responding to his presence. Our boy then proposes creating the archipelago's own dragon riders, something he calls the Pelago's dragon riders. Sir Antonio immediately bursts into laughter, asking whether he seriously intends for people to ride those creatures into battle, insisting that such things belong only in fairy tales. Our boy replies that fairy tales sound perfectly fine to him. He mentions that in one story Creamhild once rode and fought atop a sea serpent as well, and he suggests naming this new force the Creamhild Night Order. At that moment, one of the sea serpents begins moving closer to Sir Antonio. Startled, Sir Antonio nervously asks why it is heading toward him. Our boy looks at him and calmly explains that the creature seems to like him. The serpent approaches until it is right beside him, causing Sir Antonio to panic and immediately cover his face. Just then, a girl suddenly appears and calls out the name Theo Ragnar. Hearing her voice, our boy gently turns his head toward her. She informs him that a guest has arrived and is currently waiting for him. Later, as the boy walks through the hallways of a building filled with complicated passages, he notices a man standing nearby with one hand resting casually on a table. The man speaks first, sounding almost impressed as he remarks that it is absurd for a single person to accomplish all of this in only a few days. Standing calmly before him, the boy simply replies that things somehow ended up that way. The guest standing before him is wearing a mask. He continues speaking, explaining that what the boy has accomplished is something only individuals with a null snow rank within Black Snow would even know about. He stresses that the matter is classified at the highest level, making it clear that the boy was never meant to be aware of it at all. Hearing this, the boy's expression tightens slightly as he frowns and asks what he means by calling it top secret. The masked man explains that Black Snow had already begun investigating the floating archipelago long before this, suspecting that it served as Toybon's main distribution hub and a major source of their financial flow. The revelation leaves the boy stunned. Inside his mind, his thoughts begin racing as the realization sinks in that Black Snow had already been working this case. His eyes widen in disbelief as he wonders why. If they knew that losing the archipelago would deal a devastating blow to the war effort, they would remain completely still and take no action. While their discussion continues, another voice suddenly interrupts them. A massive presence approaches, asking if the boy standing there is Ragnarok. The newcomer is the Tyrant Dragon. He explains that the Great Nine Dragon Lord has been speaking about him endlessly, which naturally raised his expectations. With his enormous body and floating garments drifting around him, the dragon moves closer to both the boy and the masked guest. After looking them over, he scoffs dismissively and remarks that they appear to be nothing more than weak pawns incapable of accomplishing anything. Then he bursts into loud laughter, his enormous face filled with amusement, casually adding that it is still nice to meet them regardless. The boy immediately feels uneasy. In his thoughts, he reminds himself that the Overlord Dragon was not supposed to be moving at all. He cannot understand why someone like this would suddenly appear here at the floating archipelago. Standing confidently in the hallway, the tyrant dragon casually tells them there is no need for formal greetings and instructs them to simply relax and make themselves comfortable. The masked guest steps forward and begins to speak, addressing him as Overlord Dragon and Wyam. But before he can finish, the tyrant dragon interrupts him, offering a sarcastic apology for arriving late. The masked man responds sharply, demanding to know why he allowed the situation at the archipelago to deteriorate so badly and why he never reported anything to Black Snow. Hearing this exchange, the boy is shocked yet again. Inside his mind, the pieces finally begin connecting. He realizes that Black Snow truly had been conducting its own investigation all along, which explains why the information surrounding it was treated as such a tightly guarded secret. The masked man continues speaking, stating that the tyrant dragon's actions have placed all of them in an extremely difficult position. The dragon, however, shows no sign of concern. He laughs once more and casually says sorry. Yet as the word leaves his mouth, his tone suddenly changes. A surge of red energy suddenly pours out from the tyrant dragon, spreading through the entire area and instantly turning the atmosphere heavy and terrifying. The pressure thickens as the surroundings grow tense, and the overwhelming force begins crushing everyone nearby. People struggle under the unbearable weight, some tearing up as they suffer through it, including both the boy and the masked guest. Calmly, the tyrant dragon asks whether they are certain they can handle this. As the red energy continues intensifying, cracks begin spreading across the building itself. The structure starts to burn while the pressure keeps rising, making it feel as if everything around them is on the verge of collapsing. The boy grits his teeth and shouts in frustration, realizing that although he knew the dragon was powerful, this level of strength goes far beyond anything he ever imagined. His eyes widen further as he looks up at the towering figure of the tyrant dragon. In that instant, a harsh realization strikes him. Now he finally understands why Ragnar had been unable to stop the floating archipelago from being taken. Glancing around before lifting his gaze again, the boy's eyes settle firmly on the tyrant dragon, fully aware of the overwhelming force standing before them. The scene opens inside the hall, now completely flooded with the red energy released by the dragon. The air hangs thick and suffocating as the oppressive force fills every corner of the room. Our boy and the girl both remain there, visibly struggling to endure the crushing pressure surrounding them. Then, without warning, the tyrant dragon suddenly bursts in a loud laughter and casually remarks that he was only joking. According to him, there was never any grand reason behind all this. He simply happened to miss the proper timing to report the situation. He adds that, of course, he had been watching their movements the entire time. Hearing this, our boy and the girl pause where they stand and shift their attention toward the dragon. The dragon continues speaking in a relaxed tone, remarking that they might think they do not know the truth, yet in reality they already do, don't they? Standing directly in front of them, he explains that the 9 dragons have no interest in chasing after small and insignificant matters. Resting one hand beneath his chin, he casually adds that his original intention had been to allow the situation to grow naturally before erasing everything at once. Immediately afterward, he begins laughing loudly again, and in the middle of that laughter, he suddenly punches our boy on the back, remarking that the entire problem ended up getting solved because someone else appeared and cleaned up the mess for him. He keeps laughing as if nothing serious has happened, behaving in a completely relaxed manner on the surface. However, our boy studies him closely and quickly realizes that this calmness is nothing more than an act. Beneath that casual behavior, the dragon must be extremely irritated. This dragon is Overlord Dragon Dante, a man known as one of the strongest among the 9 dragons. Even so, he was never satisfied with the power he already possessed. His desire for greater strength had always driven him forward, which is exactly why he joined Ragnar in the first place, using its authority as a means to expand his own influence even further. As our boy continues staring at Dante, memories from his previous life begin surfacing in his mind. He recalls how suspicious he once felt about Dante's enormous financial resources, and now the answer becomes obvious. That wealth had clearly been connected to the floating archipelago all along. Understanding the situation more clearly now, our boy realizes that Dante is likely one of the most cunning and troublesome opponents among the 9 dragons. For the time being, he decides the safest choice is to play along with him. Our boy slightly lowers his head before the dragon and begins apologizing, saying that his actions had gone against his will. Yet before he can even finish speaking, Dante breaks into laughter again and waves it off, telling him not to worry. He explains that he never even bothered explaining his intentions in the first place, so there's no possible way our boy could have known. Then, with his teeth grinding slightly, Dante speaks again and properly addresses him, calling him the 6th heir candidate, Thew Ragnar. He remarks that seeing him in person reveals quite an impressive personality, adding that it is no surprise someone like him deserves that position, and suggesting that the two of them should get along well from now on. As he says this, Dante extends his hand toward our boy as though offering a promise, or perhaps an alliance. Internally, our boy hesitates, feeling even more uncertain about what Dante truly intends. Nevertheless, he reaches out and shakes Dante's hand, replying politely that he is being too flattering. Dante immediately laughs again and comments on how humble he is, saying he hopes even his own subordinates might learn something from that attitude. While their conversation continues, the girl suddenly interrupts and apologizes, explaining that new orders have just arrived. After the two release their handshake, she reads the message aloud. The order states that since the archipelago mission has now concluded and further deployment, there is no longer required. Every unit that had been dispatched must immediately move to the central front line. Our boy reacts with visible surprise at this sudden shift in orders, but Dante responds almost instantly, saying that it makes perfect sense. He tells them they should hurry back and focus on protecting their base instead. Then, stepping forward again, the Tyrant Dragon adds that there is still one matter that must be settled first. Our boy looks at him with confusion. Dante explains that he received orders to be interrogated regarding the scouting mission connected to the archipelago, and he asks whether that command came from the Black Dragon. Without warning, he suddenly transforms into his enormous dragon form and turns toward the girl, bluntly clarifying that he means that irritating robot, Ragnar. The girl freezes for a moment, clearly stunned by the transformation, but she quickly regains herself and answers respectfully, confirming with a firm yes, sir. Dante snorts in annoyance and tells her to pass along a message to that black rascal. If Ragnar wants to interrogate him, then Ragnar should come here personally. The scene then shifts to a battlefield. Flames rain down from the sky as a fire dragon unleashes enormous fireballs toward the soldiers below. The battlefield has descended into absolute chaos, a level of intensity that feels almost unimaginable. Fighters on every side struggle desperately, each one battling simply to stay alive. A screen-like display appears, revealing the location and forces involved. Ragnar versus Trovian. Main battleground, Central Plateau, Blade Mountain Range. Soldiers from both factions collide violently in brutal combat. A dragon crashes down onto the ground, crushing and killing numerous soldiers in a single impact. Some warriors attempt to fight back against the dragon, while others are struck down mercilessly. One soldier is suddenly hit from behind and collapses. A young boy shouts in confusion, asking what just happened. Another soldier yells out before dropping lifelessly to the ground. Bodies are ripped apart in midair, limbs severed without the slightest mercy as the battle rages on. Some soldiers lose their heads in a single instant as the slaughter continues. In the middle of that chaos, a command suddenly echoes across the battlefield, announcing that the Great Fear effect has finally worn off and ordering the White Armored Dragon cavalry to descend immediately. At that very moment, our boy and the girl arrive on the battlefield. Our boy surveys the situation carefully before casually remarking that flying units really do look cool after all. The girl immediately shouts at him to stop, warning that he is about to hurt their soldiers' feelings again. Our boy answers with a playful apology, explaining that he simply enjoys teasing them a little. Covering half of his face with one hand, he reassures her that she does not need to worry so much because their soldiers understand him better than anyone else. He then confidently declares that they are far stronger, and right after saying that, he moves into the battlefield. Sitting upright on his horse, our boy slams his sword down with force and raises his voice so it echoes across the entire field. He calls out to the flying sparrows above, telling them to listen carefully and crush anything that stands in their path. Today, he declares, they will destroy their enemies and march forward toward tomorrow. Shouting the order, Black Iron Cavalry charge, our boy drives his horse forward at full speed. Instantly, every mounted rider surges ahead with him, storming straight into enemy territory. On the opposing side, a masked enemy soldier stares toward our boy in shock at the sudden assault. The moment the two forces collide, a brutal strike smashes into his face, shattering his mouth as swords clash violently in the air. The battlefield erupts into total chaos. Fighters engage everywhere at once, blades crashing together while bodies slam against one another in the struggle. Our boy remains at the very front of the charge, swinging his sword relentlessly and cutting down anyone who attempts to push toward their base. Suddenly, thick smoke spreads across the battlefield. Buildings ignite, cottages burn to the ground, and flames rise in every direction. Some people already lie dead, while others scream in agony as suffering spreads through the burning field. By evening, the fighting finally comes to an end. Someone bursts in a loud laughter and announces that it is a massive victory. The group then moves into a nearby cottage. Inside, a man steps forward and praises him, saying that the performance on the battlefield was incredible, little brother Thayu. Our boy quickly responds that it was nothing remarkable and that the true credit belongs to the White Armored Dragon cavalry as a whole. The commander laughs loudly and remarks that our boy is always so humble. As they walk deeper into the cottage, the commander approaches him again and reminds him that he has already said he should simply call him Han. The commander praises him once more for his performance and suggests that next time they should sit down and have a few drinks together. Standing behind him, our boy answers that he is looking forward to that and addresses him simply as Han. Everyone present lowers their heads in respectful bows. However, two people standing near the back notice that something about the scene feels unusual. They quietly observe and listen, choosing not to act right away. Nearby, a man is grabbing a young boy and roughly tormenting him while acting overly familiar with the Black Iron Cavalry commander in a fake brotherly manner. With a mocking tone, he remarks that the commander has really made it now, implying that they are no longer close the way they used to be. Behind that man stands a girl wearing bright, shiny glasses with her arms folded across her chest. She suddenly questions him about what exactly he did on the archipelago, mentioning rumors she has heard. Before he can properly respond, she abruptly strikes, slamming her hand straight into his neck and sharply telling him stop. The man freezes in shock as his body instantly loses control. His eyes, nose, and even his tongue fail to respond, and his face is completely crushed from the force of the blow. The girl then calmly explains that he has only just joined them on the battlefield and asks whether he is serious, telling him to let the man breathe. Another soldier weakly mutters that he is fine and calls her Aaron. The boy who had been struck on the head struggles to speak clearly, complaining that they had finally reunited after such a long time and asking why she is being so harsh simply because he asked a question. Our boy, who has been standing nearby the entire time, steps forward and asks about the overall state of the war. He openly admits that since he joined so suddenly, he does not know much about the broader situation. Aaron looks surprised for a moment, then explains that the general flow of the war is stable and could even be considered favorable. However, something about it deeply bothers her. Their forces are already close to the provincial base, yet the enemy shows absolutely no movement. It feels as if they're deliberately waiting for something. Our boy listens carefully before giving a simple reply that he understands. Another boy silently thinks to himself that everyone seems to share the same suspicion. Enemy camps currently surround the plateau area, relying only on defensive counterattacks while refusing to advance. The most common conclusion among the soldiers is that the enemy must have prepared some kind of trap and are waiting for the perfect moment to spring it. But our boy knows better. Because of knowledge from his previous life, he already understands the truth. Storyvian's real objective is the ruins of the White Tower, where the relic of the primordial dragon still lies dormant. The scene then shifts outside the cottage. Blood stains the ground everywhere, spreading across the earth in thick splashes. A wounded man runs across the ground screaming in desperation, begging for his life as he tries to escape. Before he can get far, someone holding a sword steps forward and slices straight through him, cutting his body cleanly in half so that his upper and lower sections separate instantly. His head tilts upward toward the sky as his life ends on the spot. A masked man watches the scene and speaks with clear irritation, wondering aloud whether there really are only 9 servitors. He questions where those fighters are, the ones who have been battling these enemies for days without collapsing, cutting down countless people across the battlefield. Not far away, another man sits lazily on the ground and complains that everything about this situation is painfully boring. It is then revealed that the two of them are Ragnar heir candidates, number 3 and 4, Anshio Ragnar and Gizhar Ragnar. A female Ragnar nearby smirks and calls him out, remarking that he obviously enjoys it. Without hesitation, he admits that she is completely right. At that moment, the tyrant dragon appears and joins them, casually commenting that Gishar's mouth has not changed at all. He reminds him that he has already warned him many times to think carefully before swinging his sword and criticizes him for never abandoning his bad habits. Gizhar answers respectfully, saying that it has been a long time, master. He mentions hearing about what happened at the archipelago and jokes that someone else ended up taking all the credit for the tyrant dragon's work. The tyrant dragon laughs and tells him to simply think of it as the ticket price for enjoying a good show. However, he quickly adds that this is not the moment for jokes because someone powerful is about to rise. One of the Ragnar candidates questions him and asks whether he means Thorkel, claiming they could easily deal with someone like that. The female Ragnar immediately corrects him and says no, he is talking about number 6. The tyrant dragon laughs again, covering his mouth slightly as he mentions the new candidate. Gizhar responds confidently, reminding the master not to forget that they are his disciples and insisting that there is no possible way that Brat could ever surpass them. Standing on the battlefield while staring into the distance, the tyrant dragon calmly remarks that there is still a possibility that the Brat might be the chosen one. Both of them freeze in shock and stare at him in disbelief. Turning away from them, the tyrant dragon quietly warns them to be ready. When the opportunity finally appears, they will need to crush him completely. Several hours before Thieu arrived on the battlefield, the scene opens with our hero standing alone while holding a map in his hands and examining it closely. As his eyes trace the markings across the paper, he speaks aloud, realizing that the White Tower is also one of the relics connected to the primordial dragon. Almost immediately, the power within him, Leviathan, responds and confirms that his realization is correct. At the same time, our boy reflects silently that now he remembers something important. Even in his previous life, this very region had been the first place Troyvin managed to seize control of. Leviathan continues speaking, explaining that guardians are capable of roughly sensing one another's locations, and that the guardian protecting the White Tower possesses the largest portion of the primordial dragon's power among them. Hearing this revelation, our boy reacts with clear shock and disbelief. Just then another presence approaches nearby. It is the serpent sea fish, and it immediately speaks up, agreeing with Leviathan and confirming that what he said is true. The creator of the serpent sea goes on to clarify that not every relic is identical. Each relic carries its own unique abilities and operates under different rules. Some relics are entrusted with particularly immense power, but that strength also comes with enormous responsibility, and the Guardian of the White Tower represents exactly that type of relic. It is an exceptionally powerful one. Lowering his gaze back to the map, our boy asks whether the White Tower currently lies within Troiven's territory. The serpent sea creature answers at once, confirming that it does. Leviathan then reminds him of something that happened before and asks if he remembers it. He explains that Troiven's people possess the method to poison guardians and forcibly extract the primordial dragon's power from them. Leviathan emphasizes that under no circumstances can that happen again. Our boy must reach the guardian before Troiven's forces do. Our boy listens carefully to every word, feeling both surprised and deeply uneasy as the situation becomes clearer. The scene then shifts back to the present, inside the headquarters of the central platoon, specifically within the Demon Dragon's command tent. A man stands on top of a chair in front of a large table, speaking with firm authority as he declares that they must move toward the Rocky Mountains. Another person bows deeply before him and begins delivering a report, explaining that Troiven's forces appear to be unusually concentrated in that region. He adds that armies never move without a reason and that he is certain something significant must be happening there, but he does not even finish his sentence. The man standing on the chair cuts him off immediately, dismissing the idea as nonsense. Blind in one eye and speaking with commanding authority, he tells him to forget about leaving the battlefront to carry out some independent mission. Several hours earlier, inside the command area, the commander accused him of becoming arrogant simply because he carried the title of candidate and demanded to know whether he truly believed he could just leave the battlefield whenever he pleased. At that moment, our boy calmly raised his hand and explained that it was not like that at all, adding that the necessary arrangements had already been made to cover for his absence. The commander stared directly at him for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter and admitted that he had only been joking. He told our boy that he trusted him, and trusted his judgment as well. He added that the White Armor Dragon cavalry would not suddenly become weak just because he happened to be away for a while. Our boy looked at the commander with a serious expression and called out to him. The commander responded by warning that he had better not return empty-handed, because otherwise there would be no spoils left waiting for him. Hearing that, our boy clenched his teeth in frustration before firmly promising that he would not disappoint him. Placing a hand over his chest, he made his vow. The scene then shifts to the region surrounding the White Tower. Our boy flies over Troiven's city while riding his dragon, carefully observing everything below him. As he studies the situation, he realizes that Troiven's forces are stationed everywhere, meaning they would certainly be discovered if they moved any closer through the air. Before long, he lands the dragon quietly on the ground and thinks to himself how remarkable it is that the dragon can alter the color of its scales to blend perfectly with the night. Standing beside the creature, he concludes that this ability must come from the characteristics of an evil shadow dragon combined with traces of viper blood. Gently placing his hand on the dragon's head, our boy thanks Umbra and tells it that its help has made things far easier for him. However, he explains that from this point onward, he must continue alone. He instructs Umbra to return to base and make sure the dragon understands his command. In response, the dragon presses close and nuzzles him affectionately, even brushing him with a soft kiss. Our boy reassures Umbra that he will return soon and tells it not to worry. Once the dragon departs, he begins moving forward by himself. Before long, he suddenly finds himself stepping into the edge of an active battlefield, where flames rage and attacks continue without pause. Without warning, someone launches an attack directly at him, forcing our boy to quickly retreat and take cover behind the nearby mountains. From that hiding spot, he notices that several families are also hiding in the area. Carefully stepping out from concealment, he looks toward the White Tower and thinks to himself that the security around it is just as tight as he expected. Soon afterward, several soldiers appear and begin searching the surroundings, clearly sensing that someone is nearby. They shout out loudly, demanding to know who is there. Our boy remains completely silent. One soldier holds up a firelight and asks what is happening, while another insists that he definitely saw something and wants to check the area again. Moving cautiously, they begin approaching the mountains where our boy is hiding. One of the soldiers leans forward to take a closer look, scanning the shadows carefully, yet finds nothing at all. Turning back toward the others, he apologizes and admits that he must have been mistaken, claiming there is nothing there. In the very next moment, our boy emerges silently from behind him and kills the soldier. A sudden burst of fire erupts, lighting up the dark surroundings. The nearby soldiers react immediately, shouting in shock as they catch sight of him. One of them glares at our boy with furious eyes and yells that there's an intruder. Instantly, the soldiers rush toward him together, launching their attacks while flames spread around them, and the sharp sounds of clashing weapons echo across the battlefield. The scene then shifts to a different location. Inside a circular red reaction zone, thick veins and root-like lines stretch across the ground, pulsing as though something alive is being formed within the ritual space. A man stands nearby, observing the process with intense focus. Before long, another man approaches from behind him and casually remarks that the sight unfolding before them is quite entertaining to watch. The second man steps closer to the leader overseeing the ritual and comments that he never expected the Trovians to go so far as to cooperate with the Holy Demon Church simply to resurrect the dethroned Mad Dragon Emperor. As he speaks, the formation suddenly begins accelerating, its structure expanding and shifting at a disturbing pace. The leader and the surrounding church members remain silent as they watch the creation continue taking shape before their eyes. Gradually, the form inside the ritual circle begins transforming more clearly, its outline becoming visible. At that moment, the leader speaks sharply and warns the man to be careful with his words, explaining that the being revived is filled with boundless rage. Suddenly, the leader's eyes widen as realization strikes him. He declares that this resurrected being is the true master of Ragnar, and that the one currently ruling in that position is nothing more than an imposter. He continues, proclaiming that the true master will soon reclaim his rightful throne, and that they, as his loyal servants, are the real followers of Ragnar and must never forget that fact. The old man calmly answers that he will remember those words. He then explains that the resurrection ritual is nearly complete, yet in order to fully return their mighty master from the underworld, the correct materials are still required. Specifically, they need Ragnar's body and the power of the primordial dragon. The leader steps forward toward the creature still forming within the ritual and confidently declares that Ragnar's body can be obtained whenever they wish, meaning the real problem lies elsewhere, in conquering the White Tower. Standing at the base of a massive staircase, he demands an update on the situation there. A soldier immediately steps forward and reports that the power within the White Tower is overwhelming and continues to fiercely resist the demon shadow toxin they have been using. He adds that even with the high priest of the Holy Demon Church personally participating, capturing the tower within the required time frame appears impossible. The moment he finishes speaking, a violent surge of blue energy suddenly strikes him, smashing his head against the ground again and again as he cries out in agony. The leader releases his own power and coldly declares that the resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor absolutely requires the primordial dragon's power, which means the very idea of something being impossible should not even exist. He orders them to achieve the objective by any means necessary. The soldier immediately begins slamming his head against the ground in apology, calling himself foolish while begging forgiveness from the future clan head. His nose is badly damaged, blood pouring out and dripping onto the floor beneath him. Not long afterward, another soldier rushes forward with urgent news and reports that a problem has occurred. The leader, clearly surprised, demands to know what has happened. The soldier explains that something unusual is unfolding at the White Tower. After hearing the full explanation, the leader's expression darkens as he declares that an intruder has entered the area. He immediately orders every soldier to thoroughly search the surroundings. The troops respond at once and spread out in every direction. Soon they discover a man lying on the ground, prompting the soldiers to intensify their search for any trace of the intruder. Each one carries a firelight, carefully scanning the darkness around them. Among those soldiers is our boy himself, perfectly blended into the group while holding a firelight just like the rest. Meanwhile, from the top of a nearby hill, Gizhar watches the entire situation with sharp attention. He remarks that the intruder killed only the number of people necessary, and then boldly slipped into the enemy ranks as if he belonged there. Someone nearby comments that the method reminds them of Black Snow. Gizhar laughs and replies that perhaps the man even worked as Black Snow in a previous life. He adds that this only makes the intruder more interesting and that he would like to taste him at least once. The girl standing beside Gizhar immediately cuts him off, telling him to stop entertaining such pointless thoughts and focus on tracking the target instead. She reminds him not to get caught again the way he did back at Thorquell. Gizhar quickly backs down and answers obediently, saying, "Yes, just as you command." As the scene begins, the clan's leader reacts with visible shock when soldiers rush in shouting that an intruder has appeared at the White Tower. His head snaps upward, eyes widening as he struggles to believe what he has just heard. His thoughts immediately begin racing. This should be impossible. Only a handful of people even know the White Tower's secret, and they had already deployed disguised troops specifically to distract anyone who might approach the area. Then an unsettling possibility flashes through his mind, causing his eyes to widen even further. Could the intruder be Theo Ragnar again? No, that cannot be right. Anger surges through him as he rejects the idea outright, shouting internally that it cannot be him. The soldiers quickly report that they can strengthen the guard around the tower and expand the search, assuring him that the intruder will be captured soon. However, the clan leader waves the suggestion aside and calmly says no. There is no need for that because the plan is changing. A slow, calculating smile spreads across his face as he gives a new order. Only a minimal force will remain stationed at the White Tower while the rest of the troops withdraw. The soldiers are immediately stunned and protest that doing so could mean losing the primordial dragon's power entirely. The clan leader simply answers that this is exactly the point. Hearing that, both soldiers freeze in place, too shocked to question him further. Then he speaks the thought already forming in his mind. The intruder is almost certainly Theo Ragnar. If that is true, Theo will conquer the White Tower himself, in return carrying the primordial dragon's power. With a sharp motion of his hand, the clan leader summons 3 formidable individuals. The first to appear is Ein, standing tall in black clothing while gripping a sword, his presence radiating deadly concentration. Next comes Vi, an enormous man holding a massive weapon, his sheer weight making the ground seem to tremble beneath him. The third is Dre, a confident and powerful woman surrounded by crackling energy as she flexes her strength. The clan leader instructs them to confirm whether Theo Ragnar has obtained the primordial dragon's power, and the moment he does, they are to kill him and seize that power for themselves. The 3 stand in line with deadly seriousness and answer together, declaring, "As you command." The scene then shifts to the battlefield. The soldiers' leader shouts orders, demanding that every unit search for Theo Ragnar, no matter what it takes. Did he enter the White Tower? It does not matter. They must search every corner. Standing at the front, he begins dividing the troops, sending some to circle around the tower while he personally leads a group toward the southern side. Meanwhile, our boy stands in the middle of the chaos wearing a mask. As the leader walks away with his troops, our boy quietly thinks to himself that they actually fell for it that easily, and a small smirk appears on his face. The situation has suddenly become far simpler than he expected. They did not even use any kind of password or system to confirm who is friend or enemy. Moving forward carefully, he notices that almost no additional soldiers remain guarding the tower. In fact, the security is even weaker than when he first arrived, almost as though someone is practically inviting him inside. When he turns his gaze toward the White Tower, a screen-like message appears, announcing that the primordial dragon's relic, White Tower, has been discovered. He thinks to himself that knowing this changes nothing, because he still has to obtain that power. Reaching forward, he places his hand against the relic, but the moment he touches it, an unexpected force bursts outward and catches him completely off guard. His eyes widen as he immediately releases his own power in response. White energy surging outward and spreading across the surroundings. No matter what happens, he must seize the primordial dragon's power. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupts, signaling that the door to the tower is opening. Without hesitation, he throws a fiery light onto the ground and thinks to himself that he must enter before anyone else can interfere. The moment he steps inside, the door closes behind him. Dust rises into the air as he walks forward deeper into the tower. Back outside on the battlefield, someone steps forward in front of the tower. It is Gizhar, muttering under his breath. He says that even though the master told him otherwise, he still never accepted that the primordial dragon's relic was located there. The girl standing beside him comments that perhaps this is exactly why he invaded Troyvin in the first place. Gizhar suddenly bursts in a loud laughter and says that it is exactly what one would expect from the Chosen One. The girl glances at him and remarks that the title of Chosen One certainly sounds tempting, but even a Chosen One would probably not escape a situation like this. Gizhar leans slightly toward Harbai Singh and says that they already have a uniform as evidence, though it had simply been lying around. He wonders aloud whether this might actually be some kind of trap, considering that the man never even wore it while he was there. She shrugs indifferently and replies that it does not really matter whether he is planning something or not, because all they need is a reason, a justification. After that, she says they should start moving, telling Gizhar that they need to prepare everything before he returns. However, Gizhar refuses to leave. He insists that he will wait right here until the man comes out of the tower. Shocked, she shouts at him, but Gizhar only laughs and asks whether she is not curious about the look on his face when he dies. The scene then shifts. A blinding light suddenly explodes within the area, and our boy struggles against the overwhelming brightness. The light is so intense that nothing around him can be seen clearly through it. Surprised, he turns toward the source of the glow and stands his ground, gripping his sword tightly as he prepares himself. He thinks to himself that he can finally lower his guard, because the guardian of this place holds the largest share of the primordial dragon's power, which means the being waiting inside should be enormous and terrifying beyond imagination. As our boy cautiously steps forward, a massive face suddenly appears in front of him, its single red eye glowing ominously in the darkness. The sight startles him, yet he immediately tightens his grip on his sword and turns toward it with full focus. From within that glowing eye, however, a much smaller creature suddenly pops out, and cheerfully says that it is finally happy to see him. The creature quickly explains that some strange individuals recently attempted to sneak inside using a demon shadow toxin, which made things extremely annoying because it had to spend so much effort blocking them. Hearing this, our boy is completely stunned and thinks to himself in disbelief. This is supposed to be the guardian carrying the greatest portion of the primordial dragon's power? Standing firmly in front of the creature, he asks whether this is truly the guardian he was expecting, because the creature looks far too ordinary for something so important. The Serpent Sea immediately speaks up, warning him not to judge by appearances. Leviathan follows, adding that despite those peacocky looks, the creature possesses enough strength to make even them tremble in fear. The creature then clears things up properly, explaining that it became distracted earlier and should introduce itself correctly. Its name, it says, is Keratosukis, the most loyal subordinate of the great primordial dragon and the inheritor of the largest portion of that dragon's power. It also serves as the protector of the gate of the Pantheon, though he can simply call it Keratu. Our boy is immediately shocked. The gate of the Pantheon? The creature explains that this gate leads to the place where the gods reside, a realm connected to the primordial domains, relics, and fragments that carry the primordial dragon's power. The primordial dragon once held countless responsibilities in guarding this gate. The link between the mortal world and the realm of the gods was one of its greatest duties. That responsibility, it says, has now been inherited by Keratosukis, the dragon's most loyal subordinate. Our boy slowly lifts his mask slightly as he responds that he has only ever read about gods in ancient texts, then asks whether they truly exist while addressing the creature as Kerato. The creature immediately corrects him, saying that its full name is Keratosukis. Our boy asks again, and the creature confirms it once more, making him realize that this guardian is far from normal. Even though it told him he could call it Kerato, it clearly prefers being addressed as Keratosukis. Then our boy repeats his question, asking again whether the gods truly exist. The creature answers without hesitation, saying of course they do, and even asks whether he is not already familiar with them. Suddenly, the creature sends a message visible only to our boy. He gasps in shock, breathing heavily as the creature's eyes begin glowing red again, just as they did earlier. It calmly explains that what he is seeing is nothing less than a message sent directly from the gods themselves. Our boy stands frozen in place, completely stunned, unable to say even a single word. The scene opens in the Central Highlands, at Ragnar's gathering point where the gods stand watch over the area. Inside a nearby cottage, the head of the clan begins speaking, making sure everyone present is paying attention. He reminds them of the reason they have all assembled here at the front line. Around the table, every person keeps their eyes on him and listens carefully. The clan head explains that the appearance of Troyvan servitors has caused the war to drag on far longer than expected, and now even the 9 dragons are preparing to intervene directly. He makes it clear that this meeting is an important briefing about the war, adding that once he finishes speaking he will accept any questions or suggestions from those present. After saying that, he gestures toward the Overlord Dragon, seated nearby. The Overlord Dragon responds calmly that the matter concerning him is just as important as the war itself. At that moment, someone announces that a girl has arrived. The Overlord Dragon nods and instructs them to let her enter. She walks into the room and apologizes for interrupting the meeting so suddenly, explaining that the matter is urgent. Holding a dress in her hands, she shows it to everyone in the room and claims that she personally witnessed through Ragnar's betrayal. She then presents the dress as proof. One of the men seated at the table immediately shouts in disbelief, questioning how throwing down a Ragnar uniform during wartime could possibly count as evidence of treason. Meanwhile, the commander sitting there quietly thinks to himself, wondering what Bradtho is actually doing, because there is no way he could be thinking clearly if he is acting like this. The scene shifts away from the meeting. Our hero stands facing the strange creature nearby and asks whether the blue message window, visible only to him, really came from a god. The creature confirms that there is no doubt about it, although it cannot explain the details because it cannot see the message itself. Our hero then asks whether all chosen ones are able to see something like this. The creature answers that they are not. He is the only one. Curious, our hero asks why. The creature simply laughs and replies that the reason is because he is who he is. Suddenly, our hero begins struggling against a mysterious force. He cries out and shouts as the strange power presses down on him. Watching closely, the creature remarks that it appears the energy is being filtered. Our hero, confused, asks what it means by filtering and demands to know how much it actually understands about what is happening. The creature laughs again and teasingly replies that it has been waiting for him to ask that question. At that exact moment, a sudden burst of white energy erupts around the tower. Our hero stands there in shock as the light spreads through the area. The creature then leaps up to the top of the tower and announces that if he truly wants to uncover the truth, it will grant him the trial of the Pantheon. Our hero stares upward in disbelief and asks what the trial of the Pantheon even is. A screen suddenly appears, announcing that Guardian Keratosukis is offering him a trial. The The creature explains that this trial will allow him to explore his own soul and uncover his true self. To do that, he must trace his way through the layers of his subconscious. However, the creature warns him that the subconscious is essentially another world. If he fails, becomes too deeply lost in it, or if his mind collapses while inside, he could end up trapped there forever. But if he succeeds, he will earn the qualification to face the ultimate truth and even gain a chance to meet a god. The creature continues explaining that the tower contains 12 tiers in total, then asks him directly whether he is ready to accept the challenge. A screen appears before him with a simple choice. Enter the first tier of the Pantheon trial. Yes or no. Our hero tightens his grip on his sword, fixes a sharp glare on the screen, and presses yes. Immediately, the tower begins to tremble and crack apart as he asks the creature once again whether everything it told him is truly the truth. His mind floods with questions, especially about whether the Great War will happen again. Blinding light suddenly bursts from the walls around him, and he shouts through tears, demanding to know why he had to be the chosen one. Struggling against the overwhelming brightness, he grits his teeth as another screen appears announcing that he is now entering the first tier of the trial of the Pantheon. The entire structure shakes violently, and yet another screen flashes, revealing the contents of the first tier. Our hero stands there in shock as he realizes he is still inside the tower. Another message appears, instructing him that in order to fully enter the subconscious realm, he must suppress his conscious mind and open the gateway. Without warning, a strange liquid bubble forms along the wall, followed by a sudden surge of liquid rising from the floor itself. Our hero stares in disbelief. From the shifting liquid, a man slowly emerges. Our hero immediately assumes that this must be the consciousness system Keratosukis mentioned earlier. Judging from its appearance, the figure does not seem especially dangerous, at least not as terrifying as Keratosukis made it sound. Then, without warning, the liquid spreads rapidly toward him. Our hero reacts instantly, dodging the attack as if a blade had just been thrown at him. Surprised, he begins running, then suddenly stops, unsure what will happen next. At that moment, another screen appears, identifying the gatekeeper of the door to the subconscious. Our boy grips his sword tightly and prepares himself. A man holding a sword steps forward, a figure with white hair that flickers like flames. The screen flashes another message. I am here. Eliminate him. Standing face to face with the man, our boy studies him carefully, wondering whether he should personally fight this opponent or if the situation might actually be preferable to confronting some unknown enemy with no information at all. As he considers it, the man suddenly begins floating, and an eerie white energy starts radiating from his body. Our boy's eyes widen in shock as he tries to understand what is happening. The man raises his gaze, and a stream of white energy shoots forward. Our boy reacts purely on instinct, generating red energy, while at the same time releasing blue energy to block the incoming attack. Focusing himself, he calls out Thunder Dragon, breathing thunder, stabbing, and lunges forward. The collision of their powers triggers a violent explosion of energy that forces both of them to collapse under the impact. Our boy struggles to recover as he leaps across the mountains, attacking while trying to keep up with the chaotic battle. Then he sees it, a massive surge of white energy gathering in front of him. In an instant, the energy splits into countless blades that fly toward him from every direction. Panic flashes through him for a moment, but he tightens his grip on his sword and charges forward, unleashing blue energy outward in all directions. The force of that blue energy is overwhelming. The incoming blades begin cracking apart and shattering one after another as the power spreads further, scorching the ground and everything around him. This is the full force of the Quintuple Dragon Clan. The earth beneath his feet begins to split and explode under the pressure, forcing our boy to drive his sword into the ground again and again while pouring blue energy into it to shield himself and push back the destruction. He gasps for air, eyes wide with disbelief. Then the white-haired man releases another surge of white energy and rushes toward him once more. Watching the attack approach, our boy realizes something with quiet certainty. Yeah, I guess I've grown a lot stronger in the meantime. The moment the mysterious stranger makes his move, the battle begins without warning. Gripping his sword firmly, the man charges straight at our protagonist and immediately unleashes a technique known as Dragon's Five Claws, a surge of violent power erupting outward as the attack tears forward and releases its energy directly toward our boy. Our protagonist reacts instantly, activating Dragon Flash, and in the very next instant a massive blast of energy detonates right in front of him. The collision is fierce, and as the chaotic power finally clears, our boy quickly realizes something is wrong. The enemy who launched the attack has completely vanished. Without hesitation, he shoots into the air, scanning the surroundings in search of the missing opponent. But the moment he turns his head, he freezes in shock, and both our protagonist and his companion snap their gaze upward at the same time, suddenly realizing that the stranger has repositioned himself high above them. At that exact moment, the stranger attacks again from the sky, once more executing Dragon's 5 claws, descending while waves of destructive energy spread outward in every direction as the technique crashes downward toward the ground where our boy stands. Caught beneath the falling strike, our protagonist stares upward in surprise, just as a violent explosion of blue energy erupts across the entire area. Understanding immediately how dangerous the impact will be, he dashes out of the strike zone at the last possible moment. Then, without wasting even a second, he rushes straight back toward the stranger and launches a counterattack. The stranger blocks the assault for a short time, yet our boy refuses to give him space, pressing forward with everything he has as their swords slam together with a ringing clang that echoes across the battlefield. Neither side slows, and the fight continues relentlessly as they exchange strike after strike without pause. As their clash drags on, the ground beneath them begins to fracture and crumble under the sheer force of their blows, while sparks scatter through the air each time their blades collide again and again. During one of those collisions, our protagonist studies his opponent closely and suddenly realizes something unsettling. This battle feels strangely familiar, almost as if he is facing himself, because even the paths of their sword swings and the tiniest habits within their movements match almost perfectly. The thought keeps circling in his mind while the fight continues, especially as the opponent slips past most of his attacks with ease and even cancels out his most powerful techniques by responding with the exact same techniques. Still pressing forward, our boy charges again, yet a troubling realization crosses his thoughts. Unlike me, he never gets tired. So how am I supposed to defeat someone like that? For a brief moment, our protagonist halts and fixes his opponent with a sharp stare, a sudden idea flashing through his mind as he considers the possibility that if this enemy truly is identical to him, then there must be some weakness he can exploit. However, just as that realization forms, a sudden burst of white energy erupts nearby, and our boy barely has time to react. There isn't even a second left to think. A moment later, our protagonist arrives at a realization that almost makes him laugh to himself. That is exactly what I would do. Immediately afterward, another violent surge of white energy detonates, the blast swallowing the battlefield in thick smoke that erases visibility in an instant. And amid the confusion, their swords slip apart as the clash between them breaks. Then the remaining energy abruptly shifts direction and surges toward the stranger, who bears the exact same appearance as our protagonist, the attack locking onto him before rushing straight in his direction. Watching this unfold, our protagonist calmly thinks to himself that the plan worked perfectly. The stranger is clearly thrown off balance, and at that precise moment our boy suddenly appears behind him and charges forward, explaining with quiet confidence that he anticipated this exact reaction and knew the confusion would create the opening he needed. While moving, he reflects on why the plan succeeded in the first place. The opponent relied on fewer tricks because of arrogance, the same arrogance our protagonist once carried himself, and someone like that would never expect an unusual move such as a rare sword-throwing technique, especially something like the white moonlight blade. The strike connects. Blood suddenly bursts from the stranger's mouth, and dark liquid begins spilling from both his mouth and his eyes, the damage clearly devastating. Our protagonist observes the result without panic, then calmly admits that in the end there is always something to learn from anyone, even acknowledging that it was a satisfying match against his own past self. As soon as the fight concludes, a system screen suddenly appears. The message announces that he has defeated himself and successfully cleared the first tier of the trial. The scene then sweeps across the battlefield, revealing shattered ground and broken buildings scattered everywhere, the aftermath of their fierce battle visible in every direction. Soon after, another screen materializes, asking whether he wishes to proceed to the second tier of the pantheon, presenting two choices, yes or no. Our protagonist simply grins the moment he sees it, steps forward, opens the door waiting ahead, and confidently decides that since he has already begun this challenge, he intends to see it through all the way to the end. At the same time, the scene abruptly shifts to an entirely different location where several influential figures have gathered for a meeting, all seated around a large circular table. One of them speaks in anger, pointing out that someone even discarded the Ragnar uniform during wartime, insisting that such an act alone is undeniable proof of betrayal. The leader of the gathering then raises a serious question, asking for confirmation regarding the claim that Theo Ragnar abandoned his assigned position and secretly traveled toward Troy, turning to Anshio Ragnar and demanding to know whether this accusation is truly correct. Anshio immediately confirms the claim, stating that she personally witnessed Theo crossing into enemy territory on his own, and she even presents the discarded uniform as evidence to support her accusation. Julius reacts immediately, disbelief written all over him, as he firmly insists there is no way Theo would ever do something like that. While the argument unfolds, the demon dragon quietly watches the entire scene and begins analyzing the situation in silence, wondering whether Julius truly knows nothing about Theo's plan. From what he can tell, Theo entrusted him with certain information, but deliberately kept the rest hidden from Julius. His thoughts drift back to an earlier moment when he warned Theo not to return empty-handed, making it clear that without results there would be no reward waiting for him. Elsewhere, our protagonist answers with calm confidence that he will not disappoint him, though he adds that there is something important he must explain beforehand. Through sound telepathy, the demon dragon soon receives new information reporting that the third and fourth heir candidates, Gizhar Ragnar and Anshio Ragnar, are currently delivering an important report. The moment he hears this, he immediately understands what is happening. The twins have been keeping watch over Theo ever since his return from the archipelago, and their likely goal is to force him out of his position. Our protagonist explains the situation calmly, revealing that they have been attempting to sabotage him for quite some time. However, instead of worrying about their efforts, he intends to take advantage of the situation and turn their own scheme against them. After hearing the full explanation, the demon dragon cannot hide his surprise, especially when he realizes that Theo plans to use the opportunity not only to deal with them, but also to carefully observe their weaknesses and collect valuable information. He reflects on it for a moment before deciding there is no reason to be overly concerned, because Theo appears unusually confident that he can manage this complicated situation on his own. Finally, the demon dragon speaks publicly and announces that he agrees with Anshio Ragnar's accusation. Anshio responds with polite composure, saying that receiving support from the demon dragon makes her feel much more reassured. The demon dragon then declares that they must organize a pursuit force immediately in order to track Theo down. Meanwhile, the head of the Ragnar clan sits quietly, analyzing every detail. Although the report claims Theo abandoned his post, he also knows the demon dragon is not someone who would overlook something so obvious, which suggests that this entire situation might actually be part of a much larger plan. After considering it carefully, the clan leader decides to follow the demon dragon's lead for now and observe how the events unfold. He then formally announces that the organization known as Black Snow has confirmed Theo Ragnar deserted his duties, and because there is sufficient evidence supporting the accusation, the claim will now be officially recognized. With that decision made, he orders Black Snow to immediately assemble a pursuit team. Even as he delivers the command, however, the clan leader cannot help thinking to himself that the situation has already become extremely messy. Even so, the clan leader continues thinking that if Theo truly arranged this entire situation himself, then there is probably little reason to worry too much. At that very moment, the scene shifts once again. A system notification suddenly appears, announcing that our protagonist has now entered the second tier of the Pantheon trial. The instant he arrives, he looks around in visible shock, because the land surrounding him is completely barren, a devastated landscape where everything appears ruined and lifeless. As he studies the area more carefully, recognition suddenly dawns on him. The place standing before him is none other than the Rose Palace from his previous life. Another system screen materializes and begins explaining the challenge of this second tier, revealing that the trial is called the path toward your subconsciousness. Just then, someone nearby notices him and immediately greets him with open sarcasm, mocking him while asking if he is not the so-called imbecile of the Ragnar family. At the same time, yet another system message appears, stating that his progress is currently being obstructed by his own trauma. Close by, an old man stands there laughing loudly as he stares directly at him. Our protagonist responds only by glaring back without the slightest hint of fear. The system then reveals the next objective. He must overcome the trauma that has been tormenting him. Rather than showing panic, our protagonist simply lets out a calm sigh and remarks that it seems the designers of this trial made a mistake while creating this challenge. Our protagonist suddenly speaks, his voice filled with sarcasm as he asks whether this entire situation is meant to be some kind of joke, calmly adding that he remembers them very clearly, because in the past these very people were the ones who became the source of his trauma. Immediately after, one of the men sneers at him and mocks him openly, asking if he has already lost his mind simply because he is about to die, then repeating the insult by calling him the imbecile of Ragnar. Rather than reacting with anger, our protagonist casually thanks him, and the fight begins at once. Without hesitation, our boy rushes straight toward them, while one of the men from his past fixes him with a fierce glare and prepares to strike. Yet our protagonist pauses for a brief moment, standing his ground as he stares back at them, calmly admitting that he has wanted to kill them for a very long time, especially when he sees the exact same expressions on their faces that they're showing right now. At that very moment, a system screen suddenly appears. The message declares that he has triumphed in the second tier by confronting his trauma, and it announces that he will now proceed to the next tier. Our protagonist remains standing there when, all of a sudden, a mysterious creature appears nearby. The creature watches him with curiosity and remarks that this is quite interesting, wondering aloud if he might actually manage to reach the Pantheon. It then speaks again with a teasing tone, saying that he must be looking forward to meeting it, referring to him as the god of casualty. Right after that, multiple system messages begin appearing rapidly, one after another. A screen announces the trial of the third tier, declaring victory over the persona. Another screen follows, displaying the trial of the 4th tier, with victory over the shadow self. Next appears the trial of the 5th tier, announcing victory over the collective unconscious. Suddenly, a giant man crashes heavily down onto the ground. Then another screen appears, declaring the trial of the 10th tier, with victory over the ID. Looking at the succession of messages, our protagonist calmly remarks that he has already passed the 10th tier, realizing that each trial is taking less time than the one before it. He begins to feel that everything has somehow become easier after clearing the 1st tier. Still, he questions whether the trials will really end this simply, and he calls out a name, Keratosukis, almost as though he is challenging the situation itself. At that moment, another system screen suddenly appears. The message announces that he is now entering the 11th tier of the Pantheon's trial. The mysterious creature speaks again, telling him there is no need to worry, explaining that the real challenge is only about to begin now. Another system message appears immediately afterward, explaining the nature of the next trial. The system message explains that this place is known as the Cave of Origin, a location created to imitate the very process through which life itself is born. The instructions are simple yet unsettling. He must move against the flow and ascend through the Cave of Origin. As our boy advances deeper into the cave, he quietly wonders whether all he really needs to do is continue following the passage stretching ahead of him. Yet almost immediately he notices that the atmosphere here feels completely different from what he experienced in the previous tiers. Without warning, the ground beneath him and the mountain walls surrounding the cave begin to crack and split apart. While he continues moving forward through the dark passage, another system message appears, explaining that in order to reach the true source, he must return to the void that existed before birth. The message continues, stating that as he retraces the path of birth itself, the senses he obtained at the moment of birth will gradually begin disappearing one by one. Our protagonist stares at the screen in visible shock, struggling to believe what he is reading. Another message appears, informing him that he is losing his sense of smell, meaning he can no longer receive the scent of the world. Our boy frowns in confusion, wondering what that statement is even supposed to mean. However, when he takes another step forward, he suddenly notices something strange. The fishy smell that had filled the cave water earlier has completely vanished. Soon another system message appears. It announces that he is losing his sense of hearing, meaning he can no longer receive the sounds of the world. A moment later, another message follows. It declares that he is losing his sense of touch, meaning he can no longer feel the world surrounding him. Our boy quickly realizes something terrifying. 4 of his 5 senses are already gone, and he mutters half-jokingly that he just hopes the system is not planning to kill him next. But the very next screen appears almost instantly. It announces that he is now losing his sense of sight, meaning he can no longer see the appearance of the world. Another message follows immediately after, explaining that with all 5 senses now blocked, the use of mana has also been restricted. Our protagonist becomes alarmed, because he never expected even his mana to be sealed. He quickly understands that navigating through the cave in this condition should be completely impossible. From this, he concludes that overcoming such an impossible situation must be the true purpose of the 11th tier's trial. However, a memory suddenly surfaces in his mind. This is not the first time he has experienced something like this. He remembers the moment in the past when the father's heart sword injured him, and how the situation back then felt strangely similar. As the thought settles in, he begins considering that perhaps he can overcome this trial the same way he managed to survive that moment before. Inside the fading darkness of his mind, his thoughts begin reaching out to the guardians within him: Griffin, Fairy Dragon, Desert Worm, and Laser Drake, calling to them for help. Yet his consciousness starts scattering rapidly as each of his senses disappears one after another. None of the guardians respond. Realizing this, he understands that the only solution left is to search for the answer within himself. Just as that thought forms, several creatures connected to him suddenly appear nearby. One of them immediately calls out, asking what is wrong with him. Another scolds him sharply for tripping over his own feet and orders him to get up right away. But before they can continue, another being interrupts and tells them there is no point in calling him. It explains that his senses and even his mana are completely sealed, meaning no matter how loudly they shout, their voices will never reach him. The creature continues explaining that every living being depends on their senses in order to recognize space and time. Ironically, when all those senses vanish, only one truth remains unmistakably clear: the primordial fear of being abandoned by the world one belongs to. Inside the Cave of Origin, it explains the self and the world are essentially the same for humans. If things continue in this state, the self will gradually scatter apart, leaving him in a condition that is no different from death. The creature lets out a sigh and admits that it had expected the chosen one to be different. It adds that disappointment only grows deeper when expectations were high to begin with. Then, suddenly, a strange sound echoes through the space. A voice begins repeating a single word: kill. Moments later, the voice bursts into wild laughter before shouting that it will kill everyone. At that exact moment, a violent surge of red energy erupts from the place where our boy is lying. The creatures watching are stunned. Something suddenly enters our protagonist's body. Slowly, our boy begins rising to his feet again. The creatures stare at him in confusion, asking what is happening to him all of a sudden. Then another creature realizes the truth and explains that he has fallen in a madness, and it immediately recognizes the origin of that madness. The remaining ego of the Mad Dragon Emperor, which the Ragnar Clan planted inside him, has finally gone berserk. Another creature comments that with the Chosen One no longer suppressing it, this result was inevitable. As they continue observing the situation, one of them suddenly expresses amazement. It remarks that using madness itself to gather his scattered consciousness is actually impressive. Then the madness within our protagonist begins speaking directly. The voice declares that it accepts Theo Ragnar's deal, promising to grant him the power needed to overcome this situation. In return, however, it demands that he steal, violate, and destroy everything for it, and ultimately offer the entire world as tribute. At that exact moment, however, our protagonist suddenly raises his hand and blocks the red barrier, calmly declaring that he wishes to cancel their deal. The entity reacts in shock and immediately reminds him that it has already granted him its power, demanding that he honor the agreement without delay. Our protagonist answers just as calmly, explaining that he has already returned every bit of that power, every single fragment of it, causing the entity to instantly realize that it has been deceived. Standing firm, our boy tells it to consider this a small act of kindness from grandson. The furious voice snaps back, calling him a disappointing grandson and warning that it will remember this betrayal. Then, in anger, it suddenly speaks the name Theo F. Ragnar. Right afterward, a system screen appears. The message announces that his self-awareness is expanding, and at the same time, all of his senses return. His ability to use mana is restored as well. The system confirms that he has successfully overcome the trial of the 11th tier. Our protagonist quietly reflects on the situation and wonders whether awakening the Mad Dragon Emperor was truly a good decision. Still, since everything ultimately worked out, he concludes that it is probably fine. Suddenly, he hears the words Chosen One being called again. Looking up, he notices several creatures rushing toward him. The moment they reach him, they collapse in relief. Confused, our boy shouts and asks why all of them are acting so strangely. The creatures begin speaking at once. One admits it had been extremely worried about him. Another says it is simply relieved that he survived, while a third grumbles that if he intends to die like an idiot, he should at least hand his body over to it instead, before they all tell him to stop frightening them like that. Our protagonist slowly sits down while listening to their complaints. Then he suddenly notices a bright white light appearing nearby. As he casually sweeps his hand across the ground, the creatures unexpectedly begin floating up into the air in front of him. Letting out a sigh, our boy finally remarks that this must be the end. Another system screen appears. The message announces that he is now entering the 12th tier of the Pantheon's trial. The scene abruptly shifts. This time someone is sitting on a bed. The person slowly lowers his feet onto the floor. That person is our protagonist. He looks around in surprise, because the place resembles an ordinary bedroom. Even though this should be the first time he has ever seen it, the surroundings feel strangely familiar. Our boy walks over to the window and pulls the curtain aside. Then he complains to himself that first he experienced that strange dream earlier, and now something like this is happening again. He begins questioning the mysterious presence that continues appearing before him, wondering who it really is and why it keeps showing itself in front of him again and again. Suddenly, a sharp pain spreads through his head. At that exact moment, another system screen appears. The message announces that he has successfully cleared the 12th tier trial. It further declares that he has conquered the Primordial Dragon's Relic Tower, and as a reward for completing the entire trial, he is now permitted to enter the Pantheon. Our boy slowly lifts his arm and raises his gaze upward. His eyes settle on the Pantheon itself. Another system message appears immediately afterward, confirming that he has finally reached the Pantheon. Our protagonist slowly turns his head toward the Pantheon, surprise clearly written across his face, and as he finally faces it directly, a system screen appears before him. The message announces that he has successfully arrived at the entrance of the Pantheon, adding that as a conquest reward for completing the Primordial Dragon's Relic White Tower, his mind gate has been strengthened. At that very moment, someone suddenly appears nearby and speaks in a calm voice, remarking that he finally managed to come this far, while addressing him as her significant other. Our boy instantly recognizes the voice and turns in shock, calling out her name, Lodbrok. Still confused, he asks how she managed to appear here, because the last time they spoke she clearly told him that she could not leave the nest. Lodbrok calmly explains that the figure standing before him is not truly her physical self. What he is seeing is merely a manifestation formed from her remaining thoughts, and because his mind gate has grown stronger, she can now wander outside through this residual projection. Just then, another system screen appears. The message explains that the strengthening of his mind gate has deepened his connection with the Guardian Dragon. And because of that connection, he can now hear the guardian dragon's voice anytime and anywhere. Lodbrok studies him carefully before remarking that if his mind gate has truly strengthened this much, then his rank must have risen significantly. Even so, she admits she never expected him to actually reach the Pantheon. She praises him, saying he must have worked incredibly hard to make it this far. Our protagonist simply shrugs and replies that it is nothing remarkable. He only did what he had to do as her significant other. Lodbrok reacts with mild irritation, commenting that he says those fake sweet words without even blinking, and adding that he is still just as bold and shameless as ever. After that, she places her hand against the surface of the Pantheon and falls into quiet thought, mentioning the Pantheon, while wondering aloud if Sigurd might also be here. Suddenly her expression changes completely. Something strange begins emerging from within the Pantheon. She quickly turns to our protagonist and urgently warns him not to leave her side no matter what happens. Our boy watches in confusion as the scene unfolds before him. From the darkness, strange eyes begin appearing one after another, while a chilling voice echoes the words "Nameless Sovereign." At the same time, disturbing voices begin reverberating around him, crying out that it is unfair, that they did not deserve it, and that they will destroy everything. Their voices rise into desperate screams, begging for the torment to stop and pleading to be left alone. Our boy immediately senses that the situation is extremely dangerous. Yet at the same time, he cannot ignore the strange feeling that this place is completely different from anything he has ever encountered before. Turning toward Lodbrok, he asks what those horrifying beings actually are. Lodbrok answers without hesitation, telling him that they are known as outer gods. And although she promises to explain everything later, she insists that their only priority right now is to leave this place immediately. But before they can move, a brilliant and overwhelming light suddenly erupts from the Pantheon, spreading outward with such intensity and heat that the entire area begins to glow. Then the massive doors of the Pantheon slowly begin to open. From within the blinding light, a figure steps forward. The person calmly greets Lodbrok, remarking that it has been a very long time. Lodbrok instantly turns around, recognizes him, and stares in shock. It is Sigurd. Our protagonist is just as stunned, quickly realizing that this Sigurd is the ancestor of the Ragnar Clan. Meanwhile, the disturbing voices continue screaming in agony, crying that it hurts and that they will kill him again, repeating the name Sigurd over and over. Even those watching from afar react in disbelief, thinking that those beings have somehow returned despite suffering such a devastating attack earlier. Someone calls out Sigurd's name again while the strange eyes keep opening throughout the surrounding darkness, only to be forced back by the bright light pushing against them. Lodbrok steps forward and stands directly in front of Sigurd before speaking to him. Sigurd calmly tells them that they have finally managed to reach this place. Then he turns his gaze toward our protagonist and remarks that the expression on his face clearly shows he must have many questions. Sigurd tells him to ask whatever he wishes, promising that he will answer anything he is able to explain. Our protagonist immediately brings up the issue that has been troubling him the most, asking about the man he encountered during his final trial, while also mentioning that he has seen that same man appear repeatedly in his dreams, before asking whether Sigurd knows anything about him. Sigurd listens carefully before responding with something completely unexpected. He speaks the name Theo Ragnar, and then mentions the concept of regression. Finally, he asks a direct question. Has Theo Ragnar regressed? Our protagonist is completely stunned by those words, standing silently in front of the Pantheon as he struggles to process what he has just heard. After gathering himself, he asks Sigurd what exactly he means by that statement. Sigurd answers calmly that, for now, that is all he can reveal. Then he slowly raises his hand. At that moment, something strange happens. From high above, countless swords suddenly begin falling from the sky, crashing down across the Pantheon. Under the impact, the Pantheon itself seems to tremble, almost as if it is crying out beneath the force. Sigurd calmly explains that he knows our protagonist still carries many unanswered questions, but for now he cannot reveal everything. He promises that one day, when our protagonist steps deeper into that place, he will uncover the truth himself. At that moment, Lodbrok suddenly calls out to Sigurd, asking where he is going and questioning whether he plans to leave again without explaining anything to her. She tries to step forward toward him, but Sigurd gently pushes her back. Lodbrok begins falling away while watching him turn and walk back toward the Pantheon. As she loses her balance, she desperately calls out to the god of casualty to catch her. Sigurd speaks once more, offering an apology to Lodbrok and explaining that she cannot enter that place yet. After saying those words, he disappears inside the Pantheon. The enormous doors slowly begin closing again. Lodbrok stands there calling his name, shouting Sigurd again and again as the entrance gradually seals shut. At the same time, the strange eyes belonging to the god of casualty slowly begin closing as well. A system screen suddenly appears. The message announces that the god of casualty has found him. Our protagonist remains standing there in complete shock, as he watches everything unfold. Soon after, the Pantheon finally closes completely. Another system screen appears, congratulating him for successfully completing Scenario Quest 7. Still confused by everything that just happened, our protagonist turns toward Lodbrok and asks what exactly took place. Lodbrok explains that the monsters they saw are beings that exist outside the world, creatures similar in nature to the Nameless Sovereign. She tells him that those beings will eventually become his future opponents. According to her, the rules governing their world simply do not apply to those entities. Yet despite that they constantly attempt to destroy the world without rest. She then tells him that he must become stronger if he wants to protect the world he loves. Right after she finishes speaking, another system screen appears displaying several additional rewards. The system announces that extra rewards have been granted because he witnessed the Pantheon. It informs him that he can now freely wield Nirvana as part of that reward. Another message states that he has gained ownership of the Primordial Dragon's relic. The system then announces that White Tower Dragonization has been activated. Finally, a blessing message appears, wishing him a magnificent journey ahead, while addressing him as the bearer of the blessing of casualty. Immediately afterward, the mysterious creature appears once again and greets him, welcoming him back while calling him the Chosen One. The creature looks amused and asks whether he likes his new power. Our protagonist frowns in confusion and asks what exactly the creature means by that. At that moment, however, it becomes clear that our protagonist has now obtained an entirely new level of power. Our protagonist calmly confirms it, and almost immediately a system screen appears before him announcing the dragonization has been activated. He looks down at his transformed state and quickly realizes that dragonization has altered his body, prompting him to quietly study the unfamiliar sensation spreading through him as he notices how different everything feels. The nearby creature explains that because he obtained a relic of the primordial dragon, the dragon blood talent flowing within him has grown significantly stronger. Our protagonist begins carefully analyzing the changes in his body and soon recognizes that dragonization has dramatically increased both his stamina and his overall physical strength. The improvement being so overwhelming that it almost feels as if he has been reborn into an entirely new body. He also realizes that the same transformation affects his magic as well, because cultivating mana now feels as natural and effortless as breathing, and beyond that he can control mana far more freely than he ever could before. After considering all these changes, he decides that the next thing he needs to examine is the newly obtained power known as Nirvana. Another system screen appears and asks whether he wishes to activate Nirvana. The moment he uses it, the system announces that his mental realm is expanding. Our protagonist studies the strange phenomenon carefully, noticing that the expansion of his mental realm feels incredibly unusual, unlike anything he has ever experienced, almost as if he is holding his entire spiritual world directly in the palm of his hand. Realizing how significant this ability is, he tells himself that he must learn to master it properly, though he also understands that he should think very carefully about when and where it should be used. While reflecting on everything that has happened, he suddenly remembers the legend of his ancestor Sigurd, the story claiming that Sigurd once ascended to heaven and reached the realm of the gods, something our protagonist had always believed to be nothing more than exaggerated legend. Yet now he is no longer so certain. That thought leads him to recall the words Sigurd spoke when they met earlier, when Sigurd said that although he must have many questions, he could not answer them yet, and that someday, when our protagonist steps into that place again, he will discover the answers himself. Our protagonist contemplates those words deeply and begins wondering whether Sigurd meant that in order to uncover the truth, he must one day become a god of the Pantheon. Then another question emerges in his mind. Why was the god of casualty inside the Pantheon together with the ancestors of the Ragnar Clan? The more he thinks about it, the more it feels as though the Ragnar family is far more than merely the rulers of the North. It almost begins to seem as though the Ragnar Clan is not merely a ruling family of the North, but part of a far greater force that exists to protect the entire world. As that realization settles in, our protagonist slowly begins understanding something important. Perhaps the duty of Ragnar has always been to fight for the sake of the world itself, a responsibility that demands noble sacrifice. Another possibility then forms in his mind. Maybe the Chosen One is born within the Ragnar clan for a specific reason, and perhaps that Chosen One must eventually ascend as a god and stand beside the god of casualty in order to battle the outer gods. While these thoughts continue turning in his mind, our boy looks toward the creature again and asks another question, wondering whether these events might also be connected to the mysterious mana world that appeared during the 12th trial. The creature admits that the scene shown in that trial was certainly fascinating to witness, yet it honestly does not know much about it. Even so, it believes that the strange world must somehow be connected to the trial itself. Our protagonist nods in agreement, concluding that it must be related in some way, though he also realizes that the information about that place is something even a guardian does not understand. That realization only deepens his curiosity, leaving him wondering what kind of place it truly was. After that, The creature explains that it has already given him everything it possibly could, and now the time has come for him to leave the tower. However, before he departs, the creature warns him that an uninvited guest is currently waiting outside. Our protagonist suddenly laughs, because the situation is exactly what he expected. Quietly, he thinks to himself that they followed him, just as he predicted. He then answers calmly that it would be rude to keep his guests waiting any longer, adding that it is time for him to go greet them. The scene shifts to the outside of the tower. Tall buildings surround the area, while the night sky above is filled with countless stars, and our protagonist stands there with his sword in hand, waiting. Suddenly, a voice emerges from the darkness, remarking that he finally decided to come out, then complaining about being kept waiting for so long, while sarcastically asking how he could make his older brother wait like that. Our protagonist responds calmly that it sounds as though his brother should have been the one waiting for him instead. The other man then calls him by name, confirming that it really is Theo, and refers to him as his little brother. Our protagonist immediately realizes who the speaker is, and politely offers an apology, explaining that he unintentionally behaved rudely, and expressing his regret to Gizhar. Gizhar, however, looks confused and asks how Theo knows his name. Gizhar points out that only a handful of people alive even know what his face actually looks like. Our protagonist quietly thinks to himself that of course he knows him. In his past life, he once saw Gizhar at the friendly sparring arena where the influential heir candidates used to gather. Back then, the audience was murmuring among themselves while watching the match unfold, some claiming that the opponent was not even worthy of facing Gizhar, while others agreed and commented that not all heir candidates stand on the same level. During that fight, Gizhar defeated our protagonist with humiliating ease. He forced him down to the ground without even bothering to draw his sword, then mocked him openly, saying that he had been excited to see a new rising heir candidate, but ended up disappointed because the boy before him was nothing more than a nobody who did not even deserve to carry a sword. In his previous life, Gizhar's ability had truly been overwhelming. Now, in the present moment, Gizhar studies him again and remarks with clear disappointment, reminding him that he once managed to overpower a warrior like Axian using nothing but his bare hands. Our protagonist calmly replies that of course he knows Gizhar, since they are both heir candidates of the Ragnar Clan. Then, unexpectedly, he thanks him. Gizhar frowns in confusion and asks what he means by that. Our protagonist explains that Gizhar came all the way here to save him. The statement immediately irritates Gizhar. He steps directly in front of our boy and mockingly remarks that the newbie is surprisingly amusing. At that moment, however, a thick fog begins spreading around them. Gizhar slowly circles around him while continuing to speak. Then he reveals the truth. He did not come here to save him. He came here to kill him. Our protagonist answers calmly that he already knows that. He openly acknowledges that Gizhar came with the intention of killing him and adds that there is no reason to keep pretending anymore. Then he asks a quiet question, wondering whether the traces he deliberately left behind helped them track him down. Our protagonist continues explaining his reasoning. He believes that Trovia's forces will soon storm this place in order to capture him, because conquering the White Tower alone would normally make escaping extremely difficult. That is precisely why he intentionally used both Gizhar and his twin brother earlier. He recalls the moment when they accused him of abandoning his uniform, when they declared that they would send a pursuit squad after him. For a moment, the scene shifts back to that earlier conversation, where he spoke with Anshio and remembered exactly where the discarded uniform had been thrown. Returning to the present, our protagonist looks directly at Gizhar and calmly tells him that he never believed he came here alone. Without another word, the two suddenly clash, their swords colliding again and again as violent bursts of energy erupt around them with every impact. The force of one exchange sends someone flying far across the battlefield. Watching the result, our protagonist silently concludes that his earlier guess was correct. Gizhar, however, scoffs and asks what difference it makes even if the plan has already been discovered, confidently declaring that everything will end the moment he cuts off Theo's head. Our protagonist already knew that words would never persuade someone like him. Among the Ragnar heir candidates, strength alone determines everything, and every candidate must carry an unshakable conviction within their heart. But our protagonist possesses his own conviction as well. Just as both of them charge forward again, running straight toward each other for the next strike, a sudden blast of white energy crashes down between them. A massive explosion erupts instantly. Both our protagonist and Gizhar stare in shock at the sudden interruption. Gizhar immediately curses in anger and demands to know what kind of attack that was. At that moment, another figure appears nearby and speaks in a casual tone, remarking that it is a real shame because with that single strike, they could have eliminated both of them at once. Our protagonist quickly realizes what this means and calmly comments that it seems the real players have finally decided to show themselves. A masked woman steps forward and asks if he is Theo Ragnar. She admits that he is quite clever, since he even figured out that they deliberately delayed their arrival. Even so, she says the situation still hurts her pride, because despite facing two members of Trovia's 9 servitors, He apparently believed he could win with only 2 people on his side. The masked woman is soon revealed to be Dreller, the third-ranked member of Trovia's 9 servitors. Standing beside her is another imposing figure. He is Vi, the second-ranked member of Trovia's 9 servitors. Dre is the first to speak, casually remarking that they are incredibly lucky today because 2 heir candidates have practically delivered themselves right into their hands. Hearing that, our protagonist immediately understands the implication, recalling that these individuals are members of the 9 servitors, warriors specifically trained to confront the 9 dragons. Dre continues speaking in a relaxed tone, commenting that the 2 heirs will make 4 perfect sacrifices, and adding that a certain person will probably be very pleased with such an outcome. The moment our protagonist hears the word sacrifice, a hint of surprise crosses his mind as he begins wondering what exactly she means by it. Just then, Zvi suddenly interrupts her. With a cold voice, he warns her to be careful with her words. Dre, however, appears completely unconcerned. She casually asks what the problem is, pointing out that they are planning to kill them anyway. Then she throws a sarcastic comment back at him, saying that if he truly wanted her to stay quiet, he should have simply finished them earlier with his attack. Zvi's expression tightens with irritation as he replies that she always manages to provoke his anger. Meanwhile, Dre stands calmly while releasing a vast amount of red energy that begins swirling around her body. Across from them, our protagonist and Gizhar remain in place, carefully observing their opponents. Our boy quietly analyzes the pressure radiating from them, realizing that merely sensing their magic already feels overwhelmingly heavy. Yet while watching them, he notices something important. The 2 servitors clearly do not cooperate well with one another. From that observation, he realizes that if he can exploit that weakness correctly, he might be able to create an opening. Meanwhile, Dre casually declares that whoever moves faster will claim the prize. The moment those words leave her mouth, she releases an even greater surge of red energy and suddenly unleashes a storm of sharp nail-like attacks straight toward our protagonist. Our boy reacts immediately, blocking the attacks while shifting his position rapidly. Almost instantly, he recognizes something shocking. Within that brief moment, she has already launched more than 30 strikes, and on top of that the final attack aimed at his neck carries far greater power than the rest. Dre bursts into laughter and remarks that his defense was impressive, casually admitting that she had actually been trying to chop his head off. Then she suddenly mentions another name, asking whether he was the one who killed Noel on the archipelago. Our protagonist immediately recognizes the name. Noel was the servitor he fought earlier on the archipelago. Dre laughs once more and remarks that she always wondered why their master sent such a useless failure there, adding that if it had been her, she could have handled the task effortlessly. Our boy briefly reflects on Noel, thinking that even though Dre calls him a failure, he remembers clearly that Noel was the first opponent in a long time who had truly pushed him in battle. Dre continues teasing him, laughing lightly as she remarks that he even looks adorable when he becomes flustered. She then casually reassures him not to worry, explaining that since he is handsome, she will at least spare his face when she eventually kills him. At that moment, however, our protagonist senses something shifting and immediately realizes that she is preparing to attack again. Dre suddenly rushes forward, releasing another surge of red energy. Our boy charges at the same time, and the 2 collide head-on. In the next instant, shadow swords begin slicing through the air. The dark blades twist and sweep across the battlefield as they converge on our protagonist from multiple directions. Nearby, Gizhar watches the scene unfold and reacts with visible surprise. After observing the clash for a moment, he remarks that this development is rather unexpected. Dre glances at him with amusement and comments that she assumed he also wanted to enjoy the sweet prey. Yet it now seems that he treasures Theo more than she originally thought. Gizhar immediately snaps back in anger, telling her to shut up while warning her not to touch his prey, even threatening to kill her if she interferes. Dre bursts into laughter at the threat and jokes that it does not sound too bad, though she quickly adds that she has no interest in participating in a love triangle. Instead, she declares that she would prefer to spend some private time alone with her honey, suggesting that Gizhar should simply disappear. The moment she finishes speaking, she abruptly turns and launches an attack directly at him. The sudden strike hits Gizhar, instantly igniting his fury as he retaliates by unleashing a powerful blast. Dre slips through the assault with remarkable agility, dodging his attacks one after another while continuing to scatter waves of red energy across the battlefield. Gizhar clenches his teeth in frustration. During the chaotic exchange, the 2 move close enough that Gizhar suddenly grabs hold of her. Dre immediately curses at him, calling him a brute and a muscle-headed fool, while complaining that she was clearly targeting Theo, demanding to know if he is too blind to notice. She even threatens to kill him first if he continues interfering. Gizhar fires back without hesitation, reminding her that she was the one who declared that the faster person would claim the prize. According to him, if she wants to avoid dying, she should simply walk away. Dre's expression twists with surprise before she angrily calls him a son of a bitch. Meanwhile, our protagonist watches the 2 of them clash against each other, and realizes just how unpredictable they both are. At the same time, he notices that Gizhar himself is not much different from the chaos surrounding them. Grinding his teeth once more, Gizhar suddenly unleashes a massive attack. Thousands of dark, ink-like daggers suddenly materialize in the air and surge forward alongside Gishar's shadow sword strikes, all of them rushing toward Dre in a deadly wave. As he unleashes the attack, Gizhar declares that the larger prey belongs to him alone. Dre watches the incoming storm of weapons and reacts with exaggerated drama, shouting that he is about to kill her. Yet instead of confronting the assault head-on, she instantly retreats, flying away from the battlefield and abandoning the area. A massive explosion erupts where the attacks strike. Moments later, after clearing the blast zone, Dre begins laughing again and cheerfully remarks that now it is back to just the two of them. She turns toward Theo and brightly suggests that they continue their fight right where they left off. Our protagonist studies her carefully and quickly realizes that she is extremely confident in her speed. Without wasting another moment, the two clash once more. She slips past his sword with effortless agility, while our boy blocked her next strike with his blade. She moves again with astonishing speed, yet our protagonist continues, intercepting each attack. At the same time, he realizes that a battle fought at such a relentless pace is far more difficult to handle. Suddenly, she unleashes another powerful surge of red energy, which explodes outward toward him. Our boy watches her movements with intense focus while analyzing every detail. In sudden bursts of strength, she is even faster than Naven, and on top of that her attacks are incredibly precise, each one aimed directly at a vital point. But through that analysis, he notices something important. If he deliberately exposes one of his vital points, her body will instinctively react and move toward that opening. Dre glares at him while preparing to strike again. At that exact moment, our protagonist suddenly shifts his position. As she swings her arm toward him, he sidesteps the attack and raises his sword. He activates Dragon's Claw. Dark thunder erupts across the battlefield as the technique explodes outward. Dre's expression immediately shifts in surprise at the sudden attack. When the dark lightning crashes through the area, she quickly shields herself and escapes by flying away while dodging the blast. While retreating, she analyzes what just happened and realizes that the sword energy spreads like lightning through the ground, branching outward like the roots of a tree, which explains why simply dodging earlier would not have been enough. She turns back and glares at him, while our protagonist continues releasing powerful waves of energy. For a brief moment, she struggles to keep pace with the relentless attacks. Eventually, however, she stabilizes herself and manages to move into a safer position. With a slight grin, she admits that he intentionally destroyed the surrounding terrain to slow her down, commenting that while it appears to be a desperate final strategy, it is not a bad idea at all. Dre smirks, but quickly adds that the tactic is still pointless. Without another warning, she unleashes a massive wave of red attacks, the energy erupting outward in every direction. The Crimson Power tears across the battlefield with terrifying speed, striking the ground again and again while destroying everything around them. With complete confidence, she declares that something like this will never be enough to stop her. The entire battlefield begins burning and collapsing under the relentless force of her attacks. At that same moment, another figure appears nearby and quietly observes the fight. The man explains that although Dre is not yet fully complete, she still possesses 30% of the Black Dragon's power. Hidden behind a mask, he watches the battle with clear interest. Despite the overwhelming strength she is displaying, he notes with amusement that Theo has still managed to block and even counter her attacks. To him, the situation is extremely entertaining. This masked observer is revealed to be Ein, the #1 member of Trovia's 9 servitors. A faint smile spreads across Ein's face as he comments that this is going to be very interesting to watch. Meanwhile, Dre continues searching across the battlefield for Theo. She flies through the sky while calling out to him, asking how long he intends to keep hiding. With a mocking tone, she complains that the thing she hates most is men who make women wait. As she scans the battlefield from above, she suddenly notices strange patterns of energy spreading across the area. Slowly, a realization begins forming in her mind as she recalls something their master once warned them about. Then, without warning, Theo suddenly appears from a concealed position and launches a surprise attack. In an instant, he turns the battlefield into a chaotic trap and reveals himself. With a hint of sarcasm, he remarks that it is rather unfortunate, because he thought she would not be able to touch him there. Dre stares at him with bright excitement and comments that it seems he has developed quite a wild side now. The scene opens with powerful strikes crashing across the battlefield as violent impacts ripple through the ground and bursts of energy flare in every direction. Watching the clash unfold, Dre remarks that the Ragnar Clan is famous for being the descendants of dragon riders, though she casually adds that it seems they also experiment with some rather shady methods. Studying Theo's transformed appearance, she admits that he looks far better than before and that this version of him is much more her type. Our protagonist answers with calm confidence that he is glad she likes it, because things are about to become even more interesting. The moment he finishes speaking, he immediately launches an attack toward her. Dre reacts with slight surprise at the sudden move, and at the same time a burst of bright, white energy explodes between them. As the two collide in close combat, she continuously releases streams of white light toward him, while our boy keeps leaping and shifting rapidly to avoid the attacks without breaking the flow of the fight. During this fierce exchange, Gizhar stands behind Dre, staring sharply in her direction. Meanwhile, Ein observes everything from the side with keen interest. He studies Theo carefully and remarks that this must be dragonization. Ein explains that earlier Theo could barely react to Zvi's speed, even after facing him twice. Yet now the situation has completely changed, because Theo is clearly overwhelming her. Continuing his analysis, Ein comments that through dragonization Theo has become even stronger than the 9 servitors in their current state, making him extremely dangerous. Yet despite the threat, he finds the entire spectacle strangely beautiful. Dre also watches Theo closely and comes to an important realization. Quietly admitting to herself that he has become truly dangerous, she decides that she cannot afford to hold back any longer. Her plan is to end the fight with a single decisive strike while he is unable to move. Immediately after that decision forms, a massive explosion of red energy erupts across the battlefield, shaking the surroundings and disrupting everything around them. Still watching calmly, Ein remarks that Theo Ragnar has already exceeded expectations. Then he adds that he is curious to see how Zvi will respond to this. At that very moment, several warriors belonging to Zvi suddenly appear on the battlefield. Observing their arrival, Ein comments that Theo clearly did not earn the title of heir candidate for nothing, because his abilities are unquestionably real. As Theo continues moving through the battlefield at high speed, Ein keeps watching with growing excitement, even beginning to laugh as he enjoys the chaos unfolding before him. However, at that exact moment, Zvi himself appears, grinding his teeth in anger. He declares that Theo has chosen the wrong opponent. Zvi narrows his eyes, and a red glow begins burning within them. Then, without hesitation, he suddenly launches forward at incredible speed. Theo reacts with shock, realizing that despite Zvi's massive body, the man somehow dodges attack with unbelievable ease. Another violent clash erupts as powerful blows collide, sending bursts of energy exploding across the battlefield. From the side, Ein continues calmly analyzing the fight, thinking that although Theo is an heir candidate, the performance he is showing still feels somewhat lacking. He reminds himself that Theo was originally created to fight the demon dragon, yet at the moment he is operating at only about 20% of his true power, which means the current situation is not entirely surprising. Even so, Ein admits that seeing so many possible ways for Theo's abilities to grow still fills him with excitement. Meanwhile, high above the battlefield, Gizhar continues fighting on his own front. He curses loudly, admitting that the situation has already escalated far beyond what he originally imagined. Thinking back on what he knows about the Drovians' greatest force, the 9 servitors, he remembers hearing that they were created specifically as countermeasures against the 9 dragons. Realizing the enormous gap in power between them, he grits his teeth in anger and wonders bitterly if that means he is not even worthy of being called a counterfeit version of them. Still gripping his weapon tightly, he curses again while steadying himself. If his current strength is not enough, he decides he will simply have to use every trick and every card he possesses. With that determination hardening inside him, he suddenly laughs towards Zvi and launches forward, unleashing his Shadow Sword Slay technique, while simultaneously releasing Ink Orchard. At that moment, a surge of golden and white energy explodes across the battlefield. Zvi tightens his grip on his sword and coldly calls Gizhar pathetic, asking if that weak attack is truly the best he can offer. Gizhar immediately shouts back that the fight is far from finished, declaring that the real attack is only beginning now. The instant he finishes speaking, he launches chains towards Zvi. The chains snap through the air and quickly wrap around Zvi's body. At the same time, the Shadow Sword Slay technique expands into something resembling a vast cosmic web, completely trapping him inside. Zvi grinds his teeth in anger while glaring at Gizhar and mocks the attack, asking whether he truly believes such a tiny toy web can restrain him. Gizhar responds with a confident grin and calmly admits that he already knows it cannot stop him. Then he reveals something unexpected. Zvi was never his real target. Hearing that, Zvi frowns in confusion and demands to know what he means. At that exact moment, Gizhar suddenly flies away from the battlefield. Still bound by the chains, Zvi struggles violently against them and angrily curses the move as nothing more than a cheap trick. As Zvi finally shatters the chains and surges forward, a massive explosion suddenly erupts nearby, tearing through the battlefield and violently smashing the surrounding terrain apart. Our protagonist watches the destruction carefully, studying the aftermath. From within the wreckage, Dre suddenly emerges. Theo looks directly at her and calmly announces that he will let her live for now, but promises that the next time they meet, he will return fully prepared. Dre responds with a playful smile and teasingly asks whether she's allowed to fall in love with someone so strong and sweet. At the same time, Theo quietly wonders whether Gizhar is still fighting somewhere nearby. Just then, a hand bursts out from the rubble. Zwei tears himself free from the shattered remains of the shadow chains and immediately turns his attention toward Theo. Theo reacts instantly, flying away to avoid him. Zwei narrows his eyes and launches forward again, aggressively pursuing him while unleashing heavy attacks. With his enormous body driving each movement, Zwei swings powerful strikes while Theo continues evading them at high speed. During the chase, Theo realizes a troubling fact. He needs an attack powerful enough to break through Zwei's armor. At that moment, Theo turns his head and suddenly notices Gizhar also moving towards Zwei. Gizhar attacks at once, and the force of his strike begins cracking Zwei's armor, disrupting the giant's ability to attack properly. Now attacking from two different directions, the pressure on Zwei increases. Theo glances toward Gizhar and remarks that he came to help. Gizhar immediately snaps back in irritation, demanding to know if he ever asked for help in the first place. Yet even as he speaks, Gizhar quietly recalls certain things about Theo and the organization, reluctantly admitting to himself that Theo might truly be the chosen one after all. Still visibly annoyed, he warns Theo that once this fight is over, Theo will be his next opponent. Theo answers calmly that he is looking forward to it. Then he suggests that they should focus first on eliminating the traitors. Gizhar angrily tells him not to give orders, warning that Theo's overconfidence could easily get him killed. According to Gizhar, Zwei stands on an entirely different level compared to the opponents they have faced before. However, while the two of them continue speaking and preparing their next moves, Zwei suddenly appears between them. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.